comes in bowls to Brevis, who hits him way down the ground. Now the fielder running after it, but there's no need. It's gone for 6. And Brevis finishes a rather strange passage of play by seeing South Africa more than just comfortably home. It's a devastating defeat there for England. They've been absolutely hammered.
And the third hammering in a row for England against South Africa in one-day international cricket. So, a chance to make amends today at Lord's, the second Metrobank one-day international. And I can tell you that there's been a slight delay to the start of the game because of some heavy showers this morning. Only a quarter of an hour delay. We have just had the toss. We're going to hear from Harry Brook in just a moment because he has won it. I think England have won the toss and are going to bowl. We'll just confirm that in just a moment. In fact, that indeed has happened, that England are bowling first, which is very interesting. I've got Tim R. Mills with me. The stats here at Lord's for one dayers, and actually T20 cricket as well, say you must bat first.
Yeah, indeed, and that's certainly the case when we come here and play in the Blast. You look at the stats over the last couple of years and it is overwhelming, kind of north of 65% I think in T20 cricket anyway, in terms of batting first. So hopefully from an England point of view, it doesn't happen today.
Right, Timal, I've got Harry Brook, who's just made that decision. So you're gonna bowl, Harry, yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, you'll know the stats here, won't you? The teams batting first generally do pretty well. Why have you made that decision?
We just feel like there's going to be a little bit in the pitch early on, and hopefully we can make the most of that.
What have you done with your team today?
Saqib Mahmood comes in for Sonny Baker.
Reason for that?
Just feel like that's the right decision. Saki's obviously done well in the past, and he played the 100 game a couple of days before, so I think he needed to rest. And nothing against Sonny. He's not been dropped or anything. It's almost like a little bit of a resting and rotation.
What have you said to your team? What's the message for your team today after what happened on Tuesday?
Forget about that game. We crack on. It's another new day today, and we feel like the series starts today. We got to try and nail our basics and our processes, which we always talk about. Harry,
play well. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
There we go. There's Harry Brook, England captain. Thinks there's just a bit of overheads and a bit in the pitch early on. What I would say is that this time last year, or just a bit later in the year, England played Australia here, and it was a very similar morning, and there was some rain around, and Australia put England in, and they lost by 186 runs. Just waiting for Temba Bavuma, South Africa's captain, to come on over and have a quick word and get his reaction to being put into bat. Of course, last time South Africa were here, they won the World Test Championship. Temba, welcome to Test Match Special. So you've been put in. Would you have done similar?
Yeah, we would have probably wanted to bowl first. Again, just looking at everything that's happening. With that being said, we have a job to do with the bat.
Do you know the stats here that the teams batting first generally do pretty well?
Yeah, I heard something like that. Our analyst did give us that type of information. So hopefully we can do that stat justice.
What have you done with your team today?
Team, we've got 2 changes. Tony obviously misses out. The injury is sustained. Matthew Bretsky comes in for him, and then VL Mulder, he sustained an illness, so he'll miss out. Mutasami comes in for him.
This is a great opportunity for you. I mean, it's a real feather in your cap, actually, to win Australia and in England in consecutive one-day series.
Yeah, that'll be nice. I think not just for me, but for the team. On our way to the journey, to be able to pick up those type of achievements, will really boost our confidence. But yeah, that would be nice.
Is it nice to be back here as well? And you think of the memories of 3 months ago?
Yeah, good memories. Again, walking through the pavilion, seeing all the members in their jackets, brings good memories.
Well, play well today. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
There we go. There's South Africa's captain, Temba Bavuma. He's had one look at the pitch. He's going off to have another quick look at it. Ebony with me as well. So what did you make of that decision then? So look, what it said, the last 10 one-day internationals, no team has won batting second.
Yeah, look, the one thing I would say, as a cricketer, I've spent those years where you churn out the stats and you look at what it says on the paper, but you always still have to just back your sort of cricketing knowledge. And I think both teams can say, look, let's face it, there's been a bit of weather, a bit in the air, and there might be something in it for the bowlers. And yes, I know the chasing can be hard on this surface, but you got to back your bowlers when the conditions come in. And it sounded like both actually wanted to make the most with the ball. So, the challenge then, they know that it's going to be tough game to chase, so they need to really contain with the ball and keep it tight, knowing that it's not going to be easy with the bat later.
Yeah, I mean, it's a weird one, isn't it? Because you think about the weather that we've had this morning, where it has been raining. I mean, there have been 3 or 4 heavy showers. Absolutely lashed it down in London at 8 o'clock this morning. We had another shower around about 11:30. You think, yeah, it's an obvious bowl first, but actually, the last decade or so, you absolutely have to bat first here.
Yeah, look, like you say, it's the numbers don't lie. It's all the thing is with numbers. I think I just kind of said that a second ago. You still have to back your cricket gut, your instinct, because also you got to go with what you trust. And therefore, if the team would have had that conversation, rain around, you're coming down, it's been a bit in the air. They just have to back their bowlers to make the most. And look, they got Saqib Mahmood back in today. He will be looking to extract a bit of movement early on and just try and get wickets in that power play.
Yeah, OK, well, that's one of the subplots then, isn't it, to the day's play, the decision at the toss, and we often debate it, discuss it, is it the right decision? Well, we're going to find out, obviously, in the next 6 or 7 hours, and, someone's going to win batting second here at Lord's eventually. It's not going to go on and on and on, for the rest can't win batting second here in one-day international cricket. But what about this England team then? What about Tuesday? What was that all about from your perspective, Tamal?
I think they certainly won't make any excuses for it with the way that the schedule was. They won't want to lean on that. I think they'll just say it was a very poor performance. I think South Africa looked like a team that had played a good amount of games, albeit on the other side of the world. They've been to Australia and just played an ODI series and a T20 series against Australia. So they were here. They were in good form, in rhythm of the game as a unit together. And they came here and gave England a bit of a lesson, really, up in Headingley. England looked like a team that hadn't played together for a couple of months and had kind of come in at all different times. Wasn't much continuity in terms of the build-up, which isn't ideal. And yeah, I think from an England point of view, they'll want to make a big point of righting a few wrongs today.
How did you see it, Ebbs?
Yeah, look, it looked like a team that hadn't come together and clicked and got their heads aligned. I think the only good thing about a really bad loss, you can completely park it. It's one of those where you can there's no point over-analysing that last game. It's just a reality of the nature of coming off the 100, coming off moving parts, coming into a different format and not really having time as a team to settle and get their heads aligned together. So I think that's the danger of international cricket. You come slightly undercooked and you've got South Africa who are ready to go.
Let me just confirm the teams for you if you are switching on. Play's not going to start at 1 o'clock. As was scheduled, because we had those heavy showers this morning, delayed by a quarter hour. In fact, the hover cover here at Lord's is just poised near the pitch, just in case. But I think the forecast for the rest of the day is much better. Let me give you the 2 teams then. So England are Smith, Duckett, Root, Brooke, Butler, Bethel, Jacks, Carse, Archer, Adil Rashid and Saqib Mahmood. They're one change today. He is into the team. And then South Africa are Markram and Rickleton, Bavuma, Britska. You heard Temba Bavuma saying he is in the side today. Zorzi is injured. Tristan Stubbs, Brevis, Senor Mutusami, Corbin Bosch. Mutusami is into the team today. Corbin Bosch, Kisaf Maharaj, Nandra Berger and Lungi Ngidi. So that is the South African lineup. A couple of changes. Vian Mulder is ill and Zorzi has that hamstring injury he sustained on the boundary running round the other day. What about South Africa? I mean, we're 2 years away from a World Cup in South Africa. They have just won in Australia, which is pretty impressive, to go there and win. And they got the chance to win here in the series today, actually. There's another game in Southampton on Sunday. What do they do well? What do you like about them?
Yeah, I think, look, they're an experienced side in terms of individuals. They have a lot of players who play franchise cricket, play at the top level around the world. They've obviously lost a couple of players, Heinrich Klaassen kind of being the headline of that, who's chosen to retire to focus on that. But they've still got, particularly in the batting lineup for me, a very, very dangerous unit. I look at that as a bowler. I think, okay, would I like to bowl this South African batting lineup? And the answer is no. We saw the way that they dismissed that 130 runs up in Headingley. There's a type of total. When you get bowled out for a low total, you think, the chat is always, okay, boys, early wickets. Let's try and get them a few down early, and then we can squeeze. And you never know. Well, you did know, didn't you? Pretty quickly with the way that Aidan Markram in particular started that run chase. So their batters look to dominate the game, and then when you got KG Rabada, one of the best all formats bowlers in the world, that certainly helps any bowling attack. And Maharaj as well. He didn't spin a ball the other day and took 4 wickets. So it shows you what a great operator he is. So they do have a lot of bases covered. Devol Brevis has been in outstanding form for the last 6-7 months or so. From what I've heard, he's about to fetch a lot of money in the South African 20 auction that's happening next week. So he's a man in form in that middle order. And yeah, I think they've got a lot of bases covered at the moment, especially even considering they're missing a couple of names.
I mean, Maharaj actually is actually the number 1 ranked bowler in one-day international cricket. That might surprise a few people, but he is. What about you, Ebbs?
Yeah, I was going to say the leadership, actually. I was thinking about Temba Bavuma, how calm he is, how we've seen him earlier in the summer a few months ago. And that actually helps a team to gel when you've got a calm, chilled leader. Even when he was doing the interview with you, there was just no sense of tension, actually. He just looks very aligned, clearly knows his plans. He knew the stats, but just very comfortable with how they play. And I think that actually as a team settles you. When you've got that experience, you feel like you can win under them, then you've got your strategy clear. So I think that helps. And then again, that batting lineup. I was thinking in that last game, Tristan Stubbs didn't fire, and he's one. There's another one that is just a dangerous batter, and you look down that lineup, and it is fearful to bowl at. So they've got everything covered. They've got that experience. They've got firepower in the batting order, and it just feels like they're well drilled at the moment. They know what they're trying to execute, and they're executing it very well.
And they're an international cricket team on the up as well, aren't they? I mean, they've done well in recent tournaments. They've been reaching semi-finals, but of course they won here 3 months ago.
Yeah, and I think, look, in the past as well, they've had their moments where, they're in World Cups and big tournaments, they haven't got across the line, but it feels like they're building sort of real momentum. And it felt like a seminal moment for South Africa a few months ago where, you could just feel that excitement from the community, and they were doing well, not just in cricket, but other sports. And just that it feels like they're on a good train at the moment. They want to sort of put right some of that bad history in terms of, getting across the line. So it feels like they're ready. It feels like they're well-oiled, and I think they're going to be quite a tough unit today. Yeah,
they've been in the last 2 finals of ICC event, the T20 in West Indies, and obviously the World Test Championship here. I mentioned that their home World Cup is 2 years away. Is that something you start to think about now because you've got a plan, or is it too far ahead?
A bit of both. I don't think the players themselves will be thinking too much about it, because who knows what's going to happen in 2 years' time. But I'm sure the hierarchy and the higher ups at South African cricket and the captain, they'll be starting to have meetings and planning. Okay, who are the group ideally that we want to build around to lead into that process? But between now and then, it's just a case of playing and winning and trying to stick together. And as I said, you never know. You could lose your key player a week before the tournament through injury, so you can't plan too far ahead. But yeah, they'll certainly have an eye on it, just as England did before the home World Cup here. It does mean more when it's a home tournament, and South Africa will certainly feel that way. Yeah,
because I was thinking back to that actually. I was thinking about what was that? Excuse me. What will South Africa be thinking about their home World Cup? And of course, 2 years before England's home World Cup, they had the Champions Trophy, and that was kind of like a sort of a test tournament for them, and they failed in that match against Pakistan in Cardiff. Ultimately they didn't. Of course, they went on to win the World Cup, but it felt like a staging post for them.
I was just thinking about players like Maharaj. He's 35 now, and it's a sort of thing that you're thinking about your career. I want to be ready for that home World Cup. It might be possibly his last sort of big hurrah. So I think most players will park it, but I think when you're getting to certain stages of your career, it becomes that sort of milestone thinking, look, I wouldn't mind making sure I'm priming, I'm ready to go, and that would be your big stage at home. But generally, I think you're right, Tamal, that most players, you just get on. There's so much cricket these days. It's ridiculous. There's franchises, there's all sorts going on. So I think for most players, it would be just business as usual. Yeah,
because I remember asking Harry Brook about the Ashes at the back end of the Test series against India, because he was named player of the series for England. He said, mate, I've got about 1 million white ball matches to play before then. And because he has, because Ben Stokes was happy to talk about it because that was the next thing on his plate. But for Harry Brook, he's got these matches, and then New Zealand as well. He's just come back off the 100 as well. England hammered the West Indies, didn't they, early in the summer. This is a different sort of test for them, and you feel today, you feel sorry for the spectators who turned up heading the other day. The game didn't last even 50 overs, but if you've got a ticket today, you want England to come up with something today.
It's a reminder, isn't it, when you sort of step into this format when you're playing against some of the best in the world. of how ruthless sport is. You know, England would have felt coming off the 100, a lot of players would have felt they've been in nick and they've had a good run out, and then all of a sudden you come against a well-organised team and you're really drubbed. So I think the good news for them, they can just completely say, look, it's no point analysing batting, bowling, fielding. It was a hot mess, let's face it. But it allows them to just say we have to wake up very quickly. And I think even that decision of Saqib Mahmood coming today back in the side is a sign of, look, we lose one more and we're kind of out of this series already. We've got to turn it on today.
Yeah, so that was a sort of pragmatic decision. They'd probably like to have given Sonny Baker another go. Actually, Harry Brook made the point. He's not been dropped. But I mean, kind of in a way, he kind of has in a way, because it was a tough day out for him.
Yeah, and it sounded like the way that Harry Brook spoke there was that if Saqib Mahmood hadn't played that 100 final on Sunday night, he probably would have played at Headingley ahead of Sonny Baker. So that was more of a scheduling conflict. And then obviously with the way Sonny bowled, that obviously we then can look at it a different way. But Harry was quite quick to put that down, wasn't he? And just say, look, I think fair play. Saqi would have played ahead of Sonny, and now Saki's had a bit more time to get that final out of his body and the travel. Because it is tough. He played the final here Sunday night. Would have had to travel up to Leeds Monday. Didn't play Tuesday. Travel back down here, and now playing again Thursday. So it's tricky. But I think Saqib Mahmood is obviously higher up in the pecking order, and he'll look to try and take advantage of whatever is on offer in 10 minutes or so time.
We always focus on particular players. There's always someone who sort of comes into the spotlight as a player. Jacob Bethel, discuss.
Yeah, look, he's under a bit of pressure, I think, as well, with that captaincy that he's been given in a few weeks' time. He hasn't scored the runs that he wants in that way. He's under the spotlight at the moment, and then, he only gets out. I think it was just one he got in that game, and it just looked, for me, it looked like he didn't get into the positions that he wanted to. It looked like he was flirting a bit with the ball, and what he needs to make sure he does is get back to being consistent in an England shirt, making sure that when he steps into that leadership role, you've got runs behind you, because there's nothing worse than leading a side and you feel that you haven't quite got a weight of runs behind you. It leaves you feeling insecure, and then you've got to try and talk to your other teammates. I think for him, he's got the talent, there's no doubt about it. I think he's being backed and should be backed. He's a real talent, but it's just for him to make sure he gets his confidence and delivers.
Yeah, I agree. I think the England hierarchy higher up, obviously have a lot of faith in him and what cricketer he is now and the cricketer that he's going to become, and they see him being an integral part of England for all formats for a long time. And he's obviously having a tricky year. He hasn't played the volume of cricket that maybe he would like, or the ECB or fans would have liked or suggest, and it's tricky. He's 21 years old, which is so young, and you're going to go through good and bad trots. He obviously had a really bright start to his career and international career, and now he's just in a bit of a lull moment at the moment. He aside from a couple of knocks in the 100, probably didn't quite look as fluent and as explosive as what he would have liked, but he's going to play and he's going to get opportunity, and there's the one thing this England team do, for good or for bad, is that once they pick their guys, they back them and they give them opportunity and they give them a good run, which as a player I can say is a really empowering position to be in. And you can tell by the way that these players speak and the way that they kind of hold themselves, that's a group of players that are being really empowered and know that they're going to get a good run of things to try and figure it out. So it wouldn't surprise me to see him score runs today, because the talent is certainly there.
If you have just switched on, slight delay, 1:15 start. We had some showers this morning, some heavy showers in London, but I can actually feel the warmth of the sun on my back at the moment. Almost, anyway.
Can you, Simon?
Almost. Yeah, just a little bit on my left cheek there, Ebony. Yeah, just there, right on cue. It's come out. The hover cover is still poised. One or two angry clouds around, but I think the forecast is for about now, from about 1 o'clock-ish, for them to, the clouds, the rain clouds to have gone, and I think we're in for hopefully
England won't want to see this bright sunshine.
No.
Win the toss. Obviously, there's been rain around, but the pitch itself looks. It's not grass laden, is it? It's not a thick covering of fresh grass on there. It looks like a pretty typical Lord's surface in terms of that white colour to it. So England obviously won the toss, chose to bowl with the weather that's around, but if you actually look at the pitch, it looks like a good, pretty standard Lord's wicket. The overheads right now, there's plenty of blue skies around. So the sun's in and out of clouds, but it's not like it's a dark, gloomy day and there's a thick covering of live grass on it. So I think I'm with you, Simon. I might have been inclined to bat first as well.
Yeah, it's exactly the same day they played Australia last year, when Australia put England into bat. I'll just leave that there. Anyway, play's underway in about 10 minutes' time. England made that one change with Saki Mahmood coming in. South Africa made a couple of changes with Mulder out and Dzorzi out, injured as well. And a big crowd building up at Lord's as well. And it's a fascinating one-day international in prospect that I mentioned at the start of the programme. And I'll hand up to Aggers in just a moment. He's up there with Sir Alistair Cook in the commentary box. That the last 3 occasions these two teams met, South Africa absolutely thrashed England. They did it in the World Cup, they did it in the Champions Trophy, and they did it at Headingley on Tuesday. I mean, they're a decent side. And England are a side that are struggling. They're 8th in the rankings.
Yeah, and I think obviously it also doesn't aid that they don't play a huge amount of 50 over formats, so people are going to be jumping in on top if they don't kind of pull it back in this game. So I think you're right. Look, you're coming against serious opposition here, and they're organised. They know their strategy in this format, and they look pretty well drilled. I think England are going to have to think about really turning it on here. You know, they cannot afford to let this slip away, and then it becomes more games. Then that narrative about why players aren't playing starts to really kick off. So there's a big gap, and they're going to have to close that very quickly.
Yeah, I fully agree. I think South Africa at the moment look a very, very good side. They look the better of the two sides in this format of the game at the moment. And yeah, they'll be confident in sealing the series today.
OK, thanks very much, Ebony. Thanks so much, Tamal. We are just about, I think, to be run over by the hover cover, so we need to get out of the way. It is breezy down here, so it's dry. There's a bit of sunshine, some blue sky, but it's quite breezy, and England will be bowling first in around about 7 or 8 minutes' time. Let's say hello to Jonathan Agnew in the commentary box.
Thank you, Simon, very much. Yes, and I can see from here, beyond the pavilion, the direction that the weather has been coming from. It looks pretty clear over there, so I think all being well, fingers crossed on all of that. We've had the last of the showers, and they have been heavy too. They're quite substantial. But as usual here, the covers have done their bit, and so too this relayed, very sandy outfield. Everywhere's dry and ready to go. I'm interested, Alistair, lovely to see you too. England, they do seem to be in a bit of a pickle with their 50 overs. And do you know what struck me just listening to them talking there? It's the same discussion that we had in the Champions Trophy, that they don't know how to pace a 50 over game. They don't play very much of it, of course, and that's for the authorities to work out how they're going to address that situation with the fixtures and timings and everything. But actually, that argument about pacing a 50 overs innings compared to a T20 innings, and you hear Harry Brook there, bless him, he often comes up with some rather strange things, but let's go out there and bash it. Well, actually, no, good players can get out there and play some shots, and we saw it, of course, the other day up at Headingley with Markham. But generally, 50 overs cricket's not about going out there and bashing it.
At certain times, it's not. And you summed it up really well. So the England batters, because they don't play any domestic 50 over games, because the 50 over games was when the 100 and all the best players are playing the 100, they are learning on the job. But I was then also thinking, when do these South African players do they play their domestic 50 over tournament as well, or
that's
Australian?
A good question.
And they don't. The top international sides, the top players aren't playing their domestic 50 over tournament, because if they are playing that, it means there's no international cricket. There's probably a franchise tournament. So I don't actually think you can use that as an excuse. It is what's in front of them, and they just have to manage the situation better. I look at someone like Jamie Smith as a bit of an example of this. Like, he is a hugely talented batsman. Hugely, he bats really has batted, come into international cricket, looks the part, but you just know at the minute he's playing one way all the time, and he's almost like trying to hit almost every ball for 4 in a controlled technique. I'm not saying he's slogging, but he got 50 in that other game, lost a couple of wickets the other end, and you think, well, actually, this is when you can take the next 30, 40 balls. Not just saying you're knocking it for singles. I'm not saying you've got to go back to how we played ODI cricket 2005 or whatever, that kind of stuff. But there is a time, and it's such a long period of time, that if Jamie Smith then batted those next 30, 40 balls and only scored 25 runs and striking at 75, but he then goes berserk at the end of the innings, there has to be a way.
You're not going to get rolled for 130, that's the point.
You're not, and someone's got to then take the responsibility. So the hard thing for any player is getting the balance right in the tempo when you have the decision to make. So in T20 cricket, ultimately the decision is made for you. You've got to go and whack it. T10 cricket, when they go and play T10, The 100, it's set for you, but actually in 50 over in Test cricket, you can control the tempo and you can change how you play it. And when you give players the choice and the uncertainty, it becomes quite hard. And this is, I think, the one thing that the modern player finds harder than anything is actually reading this situation and playing the situation well, because a lot of coaches and a lot of modern methods are just go out and bat. Actually, when we grew up, it was actually the situation and how you played was really important, and maybe that put extra pressure on players, but that's how we were brought up players. So actually we were probably more suited to being able to change the tempo. Yes, we couldn't go berserk like these players can, but it'll be really interesting to see today how they handle it. But they'll have one thing which is different today. They'll have a total in mind, so they can so actually it's set how they have to play.
Yes, it is, because it's so different, isn't it? I mean, T20, I mean, it's less than half the length. It's a much longer game, 50 overs, and there is time for you to recover from a bad start, and the way that you're suggesting. There's Lord King ringing the bell, by the way. He's the outgoing MCC president, so a nice moment for him. Die-hard Worcestershire fan, actually, Mervyn King. People recognise him with his owlish glasses, of course, the former governor of the Bank of England. Well, he's given the bell a pretty decent tinkle there. And this is his last day, I think, actually, as president of MCC before, our former colleague Ed Smith steps into the presidential role. So that'll be interesting to see how he gets on. He's certainly a man who has ideas, that's for sure, about the game. So I don't know how much opportunity you get in that job to stamp your authority on it.
And how long do you get to become a president for?
Oh, you're a year.
Is it just a year?
You're October to October. Oh. And that's your lot. But
can you apply for it?
No, you get no. It's not quite like the election of the Pope. I don't think there's any black or white smoke involved, but I think it might be a bit of cloak and daggery stuff. But I think, officially, it's the outgoing president who appoints his successor or her successor. But I think there's possibly a bit of committee activity to make sure that if the appropriate person gets it. I mean, I don't think you can blackball the president of MCC, can you, Phil? Are you up on this? Oh, hang on, you're not faded up. You press your button. There you go.
There I am. No, I don't think so. But
no.
Like you say, skullduggery. You mentioned the.
Well, there might be a few conversations behind closed doors, I'd imagine.
I was just going to make a point about what Sir Alistair just said there. Yeah, looking back to the game on Tuesday, Josh Butler. Let's take him as an example. He came in with 35 overs remaining.
Yeah, last time to score 100.
Yeah.
I mean, he could score 150 in that.
Yes. Well, yeah. Well, we'll see how they go. But for now, this will be South Africa batting first. And the way they batted up at Headingley might be in for a big score here, because they did look. I mean, Markham just looked in outstanding form. I feel sorry for Sonny Baker as well. I mean, that was a really awkward debut. He bowled almost entirely at Markram, didn't he? Who was in brutal form. I mean, if you compare the number of deliveries that Baker bowled to him compared to Archer, for instance, it was significantly more that Baker had. He didn't bowl very well. You're allowed to be nervous on your international debut, as I'm sure he undoubtedly was. It was a flat pitch, extraordinary outfield with a pace. Honestly, Alistair, he just mistimed the drive. It's 4 runs. It was not an easy game to come in and play your first match.
And also
I rather wish they'd played him today.
Yeah, I agree. If he was in their best team 2 days ago, I know they're saying Mahmood wasn't ready because he had just played the 100, but I thought, he has been dropped, because if he'd have got 5 wickets in that game, he'd be playing this game. So
yes.
He has been dropped after one.
But apparently he hasn't. He's been rested.
Well, yeah, I'm not having that.
No, he's been dropped and left out. I mean, it's simple as that, isn't it? And that's pretty harsh after one game, I think. But still.
Yeah, quickly get the grim details of Sonny Baker's debut. Yeah, 0 for 76. First 4 overs went for 56. In the end, that 0 for 76 was the most runs conceded on debut in an England ODI. And in terms of anybody who's bowled 7 overs or more in any ODIs on debut, it was the most expensive at 10.85 and over.
Yeah, it was not easy viewing, and it must have been hard for him. I mean, he kept running in. We don't have a lot of choice, really, do you? But he did, and he showed some spirit. Yes, you can't help but think that he's probably sitting up there thinking, I'll ever get another chance. I didn't give it my best shot. I know I can do better than that. All those sort of frustrating things that you can go through with one bad experience.
And as you pointed out to me, They get bowled out for 130, lose the game in the bat, they drop a bowler.
Well, can I just say, on behalf of bowlers everywhere, that is absolutely typical. They bat abysmally, they lose the game basically through their batting, and the one man to go is a bowler. I mean, yeah. Anyway, that's the way the game always is. Batsmen always hoover up the man of the match and everything else. Anyway, it's a new day, it's a new start, it's a new match. And we've got Jofra Archer to bowl from the pavilion end. It is cloudy, and Lord's not entirely full either, if I'm honest, just looking around. There's quite a lot of empty seats about, and people should be in their positions now, because we are starting 15 minutes late, aren't we, from the scheduled time of 1 o'clock. We're having a countdown there on the screen, which you don't often get at Lord's, but I guess that's probably the influence of the 100 here. So a countdown in blue on the screen, and Archer is going to bowl the first ball, and is bowling it to Markram, who just defends his first delivery, which is round about a good length. Played carefully down the ground to mid-on, and there is no run. So an orthodox-looking field for Archer with a couple of slips.
Would you have bowled or batted first after what happened at Headingley? And with Simon very quickly talking about the stats about
he jumped on you there.
9 out of 10 batting first. But when you get bowled out for 130 batting first, do you think, we'll try and do something different?
There's rain around, I think, and Bavuma said he'd have bowled first, didn't he? Here's Archer bowling. And a drive and a miss from Aidan Markram. We didn't see much of that at Headingley. There's a little bit of movement away. You'd expect the bowlers to find something today with the cloud, and the recent rain, the humidity.
And also a reminder that despite the carnage at Sonny Baker's end at Headingley on Tuesday, Jofra Archer's opening spell, 5 overs for 8 runs.
Yes, but he didn't bowl much at Markram, did he?
He didn't know. He bowled at the other end mostly.
Yeah. He was a devastating form. 2 slips. In comes Archer, bowls, and that's nudged away off his hip, looking for the first run. But as I said, picked out square leg, who's a Bethel, who'll look for a better game also than at Headingley. That was a poor shot. Just to go in a litany of poor shots played by England's batsmen. This didn't really on it. It was a rather strange atmosphere, I thought, up there at Headingley. Crowds were kind of willing some atmosphere, and they didn't get anything. But I'm sure there's been some words. 2 slips. Archer bowls down the leg side, and that's nicely taken by Butler, diving to his left there to wide. So South Africa are off the mark as Archer just got that one slightly wrong, spearing the ball past the leg side. He's got a big smile on his face.
I think this has nipped quite a long way down.
It has.
It was the in ducker from Archer, who does generally bowl into the right-handers and across the left-handers. Line right, but Markram's awkward. Goes past his kind of love handles bit, and you don't want to get tickled one in there.
So 1 for no wicket. And Archer comes in, bowls wide of the off stump. No stroke on this occasion from Markram. A little bit of movement the other way there from Archer, who'll be a bit encouraged, I think, by what he's seen. Very joyful visit from Ravi Bopara. We enjoyed about an hour ago. Very pleased with himself, and why not? What an innings last night, by all accounts. I must admit, I didn't watch it. We were engaged with Nick Brown, weren't we? A very enjoyable benefit evening for him. But Ravi, smiling from ear to ear. What a knock. Archer from the pavilion end bowls. Markram plays away carefully again. Out to Bethel at square leg. And there's no run.
You think he'd have turned up today if he hadn't scored that 100?
Well, no, he wouldn't have turned up, would he?
He literally walked in, did up here at the media centre, not whether you're on the TV or the radio or every box. He walked through every box.
Yeah.
He introduced himself to everybody.
Smiling.
Never met some of the engineers, but he was shaking their hands as well.
Floated in, didn't he?
He was very pleased with himself. And why not? Why not? Life in the old dog. How old's Ravi now?
I think he's 40.
He's 40, is he? There you go. Well, that's a pretty good effort. 1 for no wicket. Here's Archer again, cruising in past the umpire. There's the first run off the bat. Markram turns that down to Rashid, down at long leg. And that is the end of the first over with 1 off the bat. There's the wide. 2 for no wicket with South Africa put into bat. A rather calmer start than we saw up at Leeds.
He did talk us through every shot as well, didn't he?
Oh, yes. No, we did. We had a full rundown. So, that's great to see. And congratulations, by the way, to the Test match special team, triumphing last night over Nick Brown's team in Question of Sport. There was a completely impartial question master, the Sue Barker role, completely impartial.
Which I thought you did very well.
Thank you much indeed, Alistair. And Test match special, surprisingly, won in the end, yes.
I mean, I don't quite know how he won, because it was Tough as obviously captain.
Tough as captain.
Michael Vaughan on one side, on our side, and myself versus Nick Brown, his Sam Cook and Anthony McGrath.
Yeah.
And I know that Nick Brown did the quiz. He wrote the quiz.
Well, he did. He actually sent me the questions when I was on the train down.
And he still managed to lose.
Still lost. Yeah, that's a bit sad, really.
Maybe
isn't
you
it?
did well. Maybe.
Well, what also was that the scorer was a chap called Trigger, which also perhaps was slightly alarming. But anyway, well done Test match special for winning that. Here's Saqib Mahmood over the wicket, and play and a miss from Markram again as that moved down the slope. Definite movement there as Markram was rather firm-footed, looking to slice the ball into the offside. 2 for no wicket. But yes, it was actually, it was a proper benefit do, almost like an old-fashioned benefit do. Members there and just people who wanted to say well done to Nick Brown for such a good career. Yeah, it was very pleasant. Very pleasant indeed. 2 for no wicket. Markram over his bat. Again, there's 2 slips. Saqib wearing 25 runs up bowls on the off stump. It's pushed away back by Markram. And there's no run. Still there's empty seats. There's a number there in the mound stand. That's the one to our left-hand side. It's the upturned white plastic.
Is it a sellout? Is it?
Well, it doesn't look like it, does it? And there's a big area of the grandstand as well. It's unoccupied. 2 for no wicket. And there goes Saqib and bowls on the leg stump, turned away off the pad. Rolls away for 1. Down to fine leg. Actually, it must have been a little tickle of bat onto that, because that's not being signalled as a leg by umpire Shafadullah, who's on duty up at this end.
There's a little bit of movement, isn't there, Agus?
Yes, definitely.
A little bit of seam movement. The balls. So England actually got a good opportunity here in this first 10 overs. And I think it will become a very good batting wicket, but if they can certainly knock through 2 or 3 in this first 10 or 15, they'll give themselves a good chance.
Well, Rickleton was quite becalmed, really, at Headingley compared to what was going on at the other end. Left-handed, he's about to face his first ball. Saqib runs away, bowls on the leg stump. That's turned away easily. They should get 2 here. This ball runs down towards that pretty short boundary over to our left in front of the tavern stand. Adil Rashid throws the ball back, and Rickleton's away with a couple. So South Africa put into bat. 5 for no wicket. A couple of changes to their team. Mulder's not well, and poor old De Zorzi. I mean, they did well to get him on the plane. Really, I mean, that was a nasty hamstring. It was he just really couldn't walk. They must have wheeled him on, I think, to get him back home already. So that's a shame. So he's been ruled out as well, of course. There's the next one from Saqib. Rickleton into line, plays that defensively, calmly back up the pitch. And there is no run, so South Africa have Bavuma next. Now, Britsky, there was always the case with South Africans, the pronunciations of some of these names, but I think they're settling for Britsky, an E on the end. It's sort of a bit German and a bit Belgian, and there's all sorts of some of these more Afrikaans names. Saqib bowling outside the off-stump. Poor ball. Rickleton had to reach for that and cut it for 4 down to a square third man. So a poor delivery to finish on there, because that was quite a tidy over up to that point, but that was a gimme, and Rickleton put it away. He goes to 6, Markram 2, and a good start for South Africa after 2 overs. So 9 for no wicket.
Left-hander's dream.
Yep.
He's had actually 2 of them. He's had a leg stump clip to get him going, and then from over the wicket, giving him a bit of room to play the cut shot. So it's kind of what left-handers kind of meat and drink now, isn't it? Just a clip off the legs and then a cut.
There's always a theory of mine that's probably wrong, but I've always felt that every team should have as an opening, well, probably both openers, left-handers, because you can hit the ball virtually everywhere. A left-hander. Here's Archer. Bowles, that's pushed uppishly but safely and beyond the field. And Markram might get 4 here. Look at that rolling away. They've had all this rain. They could take a... Oh, well, there's a dive, a huge divot, and the ball has gone rolling into the boundary. There's Jamie Smith, I think, way out there, he always looks very unfamiliar out in the field, of course, if you're used to seeing him keeping wicket for England. He chased that all the way. Like a huge divot came up. It was like a big drive off the tee there. But, it's gone for 4, and that was nothing more than a nudge. I know it's down the hill there, but even so.
It's one of those, he's timed it just well enough to get the dive from mid-on, and then he has Bride and Cast has to then get up, chase again. But both of them have done huge divots.
Well, I hope Smith's okay. He's hobbling back into position there. He went over that boundary. We've seen so much of that. Injuries picked up as a result. He's there at square leg as Archer moves in and bowls. That thumps into the pad. There's a bit of an appeal there, probably a theatrical one from behind the stumps. And nothing from Archer. No, I just always took the view that a left-hander, you've got all that, you've got so much scope to go from anything outside off stump all the way round. A little bit too much off stump, you can go that way, you can pick up this way. That was one of my theories. I think based on Matthew Hayden, rather than you, Cookie, if I'm honest.
I'm just trying to work out. You're saying that left-handers can score everywhere and right-handers can't score.
Well, it just felt bowling at left-handers that they could.
I think it's your personal.
I think it's the angle as well.
Personal.
Maybe it was my experience. Then comes Archer, Pavilion behind him, and that nips back. This is a very different pitch. A very different start to this match, the one we saw a couple of days ago. That one nipped back and it's a painful blow up on the thigh. One of those that you don't want to rub. You don't want to show the bowler that it hurt. But it's a stinger.
I do love that, because it's one of those things, don't show pain. But everyone knows it hurts.
Exactly.
It doesn't mean you're not going to face up to the next ball and actually give it a rub. It might be all right, but
no.
Not allowed to.
No.
Some rule that you get told by some teacher.
You do, some old pro.
Aidan Markram 6 off 12 today. On Tuesday he was 32 off 12.
Yeah, it's very different. 13 for no wicket, Archer. Pavilion behind him, bowls. Markram forward, finds cover this time. Duckett. I remember bowling to David Steele, who was a great character. Great character. Always had one or two things to say, but in a friendly way out in the middle. Not sledging or anything. He was just such a lovely man, David. Pulled in one nip back straight into the inside thigh. He looked at me and said, "Oh, thanks, youth. Needed that." just to wake him up. You didn't, David. You didn't really want that at all.
His granddaughter goes to the same school as my daughter.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
I had at sports day. I had an hour chatting to him.
Oh, lovely. Here comes Archer again. Bowls just short of a length. Tucks up Markram. And Archer can pick it up. He was such a character, and he's the sort of person who you looked at him and didn't think that he was going to be a character necessarily. So steely white hair that he had in his early 30s, and he just looked like one of those sort of hard-working cricketers, and he was. I mean, he was a proper old-fashioned sort of a cricketer, but he had a sense of humour. Really did.
But he took the bowlers on, though, didn't he? When he was
pull, he'd hook, drive.
His personality, yeah. Against West Indies,
well, that was against West Indies. Here comes Archer, bowls, and again not quite timed there by Markram. He's going to get runs again, a chase for Cast down towards the Pavilion. That was supposed to have gone out through extra cover or mid-off. Oh, another divot. The groundsman's going to hate this. As Cast again is a big man, and he dived there. They're going to need these implements that they have on polo fields, aren't they, at half-time? Not necessarily the shovels, but they're going to need something that goes around and replaces all the divots in the interval.
Shows how much rain we've had.
16 for no wicket. He was known as Crime, David Steele.
Was it?
Yeah, oh yes. Crime doesn't pay.
Why?
David, he came on tour with us to Zimbabwe as a sort of a guest. I think he probably smoked 25 a day, never bought a packet. He would go out, if it was overnight.
Not out overnight?
Not out, he would take his chewing gum out, and then he'd be batting with, stick it under his seat. and replace it the next morning and just put it back in again. Yeah,
he was still a character at Sports Day. He was chatting away, had a great conversation.
lovely. So Saki bowls outside the off stump. There's another player to miss from Markram. Different day today, I'm afraid, Aiden, and he's playing a shot there that perhaps at Headingley would have gone screaming away through the covers.
Yeah, and also there's a little bit on Sonny Baker. Like he bowled in that game on a flat wicket with no total.
Yeah.
Well, we've learned not much from one game. If he had a bowl today and the ball's nipping around and suddenly he bowls better, but it's obviously got a bit more help in the wicket, well, could have unearthed another. Like he could have got going now.
Exactly.
It seems a very strange decision.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's a poor decision, to be honest. 16 for no wicket. Markram's on 9. And Saki bowls to him, and it slices away a thickish outside edge. But backward point by Bethel. And there's no run. 16 for no wicket. We're in the 4th over. Play beginning 15 minutes late today because of there's some heavy rain this morning. Then there was a cloud burst. Just at a bad time, really, around about 12 o'clock. That just knocked things back a little bit.
We only really know because Ali got it.
Ali got it at the tube station.
He was actually drenched when she came in.
Gosh. 16 for no wicket. Saki bowls down the leg side. That'll be a wide. So Joss Butler there gathers that on his knees. Blue sky over the pavilion, which is nice. South Africa's flag is flopping casually there above their dressing room on the right-hand side of the pavilion as we look at it. A little bit more life in the cross of St George above England's balcony on the left-hand side. Markram waits now as Saki bowls short of a length, tucks him up, laid down to gully. Now I'm looking in the committee room of the pavilion there. Have you got some binoculars with you, Phil? Because our Eleanor Oldroyd, I think, is having a day in there today.
Her day? A day for her?
Well, not entirely exclusively for her, I don't think, but she's on one of the MCC committees, doesn't she? A membership, I think. And so I'm looking at the seat where the Queen always sat when she came, because that would be appropriate for Eleanor, I think. And I'm pretty sure I can see someone wearing a dress there. Well, that's Ellie. I don't know from here because it's a long range. I hope she's enjoying her day. And there's Saki bowls, and he's found at least the gap past point, and another tumbling save down on the boundary keeps them down to 2 runs. So I don't know if that's Eleanor or not in that dress, but anyway, the Queen will sit with the window up. That middle seat there. They're not flying Eleanor's standard. That's the one difference. Of course, when the Queen came, they'd run a flag up. Queen's standard would be raised. I don't think Eleanor's got a standard.
She always just popped in for like 40 minutes before lunch and enjoyed the Lord's lunch.
Well, yeah. See, I think she's getting fed in the committee room.
I was talking about the Queen.
19 for no wicket. Then goes Saki. Bowls out, hits him on the pad, appeal for leg before wicket. Umpire Shafajulul thinks about this and then says no. And we're going to have a consultation here about whether or not they're going to review this. I thought I heard a hardish sound, if I'm honest, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. Harry Brooks having a think. It did swing in. Oh, he's going to review it. Okay. Well, that's interesting.
Well, Simon Mann had the finger up straight away next to me.
It didn't look a bad shout.
We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. I have checked the feed. It's a Fred Libby, front on spin vision, please.
If you're in from the other end, you wouldn't have bothered because that would have been going down the slope. But this end, well, you never quite know. I mean, it looks like it could be leg stumpish at best, but we'll see. Looking at the delivery now at sort of slow motion speed, and it's missing leg stump by about a foot. Simon had his glasses off.
Gap between bat and ball.
No, it didn't hit anything.
No bat involved.
I'm not even sure it's going to be umpire's call on the line of where it's hit the stump.
No, this is a complete miss, surely. Let's have a look.
Pitching in 9. Impact is outside.
The impact's outside.
Okay, I'll go back to Saikathon field.
So apart from the fact
you can say
that the impact is
decision,
outside the off stump
you're
and
on
the ball
screen
would
now,
have missed
you can
leg
see
stump,
none
that's
not
a
out.
pretty good review.
The impact's outside leg stump.
Well, okay.
did look good though, didn't it? I was with Simon. I thought that's going to be close from up here.
Umpire Menon, I should have mentioned there, is the third umpire. Here's the last ball of the fourth over then. Saqib's on his way, bowls. Oh, there's some bounce. That surprised Markram. Lovely ball. Fullish length. Markram on the back foot. Yep, it's a different day today, Aidan Markram. He played magnificently the other day, but he's coming out and, well, he's batting like a man who's on about 100 not out, but he hasn't quite got himself in yet. The ball is doing a bit. 19 for no wicket, 4 overs gone. Markram 11, Rickleton 6. Sir Alistair, some thoughts from you? I've been looking longingly at a Twix. I'm going to go and eat it, and Alison's coming in here.
I mean, so have I. I've been looking at thinking, no, if you're not going to eat it, I will. But actually, the ball has moved a lot. I just wonder. They missed Rickleton, didn't they, with an LBW review at Headingley? And when it does play in your mind as a captain or as players, when you miss one, then you get another opportunity. I know it's a different day. You think, I can't miss another one, but that was clearly missing. Ali, how are you? You must have dried out.
The funniest thing was when I walked in, sort of dripping, and you all turned round to me to say, "Did you see the downpour? The thunder and lightning?" As water was streaming off my umbrella, dripping off my nose. Right, Archer from the pavilion end. And here is Rickleton with 2 slips in place. Archer in, tucked away off his legs, down towards fine leg. Here is Mahmood setting off to his left-hand side to field. They're coming back for the second. Throw into the gloves of Butler. And it's a comfortable 2, so 21 without loss now in this 5th over. Yes, I did have to... it wasn't just me. There was a whole stream of people coming in off the Jubilee line at St John's Wood, walking down the road in an absolute deluge.
Now, Aggers and I were here a little bit earlier, so we could see it. It came from over the pavilion. It absolutely hammered it down. There's nothing better than watching rain, isn't it, when you're inside, perfectly dry.
And it's very cosy. I think my trousers have just about dried. It was one of those downpours that an umbrella makes very little difference. Turned away up through mid-wicket to the wide of mid-on, moves across to his left-hand side to field. Another single taken. So 22 for none. Rickleton on to 9 now. It's been a very slow, steady start, hasn't it, from South Africa, put in by England today. Stark contrast to what we saw at Headingley. But it was overhead conditions that prompted Harry Brook to say, well, we'll bowl first, despite Simon Mann doing his very best to convey the stats. And Temba Bavuma did say, well, yes, the analyst has passed on that information to us, but he still would have bowled as well, he said.
Yeah, but there has been plenty of movement.
Yep.
So it's definitely justifiable to be able to bowl first. You can see the moisture around.
Markram this time gets up on his toes to force this one up towards mid-off. Hasn't really timed it, though, because they're to pick up and there's no run.
You do feel that England need a couple of wickets, though. It is going to flatten out as this ball gets a bit softer. We're talking about a good start. Obviously, Markram, slow start. Markram's 11 or 22. But actually, Rickleton, who didn't get going at Headingley's 9 off. He's only faced 5 balls. And Markram has 17 more balls already. But South Africa, no. I think it's experience that if they can get through this period of play.
Markram on 11, awaits, gets a ball from Archer, he can pull and lift, backwards square for 6. Wow, now that's come out of nowhere. It just sat up and he extended those arms and hit that so cleanly.
He's one of those players, Markram, he's not only a brilliant timer of a cricket ball, he's also such a big lad, so he's got the power as well. And that's flat, and that was a flat 6. I don't reckon he got probably more than 25 foot up in the air, and he's just helped it on his way, like one of those pull shots like Brian Lara used to play at the front leg up. And it's gone flat for 6.
Managed to just about to give it enough loft and helped it over the rope into the mound stand. So 28 without loss, the 5th over still here, and Archer moves in again, Fuller this time down the leg side, and that's a wide signalled by the umpire, taken by Butler, tumbling to his left-hand side. It's the thing, isn't it, when you've moved from, and I think even for spectators watching and us commentating, when you've gone from short-form, fast-paced cricket, even into a 50-over game, it can feel as if, gosh, this is a very slow start, but we're only into the 5th over. There is so much time, and so for these two, yes, they are absorbing. This is what you should expect at the top of an innings. You're allowed to have this bit of time. They're not losing wickets. Yes, it's the power play, and they'll want to capitalise on that. And there are still, we're only into the 5th over, another 5 overs of fielding restrictions here. Archer over the wicket again with a short mid-wicket in catching position this time, but left alone outside the off stump and through to Butler. So just the 1 slip now.
but they're still scoring a decent enough click. Right, I think 5. What's the, well, again, just under 6s, aren't they?
Yeah.
There, so,
Still which is still healthy, though. It doesn't feel explosive, does it? But
it's just trying to work out that math. Is it 6s or 5s?
The great Christopher Martin Jenkins said to me very early in my career, Alison, never try to do mental arithmetic live on the radio. I've stuck with that. That's why we have Phil Long here. Archer moves in here. Full brings a defence from Markram towards mid-off. And no run off the last ball of the over. So we've had 5 now. 29 runs on the board for South Africa. Markram 17 from 25 and Rickleton at 9 from 5 at the moment. So Phil.
Yeah, just a reminder that on Tuesday, Aidan Markram's 50 came off 23 balls, which was the quickest ever 50 by a South African opener in ODIs.
It was a sparkling, punishing innings, wasn't it? And in pursuit of such a low total. Saw a couple of, we had a few England supporters in our hotel overnight after the game, and I did feel for all those who had come for potentially 100 overs of cricket, and they effectively saw the T20, only a little bit more than that, and some people had travelled from the far north, from the south to congregate in Leeds, but suffice to say the bars and restaurants around Headingley did a good trade that evening as we were walking back. Right, Mahmood is in. We've now got switching angles. So he's coming in to bowl around the wicket here to the left-hander. Rickleton beats him immediately, draws him forward. Do you like this switch of attack, Alistair?
Yeah, I was questioning why Archer hadn't done it really, in terms of he hadn't bowled much at Rickleton, but I suppose with the slope you can pitch that one on leg stump, go across. So I understand why from the pavilion end, but definitely Mahmood. I think if just stop that angle, don't you? You stop giving a left-hander any room to free their arms through the offside. There's so much before the ball going across them. So I agree. It's good to come around the wicket.
Slip and a leg slip in place, like a leg gully, as Mahmood is in, pushes that into the left-hander defence again, up towards mid-off. Brook moves in to pick up. The 2 fielders out then. Deep third back and fine leg back in the sunshine. Now, one of those days. Thankfully, no interruption since play began, 15 minutes later than scheduled, but there are pockets of blue up above, some clouds with darker grey, just keeping them hanging in the sky, and some white fluffy ones up there as well. Mahmood sets off across this lush green turf at Lord's, right arm around again, and Rickleton defends from outside that off stump, just angles out towards point. Some fraction of movement still off the surface for Mahmood.
Just a smidge, it's just whether England are just bowled fraction short. So the danger, isn't it? The danger is you don't want to chase it, you don't want to go for glory. One day as a one-day bowler, you can be more defensive, make the batsman do the risk taking. So you just hang in there. But when there's this movement, can they bring them forward? Can they risk the odd drive? All this movement, it's just back of a length. You can adjust a little bit.
England still searching for their first wicket, having won the toss and put South Africa in. Mahmood into Rickleton, that's all full of straighter, back up the pitch, only just past the stumps at the non-striker's ends. They go through for 1, and Archer gets his foot to it to stop it on the edge of the circle. Left end to Brook to pick up. Hope Archer's all right there. He's just paused as he's flung the ball back in. You do need to be a little bit careful when you are using your boot to stop the ball instead of the more conventional hand.
I think they're so concerned, aren't they, with how this outfield has broken up. So a couple of times Brydon Castor's dive, he's taking divots like I do when I hit a driver off the tee, and I totally miss it. But I think they're all a little bit concerned with their footing. So when it was foot, I think he was just laughing that time.
He's taken his position back then at mid-on. Markram 17 from 25, so over the wicket again here to the right-hander. 2 slips back in place. Mahmood is in, back of a length, and finds the outer edge, but it drops safe out towards Duckett in the covers. That's where he wants to be.
It's one of those strange ones. From the angle we're up here, from the media centre, it's like, where's that ball gone? Because it stayed in the air for a long period. It was where it could have gone, felt like it was going to slip, and then it actually ballooned up to, you'd say, silly point, wouldn't it? That kind of line.
We had Duckett running in. Nobody in close enough to make that into even a half chance. But he has induced a false shot, has found an edge. Mahmood in again. Duckett is still there in the covers as Mahmood bowls full, bat and pad, skews away along the ground out towards backward point to be picked up end of the over from Mahmood. So a couple of things in there, the change of angle to the left-hander, finding the outside edge of Markram's bat, but still South Africa keep all wickets intact after 6 overs so far. Here at Lords, England, that one change, which is Saqib Mahmood playing in place of Sonny Baker, who really had a torrid time with the ball. I mean, up against it when there was nothing on the board to defend, which is a rough time to be making an international debut. But we're going to have a first change of bowling here with Bryden Carse coming into the attack then at the pavilion end of the ground. So he's replacing Archer with the score 30 without loss after 6 overs. And we've got a change in commentary up here as well, because T20 World Cup winner Tamal Mills has replaced Sir Alistair Cook. Welcome, Tamal.
Good afternoon, how are we?
Very well, thank you. Here's Carse then from the pavilion end. 2 slips in. Rickleton is facing up. Carse bounds him right arm over, clipped away aerial over mid-wicket up towards the grandstand, and that'll go for 4. Just a couple of bounces, only 3 fielders on that leg side of the ground, and only Smith up inside the circle at mid-wicket had to do a bit of chasing back, but the length from Carse easily picked up on there by Ryan Rickleton, a mere flick away up the slope to Mal.
Yeah, lovely shot, nice bit of timing, full commitment to that, kind of a leg glance, but out the middle, played it aerially, and as you say, no cover out on the boundary on the leg side to start off for Bryden Carse.
Carse moves in, Rickleton forward, defensive push really, only as far as mid-off, and there's no run. You talked at length, didn't you, with Simon about the decision to bowl first by England, so what have you made then of these early exchanges?
Yeah, I think England have bowled well. There definitely has been seam movement for both Archer and Mahmood. I think they've bowled really well. On another day could easily find themselves with a couple of wickets, but I think South Africa have weathered the storm pretty well. Obviously scoring hasn't been overly free. I haven't seen too many boundaries. I know we had one just a couple of balls ago, but South Africa, albeit they'd maybe love another 20 runs on the board, but we'll be very happy to be none down just with the way that the ball is seaming. Haven't seen a lot of swing. It's been mainly off of the seam.
Around the wicket now to Rickleton, and that struck him on the glove. He's just wringing out his right hand a little bit as the hand came off the bat handle, so dot ball dropped into the ground on the leg side. He's calling Markram now for a little chat.
That'll be just to give himself a 5 minute. I think it actually hit him on the mid-drift, yeah, so he's batter's just taking a little 10 seconds, go have a token chat to your mate, just to give yourself a second to catch your breath.
Carse wheels round at the far end of the ground, comes running in, a leap at the crease, trying to come forward again up towards mid-off, and it's another dot ball. And as a bowler, and Sonny Baker left out after that debut, but Brooke was sort of trying to explain, it wasn't he, at the toss around that, well, probably Mahmood would have actually started that first ODI were it not for the fact that he'd only just played in the 100 final.
Yeah, you feel for him, obviously watching at the time, and then in the days since, the one thing you desperately want to do is play again, and you want to get back out there, and you want to improve those interpretations of yourself. It's your debut, you played for England, something that he's dreamed about for most of his life.
One of the slips has moved out here. It's beating the bat past the outside edge and through to the keeper. It's a terrific delivery from Carse. Packing that offside at the moment. Catches inside the ring on the offside.
Yeah, so Sonny Baker would have been desperate to have another game. And to be fair, bowling, at Headingley on what was a good wicket. I think England obviously just batted very poorly. It was a good batting wicket. It's traditionally a very good batting wicket. So to go out there, only 130 runs on the board against Aidan Markram, who was looking to get it done in a hurry, it was a tough situation to make your debut in.
Rickleton awaits, defends, drops the ball into the offside square of the wicket, picked up, and there's no run.
Yeah, so you feel for him. Then a couple of days later, obviously left out. As you say, I think the way that Harry Brook spoke to us at the toss, it did sound like that, plan A, all things being equal, Saqib would have played ahead of Sonny in that first game at Headingley, but just the way that it's shaken out, they've now had to reverse roles. So yeah, I'm sure he'll be sat doing 12th man or on the balcony wherever he is right now, just desperate to get back out there, because you never know when your next game for England's going to be. Yeah. He's not involved in the T20 series, I don't believe, against South Africa. He's in the Ireland series.
He's in the Ireland series.
So hopefully he gets another opportunity there, but you want to do right the wrongs of your first game for sure.
Saqib Mahmood is continuing. 34 without loss after 7 overs now. Bowling to Markram over the wicket, and he leaves this one alone. Raises that bat high, having taken a big stride forward, and it goes through to Butler. I wonder whether Baker knew that, Saqib, like there was a plan, we're not going to play Saqib this first match, you'll play this one, but then we will look to bring Saqib for the second, or whether he just wouldn't know and would have been waiting, thinking, hoping, will I get another chance? And then he's got that disappointment.
Yeah, I can't imagine he'd know, because if he'd have taken 5 for 15, you can't really drop him for the next game. So, I don't think they'd have communicated. They might have thought that, obviously, behind the scenes, but I can't imagine they'd have communicated that beforehand.
Mood moves in smoothly past the umpire. A little click of bat pad. Ball runs out towards the offside. Bethel there at point. With half strangled cry from Mahmood in his follow through.
Looked good so far, hasn't he, Saqib Mahmood? Done for 11 from his 3.2. He's found a good bit of movement both ways. That time just seaming the ball up the slope here at Lords, but he's found seam movement the other way as well. Struck the batters in and around the thigh pads. Had fair to say, a poor use of a referral for an LBW shout that was going a decent way down the leg side, but he's troubled the South Africa openers so far.
Yep, England only one review after they lost that one. Mahmood in outside the off stump, left alone by Markram in the sunshine, goes down through to Butler, very low this time. In Saqib Mahmood, it's always good to see him, have a good run of games and a strong season, because you know all about bowler injuries, and Saqib Mahmood has come through his fair share of stress fractures, hasn't he, over a long period of time, and missing entire seasons. 2023 he was out, wasn't he, for the entirety?
Yeah, he missed pretty much 2 years on the spin. I think he got injured. He and Liam Livingstone got injured in the same blast game, the second game of a back-to-back in the summer, but wasn't anything too bad, and he's clearly fully fit now, which is great to see.
On full and off stump, forward defence from Markram, getting head right over the ball.
It's sunny now, isn't it, where Simon wasn't happy with the toss and the choice of England to have a bowl, and it is blue skies and sunshine at the moment. There is clouds kind of in the distance, and I'm sure we'll get overcast periods of play as we go through, won't we? But at the moment it's looking very, very nice if you're two South Africans well set out in the middle here at Lords.
I think it's going to be one of those days where if you're sitting in the shade, you probably need a jumper. But if you're in the sun and the sun comes out, you'll be sitting there peeling off the layers. Mahmood pauses at the end of his mark and then sets off. Markram 17 from 31. Plays at that one, bottom edge into the ground though. It's left there for Gully to move forward to pick up. Saqib Mahmood with his hands on his knees, leaning forward. He's found the edge a couple of times of Markram's bat. Studies that edge as well, suspiciously. And rehearses a shot on the edge of the pitch. Phil Long.
Just the one run off Saqib Mahmood's last 13 deliveries.
Very miserly. Let's keep the pressure on at this end. I hope that might then perhaps that bowling in partnerships might induce assist cast at the other end if they feel they really need to try and go after him or play some bigger shots. Here is Mahmood in again up past the umpire, full driven. Finds though Duckett inside that ring at cover. Straight to him and a clean piece of fielding, so 8 overs gone. A maiden from Mahmood. Score remains 34 without loss. Markram 17 from 33. Rickleton 14 from 15. Temba Bavuma will be due in next for South Africa, their captain. And then somebody I'm very much looking forward to watch bat Tamal is Matthew Bretsky.
Yep.
Who I haven't seen much of live as yet, but he's absolutely... Well, he's been a brilliant run of form and performed really well for Northants in the Blast, helping them to get to the quarters. I think they were a little bit gutted that he picked up a bit of a hamstring niggle when he went off to play internationally for Australia, but then was called up into the South Africa squad for here anyway. Northants now through to finals day, of course.
Yeah, that was a brilliant game last night. My old mate Ravi won an excellent 100.
Amazing. Cast bounding in around the wicket, chip back over the head of the bowler down towards the pavilion for 4. Almost lost the white ball in the bright sunshine then. And it's straight back over Cars's head, just a little chip. Moves the scoreboard along swiftly.
Lovely bit of timing, full of length from Bryden Cars, good pace, and as you say, Rickleton just punching it straight back over the bowler's head out the middle of his bat. Knew that he wasn't going to be needed to run, so just they're starting to increase the rate slightly. South Africa, that's the ball just maybe softens a little bit, not doing quite as much as it did in the first few overs.
Keeping that slip in place, beats the bat that time. Delivery that was on the rise through to Butler. It's a little shorter in length, and Rickleton rehearses almost as if to try and work that into the leg side, the slope towards the grandstand. But moved away as well.
Yeah, moved away quite considerably. It's a wobble seam delivery from Bryden Cast. He's bowling right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Ryan Rickleton, and that ball bounced and left Rickleton, who played a kind of three-quarters shot, not quite a cut shot, not quite a back foot drive, but still a little bit there on offer for the bowlers.
Around the wicket again, can he produce something similar, angled away towards point? Finds Bethel, no run. I mean, that's quite the delivery to the left-hander, isn't it? That one that comes from the angle around the wicket, and then if you can get it to move away.
Yeah, because when you're bowling around the wicket, same for a left armer like myself, bowling to right-handers, you keep all three forms of dismissal in play. You feel like you can target the stumps and obviously get bowled in LBW, and then if there is any movement from straight, you back yourself to be at the outside edge. So it's quite often you see, especially in white ball cricket, bowlers come around the wicket early just to try and keep all three forms of dismissal in.
Rickleton is on 18, Cass is in, clipped towards Archer at mid-on, he moves in, shies at the stumps, hits the stumps, but
oh no,
home, it's going to be overthrows. Oh no, it's running away towards the boundary as well, towards the mound stand for 4, and Archer has his head in his hands. Was it necessary to throw down the stumps? In the meantime though, who was that backing up? Is that Bethel getting up? I think it's Bethel,
yeah. So what happened, Jofra Archer had a shot at the stumps, and as a bowler I'm generally in the camp of don't throw it, there's no point, but he threw it, he hit the stumps, and to be fair, there were 3-4 England fielders in the vicinity to back it up, and it was unfortunate that Jacob Bethel just slipped as he went to back up, and he would have fielded the ball easily. There was the man was there, and Bethel, I guess with the rain that we've had, there'll be little parts of the outfield that might be a bit greasy, and he just slipped, and the ball unfortunately went past him. So Bryden Cast gets an unusual 5 to his figures.
Rather spoils this over for him. And he goes again over the wicket here, skewing away, slightly opening the face of the bat. Bethel gets a warm applause here for fielding that to his left from backward point, and Harry Brook then goes over to him to give him a little low tap. I suppose not everybody notices that you slipped in the field, they just see that you're left on your front and the ball's whistled away behind you, but hopefully they would have seen on the replay if they hadn't caught it in the moment. Breeze blowing quite down the ground at the moment. Keep an eye on those flags on the pavilion turrets. It's a little bit swirly and gusty. Now it's blowing towards the mound stand, outside edge of a leading edge. Duckett there in the covers to pick up. End of the over from Cass. So yeah, more expensive one with the overthrows, but 43 on the board. We are an over away from the power play, so 9 gone.
Yes, strange wind because you got on the pavilion the flags blowing one way, and at the top of the mound stand the flag blowing in the opposite. So maybe a bit of a swirling wind here at Lord's today, but the most important thing, got bright sunshine, and as we stand a full day's play ahead, going to be Saqib Mahmood, who's going to continue bowling down below us, bowling around the wicket to Ryan Rickleton, who's on 23 from 19. He started really well.
And Simon Mann's going to pick up commentary with you, Tamal.
Thank you very much, Alison. So here is Saqib then, from the nursery end into bowl to Rickleton. And Rickleton drives firmly. It's down the ground, it's a nice shot, that's going for 4. Beautifully played by Ryan Rickleton. He's an emerging player in this South African lineup. Not much applause greeted that shot from the partisan crowd at Lord's today. He's playing his 14th one-day international today, Rickleton. And South Africa 47 for no wickets. Hard to imagine that this morning it was absolutely lashing it down. The sort of rain we haven't seen all summer really in London. The fields were very brown about a week ago, but they're quite green. Here's Saqib bowling round the wicket to Rickleton, and plays that with just a hint of a leading edge up towards Harry Brook, fielding it mid-off, and there's no run. It's noticeable that Brook is next to his bowl, and was during the West Indies series as well, rather than fielding in the slip. So I think Root and Jacks were fielding there earlier with the 2 slip catches, and allows Brook to have a chat with his bowler on his way back. Of course, we'd had that situation when Joss Butler was captain, where you're a long way away. Those sort of communication issues with your bowler, you want to get something over to him, you have to run all the way down. So Jax is silly mid-on now, roots in at slip, and here is Saki bowling, and Rickleton plays it to silly mid-on, where it's picked up by Jax away to his left-hand side, and there is no run. 47 for no wicket. Rickleton 27, Markram on 17. Some cloud cover over London, but also some blue sky as well, and the forecast set fair for later on, apparently from about 4 or 5 o'clock, clear skies, so they promise us anyway.
So maybe England have gone the long-term forecast. They'll be batting at 4 o'clock under the perfect blue skies on a good wicket for a run chase later.
Yeah,
is that the thinking?
Well, it could be.
Have we dropped the stats, Phil, about the percentages of bat and bowling first? Have we already mentioned that earlier in the piece?
Here is Saqib bowling. Forward goes Rickleton, plays it defensively up towards mid-off, where it's picked up by Brooke, and there's no run.
It was the first thing you said when you came through the door this morning, wasn't it, Simon?
It's about first pitch at Lord's.
First and win, yeah.
But someday, I also made this point at the start of the programme, somewhere along the line, in a one-day international, possibly today, in the future, a team is going to win batting second. It's not impossible to win batting second, but the trend has been the last decade that you win by batting first here at Lord's. And England putting South Africa into bat. Rickleton waits, slip in, and Saqib goes in, right arm round, bowls full, he drives powerfully, beats the diver Brooke at mid-off, it's up towards the long off boundary, and there is South Africa's half-century opening stand. Another one, they managed this at Leeds the other day, this one more sedate. It's come from the penultimate ball of the power play. So 9.5 overs, the two batters meet in mid-pitch to congratulate one another. And a nice looking shot from Rickleton.
Yeah, lovely, and there's been a few straight drives now from either end of Kars and Mahmood, and with both bowlers operating around the wicket, it brings the straight drive into play a bit more, because when you're bowling around the wicket, you tend to bowl fuller and at the stumps, and that angle is coming straight at the batter, so it leans itself into playing but straight again, as when you stay over, you have the angle going across.
Saqib bowls, that's full, it's driven up towards Brooke, not really timed, a chip drive almost there from Rickleton. It's picked up by Brooke at mid-off, and there's no run. It's the end of the over, so 10 gone, it's the end of the power play. South Africa 51 for no wicket. I think they'll be reasonably happy with that after being put in. Expectation, the hope when you put a side in is to pick up a couple of wickets in the power play. It has not happened. England have threatened it on occasions, but these two openers have battled well and also played 3 or 4 fine strokes as well. I think the pick of them was that 6 from Markram off Jofra Archer.
Yeah, I agree. I think South Africa will be really happy. I think losing the toss, Timber Bavuma at the toss did say to us that he probably would have bowled first as well, but as we know, the stats say do bat first here at Lord's. The wicket looks good, it's not covered in fresh live green grass, so the sun's out at the moment, and whilst it did nip her out for the first 4 or 5 overs, both Archer and Saqib Mahmood did find seam movement and beat the bat on numerous occasions. To be 51 for none, I think South Africa will be very happy.
There's Bryden Cast bounding into bowl to Markram. Markram squared up by that one, goes off a thickish outside edge down towards deep third, and they're through for a somewhat fortuitous single. Markram moves to 18, South Africa to 52 for no wicket.
Yeah, and just to remind people, the game that didn't follow the pattern of bat first and win the game was a little game against New Zealand here back in 2019.
Well, some would say it's a game that should have done, actually. It should have followed the pattern. 52 for no wicket. What have you seen on the screen, Tamal? I can see a whole load of numbers and figures. I can't decipher and work out what the message is, the main message.
Well, it's not good, really, if you're an England supporter. It's just bowling averages and run rates in the power play.
Cast bowls round the wicket and defended by Rickleton, short of mid-on, short of Archer, and he runs with the stroke and picks up a single. Archer tried to swoop on it, but Rickleton was quick. One more, 53 for no wicket.
Hopefully it pops back up so we can reference it again, but yeah, so England in the power play since 2024 have been averaging 43 with the ball and going at a run rate of 6 and over, which to my eyes is their top of both categories. No, top of the run rates and the most expensive bowling side in the last 2 years, and I think second most expensive,
in terms of
second highest average
in terms of taking wickets.
Yes.
Yeah, they've been poorest at taking wickets, second poorest at taking wickets, behind Zimbabwe. Here's Cast bowling to Markram. Markram forces that away. It's a lovely looking shot. It was one of those that if he'd hit that in the power play and split the field on the offside with no fielder back on the deep cover boundary, you'd be purring at that shot, but he only gets one for it because England have a boundary rider now. It's Ben Duckett out there, so it's only a single to Markram. Moves to 19.
So that's something that obviously England will want to improve on. Obviously, Jofra Archer bowled really, really well up at Headingley, whilst runs were going at the other end. But I think this England team lacks an obvious swing bowler, doesn't it, that we've had in the past?
Pass behind the wicket, bowls to Rickleton, who flicks that away, a wristy flick down towards deep third. Ball outside the off stump. Rashid's there, sends in return to Butler. Another single, 55 for no wicket. 11th over, Rickleton to 33. Markram's on 19.
Think of the likes of David Willey and Chris Wokes, who really fulfilled a specific role in the ODI side in the years gone by, in the previous regime, where they'd bowl, maybe seven up top and swing the ball. This England side is a much more hit the deck bowler, whilst Archer and Mahmood can swing the ball. They're more hit the pitch and look for seam movement bowlers.
Cast bowls to Markram. Markram defends on the back foot, plays it quietly up towards mid-on. It's intercepted by Jacks before it gets there, so no run that time. 55 for no wicket. Well, from memory, about Chris Wokes, he was the one that got them going in that World Cup semi-final 2019 against Australia, taking wickets inside the power play on his home ground at Edgbaston. That was kind of like the high watermark for this England one-day side. I put that as their best ever one-day performance, pound for pound. His cast bowling, it's full, it's driven, not really timed by Markram, goes up towards mid-on, where it's picked up by Jofra Archer, away to his left. And there is no run. It's the end of the over, 11 gone.
That was a game was Roy came out then and destroyed Aussies to
and Bairstow as well, yeah. And they got on with it, won the games comfortably, hammered the Australians in a World Cup semi-final to hammer the Australians. But since then, the final was a nervy. I had a great finish, but it was kind of like a horrible match, really. I think Mark Wood said that afterwards. He said, it was a horrible game. I didn't enjoy any of it, really. Well, at the end, they enjoyed the end of it, but it wasn't a nice game to play in. And since then, England really have been on the decline, and they've got another World Cup in a couple of years' time, 50-over World Cup. Very few of these players play much 50-over cricket now, as we know. And they're a team who are descending the rankings. They beat the West Indies 3-0, but there was a situation where it wasn't impossible, and it still isn't impossible. They'd have to qualify for the World Cup, and that's incredible, isn't it, to think of that?
Yeah.
And they probably won't.
Yeah, but
it's not impossible, though. Here's Archer round the wicket, bowling to Rickleton. Rickleton has a big swish at that one. Might have been a slower ball. Went through almost on the second bounce through to Butler as he missed that, Rickleton. 55 for no wicket, start of the 12th over.
It'd be interesting to watch, I guess, in one aspect. We speak about how 50-over cricket now outside of the tournaments lacks any jeopardy. Well, there's some jeopardy for you, isn't there? If all of a sudden you have a series against Zimbabwe or whatever it might be to try and get yourself in.
Here's Archer bowling on the hip there. Rickleton nudged away past the square leg umpire, who steps out of the way towards deep square leg, and they're through for a single. So England are 8th at the moment. The qualification process is that South Africa and Zimbabwe qualify automatically as hosts. I think it's in the top 9 in the rankings. England are 8th at the moment, just above the West Indies. Bangladesh are in 10th. So if England keep on losing, then potentially pressure builds. There's a cut-off point, I think March 2027. Archer bowls full. It's driven beautifully for 4 by Markram, past mid-off. Full flowing stroke through the offside. Glorious shot from Aidan Markram. Quite wide and full from Archer, invited the stroke, and Markram dispatched it.
Yeah, that's a beautiful shot. Just as you draw it up, cover drive, just leaning into it, sign that this pitch is a good one. Jofra Archer slightly full. Markram feeling confident, get that front pad right down the pitch and just punches it with authority through the gap between mid-off and cover.
60 for no wicket. Markram on 23. Archer goes in, bowls to him on his pads, turned away. That might be 4 as well. It will be. Down to the fine leg boundary. So Archer perhaps just adjusting there, sliding it towards leg stump, and Markram with a leg glance down towards the visitors' dressing room. Picks up another boundary. This is getting a bit worrying for England, this. 64 for no wicket, having put South Africa into bat.
Sorry, I was just saying, Ravi Bopara has just appeared at the back of the box.
He's got a big smile on his face. I wonder why. Shake hands with Ravi. Well played, Ravi, last night. Here's Archer. Bowling to Markram, and he's forced that for 4 as well. Off the back foot, square with the wicket, down the hill towards the Taman stand. Fine shot. Well, we've seen the best of Markram in this over. 1 extra cover drive, 1 leg glance, and 1 forcing stroke off the back foot, square with the wicket. 68 for no wicket, just using the pace there.
Yeah, I was just going to say, interesting that to Markram they only had 3 fielders outside of the circle, so you're allowed 4, and Harry Brook choosing to only have third man, fine leg and deep square, so all the fielders on the offside aside from third man were up in the ring. That fielder has now since been plopped back out onto the deep cover boundary.
And another sweeper down there now. So Markram on 31, he's catching Rickleton up and he drives down the ground, and more runs from here. It's a push drive, it might be stopped, it's heading up towards the long off boundary, and it's knocked back just inside the rope. Some relay fielding, Mahmood hurls the ball in. It's Harry Brook who gave it maximum effort there, sprinting towards the rope and knocking it back. But Markram, I was watching the ball, but I assume he came back for 3 there. Yes, he did. So 71 for no wicket. So Archer, that was a comeback over from Jofra Archer. 16 runs off it. 16 runs off the over. So he's gone 4 overs for 35. And it's 71 for no wicket after 12 overs. Yeah, so congratulations to Ravi and his team. Steelback's victory last night at the Oval by 7 runs. It was a good game, wasn't it?
It was a great watch.
Yeah.
Look, obviously I've known Rav a long time. Great to see him smashing the Surrey boys around all parts of the Oval. I must say the outfield looked absolutely sodden. That game didn't, well, if I'm being completely honest, didn't look like it should have been played. That first innings looked very wet in the outfield.
Cast bowls. It's driven by Markram. Oh, it goes through the hands of Bethel at backward point. That's a bonus run there for Markram. Deflected towards Duckett at deep cover. 1 more. 72 for no wicket. They say T20 is a young man's game, but Ravi made it look like an old man's game last night. Not that he's that old. I mean, he's
40 now.
Yeah, I know he is. Yeah. I wish I was 40.
I don't.
Markram on 35. Rickleton on 34. So the first team in finals day, and there's 3 more quarterfinals coming up later in the week, and we'll have coverage of those on 5 Sports Extras. Cast bowls, and that's a better delivery, going down the slope, bounced a bit. Rickleton trying to force it away, missed it, past the outside edge and through to Butler. And Rickleton's response to that is to come down the pitch and find some debris on it. And that ball must have hit that bit of debris, picked something up and threw it off the pitch.
Cast has found a bit of bounce consistently from the pavilion end so far. Obviously he's a big tall bowler who hits the pitch hard, but seems to be getting a little bit of lift from the pavilion end, so still a little bit to think about for the South African batters.
Cass rushing into bowl on off stump, defended by Rickleton this time towards mid-off, and there is no run, right on target there. Bryden Cass will be a part of England's Ashes pace bowling battery, but there's a spot in there now for somebody. Jamie Overton presumably would have been part of it. It's difficult to quite know how they're going to play it with the Ashes. They've got the Lions going there as well. How many pace bowlers do you want? How many do you need? You feel you need to get you through a series? Cast bowls, defended by Rickleton into the offside, but into a small gap to the left of Bethel at backward point. So 1 more. 73 for no wicket. Who comes into it then? Is it Matty Potts, do you think?
Yeah, potentially. The tricky thing, and this is me just thinking as a franchise cricketer, is the issue you have is there's a lot of franchise cricket going on over the winter, and as we've seen, Jamie Overton has chosen to focus on that as opposed to being in the Ashes squad itself. But there also might be a situation or two where the ECB might be wanting a few guys to go on this Lions tour, to be in Australia, to be in and around the England side should something happen. Whereas the players themselves might not be overly keen on that.
Cast bowls to Markram, who covers up, plays it towards silly mid-off. England have a field of position and there is no run.
I know there's certainly been cases in the last few years where players have turned down Lions tours because there's franchise opportunities available. So I'm not saying, I'm not speaking from any knowledge that I have here, but with England having 2 squads in Australia essentially for the best part of a month or so before however long the Lions are staying out there, there could be a few players that have a decision to make. Do they want to be in Australia on the off chance somebody gets injured and they make themselves into the Ashes squad?
Cast to Markram again, straight ball. Markram covers up. It's not been a bad over actually, this from Bryden Cast. 2 runs off it, 73 for no wicket, 13 overs bowled. Markram 35, Rickleton 35.
So Potts, for example, could well be, he's clearly not in that first batch of kind of selectors in the minds of selector in terms of from what we've seen. He's kind of been overtaken, hasn't he, it seems, in the Test squad, but they certainly would probably want him in the Lions squad if he's not on the Ashes squad. But if he gets an offer to go and play in the SA20 or whatever it might be, he's going to have a decision to make, and it'd be interesting to see where people fall in that regard. Sam Cook's one that I know has turned down franchise opportunities to do the Lions in previous years, with an eye on getting in, with the Test side.
Overton's decision to pull out made me sort of think about the Oval Test match and who could have played if he'd not played, because England had injuries, didn't they? And here's Archer bowling. Oh, that's high up in the air. Now Butler's underneath this. He should take the catch. He's coming down eventually, and he does take it, falling forward. Rickleton's on his way. He was looking to swat that end to the leg side. Got it high up on the bat, top edge-ish, and Butler just had to wait. A steepling catch. It was up there such a long time, and England finally have their first wickets. Come at the start of the 14th over. Archer's got the wicket, and it's Rickleton who is on his way. Butler waited and waited and waited. It's one of those with the gloves on, you should catch. He almost misjudged it, took it falling forward in the end, but happy to hold on. 73 for 1.
Yeah, Archer expensive in his first over back since swapping ends, but Harry Brook keeps him in to give him another go and was rewarded with a wicket. That ball essentially went vertical, didn't it? It went straight up in the air, went high. Rickleton himself pretty much started walking off, predicting the inevitable, but everybody else in the stadium knew that it was going to be a difficult catch, and Josh Butler having to adjust at the last minute, as you say, to fall forward. But a welcome breakthrough for England. They found it tough going so far, and the South African captain, Temba Bavuma, comes out to the crease.
I wonder how high it went. So you do the measurement on it. You see this in franchise cricket. It's gone for 6. Oh, it's an 80-metre 6 or whatever. I mean, it felt as if it went. If it had gone flat, it probably would have gone for 6. That's how high it went. Anyway, Butler had so much time to think about it and take the catch, and England have that first wicket. So Temba Bavuma, 3 months ago on this ground, played an important innings in the World Test Championship final to help his side towards victory, and another man that day who was instrumental in South Africa's victories, Aidan Markram. He made 100, and he's 35 on that. The two of them are reunited, and I've been reunited with Ebony Rainford-Brent.
Hello, Simon. Well, first of all, I was looking forward to sitting down here if there was no wickets on the board.
Why is that, Ebs?
Because you obviously have been kicking off all day about why have England bowled first, and it has taken a long time to get that wicket, and not in the fashion that we would expect if there was a bit of movement with the conditions. It's been tough going to get that breakthrough. So maybe now things will turn a little bit for England.
All right, yeah, although South Africa 73 for 1 at the start of the 14th over. Archer bowls to Bavuma, steepling delivery outside the off stump, and Bavuma lifts the gloves and allows it to go through to Butler.
So you're a stats man, right?
I just think
you would always go.
All I would say is you look at them and think, well, that's interesting. Why is it that so many games have been won by the team batting first in one-day internationals? Perhaps the pitches here have been great. I don't know. I'm trying to work out why it might be that those stats are so heavily weighted in favour of the teams batting first. But you look at them and you think, well, if you win the toss, here's Archer bowling. It's defended by Bavuma into the onside. If you do win the toss, then perhaps think about batting first.
Yeah, it's a tough call. I think there's always that balance, especially with the analysts and the guys who provide the information, of what do you take and what do you park. And analysts have to be quite smart actually what they give captains and coaches. You don't want to give too much information, but there are some key stats that would be there, and that would have been there. Even Temba Bavuma said that was.
You do play the day, don't you? You've got to play the day in the conditions. Of course you have. I totally understand that. Archer bowls and Bavuma gets tangled up there, but manages to turn it away into the onside, and there's no run. But I do distinctly remember the weather, that Australia game here last year, being very similar to today, with some rain around in the morning, and it was an obvious bowl first
and then it cleaned up,
and they did, but then England got, I think, 312, and Australia made about 120.
The chasing is hard.
Well, it would suggest, wouldn't it? I mean, you've got to get runs on the board, so if South Africa get a decent score, then you think that might be a challenge for England in these sort of peculiar Lord's conditions. That match was played towards the end of September. Here's Archer bowling, damped away by Bavuma towards backward point. The game before that, England beat New Zealand by 100 runs. That was middle of September, 15th.
The other thing psychologically is you win the toss and you decide you're going to bowl to make the most of the conditions, and then you haven't taken a wicket in that first 10, and you're now thinking we've missed any opportunity that we got from that toss, and you kind of feel behind the game knowing what the stats say about chasing. So it already throws you off if you don't get those breakthroughs. So there's a lot of work to do here.
Archer looking to do it. He's picked up one wicket. He's bowling to Bavuma, trying to put him under pressure early on, and Bavuma gets off the mark on back foot, pushing that away wide of mid-off. So he's underway, out for 6 in that opening game at Headingley, but the damage was done by the time he came to the crease. So 74 for 1. Markram has 35. Bavuma has 1. They've had 14 overs of this second one-day international. South Africa, they win it, they'll win the series, and that'll be some feather in their cap if they were able to beat England and Australia away in back-to-back series. Jonathan Agnew's going to pick up the commentary.
Aggers will step in a moment. It looks like England are just searching for wickets here. They've got that first, maybe not in the fashion, it wasn't sort of the movement that caused the challenge. Aggers, and now they're going to turn to spin.
Yes, well, it's a nicely placed game so far, isn't it? After this very odd game up at Headingley, my word, and Bavuma there just gave his wicket away, and he seemed determined to get out. So South Africa rather needlessly lost wickets at the end, but they're in a good position here, going at about 5.5 and over. Adil Rashid bowled well at Headingley, as well as anybody could do up there, really, in those circumstances. He's coming on from the pavilion end, so the slope will help his googly, his wrong one that he bowls a lot of in this form of the game. We've got 2 on the leg side boundary, 2 on the off. Rashid bowls, and that's a scooped away over Bavuma's shoulder, and the diminutive South African captain scuttles up to the far end. They could come back for 3 actually. That's good running from Markram. A little paddle over his shoulder. So 3 runs then, and takes South Africa to 77 for 1. Sun's trying to come out. Been a bit of a battle for it today, to be honest. Some heavy storms around, but trying its best now. And we might get this exciting moment after 34 overs for the first time, in which they select the ball. We haven't seen that, have we? So there's 2 new balls at the moment. It's one of the new regulations that's been brought into one-day international cricket. Here's the next one, and that's played back firmly to Rashid, and there's no runs. So after 34 overs, the fielding side chooses which ball it wants to continue with, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I'm like you, Ags. I'm quite excited to see how that's going to work out. You know,
say this from start to finish.
This is going to be dramatic.
So say this again. So you get your 2 balls.
Who's not read her press releases from the ICC?
I missed it. I did miss it.
You get too many emails from it. It's your problem. Here's Markram playing off the back foot down to long off. Oh yes, this is exciting moment. So there's all been the question of the 2 new balls,
of course,
being used throughout the match, or at least through the innings, 1 at each end. Well, in order to give the bowlers a little bit more of a chance and not get plundered quite so much at the end of the innings, they've decided after 34 overs that they're only going to use 1 ball.
Okay.
So, i.e., it's going to get softer. There's Rashid bowling. There's appeal for a catch behind. He's out. Bavuma just pushing forward. Has just edged a catch through to Buttler, and South Africa's captain fails again. This time not as self-induced as it was up at Headingley. That was just pushing forward It looked innocuous from here. We're behind him, so it's difficult to see if it actually did very much. Let's have a look. Oh, it has turned enough. But Butler was there to take the catch. And that's a nice piece of bowling from Rashid, who's so effective in this form of the game. Masterful spinner.
Beautiful wicket there. He's never afraid to give it a bit of air, and had to go that bit fuller to temper Bavuma, and he just got it right, didn't he? Just in that business end, and got him flirting around with one. Always good to get the captain, and now a couple of wickets pretty close.
Yeah, they're going to have a drinks break by the look of it. I was a bit alarmed there to see Harry Brook sprinting for the pavilion in a manner that you sometimes see people in other parts of the world in a moment of crisis. But actually he's going to have a drinks break, so he's heading off to the dressing rooms for that, and the ground staff have appeared. So anyway, everybody, so now they're going to have one ball.
So just to slow things down, make it harder to get away.
So it doesn't get,
I mean, I'm not here.
A bit more of a chance. So
I like the ball flying toward parts.
Well, yes, but they've decided it's too much. It's too loaded, so the fielding captain will choose the ball that they want to use for the remaining overs. But why it's 34? That's interesting. That's 16 overs, isn't it? Why is it 34 and not 35? Which, for me, just seems a bit more of an organised number, doesn't it? The last 15 overs, a bit strange, but
it does feel strange. But
after 34, it is.
Okay.
I would imagine it's so. There's been 17 overs from each end. So it's this is the sort of logic that I expect from you, Phil. I only just thought of it on the spot.
So both balls have had the same amount of use. There you are, see? That's why we employ people like Phil.
But the reason we're excited, Eb, is because we sat there and discussed it at Headingley on Tuesday, and of course neither team's got anywhere near 34 overs.
Never got there. And never were in danger of getting there. So I wonder what'll happen. Will there be some sort of signalling, do you think? Will there a conference? I wonder how it's going to happen.
Is there a new sign? Obviously we've got the 4-6 signs, the power play.
We're going to wait and see. I mean, do they juggle the balls? What are they going to do with them? I mean,
do they bring out a crystal ball and say which ball?
Yeah. So the captain presumably will have a ball in each hand, and he will just
feel some magic.
Yeah, and I guess he'll ask the bowlers, which ones do you fancy? I mean, there's going to be quite a little meeting going on.
Expecting a sort of hum as well while holding them. I'm excited.
Oh, I'm excited about this. And then what happens to the other one?
But isn't the only thing I would say about records? So you think about the exciting how many 300 plus 400 big scores that you sometimes see in ODIs. This could stem that by 20-30 runs.
Could do.
Which then kind of can affect statistics historically that we've looked at.
Well, that's a very good point. Very good point. I don't know if they considered that or not. But I mean, so I think the fourth umpire will have to come out, and he'll have to take the other one off, won't he? There'll be some sort of this moment.
Then what if a ball gets hit out in the stands? Then do they reuse?
Then he has to go out again, I suppose, and he has to reappear.
But I mean, would he then use the ball?
I think they have to use the one they've been using, wouldn't they? Unless it's like in the 48th over, and that ball's only 35 or 34 overs old.
Then you can't use, okay.
Well, it's going to be dramatic. Whatever happens, it's going to be exciting. And for the first time, we'll see it. I rather hope I'm on commentary then, because I shall enjoy that. 78 for 2, and Rashid bowls to the new batsman, who is Britsky. I think we've settled on Britsky, who's playing today ahead of Dazorzi, who nasty hamstring injury. So it's his 5th game. Right-handed, very squatting stance, and he's on the back foot there. So Rashid playing the ball into the offside as far as Brook, who's back on the field again. And that's the end of a successful over for England. 78 for 2. 15 overs have been completed. It's always nice if they can get a drinks break in at the fall of a wicket. It sort of keeps things moving along a bit, doesn't it? And the crowd applaud. And I must say that empty area of the grandstand from earlier has now filled up. So whether there was, I don't know, a broken down bus or something containing all of those people in it on the motorway or something, but they're here now.
Filling up. It's pretty much near full now.
Yeah, it looks like it. Just a few in the bandstand, but they might be in the bar. Archer continues.
It's been a long spell today.
He is. Looks good too. Looks very fit. So, and there's not quite the sort of the crossed fingers of hope that he's going to be all right about him now either. He just looks like he's got rhythm, and he's looking very good. Markham on 36. Archer runs in, bowls to him. It's on the off stump, and to guide that to third man. Can't beat Bethel though. backward point.
Yeah, you mentioned Matthew Britsky in his 5th ODI for South Africa. He's made 50 in each of his previous 4 appearances, the first player ever to do that on their first 4 games. His scores 150, 83, 57 and 88.
Well, he's in a bit of form then, isn't he? But you'll find this pitch is just doing a little bit more than maybe there were in those games. Cover comes a bit closer. Markham played so well at Headingley. Waits now as Archer scurries in, bowls to him and defends that one, and it's fielded at cover by Joe Root. Haven't seen much of him today. He's kept quite a low profile. Fielding there in the covers. And there's no run. 78 for 2. The run rate has come down a little. It's now basically exactly 5. So still a good foundation here for South Africa. So Archer again moves in, glides in, bowls. Well, he bowls a bouncer, and I'm not sure if Markham intended that or not. He's just paddled it around the corner. It's gone for 4. Archer's laughing. Which he often does at rather strange moments, I find, with Archer. Like when he bowls a wide, he often laughs, and that looked to me to be rather a good bouncer. No, but he's just paddled that. I don't think he meant to get it quite as edgily as that. It's gone for 4, and Archer's got his hands on his hips, he's having a laugh. I mean, he'll consider that was a fluky shot, wouldn't he?
Yeah, it was a cheeky shot, wasn't he? I think he was going to pull out, and then at the last moment saw it and thought, let me just try and ride it. Did it well.
But he's got 4 runs. Archer again moves in, bowls to him. Well, that's a lovely drive. He does play this cover drive very well. And that runs out to that deep cover boundary. There's a fielder there, so they can only take 1 run. He's a spectacular driver, a sort of a puncher of the ball. Hits it very hard. 83 for 2 in the 16th over of the second one-day international. Ball return to Archer from Brook. He's just saying something there. Archer wants maybe a field change or something. He's got a bowl to Britsky.
His line's been really impressive today.
Yeah. So what have we got? We haven't got a slip for the new batsman. There's a third man, deep point to Archer. Runs in, bowls to Britsky, who plays that quite late into the offside. Bethel can field. Moving to his right at point. And there is no run. And the umpire's going to have a look here. Umpire Shafadullah, where Archer's following through. I don't think it's necessarily sort of a grumpy look. I think he's just taken a bit of soil with him or something there. He's not going to warn him for running down the pitch, I don't think. But Archer doesn't seem to have any problems with that. I don't see him getting warned by the umpires. 83 for 2. Britsky again crouches over his bat, really quite low. He holds the bat high as Archer bowls to him, short of a length. He turns it quite hurriedly around the corner. And there is no run. He looks rather like a baseball batter to me, with that sort of squat stance and the bat held high. 83 for 2, 16 overs gone.
South Africa very much in control at the moment. I mean, this wicket from Rashid may have just got England back in. It just doesn't feel like it's easy to take wickets at the moment.
Shaking the hand of the outgoing president, who I thought he rang the bell with a certain degree of elegance and a little bit of emotion, I thought, today as he rang the bell. Well done, Mervyn. Well done on your year. I hope you enjoyed it. That's the main thing. He did. I don't think he could fail to enjoy being MCC.
Yes.
Unless you have one of those sort of recalcitrant AGMs that you have to preside over. Here's next one, driven hard as Rashid bowls there on the off stump, driven down to mid-off. But I think they behaved themselves this year, didn't they? When the meeting went all right, didn't it? Yes, I think so. I mean, Governor of the Bank of England, he'll keep them in order. I mean, there won't be any bad behaviour by the members, I don't suppose. In comes Rashid again. Bowls, and that's turned away into the leg side. They want a single there, but a bit of a jittery yes, no, and wait, and there's no run. So, well, I can't actually hear what you're saying, Mervyn, so I'm sorry about that. You're saying something interesting, but I've got headphones on, so I can't. See you soon. There we go. Great character. I'm sure he's had a great year. 83 for 2. Sun out now as Next one from Rashid is pushed away off the back foot, down for a single, down to long off.
He might have been telling us the most outrageous bit of gossip there, and we
What he
missed it.
might have said, get some money on this now, and I missed it. It wouldn't have been a horse racing tip.
No.
There's something in the banking system. This is going well.
Get in on it.
Yeah. 84 for 2. Rashid again bowls. Oh, that goes scurrying through. What he will have been actively involved in, of course, would be the sale of London Spirit and all the money that's been made, and how MCC will dispose of that. Because that's interesting, you know, all the money coming into the game.
300 million,
such.
really.
Yeah, but it's a private club. So what's the MCC going to do with that money? Whereas it goes to the counties. This is driven out towards extra cover. There's no run. They're obliged to spend the money from an ECB perspective. Not sure what the situation is with MCC, because it is an entirely private club. They've got all this money.
I mean, they've done all their stands.
Yeah. Rashid bowls. He's pushed away out towards mid-off. It will be interesting. I mean, there is the MCC, there's the charity side of MCC, to be serious for a minute, that does a lot for cricket around the world.
Yeah,
Afghanistan, you know, is a recent example. But it's a lot of money for a private club to... I think the word is trouser these days.
You sign up? You signing up? Are you a member?
Well, I've been a member. Yes, I'm a member of MCC, yes, but I've been for a while. But
So you're going to be putting your votes to where that money should be going?
I don't know. I tend not to get involved from the BBC perspective.
Okay,
one day, I've never used my membership.
Have you not? Oh, I suppose you've been on this side.
I didn't have a lot of choice. I was given the opportunity to become a member. I turned it down, first of all, because women weren't allowed to be members. So when I was first asked, I said no. In goes Archer bowls, and that's driven down to mid-on. Sakib fields, and there is no run, because there's early days as BBC cricket correspondent. Every year, like that meeting I was talking about there with Mervyn, I'll be in a radio car parked out at the Grace Gates, because there'll be a vote on whether or not women should be allowed to be members. And so for some years I'm sitting out there, and of course you knew what the result was going to be. But then Rachel Hayhoe-Flint, Tim Rice actually played a big part as well, Rachel. And then finally there's a puff of white smoke one year, and of course everything changed. 84 for 2. There's Archer bowling. It's paddled away down to backward square leg. So then when it said, would you like to? I said yes. That seemed right.
I remember when that passed, because I was about 15, 16, and I came to Lord's. They did an announcement with Rachel Hayhoe-Flint. It was the first time I met her.
Yeah, what a woman she was.
What a woman she was. She's got her own, was it gate or?
Yes.
And statue over there.
She's got a gate at what used to call the East Gate.
Yeah.
84 for 2. Archer bowls down the leg side, brushed away nicely. But there's a man at deep square leg, so just one run. 85 for 2. 18th over. So that was when you first came to Lord's?
Yeah, first time I came to Lord's, I remember being confused, because I was like, I didn't understand why we weren't allowed before. But it was like, I remember it being such an occasion, and then obviously Rachel Hayhoe-Flint, who played a big part in that and many things, you know, the setting up of the World Cup in 73 for the women, which led to the men.
Absolutely. It was all strange, because I covered a Women's World Cup final here in 1993. Goes Archer. Bowls, that's pushed away to the offside. Go for a quick single, and through they go. England against New Zealand, which England won, actually. But they played here. That's in 1993, so it was before all that stuff about members and so on. But I can't remember if they used the dressing rooms or whether they had to kind of change
somewhere else.
I can't remember now
how that played out.
But the game was played here, so it wasn't as though the women weren't allowed to play at Lord's. Whether they couldn't become members.
Yeah.
And I don't know on that day whether or not, someone can tell me, not listening, whether they used the dressing rooms or went round the back. There's Archer bowling, and that's swatted away down to fine leg, a pull shot.
He's down there at 45. I was just thinking, if that had gone maybe a metre to the right, it might have just got through. Is that Joe Root?
Yeah. He wasn't far away. 87 for 2 then, with South Africa put into bat, and England trying to do a lot better. Extraordinary game at Headingley. Archer wheels round, there's a pile of sawdust just behind him there. Happily it's redundant, and Archer's on his way again, bowls a bouncer. So dips at the knee, allows that to go through to wicketkeeper Butler. It's the end of that over, 87 for 2. Markram 44, Britsky has 1. And Ebony, love to see you again. And
you done
to make room for Alison. Yeah,
that felt like it went very quickly. Always good fun when you're having fun. Well, it feels like conditions looking good now for batting. England winning the toss, wanting to bowl, and didn't get those early breakthroughs that they were looking for until that first wicket that Archer got with the top edge a few overs ago. And Ali, it just feels like South Africa can take their time at the moment. Doesn't feel like a real threat off the surface. Adil Rashid, though, has bowled some beautiful balls, but work to do for England still.
Yeah, definitely. There is still plenty of time for South Africa to really get a meaty partnership together. Markram 44 from 59 so far. He's proving the glue. And Rashid's continue from the pavilion end with the sun dipping behind cloud at the moment. Catcher in place, 2 pitch strips away at silly mid-off. And stroking a single out towards the grandstand side of the ground where Jamie Smith is there as the ball rolls up the slope towards him. So 88 for 2, 19th over of this innings. I was just listening to Agaz there talking about, was it the 1993 Women's World Cup final at Lords? And there's photographs certainly of the victorious team on the dressing room balcony. So
they were
certainly, yes. As Rashid moves in, cut away up the slope again. Smith waits for the ball to come to him. Single taken, keeping that one slip in place there when it's Bretsky on strike. But Markram means that slip is going to come out again into a catching position. It's Joe Root there. He's going to be back in that catching position in the batter's eye line. He's having a good word with Rashid here. He hands the ball back to him. Butler behind the stumps, clapping his gloves. He'll bob down. Root takes up that catching position there at a short mid-off. And Rashid is in. Cut away behind point. Tumbling take. Mahmood loses his sunglass as he falls to the ground, and there's no run. So plenty has changed, hasn't it, around Lords since the 70s, 80s and 90s when women were admitted as members, but it's still massively weighted towards men, of course. Hammered back down the ground, hard by Markram for 4. That'll take him on to 49. Almost eyeing up there, the MCC logo on the gate. And steps down from the long room, that was hammered, wasn't it? It nearly took out the non-striking batter and the umpire. Just kind of slightly missed his length there, got a bit too full and just hacked and hit it hard down the ground. Great shot. So he's one away from second consecutive 50, one very different pace to that he scored at Headingley. Rashid is in. Oh, and he's missed this one. He's bowled. Is he bowled? No. Butler, with his back to us, has removed the bails, I think. And Markram has kept his foot firmly behind the crease. Tumbled over, lost his balance. And trying to play the shots.
I think it might have been the googly.
Eaton all ends up, and Butler very quick to whip off the bails. Rashid in again now. Markram makes some room. Oh, now he is out. Caught and bowled by Rashid. That's a tremendous take. His teammates get around him as Bethel helping him to his feet. He took it low down. And Markram, who drilled the ball back up the pitch, is now on his way for 49.
Yeah, excellent catch there. I have to say, it was almost the same kind of area where he'd hit that 4 a few moments ago. And again, it was drilled. Rashid does so well. Sees it sort of... He was playing the shot on the move, wasn't he? So it just sort of held up a little bit, and Rashid did well to get that timing and full stretch to his right.
Yeah, he hadn't quite hit it
as hard,
the timing the right as he did the previous shot that was down the ground. So he was shaping as if initially to play through the leg side, then had to adjust his shot, and so it sort of popped back up towards Rashid, but he still had to move across to his right, grabbed it, tumbled to the ground as he went, clung on. So Markram 49 from 64.
It's an interesting delivery there. It wasn't quite... It was almost like a floater almost. And I think
at the front of the hand.
At the front of the hand, yeah. And I think he maybe just misread it, and that's why he pulled out the shot a little bit. So smart bowling, as always, from Rashid.
19 overs gone from the 50 that can be bowled here. So big wicket for them to get rid of Aidan Markram, because he was absolutely destructive in that first match at Headingley. 86 from 55 balls, but yeah, missing out on the half century. And Adil Rashid now has 2 to his name. So effective and so good for England over so many years.
Your notes are always impeccable, Ali. Compared
like
to
a
Aggers, I can't read his squiggle. Simon Mann, he's got a lot of books, but they're not well written. But yours are always very cleanly organised.
If I show you the one from the previous match, it got a little bit messy when England were losing wickets so quickly. And if I showed you one from the 100, well, that's just ridiculous. Those things happen so quickly. I think actually I just give up after a while, trying to keep a note of how many runs off how many balls. But yeah, one day international, got a little bit more time to keep a note of it.
Not time to go digital? This modern world?
Habitually, I know you can get stylus pens, can't you, that work on a tablet. It's Bretsky on strike. Stubbs the new batter, and he strokes one from cast back up to mid-on, and there's no run.
You mentioned how crazy Tuesday was at Headingley. South Africa are now 93 for 3. England were 102 for 3 at one stage. And we all know what happened then. Lost their last 7 wickets for 29 runs.
Yeah, it was a proper collapse, wasn't it, at pace? But no, I think I've just done too many tours, Ebbs, where either you don't have electricity, the power goes down, so you can't charge your devices. As Cast comes in over the wicket, clipped through square leg, out towards the deep. I'll take 1 here. Bretsky moves on to 3. Or even in Australia, where sometimes, to be honest, in England as well, if you're covering a match and you may be in a tent outside, when your device gets so hot it can't function.
Can't work. True.
I've had to put it in a fridge before to get a phone or tablet working again.
What if you run out of ink?
I was like, to always have a spare 4-colour biro. Always like to have pen and paper. I'm a scribbler. 94 for 3 then. So Tristan Stubbs on strike for the first time, having replaced Markram. Stubbs was out first ball, wasn't he, in that bizarre end to the Headingley match where I think the scores were level. And he lost wicket. And it ended up being Brevis who hit that 6 to win it. So Stubbs faces up. Alistair Cook back alongside me. 1 slip in place here as Cast moves in from the nursery end of the ground, coming into the right-hander. Defence up towards mid-on. Saqib Mahmood is there to pick up. Oh, Alistair, Adil Rashid has been doing it again for England.
He has, and South Africa have really struggled to keep the momentum off that first, the 10 overs, the power play. Well, it was nipping around, but they managed to keep the score run rate quite high. But ever since Rashid's come on the 14th over, they've really struggled to manipulate him around. Picked up those 2 wickets, and that shot from Markram was he'll be frustrated because it wasn't Rashid's best ball. It wasn't a drag down, but it was definitely back of a length.
Rashid's a close catcher here on the onside, and Cast is bowling outside the off stump and beating Stubbs. Through to Butler it goes. He wanders away towards square leg in the way that batters do when they just need to take a moment.
They do, and so Markram's trying to just knock an easy one and got it all wrong. Just the last little bit, England had a good squeeze on. And South Africa not quite found their balance right in terms of rotating the strike, but with that attempt. It's only 2 new guys in at the crease. It's a great opportunity for England to get South Africa 100 for 5. And right on top of the game.
Play and a miss by Stubbs. Deep square leg is out, fine leg as well. Forward again, beaten once more. Lovely from Cast, who's found a line outside the off stumps, drawing Stubbs into the shots.
Maybe I was a little bit critical of the England opening bowl, saying they bowled just that back of a length, almost a bit safe. Bit nip around this Cast, certainly from this end. It's bowled that smidgen fuller. The last 2 balls are great examples of Stubbs coming forward and the ball moving down the slope on the front foot. And that's what gets the edges.
94 for 3. Rickleton 35, Bavuma 4. Markram, the last man out, for 49. Cast moves in with a slip and a short mid-on, clips into the onside, get off the mark for a single. There's Bethel to Mahmood to move forward to pick up. Cast takes his cap from the umpire. 95 for 3. South Africa, remember, put into bat by England. 2 changes for them, with Matthew Bretsky in for Tony Dezorzi, who tweaked his hamstring in the field in the first match. He's now gone home for further scans. And Senyarin Mutasami is in for Vian Mulder, the all-rounder who's ill, and so not playing in the match today. And for England, it's Saqib Mahmood in for Sonny Baker, who I'm sure will hope he gets another chance to put that ODI debut behind him and just impress that wider audience in a different way.
Do we know what a winning first innings score here, the average winning first innings score, just to kind of
give a sense of where
we're at of this game? Oh. You'd say it's a fairly typical Lord's wicket.
20 overs gone. Of course, we know that in the last 10 ODIs here, 9 have been won by the team batting first. And they look to Phil Long for the numbers of this one, as Adil Rashid is preparing to bowl again with the pavilion behind him. Leg slip in place to the leg spinner. A whirl of arms from Rashid. Stubbs works up towards mid-off. Dot ball. Long off is back on the boundary. 2 fielders on the rope on the leg side as well. 1 in front of square, 1 in front of square and 1 behind. There's more air this time from Rashid. Head out towards deep cover. Big gap there with Mahmood behind square on the offside. And Bethel there at extra cover position. They've taken 1, 96 for 3. 2 exciting batters out in the middle here with Bretsky and Stubbs. Alistair?
It'll be really interesting to see how they play the next 10 overs. So are they going to try and go on the attack, or just happy to knock it around?
Oh, a thick outside edge into the ground and a tumbling stop from Mahmood behind square on that offside. More intense in the shot there from Bretsky.
Well, because both of them are renowned for stroke players dominating in the franchise and trying to dominate in the franchise world, playing aggressively. And here they've got plenty of time, still got just under 30 overs left to bat.
There again from Rashid, inviting the drive, only as far as Brook at extra cover. And here's Joe Root moving to catching position, moving from leg slip towards short mid-off once again. About a pitch and a half away from the non-striker's end. Little tickle. Hasn't got hold of it cleanly though. Brings long leg in off the boundary ropes. The ball's dribbling towards him. Another one taken. 97 for 3. Yeah, Bretsky making headlines for his 150 on ODI debut. First batter ever to make that score on a one-day international debut. That was only back in February against New Zealand. As Rashid is in again. Tickled into the offside from outside the off stump.
It's not a bad way to start, is it?
You'd take that, wouldn't you? 150, bang. 97 for 3 after 21 overs. There's always expectation after that, though, isn't it? Everyone will be thinking, can you do it again? Can you do it again? But
well, that would be negative. It's only downhill from there, and you're not going to get 150 every time.
He's the first player to get 450s in his first 4 ODI innings. So, in that sense, he did back it up.
He did.
And then I looked back, in terms of his form, his lowest score in his last 5 innings, which includes T20 Blast matches, the ODIs in Australia as well. His lowest score in his last 5 innings has been 52. So he is on a good run.
And striking, I think, strikes at over 100. So this is not easy batting conditions, not an absolute belter. You're saying that. Did you get anywhere with the old average scores?
He was nodding. Come after this ball then. Here is Bryden Cars. Outside the off stump, it's eased out towards Bethel at point, no run.
Mathematicians will say about averages being mean, median and mode, weren't they? The average in terms of the mean, 283 if we sort of for those last 10 games. But there's been 4 scores in the 240s, so maybe that's kind of where we're at. So, yeah, 280 the average, but yeah, 4 scores around 240.
So the 240s, the 2 outliers. Can you tell us about those games as to why they were outliers? 2 catches on the leg side. Cast is in. It's outside the off stump. They forced away, no run. Picked up. Score remains 97 for 3.
And then 4 scores in excess of 300. So you've got your ones around the 240, your ones up above 300, which makes an average of around 280.
What are you taking from that then?
I should have listened. I should have listened at school about mean modes and
medians,
whatever they were.
Pass moves into Bretsky, gets some width, and he flays us away out through extra cover for Ford. Has reached for, extending those arms, playing some horizontal bats, but well in front of square. He finds the boundary rope out to the mound stand. The 100 is up for South Africa.
Well, it was a front foot cut, really, wasn't it? That kind of height, kind of banged in from cast, but wide, kind of chest high, and he's got on the front foot almost to play that cut shot.
An element of flair with the 1 foot flicking off the ground as he went as well. 101 for 3. Bretsky is on 8. As that tighter to off stump calls through for a very quick single here. And they get there as well. Jacob Bethel picking up. Didn't release the ball at the stumps. There's been overthrows before when the ball was flung back towards the stumps. And it's a little costly.
You'd say South Africa would be happy with 280, wouldn't you, from here? If you offered them 280, you know,
I think
they would definitely take it.
Having been put into bat as well, and knowing what we've seen, that it's not been it's not a belter of a pitch in terms of runs flying off the bat.
Yeah, that was six and over from here. So, England would be trying. You'd say England would be happy trying it around 250.
Pass into Stubbs, skews away off the outer edge, leading edge. So looking to clip it into the onside. Archer moves across to his right from deep third. They come back for the second, taken on the bounce by Butler. 104 for 3. So a couple now for Stubbs. I'll tell you what, the pavilion is looking very full today. I know somebody who's in there who said that it is standing room only in the pavilion. We were talking earlier about the balance of female-male membership in the MCC here, and there's quite a big drive to get lots of women playing members in at the moment. MCC's done a great job of putting out some videos showcasing some of their playing members. Outside the off stump, a single here towards Brook, moves to his left at mid-off to pick up. So if you go to lords.org, you can have a look at what it takes to get involved with MCC as a playing member.
It means you jump the queue, doesn't it?
Well, it means I think you could be a full member within about 3 years if you became a playing member. And I think a lot of people would be automatically put off thinking, but I've got to be like a really good cricketer to be part of the MCC playing membership. But on the women's side, some of the players that they've showcased, there's some really lovely stories about those who have perhaps only just got involved in cricket in the last.
I thought you were going to say they weren't very good at it from me.
but it's open to people who might have only been playing cricket to a year, for those who have been playing for all their life. So I'd have a look and get involved, because I think it only also costs £90 a year, something like that, to be a playing member on the women's side. Forward comes Stubbs out to the offside. No run.
Do you have to play a certain number of games then?
I'm not sure what the sort of criteria is exactly for
to keep your
joining,
membership.
and it might be different men's or women's. You get some great opportunities to go on some fabulous tours. Rashid again in here to Stubbs, the back foot stroking it wide of cover down towards long off. Another one, so they're keeping the scoreboard ticking over here. 106 for 3 in this 23rd over. Did you get automatic membership as an England player and then captain? How did it work? Was it after you?
After I finished. I am now a member of the MCC. Got my little red book somewhere.
Very nice.
Very kind.
Rashid over the wicket with the leg slip in place, stroking it out through the vacant cover region. There's a nice gap there, inviting it towards the grandstand up the slope for a single. Jamie Smith is patrolling that side of the ground. It's fabulous during the 100 when the dress code is relaxed and you can take children into the pavilion. That is so special. Here is Rashid. Moves in now to Stubbs. Another single taken here, out to the offside. And he's just pressing forward defensively.
Can anyone go in the 100? Can anyone go in the pavilion?
Well, you'd have to be, I think, as a member, you can apply for members' guest passes, and then you can take guests in with you, yes. So in that sense, kind of anyone can go in, but you need to be invited. But it's a very different, varied and vibrant atmosphere. More force the shot this time, out through extra cover. Again, Jamie Smith waiting for it on the boundary there in front of the grandstand. Another one. Productive over this one, just in terms of keeping that strike rotating. 109 for 3. One more ball to come from Rashid.
Yeah, so it's the first over that any of the South African batsmen have managed just to rotate Rashid at will.
Stubbs, a little more air, a little wider, dabs at it. Behind square on that offside is Saqib Mahmood, and then he fields. So dot ball off the last ball of the over. We have had 23 of the 50. South Africa 109 for 3. Stubbs 7 at the moment, with a Markram 49, just missed out on his half century, caught and bowled by Adil Rashid. Rickleton 35 from 33 balls, caught behind. It was a big top edge off Archer, and Butler got his gloves underneath. It was swirling high, and then Bavuma caught behind off Rashid for 4. Alistair Cook, a little bit more from you, and then Simon Mann is joining you.
It's still going to be cast. That into his 7th over. And with Archer bowling 7 as well. Harry Brooks going all in at the minute. Only used 4 bowlers.
Here's Cast bowling, guided away by Bretsky towards backward point, picked up by Bethel, who potentially could be one of England's, or bowl some of the 5th bowler overs. Yeah, I mean, that's a feature, isn't it? So we've had, this is the 24th over, and England have only used the 4. So South Africa know that as well. Of course they do. That'll be part of their calculations. Bretsky's on 11, so he's reached double figures again. He's had an incredible start to his one-day international career. He's played 4 games. He made 150 on his debut in a game in, I think it was Lahore against New Zealand. Here's Cast bowling, guided away by Bretsky down towards deep third. He's using the pace of the ball, picks up a single. Yeah, that was a game in which I think South Africa were kind of warming up for the Champions Trophy, but they didn't want to overextend their players, and so they only, or perhaps they were even involved in the Super League at the time, the South African Super League, or T20, and so they had a real sort of mix and match team for that game in Lahore, and Bretsky got his opportunity. Say South African T20 League. He's on 12, Stubbs on 7, 110 for 3. Cast goes in and bowls to Stubbs. Stubbs stands up and punches it into the offside, up towards mid-off. Shot the Stubbs, the striker's end is wide, gathered by Butler. They're through for a single. 111 for 3. Anyway, they didn't play their full team. Bretsky got a go and made 150 on his debut.
And stayed in the team.
Well, he made 83. He didn't play in the Champions Trophy.
He didn't?
No. And then he made 57 and 88 in that series against Australia. And then didn't play at Headingley. So they're remarkable scores not to be selected, or after a couple of games. Here's Cast down the leg sides, an appeal for caught behind. It was a half-hearted appeal, so you know automatically that the umpire is going to spread his arms wide and call that as a wide. So he's trying to put some doubt in the umpire's mind. He might have glanced off the thigh pad, but not according to umpire Shafadullah.
Harry Brook does love that fielding with the cover out. So traditionally you'd have deep point, although now he's moving Joe Root. Is it Joe Root now into extra? You'll say this is more of a stand field, but he leaves that cover open, has left cover open, so they can get the single, but then you got the cut. I don't know whether that's encouraged the bowls to bowl slightly fuller.
Cast bowls, guided away nicely by Bretsky down towards deep third for another single, opening the face, hitting it wide of the backward point fielder. Bethel, 113 for 3, 24th over. Good contest going on out there.
Yeah, like this field now, so Joe Root has been the spare man, the floating man, been at leg slips, going now to second or first slip or 1.5. But rather than leaving, rather having cover in, he doesn't mind him out. So you need to ask him exactly why he does that.
This guy's a massive gap between mid-off and backward point. Stubbs waits, Cast bowls to him, and forward he goes, dabs it into the offside. They're looking for a single into that gap, but he didn't place that well enough or time it well enough, and Bethel was able to scamper forward and pick it up from backward point towards cover. You hear a loud shout of no in our effects microphone. 113 for 3. Nearly at the midway point in the innings, South Africa, they got off to another good start, 73 for the first wicket, but England fighting back since then, largely thanks to Rashid, picked up a couple of wickets. And the dismissal of Rickleton as well. Huge skyer. 113 for 3. Stubbs on 8. Waits for Cast, who bowls to him now. It's forward, solid in defence, out to Rashid, who's plugged that gap in the covers, and there's no run. It's the end of the over from Cast. So he's bowled 7 overs to 33. 24 overs have been bowled. Still waiting for the 5th bowler. 113 for 3. I think it's time now.
Well, he's coming now.
Here we go, yeah. It's going to be Jacob Bethel to bowl.
Yeah, you mentioned it. Actually, tactically, South Africa, they've got 10 overs out of 26 of the 5th bowler. But then actually in England, can play in England's hand, because you think, well, actually we should attack him. This is our chance. We've seen off Cast, Archer, Mahmood and Rashid for a bit, and then suddenly you play a couple of soft shots and it works. So he's still got the option of Jacks and Root. He's going for the left arm option, trying to take the ball away from the 2 right-handers. I assume if there's a left-hander in, you'd go with the off-spinner.
Well, it feels as if this South African innings is in the balance at the moment. 24 gone, 113 for 3. Why do you think it is that it's hard to chase here at Lords, or has been hard to chase? What is it?
I would say that the wickets get slower, so it's harder to time the ball, so it gets dry.
Bethel bowls his first ball. It's turned away by Bretsky towards deep mid-wicket for a single. 114 for 3.
It just loses that kind of the kiss off, and it actually dies. So you strung to time, so you bowl very straight with straight set fields, and it's hard to pierce the gap. But it's interesting to see today where there's only dew. There has been a bit of dew around the last little bit. I don't know whether that's just because it's rained so much as rain, but it's whether it does dew up and it skids on a little bit.
Bethel bowls. Stubbs stands up, tries to punch it through the offside, doesn't really time it. Goes out towards extra cover, and there's no run. Stubbs on 8. So 4 balls away from the halfway point. And Stubbs waits. Bethel's bowling with a slip in. That's down the leg side, knocked away by Stubbs for a single, back with a square on the onside. In the sunshine at Lords. Got a mixture today of overcast conditions, sometimes heavy rain, and sometimes sunshine. In the sunshine at the moment, still a stiffish breeze. Lords not absolutely full, but a decent sized crowd in. 115 for 3. I wonder whether, a few people have a ticket where you might stay away because of the weather this morning. Bethel bowls, played away towards mid-wicket and there's no run. People normally gamble, don't they? They come along if you've got a ticket.
You paid the ticket.
Yeah,
You're coming on, yeah?
Well,
a bit of shower in the morning thinking, I won't bother.
It's amazing, actually. Some people travel from all sorts of distances to come to these one-day internationals. Bethel bowls a huge wipe into the leg side. He's going to pick up 4 here. Bretsky, thickish inside edge, goes down fine. I don't think he was looking to hit it there, but he really did wind up and smash into the leg side. Anyway, got some battle on it, went away for 4 runs. We did the Cardiff one-day international earlier in the summer, West Indies, and I was just bumped into some people who'd come from Perth in Scotland for the match.
And did you ask why they chose that match?
I think it was because, I think she said her father lived in North Wales and she always goes with him to a match at Cardiff if there is one on, and so he travelled down from North Wales and she met up with him. Here's Bethel bowling, guided away by Bretsky into the offside towards deep cover for his 19th run.
Just watching that sweep shot again. It was an attempted slog sweep, but just held in the surface. He only just got a bottom edge to it. You called it right. Only just reached it. Really did grab into the surface and took the pace off it. It's not an easy wicket.
No, so we reached the halfway point, 25 overs, 120 for 3, and they've got Maharaj to bowl spin. They've also got Mutasami to bowl slow left arms as well. South Africa, they've got Markram to bowl his off breaks, so they've got those slow bowling options. Rashid is going to change ends. He's bowled his over so far from the pavilion end, now he's going to bowl at the nursery end. 120 for 3. And we're kind of used to games like this at Lords, I think, in one-day cricket. There was one bit similar to this 6 years ago, just over 6 years ago. Tough to score, you've got to work for your runs. Rashid bowls outside the off stump. Off the back foot, Bretsky plays it towards extra cover where it's picked up by the England captain, Harry Brook. And there's no run. He'd be feeling a bit better about life, I think, now than he would have been, say, 3/4 an hour ago, and fighting their way back into the game. Rashid bowls. Forward goes Bretsky, plays it to cover. No run again. Rickerton out for 35, Markham for 49 and Bavuma for 4. Brevis to come. This exciting young talent. 26th over, Bretsky waits, right-handed. Rashid bowls to him, tossed up, invitingly, driven firmly, but Rashid feels off his own bowling. And again, there is no run.
If you're watching this in the South Africa change room, almost thinking, God, I'd love these guys to still be in 10 overs time, then we can launch. But you're kind of watching with bated breath, aren't you? Not many runs are scored, but they know how important their wicket is.
Rashid bowls, it's a beauty, and he gets through his appeal there. Oh, he's given him out, and it's immediately reviewed by Bretsky. Well, the bails came off. He's given him out. And
umpire to director, we have a player review for caught behind. Original decision is out. I have checked the feed, it's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
That's an odd one because there's an appeal and the bails came off as well. About having a bob each way.
Okay, ball is very close to the bat. Can we have ultra edge, please?
Well, he's bowled a real slow, loopy leg spinner.
That one turned.
It has
I
turned.
can see the bat brushing the front pad as well.
Just waiting for another replay. I mean, that suggests that we've seen the bat brushing the pad. I mean, of course, it could hit the outside edge at the same time as the bat brushes the pad. So appeal for a caught behind. The Butler also whipping the bails off.
It was a very half-hearted appeal.
It was.
So it's very strange to see the umpire give it out.
With the edge. What have we got on that?
Please. Okay, I can see a clear gap between bat and ball. Keep it going, please. Yeah. Bat is hitting the front pad. Keep it going, keep it going. Keep it going, please. Next frame, next frame. Clear gap between bat and ball. Thank you. I'll go back to Saikat on field. Saikat, you need to change your decision. You're on screen now. You can signal not out.
Right, so Nitin Menon there advising him to signal not out. The crowd cheered because there was a scratch that came up on ultra edge at the same time as the ball was going past the bat. So from a distance, the assumption was, he must have nicked it. But actually, at the same time as the ball was going past the bat was also clipping the pads. And that was the scratch on ultra edge. It was one of those, actually, that if the ball had been closer to the edge, it would have been harder to overturn the decision. But actually, you could see there was just enough space between the ball and the bat to give that not out. So, in a way, Bretsky was quite lucky. But it was definitely not out. 120 with 3. Rashid bowls. Another big drive. The bails are off again. It's beautiful bowling from Rashid. He's gone past the batter there. Butler took the ball and whipped off the bails. Out the googly, was it?
It's a lovely slow googly. And that's so close to the off stump. It's gone through the gate. He's got a big drive. It's all over him in this over.
The ball is turning for Rashid. Problems for South Africa. Difficult against him. Rashid bowls, and he comes forward very tentatively there. Bretsky just happy to play him off, really. 46 miles an hour that delivery. He's taken 2 for 17 from 6 overs. England wishes as a test match he can just keep on bowling him. But he's only got his 4 overs left. It's 120 for 3, and we have had 26 overs.
And that was a maiden.
I'm gonna have to be honest with you with that review. I thought I did the same as the crowd because I was looking at the right hand thing. There's a mark. I was about to shout, and then suddenly, when you heard in your ear, they said, there is a big gap. Is it? You missed it by about 2 inches. I'd have given it out. I've pressed the button. He's out. And he's bowled beautifully there. Just very clever bowling because from the other end, he's bowled a lot from the pavilion end, bowled quicker into the wicket. There he's varied his pace beautifully. Dropped down to 46, 47 miles an hour using the slope to turn the ball down it.
Bethel bowls to Stubbs with a leg slip in. Stubbs guides it on the drive along the ground towards deep cover for a single. Start of the 27th over. South Africa 121 for 3. This stumbling and fumbling at the moment, largely because of Rashid causing problems and looking to genuinely be a strike bowler, take wickets in these middle overs. Bethel, job for him to do. Goes in now and bowls, and that's hit away smartly for 4 through back with square legs. A strange shot. It's almost sort of like a pull drive from Bretsky, but very effective.
Is it a pull drive or a stand-up sweep? because he is he's not, you sweep, you traditionally get low, don't you, back knee touch ground. He was in a conventional position, actually upright, but actually went for the sweep kind of shot. So you kind of stand up sweep or the pull drive.
Yeah, 125 to 3, hit it really well through back with square leg. Bretsky's on 23. Bethel moves into bowl to Bretsky, gives himself some room and hits this up and over. This is going out towards the Warner stand, and it's gone for 6. It plopped down just over the rope. With all the rain we've had in London in the last few days, that bit of the ground is very damp. Haven't worked on that, haven't needed to. It just landed and stopped almost. Very well struck. Targeting the fifth bowler.
Targeting fifth bowler and also giving himself a little bit of room. Move to leg side, taking it off the stumps. It's gone over and a wide mid-off, which is up. He's hit it beautifully. But then if you get out playing it, there's this much time to go, you'll be cursing yourself. But it's a real little tactical game here, taking on England's fifth bowler. It's only 130 for 4. England still on top.
Changing the field, they've taken the leg slip out now, put him to short extra cover. That's Joe Root. 131 for 3. And Bethel under pressure here, fires that one through. They really whipped that through, defended by Bretsky into the offside. There's no run. That was nearly 60 miles an hour from Bethel. 131 for 3. I mean, they don't have to bowl Bethel. They could bowl Jacks, for example. Bethel in and guided away by Bretsky to the right of Sakib. They're going to come back for the second, and comes into the keeper, who whips off the bails, but very well judged by Bretsky. Saw very early there the opportunity for 2. He's playing it wide of Sakib Mahmood. He goes to 31. South Africa having a good spell against Bethel at one end anyway. Rashid causing them problems at the other. Bethel's gone for 20 already. It's the last ball of his second over. 133 for 3. 27th over. The second one there at Lord's. Overcast again now. The sun's disappeared. Heavy cloud cover. Bethel bowls. Bretsky digs this one out. Plays it up towards Jofra Archer, fielding it long on. And they are through for a single. So 134 for 3. With 23 overs left, Stubbs and Bretsky trying to regroup here. What do England do? Do they keep going with Rashid? I think they're going to, yeah. I think they feel that he could take wickets. So try to dismiss one of these 2. And the way he bowled in that previous over, there's a decent chance of it happening. Bowling leg break and googly and winning the decision, but overturned rightly. And Rashid to continue. This is his 7th over. 2 for 17. He's got rid of Markram and Bavuma. Alistair Cook's gone. Timal Mills back alongside. We'll bring him in just a second. Here's Rashid. First ball of a new over to bowl to Bretsky. And short of a length, Bretsky's onto the back foot, hammering it up for a single. Duckett picks up. 135 for 3.
Yeah, it feels like the 5th/6th/7th bowler is going to be quite an important role here, isn't it? We had to wait the best part of 25 overs before we saw the 5th bowler used. Jacob Bethel, who was just brought on, and immediately the South Africans have attacked him, taking him for 21 off 2 overs.
Rashid bowls to Stubbs, tossed up. Stubbs waits for it, leans on it on the drive towards deep cover for a single. 136 for 3.
So you'd assume we're going to see some of either Will Jacks or Joe Root, or both as well, seeing as you're certainly not going to see 10 overs from Bethel the way he started, the way that South Africa have looked to attack them. So I think that's going to be a key part of how the rest of this innings goes as well.
Rashid to Bretsky. Bretsky plays a fine shot there, reaching out to drive it through the offside towards deep extra. He's only going to get a single though. It's good fielding on the deep cover boundary by Jacks, who got very quickly to his right hand side to pick it up and send in the return. They were looking at 2 there. They might have been able to get back for it, but probably not worth the risk. 137 for 3. Bretsky on 34. There's a slip in for Stubbs. And Rashid bowls to him. Stubbs comes stabbing forward at that one, playing it to Brook at extra cover. What do they do with Rashid? Do they Do they bowl him out in the hope they can pick up 2 more wickets mid-innings, or do you hold him back for a bit? This is his 7th.
I think they'd give him a little break to keep 3 overs in the locker for a little bit down the line.
Bowls to Stubbs now. Stubbs leans forward, flicks it wristily into the onside, but straight to mid-wicket. Picked up there by Bethel, and there's no run. He's finding some turn, Adil Rashid. Both in and out. His leg break and googly. As a batter, you know he's got it. If you're not reading him, and problems. Rashid bowls a fraction short there. He's able to go back Stubbs and play that square of the wicket on the offside. And they're through for a single. And that's the end of Rashid's overs. So they've ticked another Rashid over but off. 7 overs he's bowled, 2 for 21. It's 138 for 3, South Africa. We've had 28 overs. Stubbs has 12. Bretsky has 34. A little more from Tamal, and then the return of Jonathan Agnew.
Yep, certainly a rebuild from South Africa. They'll be hoping that these two can bat for a little while longer. Devold Brevis, the extremely talented and explosive middle order batter, is due in next. We saw the way he looked to finish things off in Headingley the other day. He's been a rich vein of form, both internationally and at franchise level, so they'll be looking to give him a platform to explode into later. Just checking out with the Sami, who's come in for this game as well. We'll see him with his left arm spin later, but he's got a very good first-class record.
Nice to see you, Tamal. I haven't caught up with you for a long time. I don't think I've seen you all summer, so good to catch up with you. It feels a bit threatening at the moment. The light's all rightish, but it feels as if there's a dark cloud around it. Oh, well spotted, yes. It's raining out to the west, but hopefully that's going to be okay. Sakib Mahmood's back in the attack again, and he bowls outside the off stumps, chopped away by Stubbs to third man. Rashid is just outside our window here, down in that position, and they take 1 more run. So 139 for 3. We're in the 29th over. I was hoping I was going to be on for this dramatic moment, but I think I'm just going to be a bit premature as usual.
I can't believe you didn't alter the rotor.
Well, I might fiddle with it. Because it's coming, isn't it, after 34 overs? This whole ball change thing that we haven't seen yet. How's it going to happen? How's it going to work?
Oh, sorry, I didn't. Oh, that's passed me by. That has.
Oh, it's another. God. Kawasaki again bowls, pushed away out towards backward point. Another whose ICC emails go straight to junk by the sound of it.
I was aware of its existence. I didn't know today was. It
would have happened at Headingley if we got that far. We got nowhere near 34 overs. In fact, both innings.
Explain to me, please, Phil.
Well, if you don't check the ICC emails every day, Tom.
Yeah.
I don't receive them. I'm not a.
Check your junk.
I'm not on the hit list.
Well, quite often it's the best place for them, by the way, but not on this particular occasion.
So go on, I'll see if I can get it right. That's about 34 overs.
Yep.
The bowling side choose which ball they want to keep.
Correct. There you go. So it didn't need a press release, did it? Here's Saki bowling, pushed away for a quick single, had to hurry. Bethel picks up underarms at the stumps and misses, but the batsman already in his ground. 139, 140 for 3. But I was wondering how it's going to happen.
Oh yeah, who chooses? So Harry Brook will be there, and who will he ask? Will he ask Jofra Archer?
To ask the bowlers concerned for the last 16 overs.
Will all the bowlers get a say?
What happens to the ball that's discarded?
Yep.
So the fourth umpire probably has to come out. Is there a signal? Do they wave it to people? The batsmen had to be involved probably as well, won't they? So is that okay? I don't know.
Real landmark moment.
Well, it is.
You've seen a lot. You've seen a lot of cricket. You've seen a lot of changes in the game.
When you've seen the last Downton Abbey film, you know drama when you see it. Let me tell you. And we're in for some this afternoon. Okay. 140 for 3.
Don't leave your radios.
In comes Saki on his way from the far end, bowls, and again that's his run away to third man. Rashid comes scurrying up.
Who's going to be on air for this? Would he?
I think Ali's going to. I think Ali's going to get it.
Who's going to shepherd in this new dawn of
unless the rotor
world cricket?
Because where are we? We're in the 29th, and it's after 34. So yeah,
it looked like might be Ali and Ebony.
Yeah.
Well, you could do with a bit of rain aggers.
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
Just delay it all the way. Yeah. But then that could cut into the overs. You might not get to 34 again. I don't know, all these things I have to consider. 141 for 3. Britsky on strike. He's got to 35 pretty quickly. 43 balls. And Sakib again from that far end. Pavilion behind him comes in and bowls. He's hit that hard off the back foot. Rashid's got a chase on here. Scampering round to his right. He can't get to the ball. And thankfully he didn't give one of those sort of despairing and unnecessary dives that we've seen quite a lot this summer. Some rather nasty injuries picked up as a result, and not just Chris Wokes's, but up at Headingley, Dzorsey, that was a boundary effort as well. But anyway, that's went for 4. There's no.
You mentioned he'd started brightly, hadn't he, Britsky? Just looking at his record, he's only played 4 ODIs, but he's got 350s and 100 in that time. So he's taken to the format.
Great start.
Very, very like a duck to water.
There comes Sakib again. He tries to swing it into the leg side, hits the pad, rolls away to the absolute, almost precisely the edge of the circle for one more run. Oh, the rota's been changed. So 3 o'clock to 3:20 Aggers, 3:20 to 15:40 Aggers, 15:40 to 4 o'clock Aggers, 4 o'clock to 6:20. Thank gosh indeed, everybody. And then from 16:40 to the end of the innings. But it doesn't say end of the match, which is a good thing. I think we'll just see what happens. But it's a moment of drama, and we're going to be change of bowling down at this end. We could do a chipping away with a couple of wickets here if they possibly can. Will Jacks is coming on. You spotted rain?
I think so.
Oh,
only a light drizzle.
Yeah, well, there's not supposed to be any,
it's
but
not too bad around us, is it? There is plenty of blue sky in the surrounding.
Yeah, there's some light rain. I'll see a couple of ground staff down here below us as well gathering. So Jacks is bowling his off spin, long on, deep square leg, and then there's 3 in the leg side. Duckett there, very straight at mid-on. He's bowling to Britsky, who plays the first ball away into the leg side quite carefully, and Duckett will pick that up. There's brightness in the distance there. I mean, if we do get a sprinkle, I think that's all it's going to be. There's a shower going around behind the grandstand at the moment as Jacks bowls. It's tucked away out towards backwards square leg, and they take a single. 147 for 3. What did Jacks get in that first Test match that he played? It was 6 for. I think it was 6. Got it Rawalpindi in that Test match against Pakistan. It was amazing.
6 for 161.
There we go. In fact, let's say, so how many overs was that? Let's say. No, it doesn't say, don't worry.
327 balls.
I mean, it was a very flat pitch. Very flat pitch. And he goes again, tossing this up, and tries to drive against the spin here.
I like Will Jacks as a bowler. I think played against him a lot in T20 cricket.
Yeah.
Tall guy, gets over the top of it. He bowls it the right way, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
He's not just kind of firing in darts.
No, he does. He does come over the top. Steered off the back foot away for a single. Jofra Archer's coming in from deep point. Tosses the ball in on the bounce. And there's one more to South Africa. 148 for 3. There are 2 balls to go in the 30th over. The wind getting up. I can see it tugging at Jos Buttler's shirt sleeves there as he stands up to the wicket, and Duckett now goes to backwards square leg. Britsky on 40. Waits, comes down the pitch, pushes that away. Bat and pad was glued together there. Root fields, and loses his sunglasses in the process. Doesn't really need them at the moment, do you, Joe? He's been on his cap. It's, in fact, the floodlights are coming on now. It felt like it was about that sort of a time. With, the light as it is. Duckett's running all over the place. He's going out to point now. So he started this over at straight mid-on. Then they had a couple of balls at square leg. Now it's at backward point. 149 for 3, and that's hit past him. Again, Archer on duty out there on the point boundary. Throws the ball in on the bounce. So that's the end of Will Jacks' first over. 30 have gone, so there's 20 to go. South Africa's run rate, well, it's only 5. They've got obviously a lot of power to add. They bat a long way down. But England at the moment keeping things under reasonable control, but they're just going to have to keep chipping away at these wickets, I think, to make sure that there isn't an opportunity here for Brevis Bosch to come in and really smash it about.
A question for Tynel.
Go.
Do we still double it after 30? Oh. Everyone's got a different answer.
Gosh, why is that question for me?
Yeah.
I don't play ODI cricket. I think double it after 30 from where they are now, 3 down. So yeah, they do have wickets in hand, and the batter's certainly capable. They have some brilliant short form players, and as I mentioned earlier, Devolt Brevis he's in outstanding form, as is Bretsky at the crease right now, so they do have the potential to really rock it.
Saqib runs in. He's almost hit his own wickets there in the most ridiculous fashion. And he's trying to hit the ball into the leg side. The bat flew out of his hands and almost, having hit the ground, rebounded into his stumps. I would never ever have seen that before, I must say. And despairingly, he had to whip round, and the bat went high above his head, landed, and seriously threatened to hit his stumps, and he just poured it away with his right hand. Otherwise that would have hit the stumps, I think. That would have been the best what happened next of all time on the question of sport, were it to exist anymore. But I mean, what an incredible thing. You wouldn't get that, you wouldn't guess that in question of sport in 100 years.
No, I don't think I've seen that either in all my years playing cricket. And the strange thing was, he wasn't even like, you see it sometimes when the batter's trying to hit a 6 and he's swinging as hard as he can and he lets go of the bat. It was just a kind of a checked on drive he was trying to play.
Saqib again, he steps away this time, pushes out towards wide mid-off extra cover really, and 1 run taken. Yeah, you see it happen when he goes for a massive hit. Ben Stokes talking about that tours of Pakistan, of course, in Multan. His bat flew out, went to square leg, and he was stumped. That was a strange one. I think he was stumped. Was he stumped, Simon? You look like you were searching, or was he bowled? The bat was certainly wasn't involved. That was out at square leg. He had to pick his bat up on the way back to the pavilion. It was extraordinary. I think he must have been stumped because he was down the pitch having a swipe. He was either stumped or bowled off that the Kabaddi bowler. 151 for 3. Britsky on 41. In comes Saqib again. He bowls to him. Oh, that's a clever little shot, that is. That's about as late a cut, or as even as late a late cut as you'll find. It was actually with a vertical bat. He just nudged it. And I'm assuming that was intentional. Sometimes it's hard to tell these days. But let's have a look. Oh, no, I might have given him a bit too much credit there.
I don't know. It was, as you say, it's definitely, you could argue either way, couldn't you? You could argue that he's edged one genuinely to where kind of first, second slip would be, or that he's...
I'm going nicked, having seen the replay. The face of the bat is still going towards mid-off, isn't it?
Yeah.
He was stumped off Noman Ali. It wasn't the Kabaddi man. This is pushed away by Britsky to mid-off, and there's no run. That was quite fun, that dismissal. The sight of poor old Ben having to go and fetch his bat and then divert off to the dressing rooms with a face like thunder. 155 for 3. That was on the second use pitch there, I think, wasn't it, that particular game?
Is that when they had was it like radiators on it? Or
that was the next one.
Was it, sorry?
Yeah, so there's played on the same pitch this time. And they got the idea it was going to work. In comes Saqib again, bowls, hits the pad, rolls way out to square leg. I mean, there were some differences because Multan was about 40 degrees. So they played a whole test match on that one pitch, which was just spinning a bit. And so they just played on it again. Which had never been done before. I mean, everyone's looking it up. It's not illegal to do that.
Yeah.
So having won that match easily, thought this is the way to go. Up to Rawalpindi we go, where it's about 30 degrees cooler. So they needed some artificial assistance. They got these heaters, fans, radiators.
Yeah.
I mean, steamers, irons. They're kind of everything just to try and dry this.
I've got an experience from
pitch up.
Saqib Mahmood's just going to chat to Harry Brook.
Yeah.
Give me some time. I was in Pakistan for one of the early years, so it was all placed in Dubai whilst Pakistan had no cricket, but then they just started to go back to Pakistan, so we played the group stage in Dubai and then we flew over for the knockouts in Lahore.
So Saqib again, there's that ducket position again there. They must have a bit of a feeling about Stubbs and that position, but he steps away out towards the leg stump and misdrives out to point for a single.
And it was a big deal. It was, the first time domestic cricket, not domestic cricket, but franchise cricket, international players coming back to Pakistan for 10 years, was it? And it was a big deal, obviously. And for the PSL semi-final, and then we arrived. My team qualified. We flew in, and it rained. We chucked it down in Lahore. You're thinking, oh no,
Typical.
this game's no chance. So we turn up to the stadium. It's obviously very wet, but we've literally got a 4-day window to get 2 semi-finals and a final played.
Right.
And as I mentioned, it was a big deal. It was the first time, one of the first games back in Pakistan after such a long time. So they're obviously the ground staff are working overtime trying to dry the ground, because the pitch itself was obviously covered and was okay, but the outfield was sodden. And then all of a sudden, these 2 military helicopters fly into the stadium.
Huge thing.
Start hovering around the outfield.
There's Jax starting his second over, tosses that up, is driven just for single down to long off.
And they got the army to come in on 2 helicopters and just move around the outfield to try and dry the outfield, obviously with the propellers.
The noise must have been incredible.
Yeah, and the wind, obviously. We're all stood there watching from the dressing room balcony. And it dried it a bit, and we played it similar to the Oval last night in a game that you probably shouldn't have played. The outfield wasn't exactly fit to play, but such was the importance and the magnitude of the game.
Well, indeed.
We got out there and played.
Jax again. It's defended this time by Britsky.
What do you reckon the Lord's groundsman would say to a couple of RAF helicopters coming? What would the members say in the pavilion of just trying to dry a little pocket of the outfield?
It'd be a great sight. Jax bowls a little flatter and on the leg stump. It's nudged away for a single. It's actually a lovely ground there at Lahore. I mean, and for the Champions Trophy, the pitch
renovated now. Yeah,
it was superb. It was such a good pitch. It's such a shame the final wasn't played there.
Yeah, I agree. I was back there for the PSL this year after the Champions Trophy and the work
playing on the same pitch.
Yeah, they were high scoring games.
Yeah,
the new changing rooms, everything there now. They've done it.
Yeah, lovely.
Done it really well.
159 for 3. Here goes Jax. Bowls short outside the off stump, chopped away by Stubbs, who just get a single there. His root field on the edge of the circle.
Although it's all entirely uncovered now, isn't it, for the spectators?
Yes,
it used to have a. I'm hoping they're going to add that on there.
Well, I think they're talking about it. I think they ran out of cash.
Yeah, I'd imagine being a spectator in a day game in Lahore with no covering in the stands, that would be brutal.
Yeah. Jax again. Bowls, that's nicely played, very late, dabbed away. The short third man, Rashid is there. Take another single, 161 for 3. The ball to go in the 32nd over. Oh, look at that, 3:35. It's going to be a quick bowl at the other end, isn't it? I'm not going to get the moment.
Well, I've got 9 minutes.
Well, you'll be okay, I think.
I might miss it.
There's Jax again bowling, and that's smeared away into the leg side. Doesn't quite got hold of it, but it's stopped. It's plugged on this wet outfield. Bethel can stop it going for 4. Just running round to his right from long on. So that's the end of over number 32. 163 for 3. Stubbs 22. Britsky has 47. And there's 18 overs of South Africa's innings to go. And they're going to have a drink. That means definitely won't get it. Someone's conspiring against me for this moment of history here at Lord's. Groundsman's running on. In fact, quite an ill-equipped groundsman. He's only running out with a broom.
There you go.
Now his friend's coming with a pot of paint and the obligatory piece of wood. Doesn't matter where you are in the world, where you are, at the drinks break, this is the equipment that's brought out. A brush, pot of paint. There'll be a paintbrush presumably in there.
You'd hope so.
And a plank of wood. And out it goes, because they'll just freshen things up, sort it all out before the closing overs of this innings. It's sort of nip and tuck at the moment, isn't it? I'm not sure whose position really I'd want to be in from here. Because if England just do chip away and get a couple of wickets, it might be 260, 270 perhaps. But if South Africa do go a bit mad here in the last 10, they could get beyond 300.
Yeah, you're right. I think we're in a bit of a holding pattern, aren't we? I think both teams could go either way. South Africa are well set. Bretsky 47 off 54 balls. Tristan Stubbs 22 off 34. Stubbs hasn't actually hit a boundary yet, so the potential for him is still certainly ahead, and both very explosive batters in their own right. And Devol Brevis to come in next, as I've mentioned before, is in brilliant form at the moment with the bat. So wicket does look good. It's not spinning an awful lot. The seam movement has obviously gone from the ball since that first opening power play. So I think South Africa will be happy if they, 3 wickets down after 32 overs. I think that's a good platform. Yeah, you maybe would love another 30, 40 runs on the board, but I think they're going to, either way, they should, from their point of view, get themselves up to a decent score. But likewise, England will feel, especially with Adil Rashid, with 3 overs still left in the pocket for him. He's got 2 for 21 from 7, been by far the standout bowler for England, as he often is. England still have a lot up their sleeve as well.
Yes,
Archer, Mahmood, Carr still have 3 overs left as well. So we still need to see 6 overs of the 5th bowler as such. Will Jacks has started pretty well, so I assume we will see some more of him. He's bowled 2 overs for 10 so far. Jacob Bethel didn't fare quite so well, going for 21 off his 2.
Well, the popping crease has been painted. Ground staff have done their bit. They're leaving the field. And South Africa's, sort of 12th men there, if you like, those carrying the drinks, have done their bit as well. Umpires are having a drink. They'll break up shortly. England having a conversation. So it's all nicely set up, actually, at the moment. 163 for 3 with 18 overs to go. So, Timel, some thoughts from you, and then Alison's coming here.
Yeah, Alison Mitchell's going to get the honour of commentating through this new ball change rule that we're about to see in 2 overs time. Which of the 2 balls they're going to choose to continue with from either end.
Well, what would you be looking for, Tamal? I mean, we've got an over to build up to this, as the 33rd over is about to be bowled. I mean, looking at where the wickets have fallen, 2 from the pavilion end, 1 from the nursery end.
I'm thinking you're just going to want the oldest ball. I know they are the same age in terms of overs from either end, but you're going to want whichever one you feel is the softest, the most beaten up ball, because in theory that's the one that should be hardest to hit and to travel once hit by the middle of the bat. So I don't think there'll be an awful lot in them. I'd imagine, looking at the 2 balls, this might be not as far as rule changes go and revolution within cricket. I don't know, or evolution, sorry, within cricket. I don't know if this will be right up there with what we've seen in the past with the invention of T20 cricket. I don't think it will be spoken
quite
about.
Quite as seismic.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be spoken about in the same breath, but it's something.
163 for 3. Mahmood from the pavilion end into Brett Skeet on 47, darts through for 48 as the throw misses the stumps from Bethel. It's backed up though, so through for the 164 for 3. So this is now the 33rd over of the innings.
Well, I would ask, and sorry Phil if I have missed this on my ICC emails that I definitely do receive, why the 34th over? Do we know?
Pick up, you've got a microphone.
Yes, so it's an equal amount with both balls.
Yes.
But you're saying why 34, why not 36 or 1 at 38?
We're at the halfway mark of the inning.
That wasn't on my email.
No, it wasn't mine.
Yeah, so that's what I meant. Yeah, why it seems quite random, doesn't it?
Here is Mahmood. Over the wicket goes to Stubbs, who heaves this out over the leg side, up and over from wide mid-on, chased back to the boundary. Ball's dribbling towards the rope, a sliding stop put in, the ball's pulled back and they're coming back for the 3rd. This throw comes in on the bounce to the bowler's end. Again, it's backed up by Duckett this time. Another chunk of turf has been taken out in the course of fielding. 167 for 3 in the 33rd over. Those bits of turf are expensive, Tamal. Do you know that they're at? You can buy a piece of turf. Yeah. Well, the outfield's being relayed. MCC are selling off the turf.
And what does it fetch? Do we know?
£50 a square. Okay. I can't remember what size of square that is. You can obviously get more than one. There might be a discount maybe if you bulk buy, but you could have a slice of Lord's turf.
Does it? Sorry, this might be a silly question. Does it die?
Well, presumably you'd want to bed it in somewhere at home and water it in and keep it going. Brett Ski on 48 heaves this out towards square leg. Hasn't timed it, but he put a lot into the shot. And Archer is there, deep square on the boundary to pick up. So he moves to 49.
Yeah, sorry, that's just maybe my simple brain. But I'm thinking people would want it to be shown, I guess. You couldn't just put it in a frame and
well, then it will
leave it, and then it would just turn yellow, and then it doesn't look too great, does it, in your front room?
I think you'd perhaps want to go out to your own lawn and cut a square equal to the size of your bit of Lord's turf and just replace it with a... And then you need to put a little sign up, wouldn't you? Say, this is Lord's turf.
Keep the dog out of it.
Stubbs on 25, Mahmood is in. Came forward back up the pitch into the hands of Mahmood, and there's no run. That's another way of raising money, though, isn't it? When you're relaying the outfield, I mean, people would probably love to have a little bit of Lord's turf at home. if you can keep it in pristine condition, though. I mean, if you're not able to, it'd be a bit of a disappointment, wouldn't it? Now, if Bretsky gets to his 50, he continues a highly impressive start to his ODI career. As Mahmood moves in here, though. Stubbs on strike. He's on 25. Mahmood goes in, thick outside edge, down towards deep third, and Rashid is there on the boundary to pick up. They thought about a second, but call is no, because Rashid covered the ground pretty quickly. A clean pick up and a throw back in.
I've just looked to try and buy a piece for myself, and fortunately the page does no longer exist. So maybe they've sold. Maybe they've sold out.
Or maybe everyone's leapt onto it at the same time to have a look. Try and buy some. I don't know whether there was a deadline. Presumably there's a while to go until they're going to actually dig it up. But you wouldn't want to get that little bit that,
There you go. The outfield's being...
Just had Harry Brooks' boot go through it, would you?
The outfield's being cut up and resurfaced for the first time in 23 years.
Bretsky is on 49. In goes Mahmood. Defence this time. Drop and run. He's scampering a quick single. Good backing up. Gets Bretsky through for the one, which does take him to 50. Thumbs up for his partner. But Bretsky, well, he is a real talent for South Africa. Began his career with a bang, 150 on ODI debut, and now playing in just his 5th match. It's his 4th ODI 50 to go with the 150. So when he gets in, he scores.
Yeah, he was the first player to make 50s in his first 4 innings. Obviously now the first player to make 50s in his first 5. South Africans who've made 5 consecutive ODI 50s: John T. Rhodes, Quinton de Kock done it a couple of times, and Henrik Klaassen. The record for consecutive ODI half centuries, Jarvin Miandad back in 1987.
Well, how do they stop him? Because it's a very good partnership that is being put on together here with Tristan Stubbs. 77 from 84 balls. Plenty of wickets in hand. We have now had 33 overs, so we've got the 34th here. Jax is bowling from the nursery end. So where's this change of balls going to be after this over? I didn't notice anything happen. No. It's supposed to be after 34, and that the change of ball will come.
Sorry, this is my last bit on the turf, because this has piqued my interest. So the entire outfield is being redone here this winter. So everything you see, it looks amazing, doesn't it?
Well, it does.
You're not looking at it
why
thinking
you're needing to
this needs replacing, but apparently they want to get better drainage for the soil underneath.
Jackson stepping away to leg. Jackson's followed, and now it's gone well beyond the keeper, down towards the pavilion. And wide is indeed signalled. Now that was another regulation change, wasn't it, about the interpretation of the leg side wide. And well, I think if this delivery had gone between the stumps and the batter, Stubbs having made a lot of room out past the leg stump, it would have been legitimate delivery. This time he stepped away again, out towards leg, makes some room and eases out towards Archer. But as it was, that ball went outside the line of Stubbs' legs, so still a wide.
So the entire outfield is being cut into small pieces, which will be boxed and presented with a certificate of authenticity.
Oh, it'll be boxed?
Yep. The turf is being dug up this winter to allow the MCC to replace the underlying clay, which does not drain easily, with a quicker drying sand-based soil. The sale of the turf should cover the entire £1.25 million cost.
Jax is in, drops this one a little shorter. Bretsky looking to pull. Bottom edges it round the corner, down towards fine leg. They're coming back for the second, and comes a throw, got his head down and made it through. And in fact, the follow through has seen him jogging halfway back to the pavilion. Bretsky, that was. 177 for 3. Right, Miles being replaced by Ebony here, but that's piqued my interest about the fact that they are boxing the turf to give to you. Does that mean it's sort of in a presentation box then, or is that just how it's delivered and then it's up to you to plant it in your own lawn?
I know what to get you for Christmas, Ali.
I'll tell you, my dad, he loves his lawn. He takes great care and pride over it. Here's Bretsky, lofted shot on 53, up and over, down the ground and into the advertising hoardings for 6. Well, he just seemed to ease that back over the head of Will Jax. And left there for Jacob Bethel to retrieve. South Africa 183 for 3.
Yeah, judged that so well, didn't he? Just saw it early, shuffled down. And I love that sort of full, clean flourish to the bat straight through. And he held the pose as well. Loves a pose.
Bretsky on to 59. Jackson again. Turns this. towards mid-wicket. Harry Brook is there, picks up a single taken. Gretzky on to 60, 184 for 3. We're coming to the back end of this 34th over, and then we will see, Ebony, what happens.
The ball.
The ball.
I've been listening to all the chat. I wasn't sure who's going to get it, but it's us.
Stubbs on 27, makes some room again towards the leg side as Jax follows him, tickles it into the mid-wicket region, and Duckett comes in off the boundaries. They take another one, so a bit of a strike rotation and a big 6 off that. Will Jax over, so 185 for 3 after 34 overs. Now let's see, I see
something's happening.
Each umpire has got one ball. The ball which, now they're continuing with the one from the pavilion end.
He's got
so one ball has been tossed away, and it's the ball at the pavilion end which has been kept. So that umpire Mike Burns down at that end. He had that ball in his hand, and umpire Shafadullah had the ball that had just been bowled with by Jax. That one's got tossed away, so they've decided to help. Nothing very ceremonial about that, Ebs, was there?
It felt like they kind of knew which ball already as well. There was a quick chat with Saqib Mahmood, but they were like, let's keep it moving. So they were, I suppose you do know, don't you, as the game's progressing, which ball's coming on better, which is a bit softer, which they wanted to go for.
So on we go, over number 35 with Rashid. Quicker delivery, been driven out through the covers by Stubbs. Out to the deep, another one added. So pondering why at the 34 over mark, is it just simply to sort of have 15 overs at the end?
Well, yeah, Phil gave us a 17 from each end, you felt was the maths for some reason.
Rashid in, a whirl of arms coming in towards us, stroked up towards extra cover. Brook is there, he stoops to pick up. Floodlights are starting to come on against, at the moment, blue sky on that side of the ground, the grandstand and the Warner stand. Still a high cloud that's moved way across Lords now. Rashid goes in again, hooked in the air, oh, just past a diving mid-wicket out to the deep. They're coming back for the second. It would have been a fabulous one-handed effort, I think, there if Jacob Bethel had just about got there. He leapt. And they're back for 2. I wonder how close, how far away this was. Forced away off the back foot aerially. Oof, would have been a stunner if he'd grabbed it.
It would have been. It was travelling at some distance. He would have had to taken it behind him as well, which is...
Rashid moves in again as a sweep. Behind, square it goes. The pick up in the shot at the stumps were into the gloves of Butler. Just forcing these two to run sharply. And they did run sharply. He seemed to fly sort of underneath the little finger, didn't it, as he went full stretch with his left arm.
It was going at some pace. I don't think he had a chance, but he put in some effort.
Stubbs on 29. South Africa only 3 down. Looks to hoik Adil Rashid into the leg side. Bottom edges into his body, then into the ground. Picked up there by Bethel. So looking to get a move on.
Yeah, I was just thinking about the chase here. It's not actually easy when they're trying to force some of these bigger shots. You saw a toe ender there, back foot punch, and staying a little bit uppish.
3 in the ring on the offside, 2 on the on. Outside the off stump this time from Rashid. Eased away out towards the covers. For a single, that ends the over, 190 for 3. So Gretzky 63, Stubbs now 30 from 42. The partnership now 96 off 95 balls.
Yeah, they're going well, and the plan didn't come off with the new ball, trying to see if there was some moisture around and overheads early on. Well, it's kind of a beautiful batting day at the moment, isn't it? And that rain hasn't really kicked in the way England thought. So the advantage does go to the batting side at the moment. They're quite well set, plenty of wickets in hand.
Yep, still got Dirvout Brevis to come out before Corbin Bosch. Now Muthusami is in the side for Vian Mulder today, who's ill, and then you're down to Maharaj, Berger and Geedy. Makes up the South Africa 11 at the moment. It's feeling very unlikely that we'll see those bowlers out with bat in hand. But these two scoring at a good pace. Ski 63 off 64. Now 5 ODI 50s in a row. With that 150 on his ODI debut. It's Stubbs though, inside the off stump. Brings his bat down to angle it behind square on the offside. There's no run. Bryden Cast continuing here. Wicketless so far. 1 for Archer, 2 for Rashid. What have you liked about this partnership in particular, Ebbs, and the way these two batters go about their business?
Yeah, I think Brieske Moore for me is just, it's the first time I've seen him, and one, I love his technique. I love that he's busy, you know, in the context of coming out more in those middle phases, just keeping it ticking and then picking up the boundary as well.
Pass moves into Stubbs. The sun is shining. Stubbs again steps a little way towards leg and able to clip it, and with that angle up the slope towards the grandstand. Smith picks up. He's back for a controlled 2. The gloves of Butler.
Yeah, Tristan Stubbs has been for himself a bit more measured actually, and you feel that he's getting a feel of the wicket, building this partnership which is vital, but then there is that ability to accelerate later, so this partnership could be dangerous if England don't get that breakthrough.
Pass at the end of his mark. 192 for 3. Stubbs again steps away towards leg. A whip of the gloves, and well, that one's ended up at a short third. He was looking to heave that over the leg side. Will Jacks picking it up.
Yeah, it seems like the bigger shots they're going for, they've not come off. We've seen a few toe enders here. Cast bowler, a ball, yeah, bottom edge.
Yeah, maybe bottom edge and slightly the back of the bat that made it skew away towards short third. He was eyeing up that region where Jamie Smith is standing in front of the grandstand. Pass in again to Stubbs. Fuller driven and well stopped by Bethel at short extra cover. And hit hard, some appreciation from the crowd, that ripple of applause.
That was absolutely drilled to Jacob Bethel. He did a good job making that actually look seamless in his pickup, because that had 4 written all over it. A crisp drive, just got too full there, Cass.
He needed to get down to it, didn't he? Because the only protection on that side of the ground there, deep, is deep cover, who was never going to be cutting that off. 192 for 3 still in this 36th over. Cast a leap at the crease. He played this very deftly. Down towards deep third. Scampers 1. Now Rashid, they're down there in front of the Allen stand, moves in off the rope to field. It's just the single, brings up the 100 partnership between these two. Excellent work. 193 for 3 coming together after Markram was out for 49. Caught and bowled Rashid, he was. 19th over of the innings. So it's been a dominant partnership, and there's runs coming off just 101 balls as well.
Yeah, brilliant. And it's a very different type of innings to the last game, but contributions coming throughout.
Gretzky advances and heaves to mid-wicket. A bit of a crowd catch almost, but good save by Duckett again, taking it low, down. Here's Gretzky rehearsing the shot, looking to launch that high into the leg side and be out towards cow corner. End of the over, 193 for 3, then after 36. And the question, England will be starting to think, who for them is going to replicate this sort of stand?
Yeah,
after the debacle of Leeds.
Yeah, and I think that the one thing I know, again, here we just saw with that last ball, Brieske tried to hit into the stands. It's not quite coming on, and so what South Africa have done is they're giving themselves a platform. They'll be able to get a decent score, but you can see it's getting harder to get that timing, and then obviously with the ball changing now, it's getting a bit slower and harder to get away. So if South Africa post something decent near that 300 mark, it could be a really tough chase.
Will Jacks is switching to the pavilion end here. So a different ball for him to bowl with, because they tossed away the one that was being used from the nursery stand end. Is heaved out towards mid-wicket, and it will go for 4. Yes, it will. It's found the gap perfectly between deep mid-wicket and a wide long on. And that South African score moves along again. England needs to find a way of breaking up this partnership.
They're going a bit agricultural here. You can see that they want to just get this game going, opening up those front legs and hitting through that cow corner.
Jacks with that high action of his. Big heave into the leg side. Once more goes high and into the stands. It's a 6. 6 off the bat of Tristan Stubbs. He's on to 43. The partnership now really accelerating. And they're really taking the attack to Will Jacks.
This has danger written all over it. You've got 2 clearly power batters at the crease. And that was such a good base there. Sorry, Phil.
No, it's quite right. Tristan Stubbs had gone 47 balls in this innings without a boundary, and now he's gone 4-6.
Picking his moments. He's doing it against, well, the second backup spinner, if you like, after a little bit of Bethel. And Jacks came into the attack. Adil Rashid's still got 2 overs he can bowl. Where will Stubbs go now? He's on 43, goes to reverse. Makes a really good connection for 4 as well. Just beautifully played, knowing that short third is up inside the circle. Moves, shape those hands very, very quickly. Nailed it. 200 up as well for South Africa. 207 for 3. Stubbs on 47.
Yeah, it feels like they've made the decision as well to attack the spinner, Will Jacks. He's not getting a huge amount of turn, as you'd expect. And in terms of the match condition, it's just that time to start pressing that foot down. Phil, I feel like Tristan Stubbs scored a good score. It might have been Bristol against England a few years back, but I might be making that up. But I just remember it was the first time I saw him.
He's got a bit of a recent pattern in terms of his ODI cricket. This one out through mid-wicket along the ground with the sweep in front of square. It's just the one, takes him to 48. I was looking at his ODI scores. Well, in Australia, he was 0, 74, 1. But then 0 in the first ODI here. So he's sort of been a bit boom or bust of late. But yeah, a good 74 in that second match, which is what sealed South Africa the ODI series. And then, of course, in the third game in Mackay, they got well and truly beaten. A really heavy defeat by Australia. But they secured the series. Bretsky facing up to Jacks, waits for it and whips it with his wrists with some control down towards long on and jogs through for 1.
Yeah, your memory didn't deceive you. Made 72 from 28 balls at Bristol in July 2022. 2 4s and 8 6s.
Yeah, that was some ridiculous hitting. First time I'd seen him live, and he was just such a threat.
It's on 48 here. Oh, and he throws one out too wide. Does Will Jacks outside the off stump, wide signalled by the umpire. So 1 more for the South African total. 210 for 3. This would be the last ball of the over. Tries to make some room. Outside edge into the ground and out to Mahmood, who's at short third. A dot ball to end the over from Jacks, but these two are looking to accelerate with just 1 ball being used from both ends now with the rule change. 210 for 3 then, South Africa. We've had 37 overs so far. Simon Mann is coming in to join you, Ebony.
Yeah, I think as well, you can see that pressing the accelerator because this ball will get softer, and so it's most probably got the last bit of juice in it over the next 10. And so it looks like they're trying to make the most, but I just can't wait for Simon to sit down. Is there a stat that you mentioned at the start of play that...
Oh, I'm not going to go on about that. I just laid it out in front of everybody. Let's see how the game pans out at the moment. South Africa 210 in the bank. There's still 13 overs left. And here goes Rashid to bowl to Bretsky. And he struck on the pad there. Ball goes into the offside. It's picked up at cover. I see Predict Viz as 3-2-3. Well, that might be a very good score, that. England made 312 against Australia here last year and won by 180 odd runs. Rashid moves in and bowls to Bretsky outside the off stump, guided away, diving save at backward point, prevents the ball going through in a cordon, so there's no run there. I mean, this is the whole point, isn't it, about the using 1 ball from now on, is that it does give something back to the bowlers, so they're just not cannon fodder at the end. So, you know, it's possible England could drag it back here. There's still 12 overs left. Rashid bowls. Bretsky goes back into his stumps and guides it up towards the long on area and picks up another single, takes him to 65 in this remarkable one-day career that he's had so far, that he's got past 50 on every occasion in his 5 innings. 150, 83, 57 and 88 and now 65 not out. He's 26 years of age. And his 5th game today. Rashid bowls, forward goes Stubbs, pushing that way into the offside, down the hill towards deep cover. 1 more. It's really weird watching now because the white ball with the glare of the sun dipping, the ball is almost invisible, isn't it? Are you finding that?
Yeah, just picking it up with the sort of reflection and the light.
Here is Adil Rashid bowling to Bretsky. Bretsky goes back, chops that away into the offside, finds a small gap in the covers. Through for a single.
Feels like they're playing very smart here. They took down Will Jacks in that last over, but they're respecting Rashid, knowing he's got 1 left. But you feel he's been the only real threat with the ball, and so once he's done and is seen off, that really allows them to get into the other bowlers, which they've been successful against today.
Yeah. How many overs have we got left of the 5th bowler, Phil? There's Rashid. He's in his...
Yeah, we've still got 4 more. Jackson's bowled 4, Bethell's bowled 2.
There you go, so 4 more of that. Rashid, last ball of the over, goes into bowl to Stubbs. He's on 49. He was conscious of it as well. He don't want to get out now. Pushes it back to the bowler, and there's no run. He's playing quite circumspect fashion there. Tristan Stubbs remains on 49 from 54 balls. Well, you can have some fun, and potentially, if you get your 50 in these last 10 overs or so. 213 for 3, South Africa, piecing it together nicely. They had a good start, and they lost some wickets, and these two have dragged them, I would say at the moment, to a position of strength in the game.
What do you think the conversation will be with this sort of ball thing? I would imagine that the batters are thinking, right, from 34, we maybe got 8 to 10 overs of it still having a bit, so they have to go harder potentially in that phase before it gets too soft and you're struggling at the end. Or whether they would just play as normal. I'm not sure. It's whether it be a conversation or maybe it's one that will evolve as...
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah.
See how it looks over time. Cass goes into bowl to Bretsky, slower ball down the leg side, tries to smack it away, misses it, but because it's down the leg side, inevitably it's called wide. It bobbles through to Josh Butler. So 214 for 3. Cass really rolling his fingers over that one. It was such a slow delivery. Cass has bowled 8 overs to 37, so tidy figures from him. Archer's got 3 left. Saqib's got 2 left. Cass has got 1 left after this. Rashid 1 left, and then 4 overs of the 5th bowler. Cass goes in, bowls. That's hammered down the ground for 4. It's a magnificent shot from Bretsky. Really gave that something. Hit it back where it came from, just about. Team mid-on the stumps. And Chasen Cass walks back with his head down. 218 for 3. Doesn't feel like there's a great deal of South African support in today, because that was a wonderful blow. A back foot, almost a back foot pull. It nearly took out the non-striker, Stubbs.
He's set almost more baseball style, isn't he? You just see before that ball, he high back lift, striking through the line.
Cass bowls to Bretsky, swings that way, high into the leg side. This is going into the stand for 6. Well, fielder down there, Jofra Archer, watched it sail over his head. It's gone into the mound stand. And South Africa building a position of strength. 224 for 3. 39th over.
He's good. He's good. You kind of, do you feel like that? You remember the first time you see some players? I was just saying about Tristan Stubbs, and that's.
I was there, Bristol.
Remember that?
I do remember. You thought, wow, this is interesting.
Yeah, and then it's the same. First time I'm seeing Britsky, and obviously you hear the hype, but it's different when you actually get to witness. It's a real talent on show. And 2 at the crease.
And they've got licence now. It's a great position to be in it. That's for South Africa. 224 for 3. Bretsky's on 76. Cass bowls to him. That's forced away. Through extra cover, more runs from there. Picked up by the sweeper on the boundary in front of the grandstand. Up the hill. 2 more.
Did you just get South London? Did you say it's a great place to be in it? You did.
I'd have to listen back.
You did. I think you said a South London phrase. I love it, Simon.
Not consciously, Ebbs.
I think you did. I love it.
You might have misheard.
Maybe I'm rubbing off you, I don't know.
Well, I've lived in southwest London for the last 20 years.
Bit bougie there.
226 for 3. Bougie.
Bit bougie.
Bougie?
Yeah, bougie's posh.
Oh, okay. To translate for me. Cass bowls, another slower ball whipped away by Bretsky. In it, down towards deep square leg. Another run, Bretsky to 79. 227 for 3. Lord's quiet. England subdued. Their supporters subdued. And we got the Lord's hum. But when the ball is smacked to the boundary, there's not a lot of enthusiasm. Normally there's some polite applause, isn't there, for a fine shot. I think we used that during the India series. You had support for both sides. 227 for 3. Stubbs on 49. Cass goes into Bolton. He goes leg side. Bowler follows him. He turns it away into the onside. Cass falls over. And there is a half century for Tristan Stubbs in 55 balls. Listen to the applause. Polite.
Very polite.
Yeah, no more than that.
Not giving too much credibility or credence there, but he's played very well, actually. I think seeing how he's come in. He rebuilt the partnership without being too aggressive, and then he's now started to put the foot down. Very smart.
Yeah, 2 4s and a 6 from Stubbs. And you mentioned that high-octane innings at Bristol. I think from memory, the ball was disappearing here, there and everywhere. This has been controlled. Cast to Bretsky and guided away. That's 4 down towards deep third. Beautifully played again. Opening the face, finding the gap between short third and backward point. Threaded through. And South Africa bounding away. There's still 11 overs left. 232 for 3.
He's got that very high back lift. It's not quite Brown Lara, but you know how someone who holds it high, so he's ready to always pounce on the ball, play that aggressive shot. And there, just nicely.
Yeah, the last 3 overs have gone 17 off Will Jacks, that 3 off Adil Rashid that you mentioned, and that last over from Price Cards went for 19.
Yeah, I think they're picking their bowlers very clearly. And they know if... So Rashid's done, or has he got one more? One more. So they'll be conscious of that, play smart, and then they've got plenty more to get stuck into.
So Archer's going to come back into the attack from the nursery end. 11 overs left of this South Africa innings. I've seen some one days where 11 overs have gone for 100, possibly even more. And that would be a huge score if they were able to do that. I mean, you feel even 300 is challenging. Archer bowls, gives himself some room, it's swatted up towards long on. It's parried at long on, it goes up towards long off. And they're through for a couple of runs. I just lost the flight of that. I just wonder whether that was in the air to Joe Root, whether it was a possible chance. There was an ooh from the crowd, and not a great deal of reaction from the England players.
It's a bit of a face on Joe Root. I want to see the replay here.
Now, was this in the air? Yeah, it was. It was dragged in the air. And did Root... No, it just bounced in front of him.
Yeah.
It was a difficult one, because you're tempted to dive forward to try to take the catch, and in doing so, it's hard to take it cleanly, so he was able to parry it up towards long off. 2 more. Archer bowls a very full-length delivery. In fact, I think it was a low full toss. It was driven back, and Archer stopped in his follow-through. Run.
It's not easy. A lot of the shots they've tried to get, the big shots. We've seen some toe enders, hasn't quite come on. And I think I heard Cookie as well just talking about it can get slower through the day. So you can actually see these guys are playing it very well, but it's not easy to get timing and get that distance on the ball. So this 300, if they get to 300 plus, this is going to be dangerous.
Archer to Stubbs, short ball pulled away, down towards the Warner stand. Fielder runs around, stops it, and just keeps it inside the rope. It's Saqib Mahmood down there. It's a good piece of fielding, really. A little shadow down by the Warner stand. It's creeping onto the pitch. Saqib ran to his left, knocked it back inside the rope, in the shadows down there. And just checking it to make sure that the ball didn't hit the rope and Saqib didn't touch the rope while he was in contact with the ball. No, that was good. And they came back for a couple. 236 for 3. We're in the 40th over.
He's sending it on back and bringing
deep third up.
So he can go a bit fuller and straighter at the stumps if he wants to, because he's got that opportunity with the protection at mid-on.
Right, here goes Archer. And Bretsky hits that away into the offside, giving himself some room. He's really enjoying himself out there now. He's towards deep cover. Correction, that was Stubbs. He's enjoying himself as well. He's on 55. Bretsky on strike on 83. 237 for 3. 40th over. Difficult times these are for England. Archer brought back to try to make the breakthrough. Goes in now, bowls to Bretsky. Short of a length, slower ball into the pitch. Swatted away towards deep mid-wicket. Fielder runs to his left-hand side and sends in the return. Bretsky comes back for another couple. He's on to 85. He's got there in 76 balls as well.
I really enjoy watching his technique. I love batting technique. He's just got that high back lift, allows him to hit with extended arms through the ball, generate pace when it's not coming on very quickly.
239 for 3. Bretsky waits for Archer. Archer Bowls from a full toss down the leg side, which he misses out on, but inevitably down the leg side means a wide. Through to Butler. 240 for 3.
Baseball style. A bit of work to do here for England. It's actually been a relatively tidy over bar the wide. Can they get out without a boundary?
Last ball of Archer's 8th. And to bowl to Bresky. Full ball, shout for LBW, given out. Archer has come back and taken the wicket. And Bresky's pin is inevitably going to have a chat with his colleague about where this was pitching, etc. And he has reviewed it.
We have a player review for LBW. Original decision out. I have checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
Archer turned around, almost walked towards the umpire and just absolutely convinced this was going to be out. Now where is this hitting? Let's have a look on the replay. Seeing it front on now is a very full delivery.
Oh.
The ball is very close to the bat. Can we have ultra-edge, please? Yes. Keep it going, please. Okay. Keep it going, please. Okay. Clear gap between bat and ball. No bat involved. Ball tracking, please.
I have to say, this looks absolutely
It
plumb.
looks plumb. He's stood right in front of the stumps.
He's walking off. He's seen the replay on the screen. He's not waiting for ball tracking, and he's made his own mind up.
Yeah, the way he sets himself up, he was stood right in front of those stumps, wasn't he? There's the tracking. Middle
Pitching
stump.
in line, impact in line, wicket setting. Thank you. I'll go back to Saikat on field. Saikat, you can stay with your decision.
Well, it's hard to be plumber than that, isn't it?
It is hard to
It's
be.
hit a third of the way up middle stump. Absolutely plumb.
It was a smart ball from Jofra, actually. He kind of rolled his wrist on it, so it was a slow, low, full toss. Stroke Yorker, kind of attempted Yorker, and it just beat him for pace, and he'd sort of set himself back, so he was stood right on middle stump. So a smart ball to get rid of a very good batter there. Great to see Bresky kind of continuing this long run of scores.
Yeah, so what have we got now? 150, 83, 57, 88 and 85. It's not a bad way to start.
Not a bad start, is it? What's his average?
Quite a lot.
A lot.
Yeah, 85 or 77 balls. England very happy to see the back of him, especially going into the slog overs, the last 10 overs. 240 for 4. Bresky out, but it does bring in Dewald Brevis, who is a very talented young striker of the ball as well. Looking forward to seeing him. I haven't seen a great deal of him. You hear about the reputation. Doesn't IPL, for example, hasn't always played, even though he's got a contract. We're looking forward to seeing him in the next half an hour or so. Alistair Cook is here.
Well, Harry Brook gambled, didn't he? Desperate for a wicket. And it's still got to find, is it 4 overs?
Yeah.
The 5th. So 4 out the last 10. Followed by, don't want to call them part-timers, but they're not frontline bowlers. I've had 2 texts already. Why are England playing with 4 bowlers when you've got to bowl 50? A friend called Mike is all over it. So he should do a podcast, is what he should do. But it's a fair point. Tactically, they are packing their batting.
Do you feel they're a seam bowling all-rounder short?
Yes. I think the option of they would love, I suppose that's where our friend Ben Stokes fits doesn't into the side. He plays instead of one of Bethel or Jacks in that role, and he gives you that option. 100%, yeah.
Right, so Brevis is out there. That was the last ball of the over, so he won't be on strike. It's going to be Bethel to bowl, so we've got 10 overs left, 4 by the 5th bowler. Here's one of them. And presumably they're going to try and take this on. It's outside the off stump. Stubbs drives through extra cover for a single, but of course you do bring him on now because you've just taken a wicket. So what you hope is to get through with a new player out there. So Brevis might just rein himself in a bit, but I mean the way to go for South Africa now is to really try and take him on if you can, if you're brave. He did hit him or did strike a long ball early on the other day, Brevis, but he didn't have much. It was right at the end of the game, wasn't it? But he hit the winning runs for 6.
You also feel that Stubbs has to rein it in for a few overs because you do not want 2 new batsmen at the crease. So he will, tactically for England, I think, sneak a couple in, and while Brevis finds his feet.
This is his first ball now. He swats that away out towards wide long on. Where's this gone? It's gone away for 4. So he is taking it on straight away against Bethel. England have a field on the long on boundary. It was dragged out towards Cow Corner. In a way, it was perfect placement. There we go. First ball, bang.
Well, find your feet. There's a big mow across the line. And it was off the stumps. He didn't quite time it perfectly. A brave shot.
Yeah, there's a few who played the game over the years who wouldn't have played a shot like that first ball. But Brevis, perfectly happy to do it. 2:45 for 4. Bethel, left arm round the wicket, bowls, and that's nicked on the cut, and that's going to be 4 as well. He's hit that through a vacant second, third slip area, something like that. He wasn't looking to hit it there, but perfect placement, really. And Brevis has got 8 off 2, and Bethel suffering again. It was pushed through, it was a bit short. He took that just off the off stump.
I think it would have gone straight to a traditional slip to spin. It wasn't that fine. Bethel's gone for, is it 26? No, 30 and 2.3.
2:49 for 4. 9 overs left after this one. Still 3 balls with this over to go. That's very wide of off stump and signalled wide. He's almost determined not to be hit for 4 that time, but well, he wasn't. He's going to have to bowl it again. There's 250s on the board for South Africa. 250 for 4. They really go well in the last 10 overs. I mean, it could be 340. That's pushed through outside the off stump. Is that inside the line? No, it's not. That's wide as well. See what Bethel's trying to do here. Just get it inside the line, the wide line. Just fire it through. Probably a bit wider, Brevis, but he's not quite getting it right. So umpire Burns has signalled wide in 2 consecutive deliveries. 251 for 4, turning into a long over. Here goes Bethel to bowl to Brevis. He's done it again. It's not taken cleanly by Butler. They've pinched an extra run. I think this is going to be called wide as well. Let's have a look at the umpire. Yep, so that's 2 wides.
It's a bit of a game of cat and mouse, because this ball, he has been moving around his crease. He gave himself a bit of room leg side, went across to the offside. Brevis did, and Bethel's trying to counter it, firing on that line, and he's just the wrong side of that blue.
Let's call it the wide line. Yeah, the wide line. Blue wide line. Bethel bowls to Stubbs. That one's on middle stump. Shoveled away into the offside off the back foot by Stubbs towards mid-off for a single. 254 for 4. So that's what, 9 ball over this one. How many runs have we had of it? 10, 14 runs off the over. Still with 2 balls to go. Had some expensive overs of late. 19 or 17. This one's a 14 with still 2 balls left. Here's Brevis getting a short ball outside the off stump. Horrible ball, really. It's dragged into the onside towards wide long on. They come back for 2, so that's 16 off the over. Jacks with the fielding. Bethel having a difficult time of it.
Also not great cricket from anyone. That was an absolute drag down pie. Very wide, very short, and Brevis has kind of clothed it into the big gap on the leg side. If he'd have stood still, and probably could have hit it anywhere he wanted.
Last ball of the over for Bethel. Relieved to get through eventually. That one's full. It's driven firmly down the ground for a single. And the over comes to an end. 256 for 4, 41 gone. Stubbs has 57. Brevis has already 11 not out from 4 balls. And Bethel, 3 overs for 38. More from you, Alistair. And then Jonathan Agnew returns.
Well, Harry Brooks got a decision now whether he goes again trying to find one of those 3 overs with the part-time, or try and go back to one of his main bowlers. Try and get a wicket. Say with Archer or Mahmood, I think it's going to be Archer to continue and bowl his 10th over, so that'll take him out of the death equation. England could be exposed, but they could also keep picking up wickets to reduce the damage.
Yeah, you mentioned the part-time bowlers. Jackson, Bethel, 7 overs between them, gone for 80 runs.
It's always a gamble, isn't it? It's such a key part of any cricket team, the all-rounder, man. Bats and bowls the full allocation. It's a bit of a nightmare as a captain, I think, Cookie, isn't it? Especially when your sort of first option of the fill-in goes for a few, and you think, oh, the second option will have to bowl a bit more. Here's Archer, 257 for 4. He bowls outside the off stump. And there's a massive drive there from Brevis, but it just dribbles up to mid-off. He put a huge amount of effort into that.
He's tried to almost hit every ball as hard as he can.
He has, yeah. 2:57 before, dangerous times here for England. They can get a couple of wickets, check it, keep it in some sort of control. They might be all right, but they could easily run amok here with the batting that remains, the hitting that remains. 2:57 for 4. Brevis on 11. Archer glides in bowls. Germany drives out a slicing sort of a drive to backward point, and wisely the fielder there doesn't throw at the stumps. Don't know who the throws on there, but they manage a single.
Is there a punishment for slow over rates in 50 overs, as in terms of you had to bring a man in?
Yes.
You do?
You do.
I think England are...
They're struggling.
Well, I think they're fairly slow, aren't they?
Well, they usually are. But I haven't seen anything on the screen.
It says -2 on the over rate under Brevis, and halfway down that ball.
Oh, yes, it does, yes. Archer bowls, slower ball, pulled away. Again out for Overton to field on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Didn't see him come creeping on. Who's he?
Just about to ask who
yes. So do our usual round the field identification parade. That he's out there at deep mid-wicket.
Sorry, I thought this was Archer's last. This is his 9th over, isn't it?
Right.
I apologise, I've called that.
He's not bowling the last. He's not bowling all the way through. 2:59 for 4. Brevis 12. Archer again on his toes, runs in bowls, very full, driven hard. Root fields there at extra cover. It's that stage of the game and of the innings where it's very difficult to see the white ball. I don't know what it's like for spectators. Certainly with the sun shining too. You also have to just watch the ball be bowled, watch the batsman play his shot, and then see which fielder moves. 2:59 for 4. Here's Archer past the umpire, runs in, bowls, slower ball. It's chopped away. Oh, there should be a run. There must be. Oh, Archer's dropped the ball. Oh, I think he's just made it. I think he's just run him out. He's just got there in the end, because it was horrible, torturous stuff, and I think Archer made it. The batsmen, well, were both at one end really at one stage there. The throw came in from backward point. Archer dropped it. It was all a bit of Nathan Lyon there, and with the batsman desperately trying to get in, and Archer had to literally run at the stumps. I think he just got there early. In fact, the batsman's walking off, he's gone. The throw came in, Archer dropped it. Batsman thought he had a chance. Archer, rather than underarm at the stumps, actually ran him out, and with the batsman in mid-air actually, as he tried to get in. So Stubbs is out.
He held his nerve there, didn't he?
Well, he did.
After dropping it, after punching it.
Yeah, but the ball could have gone anywhere.
It didn't go too far away, but actually he then didn't panic.
No.
He could have easily thought, oh, throw it straight away from 5 yards. He should have still hit, but under pressure, you let go a bit late or a bit early and you miss it. He actually read the situation pretty well, and it's a bit of a disaster for South Africa.
It was. That's not what they wanted at all.
Stubbs was absolutely furious with his partner, and is it Labuschagne's the slowest walk-off? That was one of the quickest walks I've ever seen. I think they might need to close some of those dressing room doors. Yeah, it didn't look pleased at all. It was his call. Went behind square, so technically it was Stubbs' call. But Brevis wasn't interested. Archer's wringing his hand. It looks like he actually rather badly missed it, looking at the way he's wringing his right hand there. Because it wasn't a hard throw, but I think he just got it perhaps on an old bruise, something like that. Let's have another look at it. So chopped away. Whoa, well he did. So Stubbs ran. Brevis didn't want to go to start with. Then he responded, and I think it was that point that really did for Stubbs. But the throw, and luckily for Archer, the ball didn't bounce away too far, and so he was able to grab it, and then he ran. It was like some sort of ridiculous sort of village fate race there, and he's hurt his fingers. His thumb, perhaps it was. That'd be a great photo there, wouldn't it? Yeah. Just mid-air Superman. Archer on his way then, bowls to the new batsman who's uppercut this, flashing, it's Brevis, not the new batsman of course, flashes it away down to third man. It's gone for 4, there's no one actually there. It's a curious field this, it's gone flying away
really quite fine. And so it's another boundary. It was an eventful over. Terrific shot. Improvisation again. 263 is the score for South Africa. There, that was a bad short ball, really. It was a good line. It was quite tight to him. As he's deliberately glided that away over the slips and down through the vacant third man.
It's a brilliant shot, isn't it?
Yeah.
Whether it was the right ball to bowl with that field. But I suppose sometimes you have to gamble, don't you? Like you can't always be.
No.
You can bowl that ball. Yeah, he's got third man up. And you think, well, don't bowl short. But actually, just a surprise, the batsman, good pace. But Brevis is just that shot, the uppercut.
Yeah, it's a great shot.
Great, miss, isn't it, to whip through the ball.
Brilliant shot. So Corbin Bosch has arrived now. He's in his 5th game. Father, of course, played for South Africa as a fast bowler. 263 for 5. And Bethel's continuing, and he bowls tucked away into the leg side for a single. So Bosch off the mark straight away. This is the 43rd over now. 264 for 5, and England should have bowled their 50, or should bowl by 1:45 the hour, shouldn't they?
It's already South Africa's highest ODI score against England here at Lord's.
Right, so how are we doing watch-wise? Because it's nearly half past. You know, they're going to be well over, aren't they? There'll be fielders inside the circle. 264 for 5 in the 43rd over, 7 to be bowled in 15 minutes. So Bethel doesn't take very long, mind you. This is driven back at him. He's gone for 39. He's in his 4th over.
And would you use Rashid? He's got one left, doesn't he?
Yeah. It's a good shout. I would. Yeah. You're the captain, Cookie, not me. Here's Bethel again. Bowls, steps away there and scythes the ball away into the offside. Skims across the outfield. Fielded out there at deep point.
I was just doing your job and asking the questions.
These are the decisions that you used to have to make on a regular basis.
I did.
When would you use Adil Rashid?
I think I would bowl him the next over this end with the slope,
right?
Because it's slightly slower, bit of a gamble. Try and get Brevis out.
Yeah. There's Bethel again. Bowls outside the off stump, chopped away by Bosch. Goes to 2
because they might play it. They still with 7 overs to go. You might get a cheap over. If you hold him even later, he gets like the 46. They're just going to play a shot every ball anyway because they're all in. I think you just kind of waste that wicket taking over now, and you might get a bit of respect as well, and you get a cheap over.
Brevis 17 from 11 balls, slightly built, right-handed. He's got 2 mid-wickets there, really. One's a straight mid-wicket, cow corner, and then another mid-wicket, a little bit squarer than that. And he's hit this way down the ground. I think that's gone for 6. It's into the shadows of the pavilion. Up go the umpire's arms. Gives up a little bit of room. Chap there in MCC tie throws the ball back again. We hit that hard, didn't they?
We were right behind. It's got that power fade.
Yeah.
A little bit of a. I think some of the older gentleman, the MCC member, tried to catch it. He's wringing his hands. I don't think it was a successful attempt.
That was going some. 272 for 5. And Bethel again bowls. Oh, it's another one. Over the leg side this time. You can tell by the crowd. That's gone way up into the top, I think, of the tavern.
It's hit the top of the scoreboard. That small scoreboard above the scorers would have been ducking because it hit their roof.
That's a big hit. That is a big hit. And Bethel pulls his cap on. And is he got to bowl any more?
Still need to find 2 overs, don't they?
2 overs to find. Root hasn't. Is it Root bowled? No, he hasn't bowled. Surprised by that. So, right, 2 to find from somewhere. You'd get Root on, wouldn't you?
Well, certainly I'd use him as that.
Bethel's gone for 53 or 4.
I would use him for an over, but just against, I think, Brevis. That's just into an arc as well, isn't it?
Yeah. 29 from 13 balls for Devalt Brevis, who can hit a clean ball, that's for sure. Bosch is on 2. We've got Stein is going to bowl. Talk about casting a ball from this end. There's the end. Again, third man is up on the edge of the circle. Bosch on strike. And this is clipped away out towards deep mid-wicket. And there's no wonder you're laughing at. It's like Dale Steyn. Don't know where he came from. I haven't seen him for a while. 278 for 5 in the 44th over. It's a sort of flashback there. He's still got his ponytail.
I haven't seen him for ages.
No.
Wasn't doing any coaching in that.
I think he was around for the Champions Trophy. Might have seen him there. 280 for 5.
7 overs left. 65 runs have come off the previous 5 overs.
Wow. We'll go through the options in a second as well, because you've got the bowling figures there. Phil, see what Harry Brooks has to try and work out here. It goes Carse again, a big leap, bowls on the leg stump, tucked away out towards deep backward square. Leg fielder comes in quickly. Smith out there. So, who's got what? Archer's got 1. Saqib's got 2. This is Carse's last. There's 1 for Rashid, yeah, and then
Find 2 out the last 6.
2 out of Bethel, Jacks, Root, Brook himself. Last time we saw him bowl, it was an interesting performance. In goes Carse, lumbers in, big leapity bowls, a slower ball's tucked into the leg side. He wants 2 here. Let's see if he'll get it. He's taking on Bethel, who picks up on the edge of the circle, and they get 2. Carse looks disappointed. Perfectly paced though, wasn't it? He just knew straight away.
You do sometimes.
2 on there.
You do as a batter, don't you? When like this very field we see so often, in the latter stages of a one-day game.
Yeah, the problem England have got with this 5th bowler we keep mentioning, Jacob Bethel and Will Jack so far, they've bowled 8 overs between them and they've gone for 95 runs.
283 for 5 in the 44th. Carse again bowls full this time. It's hit hard. This time goes straight to Root at long off, and they'll get 1. What was perfect about the ball before, it was a slower ball too, wasn't it? So there's no pace on it and just knocked away.
So David Saker, our old bowling coach, used to hate that field.
Right.
He said, like, you need someone in that gap at mid-wicket because it's 2 every time. Almost as a bowler, you can't. Where would you take him from? I suppose you do have those 2 men at short third man, don't you? Not now, but the previous field.
Carse bowls short, and he tries to swap that away. He rolls away for a single. Is it a single? I can't know. No leg buys. Is signalled there, so 1 more. 285 for 5. Bosch goes to 6.
So back with Brevis, he had those 2 men, don't you? Backward point and you always see those 2 guys there. If you took one of them out and put them at mid-wicket, I know it frees a massive space, but if you're bowling leg stump Yorkers, is it a risk, a big risk to try and get that reverse scoop? Or
They've got fine leg and third man up now. It's got to bowl full. It's got to bowl straight. In goes Carse, and Brevis, they give himself a bit of room. He's heading for 6. Into the grandstand this time. He's basically picking out all the stands. He's got a bullseye with the pavilion. We'll give him 50 points for that. We've had the scorer's box in the tavern. That's the grandstand. He's just hitting 6s at will. 38 from 16 balls. Wasn't a great delivery. Slower ball. You're trying different things like this stage as a bowler. And there's a sort of a one-handed diving effort there in the grandstand, but it didn't come off. He's got a great eye, hasn't he? And he really hits the ball. He doesn't just, like some batsmen these days, they seem to stroke it around. He really hits the ball hard. A lot of effort. Right, but he got Rashid on anyway. But of course, this is delaying further these 2 overs that have to be bowled by the part-timers.
Yeah, so he's bowling from the pavilion end. So he's going to bowl quickly. A little bit much air. He has bowled beautifully today.
He has.
But we're at the whole stage with England, aren't we? If Rashid doesn't pick up wickets in the middle.
Here he comes. Bowls a reverse sweep from Bosch and picks out Mahmood at backward point, so no run. 291 for 5.
He doesn't get him. Who does? It's like that for a while.
Rashid again, half of Lord's bathed in sunshine as driven down the ground by Bosch. He's done his job. He's got the main man on strike again.
I mean, now, if you're Brevis, would you just see him out? 4 balls, Rashid. I know it's not the modern way. You think, I'll take him down. But he's still got 2 overs of parts to come out the 5.
He could just push a single. They can't anyway. Let's see what he does. All the fielders within the circle on the edge as Rashid comes in, bowls short, and swatted away for a single to point.
Good batting.
You like that?
I do. I just think he might get out first ball next over, but take 3 singles. All the men they were on the edge for him, but they're on the 1 for Bosch.
Yeah.
Even if they don't get any of the rest of Rashid's over.
Drives out towards long off, so again Bosch doing his job, but so too is Rashid here. He's got 2 balls to go. He's taken 2 for 32 today. Brevis 39 from 17 balls. A well-guarded leg side boundary now as Rashid bundles in, bowls to him. Oh, well, he set himself there. He set himself up to smash the ball. Well, he's already done the tavern. That might have gone into the mound stand, but in the end, he's dragged the ball for a single to long on. So Bosch has got the last ball to face.
If our South Africa captain are in there, I'll be so relieved.
Yeah,
happy. It's not out to Rashid.
Rashid then, his last ball, and an ugly swipe there from Bosch. And there's the round of applause for Adil Rashid, ringing round Lords for a terrific effort. 2 for 33 from his 10 overs, time when the other bowlers all found it pretty tricky, especially, of course, the reserves. But he's bowled really well there again today, and I'm not sure that they can can't delay this any longer. And Bethel's coming on again. He's gone round the park, and Simon Mann is going to commentate on it after thoughts from you, Cookie.
Harry Brook does. He trusts his bowlers, doesn't he? Kept on going with Baker yesterday. Keeps on going with Bethel, even though he's gone over, well over 10s, 4 overs for 53. But he has got the famous Lord's slope in his favour this time, so he might go past the outside edge line.
Well, he might. Might disappear into the stands again, the way South Africa playing. Brevis, 40 from 18 balls. 295 for 5. 5 overs left. Bethel's raised his half century from 4 overs. Goes in now to bowl to Brevis. He goes leg side, bowler follows him. He swats that away towards the boundary. Archer stops it with his boot down there at deep cover. They come back for 2. Archer going to his left, just about kept that inside the rope. 2 more to the total. Brevis to 42, 297 for 5.
Good old school field. I saw Devon Malcolm this morning, and that reminded me of his field. He would have done that. No offence, Devon.
Get the old left boot down there. Archer used to be a very good fielder in T20. Here's Brevis hitting that into the offside. Is he caught a backward point? I think he is. Rashid, he tried to put all the energy into the shot there, Brevis, but didn't really get hold of it. And Rashid took the catch, and Bethel has got a wicket. And it's a wicket, I feel, just in time for England, otherwise this could be anything. 297 for 6. And Brevis is on his way. He's got it going. But England have nipped that in the bud. A miscue to backward point.
Pretty much like throughout his whole innings, he's thrown the kitchen sink at almost every ball he's faced. That's when he's tried to go over kind of extra cover. Just as you're hitting, like all the way, if your weight is falling away from the ball, you lose the control. And it's just lobbed up to Rashid at deep backward point on the edge of the circle. With a brilliant cameo, 42. And fair play to Harry Brook for sticking with Bethel. Taking the ball away from the right-hander, always a good match-up, as we like to call it. You're laughing, Simon, because how many times we hear that word. But such an important wicket, because he could have gone berserk the last 5 overs.
Yeah, the way he was playing and just taking on everything. I mean, if he came off in the last 5 overs, you wouldn't totally rule out the possibility of 100 here. And South Africa getting 360 or something like that. He's gone 42 off 20. So 297 for 6. Corbin Bosch is there on 8. Still 4.4 overs left for South Africa to profit here. It's going to be somewhere in the region of 330, 340, which is going to take some getting, you'd think.
It is when you get bowled out for 130 in your first series.
Yeah, and there is the Lords, batting second in the white ball match factor as well. Right, Mutasamy is in at number 8, playing his 5th one-day international today. Bowls slow left arm. He's left-handed. Bethel goes round the wicket to bowl to him. He tries to tuck that away. Well, he does, but straight to Rashid. Short, fine leg. And there is no run. So just a bit of respite in this Bethel over. Going left arm round to the nursery end of the left-hander. Goes in and bowls. He tries the reverse stab there. Makes good contact. That's going to be 4. They're guiding it away up towards the visitors' dressing room. So with the angle there, Bethel's put it, the extraordinary angle really, from left arm round, well outside the off stump, and then just turns himself around and knocks it on its way. Thanks very much.
Poor ball, because when you're bowling left arm round, trying to fire it in leg stump, cramp the guy, left-hander from that end. It's just it's almost like 5th or 6th stump, wasn't it? And he didn't only had one man at that kind of point area. Now he's got 2 in that area.
300's up for South Africa. Next ball is on the pads. Mutusami, who plays it towards deep square leg, and they go through for a single. So he's on to 5. 302 for 6. You're having a look at his early stats in one-day international cricket. Mutusami's played 4 games.
I was looking at his strike rate. That's the first thing I did.
78.9, is it?
I was hoping, if you're looking at England, I think, I don't know much about him. He's only striking at 140.
Yeah.
He's going to...
Bosch hits that up towards long on for a single on the drive. Corbin Bosch, he's got absolutely the perfect name for this scenario, hasn't he?
Yeah, when you said the word Bosch, he just knocked it us. Yeah. It's a pointer up to mid-on.
303 for 6 with 4 overs left.
I'd say 330 would be a minimum, won't they, from here? They should get that. So Maharaj, who can swing his bat, Berger and Gidi to come. But I'll tell you what I really liked about this innings. Well, we don't know, you never judge your ODI innings, do you, before both sides are batted and whether England knock it off. But actually the way Stubbs and Brett batted, they really did soak up that pressure. They had a good start and then lost those 3 fairly quick wickets, and then they didn't go. They just soaked it up and had such a control way, showing you can change your tempo. You have time in 50 over cricket to change your tempo, and you hope England are watching that.
Mahmood to bowl his 9th over outside the off stump. Bosch crashes it hard into the surface. It bounces up, half stopped by Brook at extra cover. Goes up towards wide long off. They're through for a single. 304 for 6. Bosch.
You're enjoying saying Bosch, aren't you?
It's just so perfect, isn't it? I can't think of a name of a player more suited to the last few overs of a one-day international T20 match.
That's a great question.
Corbin Bosch.
For the listeners, isn't it?
Yeah.
Anyone else out there? We got Bosch at number 1
call it nominative determinism, I think is the phrase.
You need to look
Your
left.
name describes what you do or are.
You need to look left. Don't look at me for that one.
Saki bowls to Mutasamy. Mutasamy clips that away towards the edge of the circle. It's one of those for a minute. I thought they were going to come back with 2, but 2 firmly. So it's only at 1. 305 for 6.
Yeah, if you were to introduce yourself at a new club and said your name was Bosch, I think people would think...
Yeah, come and play for us. Yeah. What do? Are you a lower order hitter? Yeah. Bosch back on strike. He's on 10. He's right-handed. And he's waiting for Saki Mahmood, who's bowling from the pavilion end in the sunshine at Lords. I'm quite lucky actually with the weather. When you think of the rain that's been around London the last few days. That's full and stopped by the boot of Mahmood, his left boot. Sign him up for Luton Town. It was a nice bit of control there, or nice block anyway.
We've scored some goals the last couple of games actually, Simon. Not your man who came from Bristol.
He's injured, isn't he?
Yeah, he hasn't scored.
Oh. 305 for 6. And then a nice trap from Saki Mahmood.
Did put 3 pot up. It was in the cup against Barnet, so it wasn't greatest standard, I don't think.
Bosch settles over his bat. Saki Mahmood back to his mark at the far end of the ground from us. We're watching from the media centre at the nursery end. Saki bowls, reverse attempted hit there from Bosch, misses it and goes through to Butler. And dot ball. It was a slower ball and he turned himself around. He was waiting. He was in the right position but just couldn't catch up with it. So ultimately a dot ball. It felt as if it was there for the stroke. I think he might have got a glove to it actually.
I mean, hindsight, if he'd have stood still and picked the slower ball, but as a right-hander baseballed it into the... like Brevis did.
Change in the field as a result of that. The deep backward point's gone in. Rashid's come a bit finer towards... Well, he's like a deepish third slip on the edge of the circle. Saki bowls, that's swatted away. He's drilled that one all right. That is a Bosch. Up to the Warner stand for 4. He's crashed that away. Have a bit of that.
I was disappointed you used the word swatted. But a brilliant shot. Stood absolutely dead still. Mahmood went for the Yorker. It's turned into a low full toss. About 5th stump really. With mid-off up. It's just got to about find the gap. And he did.
309 for 6. South Africa in the 47th over. Last ball of it. Saki Mahmood complete the over. Bowls full. Turned away by Bosch towards deep mid-wicket. It'll only be a single. So he keeps the strike for the start of the next over. So Corbin Bosch is on to 15 and South Africa 310 for 6 with 3 overs left. So it's something like 330, possibly 330 minimum. I'm just trying to think how many times England have chased a score like that successfully in one-day international cricket. It won't be very many. And certainly got the Lord's factor as well. That feeling the pitch just becomes harder to battle.
You keep bringing it up, don't you, Simon? Because first thing you said to me this morning, whoever wins the toss must bat first. And I keep turning around for Jack, our producer, to see if anyone's emailed in with any better name for the finisher. But he's not there. I don't know where he's gone for a sandwich, I reckon.
Right, who have we got here? Will Jacks to bowl. Is off breaks for the 48th over. Good luck. Into bowl to Bosch, who clips that away into the onside towards deep mid-wicket. And they are coming back for the second. Oh, the run-out could be on here. The bails are off. Has he got back? I think he might have done. They're going to check it, but there doesn't seem to be too much excitement. It felt as though that should have been a run-out, but somehow he got back. Who's the thrower there? Joe Root.
Yeah. You're not going to mention his movement in the field, are you?
Not Joe Root. Let's have a look.
Okay, ball is in the hand. Okay, bat has come inside. Thank you. Batter is running. Thank you. I'm ready with my decision for the big screen.
It's going to be not out. Slightly better throw and it would have been out. He just had to take it from on high and then take it to the stump. So over the bails, it would have been out. But wasn't quite precise enough with the throw. 312 for 6. Bosch on 17, goes leg side, bowler follows him, so he's knocked that into the onside. They get 2 again. They are coming back for the second, just outside the circle. Throw comes in, it's left by Jacks this time, it's backed up. Just outside the circle on the other side. So they pinched a couple there as well. Only fractionally outside the circle. Just seeing a replay of that run-out chance, it bounced up quite almost chest-high to Jacks.
I reckon a week ago before the rain, the outfield would have been rock hard. That would have skidded on.
Yeah. Jacks bowls. A huge wipe from Bosch. Misses it. It's taken by Butler, who whips off the bails. He's so quick, Butler. Sometimes you wonder whether the batter's been bowled. You see the lights flashing up, the flashing bails. That was a dot ball. He couldn't resist it there. It was very close to the off stump as well. I tried to the leg stump, the top of the bails. 314 for 6. Bosch on 19. 4 or 3 balls in this over. Jacks bowls. Another attempted wipe into the leg side. It doesn't make contact. It's actually proven to be quite a good over. 4 off 4 balls. You can see what's on Bosch's mind. He's trying to hit it into the grandstand. Setting himself, trying to mow it away. Jack's bowled, he's come down the pitch there and hits it out towards the straight long on boundary. That's gone before. England have a long on fielder in, but Bethel could not get round quickly enough to his left hand side. Hit very firmly down the ground. 4 more. 318 for 6.
Jacob Bethel down at mid-on. I wonder whether he went the other way to start with. It looked like he was going more to mid-wicket, going across it. He ended up hitting it quite straight in there.
Jacks to Bosch. Bosch knocks it up towards long on this time because he knows it's the last ball of the over, so he fancies being on strike for the first ball the next over. He is on 24, and South Africa 319 for 6. Still 2 overs to go. It's going to be an extremely challenging score for England.
Do you reckon it might skid on a little bit if it comes?
Well, that's what they'll be hoping.
Will it be dewy? I don't really understand if it will be or not tonight.
Well, what time will that happen? I mean, the game is scheduled to finish now at 9:15. It gets dark. It's pretty much dark now by about 8 o'clock in London. 10 past 8, something like that. What time does the dew fall? I mean, it's normally after. My hunch would be it's normally after dark, so there's not going to be a lot of time for that to happen. You wouldn't think, anyway. I mean, I'm talking in a very amateurish way here about dew fall and all that sort of thing, but 49th over, Mahmood, his last over therefore, bowls to Bosch outside the off stump, and he slides that into the ground. The crowd think it's a catch because Mahmood leaps in the air to take the ball, but he's hit that into the pitch and it bounces up. But what it is a dot ball. 319 for 6. Bosch winding up there. It really does give that something. All it does is hit hard into the surface.
Big trigger, cross, outside off stump. Spread your legs. Mahmood's gone wide. Nailed it, that ball.
Mahmood bowls to Bosch, and he's deceived him there. Bosch set himself for a big shot. He didn't play at it in the end, allowed it to go by outside the off stump. He was deceived by the pace of that delivery from Saqib Mahmood. Through to Josh Butler. 2 dot balls to start the 49th over.
Brilliant first 2 balls from Mahmood. It must be quite hard now as a bowler. He's bowled 2 balls perfectly. Did you change up? And if he gets whacked for 4, why don't you just do what he did previously? Or does the batsman think it's going again, wide Yorker?
Here goes Mahmood into bowl to Bosch, very wide, and that is going to be signalled wide. You can see exactly what was on Saqib Mahmood's mind there, just trying to get it inside that blue line, wide enough, make the batsman stretch for it. He couldn't catch up with it. It was just fractionally outside. I don't think you can complain about that. It was outside the blue line that they painted between the stumps and the return crease. 320 for 6. He'll bowl that one again. He's gone for 47, not for 47. He's in his final over. Corbin Bosch, 24 from 23 balls. He's connected with a few, but not everything. Swats that into the offside, goes towards extra cover, shot at the stumps, misses. They were looking for the run out there as they ran through, because he knows that's a shy to nothing there, Harry Brook. If he can take the wicket, because he's got fielder backing up at mid-wicket. So he decided to take it on. The temptation at that stage is just to hold on to it, isn't it? But Brook went for the run out, went for the positive option, and it would have been out if he'd hit.
I think that's definitely the right call, because that is a wicket-taking option there, and they got the guy out who's 25 or 24 balls. I think it would have been out by a long way, but it was also a long way off for the throw.
321 for 6. Mutasami 6 off 4. He's done the strike very much of late. And Mahmood, right arm over to the left-hander, bowls to him now. He tries the reverse something or other, and he gets it down fine, and he could be run out if the throw hits the stumps at the non-strikers, and he does not. The throw from Bryden Cass, it went straight to Cass, who was on the edge of the circle as he turned himself round into a right-hander, so it became short fine leg. And Cass had a lot of time there to try to hit the stumps at the far end, but it was a very wide throw, so they got a single. 322 for 6. Sami almost sacrificed himself. Well, I get run out, get Bosch back on strike, but he did not. Here is Saqib bowling to Bosch, another reverse, and he's got over the head of Butler, and that's gone 1 bank to 4. It's a remarkable stroke off the top edge. There's a smile from Saqib Mahmood, who'd be a bowler in a situation like that. 86 miles an hour, and he's reverse top-edged him over the keeper.
Well, he's had 4 balls are trying to hit him down the ground or over mid-wicket. Mahmood's kind of nailed his kind of wide line. This one, same ball, full toss though, and he's kind of played it left-handed, but he has, you're right, it's a full toss, top-edged over the keeper. For 4.
Got to be phlegmatic as a bowler. 326 for 6. Last ball of Mahmood's spell. And he tries to lift that into the leg side. Corwin Bosch struck on the bodies. An appeal for LBW belatedly from Saqib Mahmood once he gets to the ball, which is right by the batter. Do England have any reviews left? I don't remember. They have 1 left. I mean, it didn't look a potential LBW, but they are. I think they have reviewed it. They have, yeah. Well, this would be the most bizarre wicket if it
Third
is
umpire to
out.
director. We have a player review for LBW. It's a fair delivery in respect to the feet, but I first need to check the height of the ball. Can you show me the side on replay first?
Is this too high? Is it a no ball for height?
Okay, ball is well below the waist. Okay, ball tracking, please.
This would be the
Show me front on first. Sorry. Yep. Okay, ball is close to the bat. Can we have ultra edge, please?
Right, this is not hitting the stumps.
No, it can't be out. It can't be out there, surely.
Okay, no bat involved. Ball tracking, please.
Kind of like dips down. There's a full toss. Does it drop down onto the stumps? We're going to find out now. He feels like it's going to go over the stumps.
Impact in 9.
Yeah.
And wickets missing. Thank you. I'll go back to on-field. Mike, you can stay with your decision. Yep. Review log.
That was such an odd LBW shout. It was an afterthought from Mahmood, a full toss that sort of dipped down. It only hit him just fractionally below the waist. And Saqib Mahmood was thinking, well, hold on a second, it might just drop onto the top of the stumps.
Well, the third ump said straight away, clearly not a no ball. That's quite close to being a no ball, wasn't it? He was saying a game of inches, but when it did hit, he'll have a nasty bruise there, won't he? He was just crouched a little bit, I suppose, on the impact.
326 for 6. This is the last over. Jofra Archer 2 for 58 from his 9 overs. He's going to be bowling to Muthusamy, the left-hander, from round the wicket. And it's very full. Shout for LBW. This looks close. It's out. Very full. Just pinned him there. And umpire Shafadullah raised the finger. And Muthusamy's walking off. It just looked, I mean, we're miles away, but that just looked out. And Archer had that feeling as well. I'm just turning around. It wasn't a full-throated appeal. It was one of those, come on, that's out, isn't it? Although, has it struck him outside the line of off stump? Just seeing it, I mean, it's hitting off stump. It's very full. Is it hitting him outside the line?
I mean, it's not as dead as we first thought.
I was definitely hitting the stumps, and we're a long way away. It just looks so out from here, and the batter's walking off. Where is
Are you going definitely hitting the stumps?
Well, I think hitting the stumps, but it might have hit him outside the line. How many?
I thought they had 1 review left in
Where is South Africa? They haven't got. Well, that could have easily been reviewed, but I think he just thought, oh, that's out, didn't he? He had a big swing at it. Felt as though he's trapped in front. Just seeing that, I wonder if it did hit him outside the line. Anyway,
he's irrelevant.
Umpire's given him out. The player's walked off. And so Muthusamy's gone for 7. It's 326 for 7 in the final over. South Africa are dribbling towards a close here rather than sort of full throttle.
I'm assuming England are okay with the over it because they haven't had to bring anyone in. It just feels as if it's taken quite a long. We're at 3 hours 45.
So we're 15 minutes over, but there might be allowances for all sorts of things. Here's the replay. It is impact outside. Yeah, I think it's hitting.
Yeah, you're right. It's definitely.
But it's impact outside. If he'd reviewed it, he'd have been not out.
They've got a leg by as well.
Well, not if it'd been
reviewed.
No, giving him out, it's immediate dead ball. It's one of the contentious issues in cricket, that as soon as the umpire gives it out, even if it went off the pad down to the fine leg boundary for technically 4 runs, as soon as the umpire gives it out, it's dead ball, so you don't get the run. So if it's overturned on review, you still don't get them. Here's Archer bowling, very full, driven by Maharaj towards mid-off. They're through for a single. Maharaj is off the mark. 327 for 7 with 4 balls left of South Africa's innings. Archer's taken 3 for 59.
This is now the highest total England have ever conceded at Lords in an ODI.
So therefore will be the highest one they've ever chased.
Indeed. Well, it's a stiff task ahead of them. Well, if they get close, we're in for some thrilling cricket later on, folks. And we're looking to stay alive in the series. Third match at Southampton on Sunday. Archer bowls, and Bosch hits this away into the leg side, goes out towards deepish mid-wicket. They're coming back for the second. The throw comes in, Butler takes off the bails, where he did so famously 6 years ago, 14th of July. This time the batter was home, running towards the pavilion end. 3:29 for 7. But what are England's highest chases in one-day international cricket? And where would this rank? I can't believe they've got many of this magnitude on any ground. 3:29 for 7. Bosch on 31. Archer goes in and bowls some very full dugout into the onside. Archer goes across the field, and they decide not to take the run. They probably could have got a single there, but they prefer to have Bosch on strike rather than Maharaj. Or Bosch prefers to be on strike rather than have Maharaj on strike.
Brilliant from Archer. Right, the perfect ball. Right on that Yorker length. I think I would have taken the single.
Yeah,
the highest successful chase, 364 for 4 against the West Indies in Bridgetown in 2019. Their highest in England, 359 for 4 against Pakistan at Bristol also in 2019, that famous year.
Yeah, I think I was at both those games. Here's Archer bowling full, clipped away by Bosch into the onside towards deep mid-wicket. Just hint of a catch out there for a moment. Fell short of the fielder coming in, and they only take do they take a single there? Yes, they do that time. I was watching Jamie Smith come in to try to take the catch, but couldn't quite get there.
Strange how that hasn't carried. But whether it is that new rule, that's 34 over that one ball, it's getting a bit softer.
So where are we now? Last ball of the innings, 330 for 7. England have been out there for 3 hours and 50 minutes. Archer 3 for 62. Bowling to Maharaj. Here we go then. Final ball of South Africa's innings. Who's into bowl to Maharaj? He's bowled. Looking to flick that away. Guide it over the short, fine leg fielder. It was a full-length delivery, full toss, and he missed it behind his pads, behind his body, and he is out, and that is the end of South Africa's innings. So England, at the end, they're just limiting it a bit, taking wickets. They couldn't get the ball away. It might be to do with the fact that we've had that one ball in use in the 34th over. It makes it a bit harder, which you think, well, potentially makes it harder for England later as well. They need 331 to take this to a deciding match at Southampton on Sunday.
Maharaj will be a little bit disappointed, because that was he went for the old paddle sweep. It's the perfect ball to do it to. It's just any bat on it and that would have been 4. But Archer picks up, is it his fourth? He got his 4 wickets. Yeah. Bowled okay. I just wonder whether that initial spell from the England seamers today was smidgen back of a length. It is a really, really hard thing to get absolutely right, because if you do bowl that slightly full length, you are risking runs. And in one-day cricket, you are trying to bowl a bit defensively, but it did nip a bit, didn't it? I just wonder if they could have been a little bit fuller, a bit braver to try and pick up those early wickets. South Africa kind of, I think they would have taken that this morning if you'd offered them 330.
Oh, I think definitely, wouldn't they? Yeah, absolutely. So 330 for 8 from their 50 overs. Bosch finishes 32 not out, some solid scoring down through that South Africa card. Marker making 49, Rickleton 35, Bretsky a very impressive 85 off 77 balls, his 5th half century in 5 innings, or 5th score of over 50. He's also got 150 in one of them as well. I think he's got 3 scores of 80. Couldn't quite go on to 100 today, dismissed by Archer. Stubbs making 58, run out by Archer. Brevis making 42, and those runs from Bosch. Archer 4 for 62 from his 10. Mahmood 0 for 53 from his 10. Cast 0 for 68 from his 10. Adil Rashid, we've seen it so many times before from him, 2 for 33 from 10 overs, but the fifth bowler for England has gone for 112, 1 for 112. And that's perhaps where one of the problems lies for England.
That's that without Ben Stokes or that all-rounder. I suppose that's where Ahmed comes into the team. It's just, that's a lot of runs to concede. As I said, I had a couple of text messages from friends about the fact that England are basically playing with four frontline bowlers, desperate, trying to use kind of part-timers, 3 options with Jack's Root, who didn't bowl today, and Bethel trying to get through those 10 overs. But when it gets wrong, it doesn't look great. But they have packed their batting. Jack's coming in at 7. And they'll need it.
Yeah, England will need to score the highest successful chase at Lords, also their highest successful chase against South Africa. But might be down to the new rule. They only conceded 39 off the last 6 overs.
Yeah, so it's just sense they did just drag it back a bit, but then of course they will have that problem as well when it's their turn to bat. And if they do get into what you might think is a winning position, does it then become harder as a result of the fact that
the run out of Stubbs, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That I reckon was key to that fact that they just those two going into the last, if they'd have gone into the last 10 overs and batted a bit longer, how dangerous that would have been. I think we're saying that part-timer had to bowl 4 out of the last 10, didn't they? But that run-out was a bit of a mix-up. Really cost them going on to probably get 350, 360, but it's still a brilliant score.
Yeah, so you'd feel a definite advantage to South Africa, who've played very good one-day international cricket again. They're on a bit of a hot streak. Win in Australia, win the other day at Headingley, and they've got the wood over England as well. They've hammered them 3 times in a row, albeit a bit of distance between those matches, World Cup, Champions Trophy and Headingley. So a big task ahead for England. The heavy roller is doing his thing up and down. We're in the sunshine. There's a bit of cloud around as well. Sun dipping towards the far side of the ground behind the pavilion, and England have a task ahead of them when they come out to bat at around about 25 to 6.
The 5-minute bell rang, so South Africa already out on the outfield in a huddle. England will be chasing a record 331 to try and take this one to a decider in the 3rd one-day international. They conceded their highest ever total in a one-day international at Lords, did England, as South Africa piled up 330 for 8. And they are looking to get their first bilateral ODI series win on these shores against England since 1998. Ebony Rainford Brent, World Cup winner, is back alongside me. Ebony, you've just tried to turn me down then as well. What's going on? I'm going. It's all right. I'm getting get the hint. Ebony, right, the sun's shining. England need an almighty run chase. I'll leave it with you, and then Simon Mann's going to come in alongside you.
Well, the issue for us is that the headphones are all cross-wired at the moment, so it's hard to work out which microphone is on and off. Sorry about that, Ali. Well, look, this afternoon for England is going to be key in this series, really. They've had a drubbing in the first ODI. They get the chance to win the toss today, and it didn't quite go their way in terms of bowlers wanting to make the most of the moisture and the rain that was around, and it really didn't pay off for the. Oop, and now Simon's turned me off. We need to sort our things out. You're yellow, Simon. There you are.
Okay, there we go. It's all good.
And now, well, they've got a chance, but it's a very big total. And what I did notice through that innings, Simon, actually, is at times in the middle when South Africa were trying to press the score, it wasn't easy to get your timing straight away on the big shots. You had to be in to be able to do that. So I think England are going to have to get in quite quickly and then really try and find a way to chase this down.
Let's just give it some context. So England have chased a score as big as this, or bigger than this, only 6 times in their one-day international history. 4 times in this country, a couple of times at Trent Bridge they managed to do it, a couple of times abroad in Pune was one, and Bridgetown's the highest successful chase, but this would be the highest successful chase at Lords and against South Africa. Yeah, so
a lot to do.
Well, it just shows the degree of difficulty, and you also got a team who are not that confident as well. They're just trying to find themselves, but they have got, I mean, look at them on paper, a very talented lineup, haven't they? They've got some quality players.
We've constantly talked since Tuesday about the way England have paced their innings so far. The way South Africa paced their innings, They were only 120 at the halfway mark after 25 overs. So the split was 120 and 210.
Wow. Well, that is remarkable.
That is ridiculous. That is
yeah,
ridiculous.
120 for 3 they were after 25 overs.
Wow.
And helped by England's fifth bowler problem.
Yeah.
So that was 112 for their fifth bowler.
Yeah, they attacked Bethel, Will
and
Jacks.
Yeah.
Well, Jamie Smith has started the tournament well with a nice half century, mostly the only real success to talk about from that first ODI. So he'll be looking to set that platform with Duckett. And I feel like they can give themselves a little bit of time in that power play, maybe 5 overs just to assess. And then they're going to have to really be strategic about which bowlers they target.
So South Africa's line-up today was
Slightly different today, isn't it?
Bosch, Berger, Gidi, Maharaj, Mutasami, slow left armour. So they've got 2 slow left armours in their side. So those their main options. Markram could bowl as well. Just sorting out the sight screen at the far end. We're in the sunshine, the shadows, of course we're in September, so the shadows are beginning to lengthen. One of the floodlight pylons is almost goes from the Warner stand almost to long on, or deep third at the nursery end. The sun will be getting lower in the west as time goes on. First ball, the innings, he's got him! Berger's got him, Smith's out first ball, inside edge, taken by the keeper. What a start for South Africa. England are 0 for 1. Jamie Smith, who picked up that half century the other day, has picked up a duck today.
That is an absolutely brilliant wicket there from Berger. Full, getting that ball to swing and then jagged back through that gate with the movement. And you have to say South Africa have been on it with the bat, but to start with an absolute perler through between the bat and pad on an excellent length. And it kind of just tells you that South Africa are up for this, aren't they? They are seriously fired up.
The way they celebrated as well, they're all dancing around, hugging each other. I saw Jamie Smith play so well the other day at Headingley. They know what he's capable of. It was a good one first up from Nandra Berger, and Rickleton took the catch behind. So England are 0 for 1. 3-3-1, that's
Look, there's a lot of
long way off.
There's a lot of stats going against it. Obviously, the batting second, the stats that Phil just rolled off, and then when you lose your wicket on the first ball from the batter who did the best in the first ODI, it just sets the tone that this is going to be a seriously uphill struggle here. I think there's 2 things though, isn't there? There's one is winning, but it's more the manner in which they go about this. They're going to have to look to rebuild very quickly, set the tone with someone like Joe Root, who's actually perfect for this sort of condition. Maybe coming in a bit earlier than he would like with the new ball moving around. If he can just settle things down, then get England to a 5 to 10 overs with a little bit of stability.
You've got to stay in the game, haven't you? You can't win a game from 50 for 5.
Yeah.
So you've got to stay in the game, take it deep. Anyway, wicket with the first ball, a huge boost for South Africa to get rid of Jamie Smith. Ben Duckett playing a few shots at the non-strikers, and he's not been in great form. He didn't have a great 100.
Been a bit quiet since the test, really.
Now here's Berger, left arm over, bowls to Root, gets one down the leg side, tries to brush it away. Umpire thinks about it and then calls wide. I mean, just about anything that's down the leg side is called wide. I think he's just checking to see whether Root, or just thinking about whether Root got something on that in terms of the thigh pad or the trouser pocket. Decided he had not. They have got a leg slip in.
They're aggressive as well, South Africa. I mean, well, I guess with the way he shapes the ball.
That's a good option, isn't it?
Yeah, coming back, flicking off the hip, and then you've got the one outside that off through to the slip.
So you've got a slip and a leg slip. Berger from the pavilion end, emerging from the shadows, goes into bowl to Root outside the off stump. Root allows it to go by. Collected by Rickleton. Just looking at the crowd. Not everyone's back after the interval. Probably at the moment best to be sitting on the man stand side, tavern stand, as the sun dips and it gets a bit cooler. It's a warm enough day today. It's not a freezing cold day for watching cricket in September. It is certainly a bit cooler now than it has been in London all summer. It's been a roaster.
It has been very hot this summer.
Berger past the umpire, up to the stumps now, bowls to Root. Root takes one hand off the bat there as he turns that ball away into the onside. Maharaj comes in to pick up, and there is no run. Plenty of empty white seats at the moment. They'll miss that wicket of Jamie Smith when they get back to their seats. So look at the scoreboard. It says 1 for 1, chasing 331.
Berger's starting very well, isn't it? They're so valuable, the left armers. Can angle that ball and get it moving through the gate.
Bowls to Root, and Root dry, doesn't time it, goes bobbling out towards cover. And there is no run. It's lovely to have that variation, isn't it? To have a left armour. What South Africa don't have is the wrist spinner, of course, which England do have, and Rashid today was excellent, picked up. What were his final figures, Phil?
2 for 33.
2 for 33 from 10.
Yeah. And bowled well enough to potentially pick up more as well. He was spinning it both ways. Berger goes in and bowls to Root. Root tries a pull shot, trying to drag it out from outside the off stump, misses it through to Rickleton. His eyes lit up a bit there. He thought, here's 4 down towards deep back with square leg. There's no one at home. Past the bat and through to the keeper. Root immediately comes down the pitch to do some gardening. I always love it when players do that. They seem to just pick 2 random spots.
So I think some of it's just psychological. You see like a small tuft of grass.
All psychological.
And then you just...
And even if you locate the spot, what difference does it make? Tap it down. Berger bowls the Root, plays the same shot as the ball before, misses it through to the keeper, and Berger's bowled an excellent over there. No runs off the bat, just the wide and the wicket from the first delivery off the inside edge of Jamie Smith's bat. And England are 1 for 1 in search of 331.
Yeah, South Africa going to be thinking about maximising this new ball here. If they get England 2 down, maybe even 3 potentially in the power play, they are miles ahead of the game here. So they've done a good chunk of the job with that first delivery, absolute perler. And then now you think actually if you get into Root, who's having to come in quite sharpish today, but he's the anchor of this side. If you're thinking about a 300 chase down, you usually feel he's someone who's gone at a sort of a runner ball or just over 100 type thing. So if they get into him early, it'll give them some confidence.
Root playing a few shots the non-strikers then. That was Duckett going to come up with today. He's about to take his first ball from Ngidi.
Yeah, you mentioned Ben Duckett's recent form, made 5 in the opening ODI, 8 innings in the 100, only 1 score in excess of 20.
Here's his first ball. Ngidi from the nursery end bowls to him, and it's tucked up there. Duckett takes one hand off the bat as well. Might come off the glove as it went backwards square on the onside. I said no run off the bat. Still, it's 2 for 1, a wide, and I think that one came off the glove. And obviously, it's a batting run as opposed to an extra. It was a good delivery from Ngidi first up.
Complementary bowlers as well. Berger sort of fuller swinging it. Ngidi just got a bit of nip off the surface.
Yeah, good delivery. Anyway, Duckett's off the mark. He's taken his glove off, put it back on again. He's nursing that hand. Ngidi set off, but Root wasn't ready. 2 slips in. Shadows continue to lengthen. Warner stand creeping towards the square now. It's a very strange light. Ngidi bowls to Root. Root rides the delivery, plays it towards backward point, and there is no run. I just feel this time of year, and these games that start at 1:15 today rather than 1 o'clock, you do have that sort of weird light between about 6:30 and
it's just sort of
7:45. Especially the sun's out. Well, the second innings lights aren't on at the moment, but there will come a time fairly soon they'll have to turn them on because of the balance of the shadows and the sun, and the light is beginning to go, but they haven't done so yet. Normally you see 1 day, don't you? No lights in the first innings, lights in the second straight away. That was way down the leg side from Ngidi, losing his direction there. That's another run, an extra, 3 for 1. So get them in extras.
Yeah, well, that's not happening today,
wides.
Ngidi just looked like he was just falling a little bit. The slope for some bowlers, it's just a few balls got to hold your body firm as it sort of just drifts you down the slope a little bit. So
he struggled at the start of the World Test Championship final. He just didn't look on it at all. Then suddenly got into the game. I think he got rid of Steve Smith, and then he got going and really made progress. And pushed South Africa's cause forward. Memorable victory for them against Australia. Ngidi bowls and Root plays defensively, knocking the ball into the offside towards extra cover. And there's no run. Let's have a quick look back at Ngidi. Yeah, so 8 overs, 0 for 45 in the first innings when Australia were bowled out for 212. He just looked out of sorts, and then he chipped in with 3 for 38 in the second. And indeed, Smith was one of his victims, LBW for 13 to make it 48 for 4. They're a side that have seemed to have really improved in the last couple of years, South Africa, in all forms. They felt like the cricket was falling away a bit, but they really are very competitive in all 3 forms of the game. And Ngidi bowls, Root again defends, playing it towards cover, and there's no run. They made the last T20 final in the Caribbean when they should have won. They should have beaten India. Well, if you'd said to them at the start of the tournament, you're going to need 30 to win off 30 balls with wickets in hand in the final,
would they have done it? Do you think the ILT20 now is sort of bedded in, so that will help with their domestic structure?
The
T20.
SA-T20.
Yeah, sorry, SA-20.
Yeah.
Sorry, SA-20. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's
sort of
probably
bedded in a little bit.
Yeah, and encourages that free stroke play. Also makes some money, presumably, as well. And Ngidi bowls, Root lifts this into the leg side. England's first boundary, up towards the grandstand. Hits it out towards mid-wicket. Most elegant shot from Root, but mighty effective. He knows the field is up. And lifting that away for 4 runs.
Well, he's tried a couple of pull shots today. The other 2 maybe just got a little bit high on him, but that one sat up quite nicely and he controlled it really well. Just doesn't mind pulling that wider off stump and pulling it around.
The side's changing a bit as well. Heinrich Klaassen now, he's retired from international cricket. No Rassie van der Dusen. Ngidi goes into bowl to Root. Root gets a straight ball which he defends towards mid-on. It's picked up by Bavuma, and there's no run. There's some sort of younger talents coming through. Bretsky today, 5th half century, 5th score, 50 plus.
Tristan Stubbs.
Rickleton, Stubbs, yeah. Berger introduced into this team as well. Well, that was the end of the over. Quiet start from England, 7 for 1, 2 overs. Duckett and Root having a long conversation, middle of the pitch.
It's early for Root to be in, isn't it? In a dream world, you want him coming in with sort of that shine off the new ball, and then he can just sort of settle in. But he's adaptable.
He is. You don't, excuse me. You don't feel he's necessarily the player to make the most of the power play. Although you could argue if you go too hard in the power play, you can be 50 for 3 or something, or 60 for 4, and the game's gone. So how do you play it? You just be relatively conservative in the power play, have a certain target, and build your innings. Berger to Duckett. Duckett gets one down the leg side, tries to nudge it away. He must have come off the pad there. He frustrated himself, he missed out. Ball on the pads. Felt like a 4 ball, but he missed it with the bat. Flicked it with the pad. So no wide signalled.
Just looking at Duckett, he had a fabulous series against West Indies. Plenty of runs in the T20, the ODIs. Great test match. And then sort of a quiet 100 into now, really.
I think you just get worn down, don't you? Duckett waits for Berger. Again down the leg side. This might be 4. Yeah, hits the rope as if it might be 4. It's more than 4. It's 5 because it's wides as well. So there's a 5. There's a bonus for England. Losing his line there, Berger. Duckett tried to flick it away. It was missed by Duckett, and it's missed by the keeper as well. And it's gone away for 5 wides. So Duckett's played kind of all summer, hasn't he? All summer, high-profile cricket.
All formats. Because
he's an all-format player. And I think eventually it's hard to keep your standards really high and consistent throughout. So you feel he's a player that needs a break. Berger bowls. Duckett takes the bat out of the line of that one, which you don't see very often because he doesn't leave many.
He doesn't leave, does he? Yeah, you're right. It's a loss of cricket, and I think that Test series was I mean, that went all 5 days for all 5, which is a rarity as well. So you're in the field and you're up against all the media and the pressure and the massive series like that. So and then you jump straight from that into
straight to the 100.
Yeah, it's a lot.
I feel inevitably there's going to be a fall off. Berger bowls to him. And he plays defensively back to the bowler, and there's no run. I mean, he's a fine player. I think he's the most, or pound for pound, the most improved England player in the last, just pluck a figure really, but the last 3 or 4 years. His career looked to be going nowhere a while back, and now he's one of those players you feel that if he was injured, that's a
big hit, big loss,
significant blow.
Yeah,
for England.
I feel there's also a consistency in his game. He doesn't have to overly change too much between formats, so he can keep quite a clear game plan.
Berger bowls to him, pokes that away towards backward point, but picks out the fielder. Brevis has no run.
And as you mentioned, his greatest strength is also his greatest weakness. If you look at it, the rankings, 16th in the ODI, 10th in the World in Tests, 17th in T20s. He plays them all, but that's a lot of cricket.
Yeah, but the temptation is to pick him for everything now, because he has got those qualities. Fine Test match player at the top of the order. Duckett waits for Berger. Oh, it's a beauty, absolute beauty from Berger. Goes past the edge. Well, you just hope you miss those rather than nick them.
I mean, that is a ball, isn't it? It's 87 miles an hour, bowled on a length, and then swings into the left-hander and then shapes away. I mean, that is dream bowling. He's got that wrist behind the seam, which makes it so effective. Bowling it as well, I really like it, bowling it into the surface.
This is only Berger's 9th one-day international. They've got a few that haven't played that much one-day international cricket. Developing side South Africa. That one's down the leg side. An appeal for a catch behind. Wide is signalled. Hear the crowd reaction to that. Well, South Africa thinking about the review. They appeal for a catch down the leg side. Umpire Burns signalled wide. Time is on. 10, 9. What do? Do they go for it, or do they just accept the wide?
He's gone.
I think he's gone for it, yeah.
Let's make a big impact, this.
Right, I don't think we can hear the third umpire at the moment. Nitin Menon, but it has been reviewed. And then what are we seeing? Here's the first front-on one. Well, it hasn't hit the pad.
I felt like I saw the ball move.
He might have caught up with this. Here we go. Here's the ultra edge, and nothing on it.
Clear gap between bat and ball. Thank you. I'll go back to my country. And you can say with your decision. You're on screen now. You can signal not out.
There we go. I think belated we heard the third umpire there, TV umpire. I think what you heard was initially was just him in the talking in the crowd to the crowd. But anyway, not out. So South Africa lose a review. You could see the temptation there to go for it, couldn't you? They just don't want to miss one like that down the leg side, especially Duckett. I mean, the slips are appealing. The keeper obviously collected the ball, then appealed. He looked a bit less convincing, the keeper. Anyway, Duckett did not hit it. 13 for 1. 3-3-1 to win. Berger goes in and bowls to Duckett. Duckett turns that away. Down towards fine legs. A chase round from Ngidi to his right-hand side into the shadows. Cast by the grandstand. Lobs in the return to Rickleton. And Duckett comes back for 2 runs. So the first runs off the bat from Duckett, even though he's gone to 3, 1 off the glove, 2 off the bat. England 15 for 1 after 3 overs.
Felt like a tactical review, that one, didn't it? It was one of those that you know that if they would have got that breakthrough of Ben Duckett, then they're right into the game, and so it was worth that risk of just seeing, was there a little fine tickle on it? Didn't pay off, but you can understand the thinking.
It's funny, isn't it, when the DRS system came in, it's only for the howlers, but players, they only think out or not out, don't they? So they're desperate, in a situation like that, they're desperate for one not to get away from them, even though they weren't sure. They thought, well, what if he has? Ngidi to root, and Root plays quietly in defence towards cover, and there's no run.
There's one missed in the first ODI, wasn't there? I didn't cover the whole game. But
LBW decision, Archer against Rickleton. It was a strange one actually. When I was watching it, I thought, well, that looks close, and they didn't review it. And I think they thought it pitched outside leg stump, but it pitched on leg. It just nipped back a fraction, because I think of the angle of Archer bowling right arm over to the left-hander. It pitched on, just nipped back a fraction, and was hitting top of leg stump. So, I mean, when that happens, here is Ngidi bowling. Root plays away from his body, finds the gap on the offside, knocks it down the hill, chases on. They come back for 2. They don't get many down there. It's gone before. I mean, that's remarkable, even with all the rain that we've had. I mean, there's only a real back foot nudge there from Root, but it goes so quickly. It just seems to keep going away from the fielder. And he did get a hand to it, but all he could do was knock it into the rope. So Root picks up 4. So England move to 19 for 1, in search of 3-3-1. So when you don't get one of those, okay, it wouldn't have made any difference to the outcome of the game. You feel sort of cheated, don't you?
See, a stat I would love.
You have to take 11 wickets now rather than 10.
The most expensive missed reviews. I mean, that stat doesn't exist, but if you could find the wickets that you didn't go up for.
Ngidi to Root, struck on the pad, just nipping back. Squawk from behind. Nothing from the bowler. He knew it was going down the leg side, goes out towards forward square leg, but it's picked up by Stubbs, and there's no run.
Yeah, and then they go on to a big winning match century or something. Be a shocker.
Well, there'll be people who remember incidents that caused a big disparity in the game, but to actually say, go back in the records and say that was
the most expensive
review or missed review or whatever.
Review.
Yeah. It's agonising, isn't it, for a fielding side when they do miss one. Keeley goes in and bowls to Root, and in defence, playing it towards cover, and there's no run.
Because the brilliant thing is, the TV producers aren't shy in letting you know within a ball or 2 that you've missed it, are they? You know, you see the hands on heads from the dressing room.
And then the replay screen. I don't buy that decisions level themselves out as well. There's this sort of theory that it levels it, no chance.
No. It's nonsense.
It's nonsense. It's tough luck.
There's no logic in that at all, is there?
I wasn't out when we played the stumping, but I'm still holding on to that.
Ngidi bowls outside the off stump, edged by Root through the vacant 3rd slip area for 4. Well, he flashed at that on the drive. It was catchable height through 3rd, 4th slip. And it went down to the boundary, down towards the England dressing room. There's a deep 3rd in, but couldn't get round. So quickly off the bat, so 23 for 1. Some good fortune for Root, takes him to 12. England's target feels a distant 331. Be their 7th highest successful run chase in one-day international cricket if they were to get there. Just looking at that, it went away a fraction. That's why Root edged that. If it had not moved at all, it would come nicely onto the middle of his bat. But that's what, of course, that's what the bowler's trying to do, just get that fraction of movement. 2 slips in, 3 saving, 1 on the off, 2 on the on, and fine leg and deep 3rd. Ngidi bowls to Root, very full. That's in his hitting zone. That's 4. Through extra cover, along the ground. Knew from the moment Root set himself that was going to be 4. 27 for 1. 4 overs gone.
The first one, he was drawn into that shot just a little bit wider and had the extra movement, but this final ball there from Ngidi was right in the slot, and you could just hear the sound. Hopefully you heard the sound on the mic.
Let's go a quick change here, Ebbs. Alison's coming in.
Yeah, I'm sure you can hear the sound on the mic, but it was a sweet, juicy, almost half volley for him to lean into. So Root's just starting to find his way now, 16 off 16. Duckett 3 off 7, and maybe trying to rebuild.
Hello, Ebony. Right, here we go. 27 for 1. Here's Berger, who is coming out of the shadows of the pavilion into this bright early evening sunlight over the wicket. And Duckett turns him up towards mid-on, finds a fielder there, no run. Shadows are really starting to lengthen. The sun is very, very bright in the sky at the moment. Very, very bright in our eyes as well. It also must make it a little bit tricky for anybody fielding down in the the deep at, what is at the moment, deep third. Should a catch come that way. So route 16 run a ball. Duckett 3 from 8. Jamie Smith out, first ball of the innings. Berger kicks off the pavilion behind him. Left arm over, Duckett's on the drive, but comes rather off the inside half of the bat towards mid-on. A tumbling stop and there's no run. Tamal Mills, T20 World Cup winner, is back in alongside us as well. How are you going, Tamal? How would you make of this early bowling effort from the South African quicks?
Yeah, I think I like Andre Berger. I think he's a really nice bowler. I think that's maybe the left arm bias, me being a fellow left armer, but he does everything that you want, really. I think he bowls at high 80s, swings the ball back in. He's obviously very competitive cricketer. You see the way he celebrates when he takes his wickets. He's got that fire in his belly.
Berger approaches the crease now with real energy and it's clipped along the ground to mid-wicket by Duckett, no run.
And he was on the money first ball, wasn't he? It was a really, really nice delivery to see the back of Jamie Smith, who's been in good touch, seeing the ball really well all summer, really. Very talented, very dangerous ball striker. So to see the back of him early from a South African point of view sets the tone brilliantly from the opening bowler. And Ngidi, been more expensive at the other end from his couple of overs so far, but South Africa certainly be the happier of the two after the first couple of overs.
Yeah, Berger, plenty of experience at 30 years of age, but less so internationally as he draws Duckett forward this time, defends up towards mid-on. 27 for 1. Yeah, just playing in his 8th one-day international here. He's played a few test matches now as well. He's played for Rajasthan Royals at the IPL last season, and he's had a couple of years at the MLC, so he is someone else who is making sure he gets those gigs in the franchise tournaments around the world, but now making his way in the international scene as well. An opportunity. Duckett taps his bat against the ground. 2 slips in place. And Berger moves in. Duckett, a trick drop and run into the offside. They sort of quickly. And Root responding well from the non-striker's end mean they make it through. 28 for 1 in pursuit of this mammoth record target of 331. Watching Andre Berger bowl though, Tamal, makes me a little sad that Alan Lamb isn't still playing for England here. Giving us the opportunity for Lamb bowled Berger.
We've got Beefy as well.
Oh yeah, we could have had Beefy. Need a bit of salt and mustard, don't we?
Okay.
Phil Salt not in these squads. He'll be around for the T20s when they start. Right, here is Root. I'm sure there's plenty more of those we could send in to us.
I'll be honest, you completely lost me for the first 7 or 8 words of that sentence. Where is this going?
Berger in again to Root. Defence, bat and pad though. Ball dribbles out into the offside. 5. England 28 for 1 after 5 overs.
One thing you would certainly argue is that England could have the better of the batting conditions in terms of, look, we've now got beautiful sunlight over Lords at the moment. A little bit cloudy, but for the most part blue skies. The ball doesn't seem to be nipping around quite as much as what it did in the opening exchanges when England were bowling, but as Simon Mann tells us, the stats are heavy in the favour of the team batting first, getting runs on the board here at Lords, and it becoming more difficult as the game goes on. But from an England point of view, I'll be hoping that once the floodlights start to take effect, the ball just skips on a little bit.
6th over to be bowled by Ngidi, who is continuing here. 28 for 1 England as Ngidi is in, tipped away towards fine leg, hasn't really got hold of it timed cleanly. Duckett is walking through to complete the single. I think I'll possibly enjoy listening to Simon Mann's post-match interviews if it's Simon who goes back down, having interviewed Harry Brook and Temba Bavuma at the start of the day, where he presented the stats to both of them
Well, he didn't give the stats in the exact numbers, and he just said, he implied that, oh Harry, are you aware that the stats are heavily in favour of batting first? And then same to Temba.
Ngidi in, and Root's covering up the off stump towards the covers.
We have those numbers, Phil, from ODIs, what the percentages are in terms of batting and bowling first here.
Well, the last 10 times, the only time a team batting first hasn't won was the World Cup final back in 2019, where, of course, one run would have made all that difference.
So it's a big sample size. 10 games is a large number, and that's something I've found coming to Lords in the T20 Blast. Obviously a different format, but as captain of Sussex now, before every game we get these stat packs, and one of the bits of analytics that we get are the percentage won whether batting or bowling first.
And Guidi, with an elongated shadow, has Root here forcing away up towards the covers, finds his fielder again, can't get it past that infield, no run.
And one thing you find in general, in the South Group anyway, from my experience, is that normally there isn't a huge difference in it. It's normally within 10% in terms of there's neither a big difference between batting or bowling. At most you might get 59% one way versus 31 the other way.
Do you get historical data from that sense of all matches, or what's the sort of parameter that you get for those games?
T20 matches at that venue.
All T20s?
Yeah, but within like the last 2 years.
Okay, 2 years.
Yeah, you don't want to make it.
I was going to say.
You don't want to. I don't care what happened 15 years ago. Yeah, that overly relevant.
2 years is seen as relevant.
Yeah, at least there's enough sample size there to, especially in the Blast where you play 7 home group games, maybe 2 seasons worth of group games.
Root facing up again, and Guidi's Root comes forward out of his crease and looks to play a cut shot and finds backward point. Short third really. And rehearses that stroke, just stepping forward and
But Lords is one venue in the Blast at least, and this is T20 cricket. I understand we're now into 50 over cricket, but Lords even is a venue in the Blast that does have quite a big discrepancy in terms of that win percentage. Batting first in T20 cricket is in the 60s, so there is a big swing there. I think it's something around 63-64% of games were won batting first, taking it down to only 36% chance or so batting second.
And Guidi moves in, bowls to Root, and Root waits for angles the bat to deflect that delivery down towards deep third. Jogs through for 1. England 30 for 1, now in pursuit of this 331.
So when you arrive at the ground, Tamil, do you know what you're going to do? You don't change your mind?
No, you always have to be flexible, but you arrive at the ground knowing what tends to work there, and you also have to bake into account what your team prefers to do. I know for last year we stumbled at Sussex on a formula of batting first. We went on a bit of a run where I was going to bowl first if we won the toss. I lost the toss pretty much every time, and as a result we batted first, but we batted really well, and we went on a run. Our batters, for whatever reason, performed much better, just with that blank slate, game ahead of them. Go out there and get as many as you can. 2
slips here for Duckett, and he gets the ball. He's able to clip off his pads past square leg. That brings fine leg into play. Will he cut it off? Can't get there. It was nicely timed, squeezing it past the square leg fielder, sufficiently behind square, but fine leg could not reach it. So boundary for Duckett takes him on to 8. 34 for 1 England, 6 overs gone, chasing 331. So the crucial thing out of all of that tomorrow for me is that when you are sent those stats packs, you have evidently read them.
Well, yeah, as the captain, I'm probably the one person that has to.
I'm not sure, from what I hear, that Harry Brook is a great reader of stats packs, and he certainly doesn't like a team meeting. I think he's made that pretty clear.
Well, yeah, and he'll have conversations with the relevant people that do read the stat packs, and
you'd hope,
or at least produce them. But yeah, I think for me, in terms of stats, and everybody goes about it differently, but for me, I just want to know outliers. So those are the things that actually should and could influence decisions. Turning up to a ground where 54% of the games are won by the team batting first shouldn't influence what you're thinking.
Berger continuing, left over, and Root looks to pull a ball which sits up, and it felt as if it was a pullable height, but bottom edged it into the ground right in front of him. And he walks down the pitch now to have a word with Duckett, and he certainly felt that was one he could go after. No fielder there at square leg. There's a catcher at mid-wicket. There's a slip and a leg slip in place as well, so just want to watch out for a top edge that might fly skyward. That was the undoing earlier in the day of Ryan Rickleton. Had a top edge, and Joss Butler with his wicket-keeping gloves took hold of that one. Berger runs it again to Root, left arm over, and this one sits up again similarly. Root rolls his wrist to control it in the pull shot, gets it past mid-wicket, well in front of square out towards the boundary, coming back busily for the second run, and will turn. No, they won't get a third. They began to turn. The throw came in, a dual piece of fielding out there on the boundary rope. take England on to 36 for 1 and Root on to 19. Studying the toe end of his bat there. Still wasn't quite pleased with the way it came out. Yeah, off
right
the toe
off
end.
the right off the bottom of the bat. But
Well, it still travelled given that.
say, still obviously gave it a good swing to get it off the toe end of the bat, and it obviously down the slope here at Lord's, but his bats have got a nice toe on it, you could say.
Well, might South Africa still feel they're in the game if Root is miscuing these, but so far he's had a bit of fortune with those. Grin again, Fuller driven by Root beautifully through extra cover, again beats the fielder in the ring. The ball is slowing up as it reaches the rope, but it will get there. Boundary for Joe Root, and the crowd always love the Root cover drive. England are up to 40 for 1, Root on to 23.
Yeah, trademark, wasn't it? Just leant onto it, using the angle of the left armour going across him. Just times it perfectly, uses the pace of Berger. As you say, just teases Temba Bavuma, who was chasing after it up the slope here at Lord's. But to no avail, long chase for nothing.
It's tricky as a batter watching the bowler, well, come out of the shadows. He's got a lengthy run in the sun here. It's not as if the shadow is right up to the pitch. Root looking to drive again. Glorious this time past point, sprinting after it. This will be 4 more. Up the slope again. And Brevis, I think it was always going to be a pursuit in vain. And he has to collect the ball from the rope. England 44 for 1, Root up to 27. So a couple of boundaries here off the bowling of Berger. He's finding his touch.
Yep, going to need plenty more. Because they think if England are going to go about this run chase and get anywhere near close to it, it could need a Joe Root special vintage innings from him. Long way to go here. He won't be thinking that far ahead yet. He won't be thinking about the 300 and what are we chasing? 331.
That slip in place. Root this time getting low, cracks another 4 through points. Glorious that time. Cut, flexed his knees, crisply played. 48 for 1. Root on to 31 now. 3 boundaries in a row.
And those chants just get louder and louder and louder in the stands. Joe Root, perfect time. Bit wayward from Andre Berger, just going too wide across. That is right in Joe Root's wheelhouse. Shorter, wider outside the off stump. This time the timing was there, and the fielder had no chance on this occasion.
A reminder of the scale of this run chase. It would be England's highest successful run chase ever at Lord's. Berger in again to Root, who looks to drive once more. I think timed it probably as well as he would have wanted. Scampers through for a single as it's fielded at mid-off. So that's the end of a very productive over for England and for Joe Root. 7 overs have gone. England 49 for 1 with that target 331. Root now has 32 from 27. Duckett on 8, and these two are closing in on a 50-run partnership now. Although they're going to have to go some, Tamal, to match the 4th wicket stand between Bretsky and Stubbs earlier. That was 147 off 126 balls. That formed that middle mainstay of South Africa's 330 for 8. So England need a big partnership, and this has got the makings of something that they can continue and then others can build on. Brook drew in next, Joss Butler of course, then Bethel. Right, change of bowling as well. Corbin Bosch for South Africa. So it's Ngidi who takes a breather. Bosch right arm over, medium pace. So he's beating Root first up, draws him forward past the outside edge through into the keeper. He's looking out the pitch, looks suspiciously.
Yeah, 87 miles an hour, a bit more than medium, I'd say. That was a lovely delivery to start, just angled into Joe Root, just shaped away, just away from him to beat the prodded forward defence. Joe Root's looking to have a look at Corbin Bosch, only playing his 5th match of his ODI career, so a little bit of a late bloomer, 30 years old I believe.
Yep.
He is, so broken into the international team pretty late on.
And we'll call him a right arm quick as he's in now. Root getting well forward to that one, head right over the ball to block it into the offside. Wicketless in Headingley. Corbin Bosch, none for 21, only bowled the 3 overs. It was such a brief innings for England. No one was really tested with the ball, but it was a Keshav Maharaj, wasn't it? 4 for England, wickets tumbled.
Yeah, Corbin Bosch, you mentioned his 5th ODI. He's currently got a bowling average of 114, so there's something to work on.
Wouldn't mind a wicket here then, I'm sure. 49 for 1, England. His route waiting, bat poised as Bosch is in. Looking to clip it off his legs, taking a quick single here. As it come off the pad, the throw comes back in as Duckett makes it home. And a leg by is signalled. So that brings up the 50 for England. For the loss of Jamie Smith, who was caught behind off Andre Berger, the first ball of the run chase. England none for 1. It's caused a few murmurings around Lords. Bit of a shock for that wicket to fall so quickly, but these two have steadied things quite well.
Yeah, and Ben Duckett's been a bit more circumspect, struggled a little bit for fluency at the other end. We're normally used to seeing him getting off to a flyer, aren't we? South Africa have kept it nice and tight to him, trying to keep it in at his body, not giving anything outside the off stump to cut. Field, he's got 2 men before that cut shot in the ring at a backward point and really square extra cover.
Duckett from outside the off stump hasn't sort of missed cued this up towards point. 3 fielders were after it. Point picked up in the end, line up a cut shot if he could. So Duckett 8 from 15.
WinViz just popped up on our monitor. South Africa gives a 69% chance of victory from where we're at the moment, just to give you a bit of an indication on how the game's hanging.
Yeah, well, England's 50 coming up in, as it is now. South Africa were 51 for none at the end of the power play. And all the way towards cover by Duckett. No run. So, yes, they're making a bright enough start right now, but it's what they can do through those middle overs, and South Africa really found the damage. What did you think to the last, what was it, 16 overs with the continuation of the ball? Do you think it made much difference?
It looked like Saqib Mahmood maybe got a little bit of reverse swing towards the back end, and that's one of the main reasonings for dropping the second ball.
Bosch in here, Duckett, big swing of the bat, but into the ground and then out to points fielded. Looking to play aggressively, end of the over, so the 50 up for England. 8 overs are gone. Duckett stays on 8, route on 32. Yeah, just to stop the batters
the ball
really
doesn't
being
come
able to,
quite. The ball doesn't come on quite as true. The ball's softer, and hopefully, on a dry day. I know the outfield today might have been a little bit wetter, but you do want to see a reverse swing. It's something that is exciting to watch if you have bowlers that can exploit it. So Jofra Archer and Saqib Mahmood are 2 bowlers that certainly can do that. So it did look like Saqib was getting a little bit of tail towards the back end as the ball got softer, and England did bowl spin at the end, so it's hard to tell exactly maybe the effects. Will Jacks being one of your death bowlers probably isn't how you normally draw it up, but I guess it's a bit too soon to see what effect it has. Obviously we'll see if any how the rest of this innings goes once we get to the 34 over mark later on.
Yeah, we've certainly said before today that England just having Carse and Archer and Mahmood, only 3 quicks, missing a fast bowling all-rounder, just doesn't quite give you that same flexibility to have your death bowler come back. A change of ends here for Ngidi from the pavilion end into Roots, who just leans back, and he'll take possibly 2 down to deep third. No, only the 1. He set off really quickly with intent. But just that beautiful route where he arches the back slightly, allows the ball to come to and deflected it beautifully down towards the boundary. And there's protection down there, one of the 2 fielders outside the rope in these last couple of power play overs. So Ngidi chance to bowl to the left-handed Duckett. How do you think Ngidi could use the slope then coming from the pavilion end?
Which obviously going to want to run it across Ben Duckett and try and nick him off. We see still got slip in play. Aidan Markram it is, stood at a pretty conventional second slip, I'd say, giving room to Ryan Rickleton to cover to his left. Apologies coming around the wicket now, so you want to angle it into the stumps and then hope that the slope takes the ball away.
Here is Ngidi from around the wicket to Duckett. He's looking to pull, but pulls up to mid-on. He just sends the shot a little early, trying to find that gap through mid-wicket. The square leg in front of square, then that gap through to mid-on. Up the slope to the grandstand.
I think it's a good option to Ben Duckett as well, because he's not somebody that traditionally pumps you back down the ground, so you can aim to be a little bit fuller, especially from around the wicket, where you can bring in Bold and LBW into the equation and attack the stumps. And just as you say that, he comes back over the wicket, so looking to use the slope to go across Duckett now to try and nick him off or get him caught in the inner ring on the offside.
Duckett slightly opens his stance as Ngidi bowls down the leg side, wide signalled by the umpire, the outstretched arms. Duckett went to follow it to try and clip it away. Through to Ryan Rickleton it goes. Rickleton's having a bit of a... he's holding his glove up to shield the sun at the moment as well, much as we're doing up here in the commentary box.
I'm lucky, I've got the blind. Just
yeah. Well, but the blind is sort of there. It's still a little bit blinding. Phil Long is struggling here to my left in the scorer's seat.
I can't believe I didn't bring my cap. Schoolboy error.
Here and Southampton is the other one, isn't it, where the sun really gets low. Not going to complain about the sun though. 52 for 1. England's target 3-3-1, and Ngidi into Duckett. Clips it through mid-wicket, so along the ground. Square leg is after it. We'll pick it up in the deep, and Duckett is back for the second. He has been the quieter partner out there with his 10 from 19 alongside Joe Root, 33 from 31. But Root's run rate certainly helped by those 3 boundaries that he picked up.
Would this be one of Duckett's slower starts, Phil? I don't know if you can kind of check on that. You've kind of become accustomed to him now, getting off to a flyer in Test match cricket as well as in the short format. But 10 from 19 is particularly slow by his standards, I'd say.
Markram still there at slip. The left-handed Duckett as Ngidi runs in now, and Duckett's looking to drive, but again hasn't quite found the middle of the bat. Timed it right up towards short extra cover. It's fielded. He's having to just be patient, isn't it? If it's not his, the natural fast start, he will be probably just having a bit of a word to himself to not lose focus and not get too het up about the fact that he hasn't got off like a train. South Africa, on the meantime, hoping to contain and pick up a wicket to break this stand and start working their way through the England order. Ngidi comes lumbering in, deflected neatly by Duckett down to deep third. Protection is on that boundary though, so it's just the one.
Lumbering in, I think that's.
Is that a bit harsh for a fast bowler?
I don't know. I don't know if he'd be overly happy with it, but I think it's a fair description of Ngidi and the way he comes in. He's a big,
sort of a heavy.
Yeah, he's a big,
runner.
strong boy, and I think that's a very, very good, accurate description of.
It's not running in like a whippet.
No, certainly not.
Root on 33 then, back on strike. 33 from 31. Still Markram stays there at slip. Markram out for 49 earlier, just missed out on his half century. Gretzky with 85 was a real standout as Ngidi is in here. Root a little tucked up defending. Crouched well forward, defended it into the onside. End of the over from Ngidi then. So England have a bit of a platform here, but a target of 331 a long, long way off, losing Jamie Smith first ball of the run chase. 1 over left of the power play, so 9 gone. Tamar Mills, here a little bit more from you, and then Jonathan Agnews joining you.
Yep, a long way to go. If you're an England supporter or batter out in the middle, they'll know that the game is well ahead of them. Only 1 wicket down. Root really well set. He's got off to a really comfortable start, cashed in on a bit of a wayward over from Andre Berger to get himself above 100 strike rate. Ben Duckett at the other end has struggled to get going, but I'm sure the chat from Joe Root at the other end will just be to hang in there, stay calm, don't put yourself under too much pressure. We know that he can catch up as well. So England still well in this run chase, but a long way to go.
Yeah, and it can't be easy in this light. Yeah, the sun. It's great to see the sun. We haven't seen much of it today, but it's very bright. It's sinking in the west, and so half the ground is absolutely in shade, and the other half bright sunshine, and half of the pitch is in the shade. And Bosch is in the sun as he bowls to Duckett, who's in the shade. It must be very difficult that, and that's prodded away into the leg side. So pretty awkward, and awkward for the fielders too. Those on the left-hand side of the ground as we look at it. Because they're long shadows now. And the floodlights actually aren't on at the moment. And our window needs cleaning. I don't know how they do that here. Because it's on an angle, isn't it? I don't think someone gets up on a ladder and wipes them off. I don't know how they do it.
Abseil down from above you.
You think abseiling? I think
it's normally how they do these things, isn't it?
I don't know. In goes Bosch, bowls, Duckett pushes forward this time, rolls out to cover, and no run. 55 for 1. The target 3-3-1. Root 33 not out. Yes, Duckett just finding it's a bit tricky at the moment. 11 not out from 23 balls. Good crowd.
Very
warm evening. And all set, hopefully, for a good game.
I imagine Corbin Bosch, he might be a bit tricky to face. I've been keeping an eye on his paces, and he fluctuates quite a lot. So he's been bowling a few balls up at kind of 87, 88 mile an hour, a few that are literally 80, 82 mile an hour, but they're not slower balls, they're pace on deliveries.
Ah, interesting. And he goes again, longish straight run, Duckett again forward, can't do anything with this.
So that strikes me as someone who has a bit of an inconsistent action. You know, sometimes the wrist might just fall off slightly with the ball.
Yeah.
You know, they aren't off-cutters that he's bowling, but he's bowling at two quite different speeds. That ball, again, it was 87 miles an hour. So it might be a difficult type of bowler to get your rhythm against.
His dad was quick. Tertius, he's a big lad.
Yeah, he's got a brother as well, Ethan Bosch, who plays professionally as well. So it's a talented family.
Yeah, very. He looks more like Sean Pollock, that sort of build, as Corbin. And Duckett there ran outside his off stump, I would say almost to the edge of the cut part, and tried to paddle that ball away. He's getting a bit desperate. And Bosch, I think, saw him going and followed him and bowled it very full. It struck Duckett. A bit of a painful blow there, but he's trying a scoop, but the position he got himself into, I think he might have got to go bat body.
Scoops it into himself.
Yeah.
Yes. So he's obviously trying to go straight over Ryan Rickleton behind the stumps, but with the angle and the execution from Bosch, he literally scooped it into his arm.
That's sore. Still a slip there. Bosch again runs in bowls, and Duckett can only defend it. Root wants a single, rushing through, and he makes it. Just trying to help his mate out there, I think, really. Just get him moving. And
I was going to say, that's good. That's good running from Root, kind of identifying that Duckett was stuck a little bit at the other end and getting a bit frustrated.
He was holding his chest. That's where the ball hit him, and it's sore, clearly. He's holding that there. It was good running. 56 for 1.
And that's often the key when you're not as fluent as what you'd like to be. You're not scoring in the way that you wish you were. Running those singles becomes extra important, and turning a few ones into twos if you can as well.
Bosch again, and Root stands up, drives as well. Stopped the mid-off at Maharaj there, diving to his right. Didn't quite come out of the middle of Root's bat, and he was sort of stretching his eyes there. Now people do when they're getting used to the light, as if to say, not quite sure what's going on here. But just in the space of that over, actually, it shows how quickly the sun goes down. The whole pitch is now in shadow, and whether that makes it a bit easier, well, we shall wait and see. But so it's moved half a pitch length in the space of those 6 balls. So, a good start for England.
Yeah, end of the power play. England 56 for 1. South Africa were 51 without loss at the end of the 10th over. We mentioned it at the half-time break. After 25 overs, South Africa were 120 for 3. So the split in their 50 overs was 120 in the first 25 overs and 210 in the second 25.
Wow. Yeah, they certainly got stuck in to the part-timers. Maharaj is on, and he's on pretty early too. It's only the 11th over. A wily left-arm spin bowler. He's going to bowl to Duckett, who's got a few problems at the moment, not least that bruise on his chest. Deflected the ball into. Really quite hard to see, not just the ball, but where the fielders are from up here at the moment, because we're gazing, say, into the sun and into the shadows, into the shade. So I hope Duckett can see where the fielders are, because I'm not sure we can entirely. Here's Maharaj, and he's bowling with a slip, and Duckett comes on the front foot, pushes that back to the bowler again, and then rather snatches himself away. I don't know whether someone said something or whether that hurt. What it is, 56 for 1. Maharaj again bowls, and Duckett turns that into the leg side.
You're right, he did turn around very abruptly there, as if maybe Ada Markram maybe said something.
Maybe that is what happened. It was something like that, or his chest hurt. I'm not quite sure what it was. 56 for 1. Maharaj again bowls, and Duckett clips that away down the ground to long on. Fielder appears there in the depths of the shadow, and they take 1 run. So there's Maharaj, top of the ODI rankings at the moment for his bowling.
They are a bit misleading though, these rankings.
They can be. I think.
No disrespect intended to
pop up and down, can't you?
Bernard Schultz from Namibia, but he's ranked number 4 at the moment.
Yes, that's a bit.
I don't like to be, be disparaging upon fellow cricketers, but
I think that's fair enough.
Pretty much, if you play the most games, you've
got a chance
and do okay, you're up there, aren't you?
Maharaj then bowls, and that's a reverse sweep from Root. Desperate dive there within the circle. The fielder's lost the ball, actually. Markham's having to come all the way down from slip to go and pick that up. Just down to our right here. He's dashing for his ground. Oh, direct hit was out. But I'm not sure the wicketkeeper took it cleanly in the end, or what happened. But I think he was in. They're having a look. But I think a direct hit there might have had Duckett in real trouble. But I'm pretty sure he's in his ground. They've asked for a replay. That's the umpires have asked. Let's have a look. Yeah, he's in his ground. But a direct hit, I think he was struggling. So Duckett's okay. But he had to get a bit of a wiggle on there. 60 for 1 in the 11th over. Duckett's on 13 from 29 balls, which by his standards is a snail pace. Maharaj again bowls, and he goes to the reverse sweep now. Doesn't time it though. Sends the ball out to deep point. One more run, 61 for 1. Goes to 14, and Root now on strike on 36, and they've got 2 fielders out on the leg side boundary, deep square leg, deep backward square leg. There's a long off and a deep point. Maharaj bowls. There's a little dainty reverse sweep from Root. Again, a desperate dive. So Bosch down here at short third man who fields. 61 for 1 with at the end of the 11th over. Alistair Cook's back. Duckett is struggling a bit, isn't he? He's got much rhythm about his batting at the moment.
Good evening, Agus. Yes, he is struggling. However, he's doing what I think we've been calling on this England side to do. Actually, not panic. Not play a one way. It's not been easy for him. So, but the more importantly for England has been the partnership. Joe Root's come in and played beautifully for 37, but the partnership was 62. It doesn't always go your way. Sometimes as a batter, and you fight through it. But if he just played one way and the attacking way and gets out, then there's suddenly no chance. But actually, his role with the partnership with Joe Root's been really important, and they've off to a really good start.
They are. Root looks over his shoulder to see where the fielders are on the leg side boundary. Deep square leg and long leg is the answer as Bosch starts a new over. Root defends, wants a single. Duckett goes scampering back into his ground again. 62 for 1. What's it like batting in this sort of light when you've got some of the pitch in the bright sunshine it's been in shadows? It can't be easy.
It's not easy, and I do actually. We in that Bob Willis final against say Somerset, we were batting in it, and it was exactly like this. It was so hard. Actually, I nicked off with about 3 overs to go, and I was like, geez, that's really hard. Jamie Porter, the night watchman, came in and made it look really easy. So
it was Root driving to mid off. Pavuma is the fielder, and for the fielders too. It's a difficult time.
It was slightly different though, because that stand wasn't built. There was a gap. So I say that stand terrible. I'm sorry. The Warner was changed. Actually, there was a gap there, so the sun came through a little bit. So you actually had shadow, sun, and actually at one stage you're trying to cover your eyes, trying to get it. It's a bit different now because the new Tavern stand actually just makes one shadow across thing. But it was tricky.
There's Bosch again over the wicket, moves in, bowls, and very well fielded. I mean, let's start with the shot. First of all, it was a lovely straight drive from Root. But Bosch was able to field that one-handed, and not only that, but he then threw the ball at the stumps with Root. Well, he was starting to set off for a run. He had to get diving back in again, but it was a lovely piece of work from the bowler. Good shot initially from Root, and he fancied that, and he thought he was going to get a couple of runs for it, and had to go rushing back into his ground again. I think he was quite cunning. I think he blocked off the line of the throw, did he? Probably got between the stumps and the bowler. In goes Bosch once again. bowls short, Root pulls out to deep mid-wicket. The fielder there I can just make out through the gloom. And they take 1 run, 63 for 1. Not the gloom of the sunshine, it's the gloom of our windows.
Very unlike the MCC, isn't it?
It is.
30 windows.
I'm not sure when these were last washed. But anyway.
I'll tell you what though, Joe Root's come out, been really decisive, hasn't he? From ball 1, it's his first ball, real clean, striking. He's come out real intent in this innings.
Goes Bosch again, bowls. That's outside the off-stump. Duckett again nibbles at it in a rather uncharacteristic way. 63 for 1. If England get these, it'll be the highest ever run chase in a one-day international match here at Lord's. It will beat that famous one-dayer here against India, the Three Fingers match, as it's become known as. I was in quite select company there. I think it's the only time I've ever been in the same company as Bob Willis and Ian Botham. I was one of Nasser's fingers.
I didn't realise that he was there.
Yeah. There's Bosch again, bowls, pushed away up towards mid-off.
I didn't realise it was the 3-pronged attack, as it for all 3 of you. I thought it was just because he was batting at number 3. And
well, I think it was partly to do with that. So it was, I'm number 3, I've got 100. Yeah. But there were 3 of us involved up at this end. So he was very clever, Nasser.
Were you on air at the time he got his 100? The producer sorted it out perfectly. So.
I can't remember. I might have been. But there's been this conversation. I mean, it happens, doesn't it? Conversations about where people are batting. And I'd interviewed Nasser before that series started at Trent Bridge. And I think I'm not quite sure why it was. It was a bit rushed and wasn't entirely prepared. And I simply just asked the question, would you finally, Nasser, will you be batting at number 3 in the one-day international series against India? He looked at me. It's Maharaj, and Root defends the first ball. And he came out, he got a bit of a stern face on, as Nasser can do sometimes, and he just unleashed this volley of statistics. Why wouldn't I when I do this? And my record is that. I thought, oh, crikey. Here's Maharaj bowling, and Root plays that nicely off the back foot out towards deep cover. There's 2 fielders out there, and one of them picks up cleanly.
I had to use the TV to say who that was.
Not sure who that was. Anyway, 65 for 1.
Was his stats right? He must have also
completely invented.
Kind of known that this question was coming for him to then suddenly think like that.
And I thought, oh crikey, is that right? I thought, thank you, Nasser, for the time. Went off, looked them up. They're all nonsense. Here's Maharaj Fells. Hits him on the pad. Appeal for leg before wicket. No response there from the umpire at the far end. And so give a nod out and no review discussed by the South Africans. So it was very clever, full of admiration for him. Of course, he got his 100 here. He did the number 3 and the 3 fingers up the back. It took a little while for people to establish who it was directed at. It's Root playing out towards cover. And diving save. They're going to take the run. Root runs his batting up at the far end. The ball's flying around all over the place at the moment. That was Bavuma picking up and throwing. 1 more run, 6 for 1.
Did you interview him at the end of the game?
No. I thought, oh no, I'm going to keep out of the way. And I can't remember how it was that we discovered who it was. He was directing it out, but it sort of got whittled down to being Ian, Bob, and me. We'd all said the same sorts of things, And there's a reverse sweep and it's bowled. Well, I'm afraid that is not an innings that Duckett will look back on with any particular pleasure. And he's played the reverse sweep there. He's had a difficult time. And he's been bowled for 14 from 32 balls, which is most un-Duckett-like. But he just was not. He was not at the races there, really. And it happens, doesn't it? Cooking rhythm, whatever it may, for whatever reason it may be, he was. That's not the Ben Duckett that we've seen much of. Bowled middle stump. So England lose their 2nd wicket. And if the score was on any of the scoreboards up there, I would tell you what it is. But unfortunately, 66 for 2. Is the score. So cooking thoughts from you, and then Simon's coming in here.
You're saying that Ben Duckett not playing as well as he would like to do, and I think the shot he got out to is an indication of that. Normally such a good reverse sweeper that he doesn't often miss it, and he has missed it today. Actually, his slightly lean form in the white ball since August, and the 100 and these 2 games continues. Simon.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, I was on with Ebbs, it must be quite difficult just to keep churning it out, because he's played a lot of high-profile cricket this summer.
And high intensity. I mean, I'm looking at it and you just think how much a 5 Test match series takes out of a player. And actually, in particular, that series where the games, all of them went to the 5th day, all of them were fairly close, and it was a brilliant series. And then to go pretty much straight into the 100, do the 100, and then straight into this, actually, yes, I do feel he's does look tired.
Yeah, and also he played the Zimbabwe Test, and then he played the West Indies matches as well. So because he plays in all 3 formats, and just to keep on churning them out game after game, and not easy. You can have some sympathy. He's done well. He's on the field, but just to, you know what it's like.
Absolutely.
Keep going the whole time. Right, this is an interesting one. Jacob Bethel in at number 4 for England. So Brook down to come in at number 4. And what it does do, of course, it keeps the left-hand, right-hand combination going. So I wonder when that decision was made. Here's Maharaj bowling to Bethel. Bethel drives thick inside edge into the onside towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. I.e., was it made, were they 2 of them sitting with their pads on in the dressing room? It's like, right, if Duckett's out, you are in. If Root's out, I'm going in, said Harry Brook.
I'd assume so. Or it could just be that Harry went to the toilet.
It could be.
It does happen. It does happen.
Yeah,
I'm just going to nip to the toilet.
Yeah.
If there's a wicket, you go just for, it does happen.
Well, then you think that would be Josh Butler in next, wouldn't you?
No, I mean, I'll surprised to see Bethel coming out, but this is, a really important innings for Bethel. Actually, sometimes when you have such a bad day of the ball, you think it's, he went over 10 runs and over, and everyone doom and gloom. And suddenly he goes out and plays a brilliant innings, and it all changes.
Well, the focus is going to be on him. 66 for 2. Root's playing so well. He's 41 not out from 43 balls. Bosch goes into bowl to him. Root defends. Bosch steps forward to pick up, and there's no run.
We were talking about an un-Ben Duckett-like innings. 27 times he's batted in ODIs for England. 24 times he's scored. That's the lowest strike rate he's ever had in ODIs for England when he scored a run.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like it. Just battling with himself. It's been a tough month and a bit for him. Such an important player for England, I think, Ben Duckett.
You give him the next bit off, can you? Next game off, and he's not going to Ireland, is he? So
no. There's a 3-match T20 series after this. Root comes down the pitch to meet Bosch, and then plays defensively up the offside of the pitch to him. Picks up in his follow through. Yeah, so that Ireland series is after the South Africa matches, and Bethel's captain, Rayan Ahmed, Baker, Banton, Butler, Dawson, Hartley, Jacks, Mahmood, Jamie Overton, Potts, Rashid, Salt and Wood in the squad that I've got in front of me anyway. I mean, that can change.
And Cox has been added.
Yeah. Here is Bosch bowling. And he struck on the pad there when it nips in. No concerted appeal from the bowler, certainly, and those behind. Ball went away into the offside.
I mean, you could pull Bucket out now, couldn't you, and put Cox into the squad for the T20s against South Africa as well. If he isn't, he just looks just a little bit short of rhythm, isn't it? And you then start looking at the reasons why, and tiredness is everyone says, oh, you're playing for England. Yeah, absolutely, but you do get tired from.
Well, you know this as well as anyone. Something you said actually during the Test series really stuck in my mind. Here's Bosch going into bowl to Root, and Root plays that crisp timing, but straight to backward point, and there's no run. Saying that when you're batting for England, you're always on edge. Even if you're 80 not out or whatever, I would have thought by the time you got to 60, you'd been relaxed, and 70 more relaxed, 120 relaxed. But you said it that you're always on edge.
The next thing you want more, more, and you know how important.
And so that must just eventually it drains the reserves of the well. Bosch bowls, Root flicks that into the onside towards mid-wicket. It's picked up by Ngidi to his right-hand side and through for a run. Mind you, Joe Root keeps churning them out.
He does. he does bat in a different game to most people, so you suddenly look up, he's on 20. He's away then, isn't he? He's away.
He's 42 not out of England's 67 for 2. Reminder, they need 331 to win. No team has chased as many as that to win a one-day international at Lords. It'd be in order to get there, it'd be their 7th highest ever one-day international chase. And that team that won the World Cup, they made a bit of a habit of getting scores like that in the mid 350s. Bosch to Bethel, his second ball. Bethel, a low pull there. He's off the mark. Along the ground towards deep forward square leg, down the slope. One more to the total therefore, and Bethel takes the bowling. He is one. Roots 42. England are 68 for 2 out of 14 overs. South Africa were 120 for 3 at the halfway stage of their innings. Got themselves up to 330 for 8.
I mean, good pace from Bosch. That last ball was 90 miles an hour. It's, it's the first time I've really seen him in action live, and he'd be one of those good old phrase, and he hits the bat hard. Just runs.
Bowls a heavy ball.
Yeah, we love all those sayings. We weren't allowed to say them in 100, so we can say them now. Yeah, he bowled.
Maharaj bowls to Bethel, who's down the pitch, playing that nicely on the drive, up towards long on. Picks up a single, 69 for 2.
Very quietly, Corbin Bosch has bowled 4 overs for 4 runs.
Well, he's not having a bad game. How did he finish, Phil, in that South Africa innings? What was his final score? 31 on out, was it? Here's Maharaj bowling to Root. He gets it away fine. They're off for 1. They're coming back for the second. Throws in from Ngidi, low to the stumps. 71 for 2.
Yeah, finished the day 32 not out of 29 balls.
And actually, he struggled to get it away a bit in those closing overs. He was trying. He was trying to use all his brute force. Couldn't do so. Maharaj bowls to Root. Root goes back and guides it towards extra cover, and there's no run. Maharaj, the #1 ranked bowler in one-day international cricket. 71 for 2. And nudged away by Root for 1. He's looking for 2 here, down towards Ngidi. Is he coming back for the second? No, Ngidi's got to it just as well. Root's seen enough cricket to know there wasn't 2 there. 72 for 2.
I think the previous ball went exactly to Ngidi, and he is the last guy on the field who'll have that sun just perfectly in his eyes. I don't think he's picking it up. It's not easy. Long leg.
Maharaj over the wicket, bowls to Bethel, who drives straight to mid-off. He's quite deep, but he got there quickly, so no chance of a single there. Yeah, the sun is dipping over the grandstand to our right-hand side, and most of the ground now is in shadow, but Ngidi down there, he was in the sunshine just looking into the sun. The lights are on now at Lords, as you'd expect at this stage now, with most of the ground in shadow at this time of year. 10 to 7. Maharaj, gets through there against Bethel, and the bails are whipped off. And Bethel survives. It's neat work. It happens so quickly with the wicketkeepers whipping the bails off. Sometimes you wonder whether they've been bowled on the way, all on the way through, or whether the keeper's done his job.
And on that one, it actually looked like he could have been bowled.
Yeah.
So he went back and was playing the straight back with Maharaj, turned one sharply inside the inside edge, but I reckon it just drifted past the non-turn, drifted past the outside edge, and quick as a flash, Rickerton had the bails off, but it did look like it could have been bowled. We can blame the windows.
Can't we?
They're not clean. The sun, we've got all the elements in our.
They're all against us, aren't they?
They are, Simon. All against us.
Yeah. Drinks are on the field. England are 72 for 2 after 15 overs. Where was South Africa after 15 overs, Phil? Have you got a note of that?
Yeah, they were slightly ahead, 78 for 2.
Right, so, not a great deal in it. But then you've got the pressure of chasing as opposed to the freedom to play as you want to play.
But that partnership, wasn't it? Well, I keep going back, and Brevers and it was Stubbs, wasn't it? They soaked up that pressure in that middle where they weren't scoring quickly. They were scoring around 4.5, 5 runs and over. In particular, when Rashid came on to bowl, his first 4 overs, I think, went for 14, and he was threatening. But they soaked it up, didn't they? They soaked it up and kind of played the situation really well and then expanded. And I think the one thing we said about this England ODI side is feels it's a bit like the Test team was a couple of years ago. They could only play in one way, which is full out attack, like a bit like we saw at Headingley. They bowled out in 20 odd overs playing plan A. And actually South Africa showed, and that partnership in particular showed, you can, because it's such a long game, so many balls, you can play catch up, and the modern player in particular can catch up so much quicker than they used to be able to do, because six hitting, because of 100 T20 T10s is the norm now.
Yes, that idea, isn't it, of going hard or just go hard most of the time or all the time. But actually, South Africa still scored 330 today, which wins most one-day internationals, without going really hard.
Well, I don't think they could go hard. I think it was quite hard for that period. I think it nipped around there with the new ball, and then it spun. And it's not the easiest pitch. Saw a couple grip, couple turn, couple holding the surface. So it wasn't one of those where you could just hit through the line. I used to call it batting indoors. You don't have to move your feet. The surface is absolutely pure. Chelmsford, you feel like $1 million because you just hit the ball on the up. And this wicket's not like that, but you can still score runs. You can still score runs quickly, but you have to get used to the conditions, take a bit more time. And it's amazing how much better you get once you're out there for longer.
Yeah, it's a good phrase actually, batting indoors. Anyone who's ever batted an indoor net, the ball swings a bit sometimes, but not very much. But you can play without any foot movement at all.
In most surfaces, I think Lord's is a bit different, because Lord's have got that like kind of a bit more astroturfy.
Right.
You can grip the surface, so it just holds a bit more realistic, really. But the one at Chelmsford used to be an absolute bad. I had to put mats down because you could just stand there. I mean, it's quick. I remember when Tamal first turned up at Essex, and he was genuinely, and he also did not know where it was going, so he was frighteningly fast. But if you take that pace out and just have a normal 80-odd mile-an-hour bowl, it was lovely. You just stand there, not move your feet, just hit through the lines. We all felt good. Then we got outside in March.
Well, exactly. I mean, lots of club players will sympathise or empathise with that. You bat inside throughout the winter. You're one net a week or whatever on a Wednesday night, and then suddenly first game of the season,
totally different.
Early April, where the bowler runs in, dibbly-dobbly medium pace, it takes a little chunk out of the pitch every ball.
No chance. Brilliant. But yeah, the batting indoors is just such a... If you're not hitting them well in Chelmsford indoors on throwdowns, it's going to be... You're not in
tough season.
Not in nick.
Aidan Markram's going to bowl. This is the 16th over. He's bowling with his off breaks. 72 for 2. And he goes in now to bowl to Root, who, I suppose, an odd-looking shot, really. It's half a drive with lots of effort into the offside. Finds a small gap and gets a Markram to Bethel early on. Is a decent match-up, I suppose.
Our favourite word.
Off-break bowler to the left-hander. 73 for 2. Root's got 46 of those. He came in second ball of the innings. Smith was caught behind first ball off Berger. That's a killer, isn't it? You field for 3 hours and 50 minutes.
I was going to say it's almost 4 hours of fielding.
3 hours and 50 minutes, and then you go out there and you get a first baller. Markram bowls, and it's clipped away by Bethel for probably 2 runs towards deep mid-wicket. Yeah, they're going to come back for the second. Fielder there in the one patch, just about one patch of sunlight on the ground here at Lord's, almost in shadow now.
It's interesting how they have heaped a bit more, even more responsibility on Bethel. They're like, come on, buddy, you're in at number 4.
Markram bowls to him, short, cracked away, up the slope. Diving save there in front of the grandstand, keeps it down to 2 runs. There's a ball really from Markram that Bethel would like to have hit for 4. Stubbs takes a divot out of the Lord's outfield. We've had a lot of rain in the last week or so in London. It feels like actually we've had more rain in the last week or so. We've had all summer put together. Markram bowls, cut away by Bethel through point for 1 run. Stubbs there with the fielding again. So a single to Bethel takes him to 7. England is 78 for 2. Now their job is just to stay in the game for as long as possible here. Just piece something together, see if they've got a chance of a charge late on. Here's Markram bowling to Root, clips this off the back foot up towards long on. Another single.
It's one of those score at 5 and 6s, don't get out phases.
Yeah.
Got to score at 6 runs over. Don't take any risks. Don't get out. Easy. we just say on Bethel, they have thrown more at him again in this game, and if he responds, absolutely brilliant.
Markham bowls to Bethel. Bethel flicks this in the air into the leg side. Where's this going? For 6, I think. Indeed. Out to deep backward square leg. South Africa have a fielder positioned on the deep square leg boundary. It went about 20 metres to his left-hand side. Well, that was a fine shot. Hit really well by Jacob Bethel, lofting it right underneath that and hitting it hard and high into the leg side. 6 runs.
It was a slog sweep, but not from the traditional slog sweep line, because it was drifting down the leg side from Markham. So actually to get the elevation from that line is not an easy shot. It's gone 5 or 6 rows back, and someone in the crowd has had his opportunity to take a very simple catch dropped, and he's getting pats on the back of consolation by everyone else.
Maharaj bowls. Root sets himself for a reverse sweep. It was down the leg side, and if he'd known it, of course, he'd be much better to play a conventional sweep shot to that ball, or even just leave it, because he'd have picked up a wide. As it was missed by the keeper, and they got a bye. 86 for 2. It's always good in hindsight, isn't it, life? Start the 17th over.
So that's not a wide because he switched his hands.
Well, I think it's a bye. They went through for... Oh, I see. It wasn't a wide as well. Yeah. Here's Bethel coming down the pitch to meet Maharaj. He's hit firmly back. Maharaj stops it. He wrings his hand. Did he get a bit of Joe Root's bat there? He might have done, as he went to field it on his hand, as well as the ball. 86 for 2. Bethel on 13. He struck on the pad there, going down the leg side. Nearly for Maharaj. It was a nearly LBW, if you sort of mean. He missed it. Shot through. It's fractionally down the leg side. Maharaj bowls to Bethel, strokes it away towards short extra cover. No run. Picks out the fielder close in on the offside. So Markham's in there at slip. Caught Bethel there the other day. I don't think it was a great shot from Bethel the other day. Early on. Wide drive he played. Forward there, getting a thickish outside edge on a drive. Goes through the backward point area. One more. He's got to start here. 14 already from 13 balls. 87 for 2. England at the moment giving themselves a chance. It would be some chase if they were to get these. It really would. Maharaj bowls to Root. Root takes that off the stumps, playing back there. Maharaj yelped from him. He thought he got through. Played that square of the wicket on the offside towards point. And there is no run. It's the end of Maharaj's over. He's bowled 4 overs for 14. Canny bowler.
He is. You're saying he's number 1 in the world. I think I read somewhere that before this year he was hitting the stumps 20% of the time. This year where he's had all his success and gone up the rankings, he's hit 40% of his balls are hitting the stumps, and that was the prime example, wasn't it? That didn't look that much quicker out of their arm. It almost sped off the surface, and it almost anti-spin really went in, and Joe Root, because he with experience not playing the straight bat, he managed to get out of trouble.
Markham to Bethel, who sweeps hard. That's beaten Berger. That's 4 as well for Jacob Bethel. Similar area to the one he hit for 6 in the previous over. That one was a skimmer. Berger no chance on the deep square boundary. So an impressive start from Jacob Bethel, who did make runs for England earlier in the summer, that one-day international at Edgbaston, but generally it's been a lean time for him. Well, a lean time, and he's not played very much. He's 18 not out. Markham bowls from outside the off stump. He lifts that away down the ground, out towards the long on boundary. The ball plugs. And the throw comes in from Brevis, and they come back with 2 runs. It's one of those that you can almost have hit anywhere, and he decided to go over mid-on.
Well, he's toying Markham a bit, because those 2 sweep shots, the 6 and the 4, they've had to move the guy at 45 out on the boundary to keep the 5 men in the circle. He had to bring mid-on up, so there he's gone over mid-on. So at the minute, he's kind of Markham hasn't got the answers to the onslaught from Bethel.
Bavuma, the captain, has come over to have quite a long chat there with Markham after that delivery. So Bethel's already 20 not out. 93 for 2 in the 18th. Markham bowls to Bethel, who goes leg side, firm shot, taking that off middle stump towards deep forward square leg. Picks up another run. Goes to 21. 94 for 2 in the 18th. Well, he's coming under some scrutiny here, Bethel, and he's played very fluently, very positively so far. Responding. Markham to Root, low pull shot, low sweep towards deep back of square leg for 1. Root keeps on going, just churning them out. Up to 48. Well, he played one brilliant match-winning innings in that series against the West Indies at Cardiff. Markham. Oh, so Bethel, who gets underneath that and swats it well over wide long on for 6. It's only a fraction short from Markham. Bethel picks up the length very quickly. Right back onto his stumps and smashed away. Bethel already on to 27. And England's 100 is up. 101 for 2. It's game on.
And game on. Impressive here from Bethel. Good to see. This is the sort of platform actually he needs just to kind of settle the comments coming in and just get some time at the crease and play it in his way. He's doing it fabulously at the moment.
It'd be great for him if he were able to go on today. And he's given himself a start here. He's 27 off 17. Markham, last ball of the over. Bowls to Bethel, and Bethel tries to manoeuvre that into a gap on the offside. Cannot beat Bavuma at cover. And that's the end of Markham's over. So 2 overs of 27. Bethel's tucked into him all right. And England are 101 for 2. 331 to win. Well, we could be in for something special. 18 overs gone. 32 to go to get those 331. More from you, Ebbs, and then Alison is arriving.
Well, a couple of things. I was on the commentary at the start of this innings and just said if this is going to be chased down, the likelihood will be Joe Root will do one of those Joe Root type anchor innings, and he's on that at the moment. 48 off 56. Came in pretty early with Smith gone on the first ball, and so he's steadying and Bethel taking the attack. Ali.
Yeah, and this could be a very significant time for Bethel, but Root on 48. It's forward to Maharaj, who misfields, and Root sprints through for 1, and Bethel a little bit slower off the mark when Maharaj eventually catches up with the ball. There was a single there. Root onto 49. He hasn't always middled every shot he's played today. He was looking suspiciously at his bat again there, but that one did come out the middle. So Bethel, 27 off 18. A couple of huge shots already. Markham stays there as slip. Maharaj is being asked to wait by the umpire. He's got his right arm held out. Don't think there's anything distracting Bethel behind the bowler's arm. The umpire says, no, we can play now. And this time it's Bethel who's backed away, but he settles over his bat. Maharaj over the wicket. And Bethel heaves him out to the grandstand for 6. Well, he got underneath that. And the crowd, warm applause for this young talent. And Bethel's showing what he can do. He's now 33 off 19.
These are some big strikes. They've gone seriously into that stand. I love the way he sort of just sets that base early and then full flow of the bat, quick hand speed. And that has gone some distance.
It travelled. Huge follow through with the bat. Maharaj in again, dances down the ground this time. Won't be 6, but it'll be a 1 bounce 4. And then the ball crashes into the advertising hoardings in front of the pavilion. Right, here we go. Bethel's saying, if anyone can do it, I can do it. He's coming and he's now hitting a tempo.
He's had a lot of attention, hasn't he, of late? And he would have felt that, he would have felt this pressure. And this is one way to respond. Come out and play with freedom, which he's doing. 21 years of age. And he's not the biggest, is he? But he seems to get that real power through the ball.
Taking his time between deliveries here, Maharaj. He stepped away towards square leg, but settles again now. We've had a 6, we've had a 4. He goes down the ground again. Will he get it over mid-off? He does. 4 more. Down the ground once again. Long on is back on the fence, but mid-off is up. And he targeted that area. I see a couple of members down there, even Ebbs, with their hands over their mouths.
Yeah, the crowd has woken up. And also it's interesting, he's going after the front line spinner here. Well, he's taken both down really, but he's showing confidence and hitting through the line, which I like.
I remember making 82 against the West Indies in Birmingham, but this one now, this 50 approaching rapidly. Off 21 balls, he's got 41. This time he goes leg side once more. There is a fielder at deep mid-wicket, but it's sufficiently in front of square to find the boundary again. It's another 4. And this is a punishing over from Bethel, taking on Maharaj. The crowd can't believe it.
The crowd were a bit quiet earlier when South Africa were scoring, but they've definitely woken up for this. This is brilliant batting, clean striking. Maharaj doesn't turn the ball a huge amount, so it means that, you know, if you get to the pitch and you get in a good position, you can hit through the line. He's doing brilliantly. He's making a change.
I'm starting looking at quick 50s, Phil, in terms of England. 6-4-4-4, 22 balls so far. He's on 45. Outside edge this time. He came forward, looking to play it through mid-wicket. Scampers for the 1. Set off a little slowly and realised the route was pushing, so we got a wriggle on. Well, what an over that was. And the crowd are recognising that from this young 21-year-old. 121 for 2. We've had 19 overs. Are they saying, come on, Jacob, come on, Joe? Let's take on this target of 331.
Yeah, I like the way that he's picked his bowlers. South Africa did that in the first innings. They took down specifically Will Jacks. And they took down the sort of the part-time options. Here, actually, we're seeing Bethel take on the lead options, but he's decided, you know, he's got that clarity. The spinners, I'm going to go hard. And he's done a great job. And he's caught up Joe Root in no time. How many off that over in the end, Phil? It was good. It was like a good few. 20. Very impressive.
Yeah, the 19th over of the innings. Yeah, and then do you, as captain, does Temba Bavuma keep Maharaj on after that over? Will it force a bowling change?
Well, we've seen one already here. We've got Berger, which is the frontline bowler, coming back, and I think that is a good move. I would arguably change it, and you know, he's confident enough to bring him back on. He's experienced, but I might just think he's lined him up now. Park that attack, rotate, and then come back a little bit later, maybe after getting the wicket.
Well, 4 4s and 3 6s now in Jacob Bethel's unbeaten 46. He hasn't quite managed the 17 ball 50 that Lynn Livingston and Johnny Bairstow have in ODIs for England. He's still on 46 at the moment, 23 balls faced, and facing up again now. Deflecting this, angling it down towards deep third along the ground. There's control in that shot. He's played quite close to his body, up in the face, onto 47. 122 for 2. Well, Joe Root's back on strike now, one away from 50. So all of a sudden, there's a lot happening out there for England.
Yeah, Root is so good at these situations, isn't he? He's calm, he's collected, he's happy to let Bethel do the counter attack. He will be the stability. If he gets to another half century, he's just waving at someone to settle down behind the bowler's arm there.
Yeah, and just very quickly in that last over, the 50 partnership came up of 35 deliveries.
Root on 49, and that will be his individual 50. Well, 19th ODI 50 in the long and storied career of Joe Root. And his third time past 50 this summer. Of course, he got that 166 against the West Indies in Cardiff. And you go back to the start of the international summer, but a raise of the bat, and anybody coming here today, well, you've got to love the chance to watch Joe Root bat. Because, well, it's been a marvellous innings for him. 123 for 2. Root 50 off 58 deliveries.
So reliable. It's incredible what a run machine he is in all formats. And his ability to just stay calm. Came in with the early threat and has weathered that. Well, they brought Berger in, I feel, for Bethel here. Let's see how this goes.
Berger is left arm over here, and Bethel comes forward looking to defend, deflects it behind square on the offside. And there is no run. And Joe Root, 19th ODI 50 to go with the 39 test hundreds that he has in his career. It's just staggering. You feel privileged, don't you, when you get a chance to watch him bat and watch a great like reach a milestone, whatever that milestone is.
He always looks so effortless, doesn't he? So, you know, he's just does things simply, organised, well-executed game plan.
Could see another 50 here from Bethel. He's on 47. Berger, and he went for a big shot. He's missed. Through to the keeper. Looking to, well, I think, he's even to open up and carve through that the offside, that's the stroke he's just rehearsed, but he really put a lot of bottom hand into the shot.
Yeah, he's looking for that square drive sort of in front of that deep point. And, wanted to try and hit on the up, just got through it maybe a fraction early.
There's been an awful lot said about Jacob Bethel over the course of this summer. Said had a good innings against West Indies at Edgbaston in May. Bethel waits on 47, looks for a little late dab, misses again. There's got to be some nerves there now. Just with everything that he's been through. I mean, who knows how immune he's been able to keep himself from maybe the chatter and headlines and opinions that have swelled around him. But yeah, to come out and to score a rapid
century. He's well backed, isn't he? I think that's the one thing. You've got to keep a tight dressing room. You feel everything from the key, Brendan McCullum, Brooke, Stokes, they're all in alignment of, backing him at the moment. So he's mostly had to just try and keep that noise away.
Berger pushes off and runs in now, left arm over. Bethel heaves this over mid-on, brings up his 50 with a pummeled 4 down the ground. Jacob Bethel is answering any questions at the moment. 51 off 28. He is showing this Lord's crowd exactly what he can do. A 4th ODI 50 for him. He's doing it when England have a mountain of a run chase ahead of them and they need something special.
Yeah, best way to silence the critics is to come out and show what you can do, and he really has. It's the dominant way in which he plays, isn't it? He's not come in and sort of hunkered down and offered to sort of rotate the strike. He knows that they need to come out and be aggressive towards his total, and that fits in his game plan. That clean striking, got the length he was looking for. Now, though, how important would it be if he doubles down and gets his score close?
That's it. You don't want to be 50 and out. You've got this far. He's played some big shots. And having watched 2 50s come up, there's a few members who've got up out of their seat and finally either gone to the toilet or gone to get a drink. And so that's what Joe Root's just waiting for now, for him to settle down behind. Lungi Ungidi, so no more Maharaj for the moment. Ungidi is in and Root's driving. There is protection on that deep cover boundary though. The square drive went straight to the fielder along the ground up the slope towards the grandstand. It's a good looking shot for just a single.
You can feel when the energy of a game changes, doesn't it? The batters are now dictating, they're having to make bowling changes, they're trying to almost just curb this partnership versus, when you're behind the game and the bowlers are all over you. So England have just flipped the momentum here from that 20 over against Maharaj. Started before and then he really's built into this.
You can imagine that the England camp, whether it's Brooks, whether it's Stokes, whether it's Brendan McCullum, Rob Key, Ngidi's, and again here to Bethel. Turns him up towards mid-on. Root was a few paces out of his ground at the non-striker's end and heads back in that direction, dot ball. But they must be feeling very satisfied right now and pleased to see Bethel get a score under his belt after, he said, he did it at the start of the summer. He'd just come off the IPL, hadn't he? Not really played, but he'd spent time in a dugout dressing room with the likes of Virat Kohli. But then, didn't get a chance to play any cricket leading up to the test summer. Hasn't played a great deal, hasn't had a good 100 with the bat. Arguably had more success with the ball than the bat in the 100. And around the wicket for Ngidi, tried to heave him down the ground but hasn't timed it, rather smears it along the ground up towards mid-on. Miscue, rehearses the stroke again.
And I think you have to give credit to this sort of era of English cricket. I like the fact that they back their plan, even if it goes against what all the public opinion says. And, they've made choices like putting Bethel in and giving him this exposure, and at times it can feel like he's overexposed for such a young player, but equally I think their thinking is let him learn on the international stage because they could see his potential.
Taps his bat now and waits as Ngidi moves in, a bouncer, he leaves it alone, doesn't chase after it. They've got deep mid-wicket in front of the grandstand. If he doesn't quite time a pull shot or a hook and offers a catch down to either deep fine leg and deep third back on the boundary as well.
But it's good to see he didn't take on that sort of slower ball bouncer there. He could have been just sort of pulled into it, and if you're in that mode where you're trying to smash boundaries, sometimes you just try and hit one too many. He was calm, let it go by.
31 balls now for his 51. So he hasn't scored a run yet since reaching 50. This time he does go for the pull shot, and it bounces comfortably in front of deep mid-wicket. A couple of bounces and into the hands of the fielder. Tristan Stubbs is patrolling that part of the ground, so Bethel gets down to the other end for a single. 52 from 32. England's target, remember, 331.
Where were they, Phil? Well, you might have it in your notes, but what are we looking at? Where were South Africa around this stage?
20 over mark.
Yeah.
After 20 overs, not doing Phil out of a job here, 95 for 3.
Okay, so they're ahead of the game.
Yes.
Massively ahead of the game.
Ngidi in again here to Root. Waits for that one to come to him. Angles it behind. Square on the offside. And there's no run. It's at the end of the over from Ngidi it is. So he's bowled 5. He's gone for 30. Temba Bavuma has to work out how to break this partnership, because it so far has been a destructive one, particularly once Bethel got going. And Bethel promoted up the order to number 3 as well, so that's also going to be something, a bit of a feather in the cap to say, well, okay, we took that call. Smith was out first ball of the innings, then lost Duckett, who really struggled. Very uncharacteristic Duckett innings, wasn't it? 14 off 33, eventually bowled by Maharaj sweeping. And that after Jamie Smith was caught behind, first ball of the innings off Berger, got an inside edge through to the keeper. So they said, right, okay, or rather Brooke, whether it was Brooke or McCullum. Brooke we thought was due in next, and then Butler before Bethel. But this move has paid off. Bethel on strike now to Berger, deflects it away down to deep third, sets up quickly for the first. It's only a single. 129 becomes 130 for 2, chasing 331. So you have to say it's on at the moment with wickets in hand.
Yeah, and I think it'll be interesting to see, because they didn't get what they wanted with the ball in terms of the movement with that rain condition. It ended up being a big total. If they can sustain a bit of an onslaught with the likes of Brooke and Butler to calm Jacks, you think of that middle order.
Around the wicket, definitely played by Root, steered down to deep third again, just the one cut off in front of the pavilion.
I feel like you can get it to 250 with 1 or 2 of those batters still in the engine to come, and then they can get that job done with the firepower they possess.
So they need around sort of still 6.5, 7 and over really from here, but they have taken 45 runs off the last 5. Here is Berger. Left arm over, now to Bethel, and deflecting it. So rotating the strike now after both of them reached their 50s. Take another single. Again, it's sort of craftsmanship, isn't it? It's not as if an innings has to be the same all the way through. They've had a bit of a burst, had a blast, and now actually recognising, okay, the captain's changed the bowlers. I'm not able to go after Maharaj, so let's just dial it back for a little bit. We'll have another opportunity. It will come.
Yeah, it's throwing that counter punch just to change the dynamic. Now they're in control, but you want to stay in control and not give that away. And at the moment, they're just holding on nicely. Joe Root is just the king of that.
132 for 2. Berger approaches the crease. There's a short ball that's pulled firmly by Root. Out through deep mid-wicket, along the ground it goes, picked up in front of the grandstand. And a single taken. If they pick up a single every delivery through and over, they're almost up there with the rates, and they're sort of doing it on their terms. They're in control with these singles, deliberately placing the ball.
Yes, it's not something that you have to over-manufacture, is it? It's rotate the strike, pick up that one, and then decide which bowlers you're going to take down. So they've had 2 spinners in. Markham got a little bit of tap.
Berger in again to Bethel now, who looked at even over mid-wicket. Now there's a half appeal from Rickleton as to whether it had a thin edge on the way through to the keeper. But he was eyeing up old Father Time then, and out towards the mound stand. 1 fielder at deep mid-wicket and 1 at deep cover as well, protecting 2 square boundaries. Fine leg and deep third are back here to Andre Berger, who has bowled his 6th over of his spell. This will be 5 for Ngidi. At some point, Bethel knows he will see Maharaj again. As Bethel awaits a leap at the crease from Berger, fuller straighter, clipped up towards mid-on. Quick single taken. These 2 running between the wickets well. They seem to respond well to each other. 22 overs gone then in this run chase, with England needing a record 331, making a good fist of it at 134 for one, with 50s for both Roots and quite a brutal 50 from Bethel. Ebony Rain for Brent, a little bit more from you, and then Jonathan Agnew coming in.
Yeah, it didn't feel at the start of this innings when Jamie Smith went the first ball that this game would still be alive all the way through, but it really is alive here. You've got a nice bubbling partnership. South Africa now having to ring the changes, bringing back on the seamers. Feels alive, Aggers.
Certainly does. Some terrific hitting from Bethel. Wow, after the spinners particularly, he's just really got after them, but dropped ever so slightly short. He's pulled the ball out to mid-wicket, he's hit them straight down the ground. And the crowd's buzzing. 134 for two. This would be the highest ever run chase in a one-day international at Lords if they can pull it off. And Geedy comes lumbering in, and he gives himself room and has a rather nasty slog. Slower ball, deceived him completely. And then Geedy's smiling and raises a finger and says, there you go, told you so. And Bethel smiles back at him.
Yeah, he knows he's coming. Nice smart ball there.
Yeah, it was a really good slower ball. And Geedy's very proud of himself with this one, because he's smiling all the way back. Almost bowled him off stump. It was a ugly shot, what I say.
Good off cutter. Hold his fingers down.
So Geedy's very pleased with that one. Finger raised. Saying, let's watch out. 134 for two. Bethel on 55. He's faced 37 balls. Roots on 53. Target 330. And Geedy's on his way. And bowls, and that's flicked away out towards deep square leg. Actually, correction, is 331, isn't it? The actual target. South Africa made 330. So the required rate then runs about, where are we, 6 per over they want? A bit higher than that at the moment, 7, yeah. 7.1 to be absolutely accurate. It's up there. They've got a rather nice magenta coloured writing up there now on the scoreboard. The to win is 196. Showing on the board very clearly in the middle. 166 balls. Field adjustment here. Fielder coming down to, well, like a fine gully really. In fact, now going more to slip. Perhaps there for Roots' scoop. 135 for two. He's on 53. And Geedy on his way again, carrying his shadows at his feet, and Root flicks that away from outside off stump. And the ball rolls away down the slope at a good pace. 4 runs down there at the tavern. And that's when, as a bowler, you think, oh, hang on a minute, what am I supposed to do? That was well wide of the off stump.
What's so good about Root is how he goes through the gears. He's been sort of staying in his crease for the last few overs. If he wants to now accelerate the score, he just skips down, but he doesn't lose shape, he doesn't get overcomplicated. He finds ways to be aggressive and in a low-risk way.
What line do you bowl? This is the thing. There's a conference down there now. Bavuma's bringing that slip fielder out again now. But to work that from so far outside off stump.
Plugged it now.
Yeah, so mid-wicket. So he's opened up the gap down here through the slip area. Zangidi again moves in, bowls outside off stump, and Root tried to do it. He did a little faint flick. And again, Ngidi's smiling. He's enjoying himself out there. 71 miles an hour, the slower ball again. Big man, Ngidi, and you expect to hurl the ball down at about 95 miles an hour, which of course he bowls at a good pace. But that's a good slower ball, and actually Root did get some bat on it.
He keeps the wrist behind it for such a long time, and then just at that last moment rolls the wrist, so it is effective.
Yeah.
That 4 from Joe Root, the previous ball, his first boundary since the 7th over.
Thanks, Phil. There's Ngidi again. Bowls to him, a low full toss this time. He missed out. He's cross there, swinging his bat. Root does that. He's quite theatrical when he bats, especially when something goes wrong and he's not happy with it. Very theatrical, and that was the case there. Low full toss. The asking for trouble, but clipped straight to the man at mid-wicket. Ngidi's sweating profusely. Man used to the heat of South Africa, which was necessarily that hot here at Lords today, but he's getting a sweat on, coming in from the pavilion end. Here he is again, on his way, bowls, and that's very full. Root turns it away into the leg side. Nice piece of bowling again from Ngidi. So
He's trying to fox them, isn't he?
He is. He's going through the card, isn't he? He's doing everything. 140 for 2. Didn't quite come off there, and Root's brought that target down now to 191. And Bosch is going to bowl from this nursery end. Lovely
sunset.
Skyline. It is a lovely skyline over there, actually, behind the grandstand. Still the sun is with us, but the clouds out there tinged with gold. There's some orange. Old Father Time's enjoying it. He swings around, the old boy, and if he doesn't like the cricket, he turns his back on it. He likes that sunset, doesn't he? He's pointing straight at it.
He's keen.
Yeah, enjoying that. 140 for 2, so Bosch back in the attack, bowling to Root, 5 inside the circle, and he's on his way, and he bowls, and Root very late dabs the ball to third man and picks up a single. So how's Bethel going to play this? Bosch, as Tamal was observing, varies his pace and not, we don't think necessarily deliberately. He's one of those where the ball comes out quite quickly sometimes, but then with the same action and everything else, same delivery, doesn't quite come out at the same rate. Just quite hard to work out how you're going to bat against it.
Jacob Bethel becalmed since he reached 50. Reached 50 from 28 balls. He's now 56 from 38. So that's 5 from the last 10 he's faced.
Let's see how he plays this quick bowler. Fine legs coming up. So there's an extra fielder at deep mid-wicket. So deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, long on and long off, both inside the circle, so they work mid on and mid off. Third man's quite fine. Bosch moves in now, bowls to Bethel, bit of width, it's sliced away down to third man. He'll want to try and push him for 2 if he can. It's a long boundary down there, throws on the way. Bethel's running his bat in. Difficult for the fielder down there, and particularly when you're bowling as Ngidi is and having a bit of a puff, to keep them down to just 1. It was good running.
Yeah, good communication between these two. Just set off straight away.
Yeah. 143 for 2. Bethel 58 from 39 balls. Settles over his bat again. Bosch past the umpire is there, and he bowls wide of the off stump, caught. Bethel has slashed a catch straight to backward point. It was wide, it wasn't a good ball, and well, left-handers normally put that away, but he's just picked out the man there. Bit unfortunate, he's hit it straight at him, and a very good innings comes to an end from Jacob Bethel. That's certainly the most positive innings you've seen from him this summer, and he'll walk off to a good hand here. He's got England on the way towards that victory target, but by no means all of the way there. He's been unlucky there.
Yeah, he has. It was the right ball, it was wide and it needed to. He just kind of sunk his back leg, and he didn't quite decide to either go up and over or drill it into the ground. He got the connection he was looking for, he got the ball selection right, just didn't quite get that elevation up over the fielder. But really sprightly, I think, with all the pressure that's going on at the moment for him. That's just one of those innings that reminds you why he's been selected in.
It'll do him good. I mean, and it's not the pressure caused by him either. We were saying, I think Michael and I, in the last game, a lot of pressure being put on his young shoulders. He's discovering what his game is. He needs to go out and play, and that was a glimpse of what he can do, certainly in white ball cricket anyway. Very promising young player, but just needs to play. Just needs to bat.
Is there any relation between Anneke Bosch and this Bosch? Anneke Bosch is in the South African cricket team. You can usually click on.
It's a good question.
Website, yeah.
Phil could look it up.
She caused us some troubles in the World T20.
She
smacked a few with a massive.
Father, of course, played for South Africa.
His father.
Bosch, yes. Tertius
Yeah.
Bosch was a fast bowler for South Africa.
Okay.
Apparently there's another brother. I think Tamal was saying there's another brother who plays first-class cricket in South Africa.
This is a good stock.
So how old would she be?
She would be mid-20s.
Must be a chance.
Anneke Bosch, maybe.
Phil's on the case. But Bosch is it's not quite Smith in South Africa, but it's a very common name, isn't it?
Yeah, she Boshed it, and I was enjoying hearing your conversation as earlier.
That's right.
Great name.
143 for 3 then, and we have Harry Brook out in the middle now. So 2 right-handers.
No, just the 2 Bosches you mentioned.
A couple of Bosches.
Father and brother, yeah.
So just a shadow, but it is quite a common name. So we have a slip now. So Brook looks around the field, gets himself organised, stretches his hamstrings, plays a few shots. What can he do? It's a decent pitch. The light much easier now. The floodlights are on. Bosch moves in. Bowles to him. Plays the first ball quite late. What a single route. A bit slow setting off there, I thought. But he's made it. Brook very quick to see that run was on. Just pushed square into the offside.
It's kind of set up nicely when you think about Butler, when you think about Harry Brook. Still Bryden Carter's loads of batting, Will Jacks.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to blame Bethel for that dismissal. There was a poor ball wide. He played the right shot. It's just unfortunate for him. Carved it straight at the fielder there. 144 for 3. Root on 59. In goes Bosch. Bowls outside the off stump. Hit hard. Cut. And the fielder there can't stop it cleanly, so they're able to go through for a single. 145 for 3 in the 24th over of this match. England need to win to keep the series alive, of course. Final match over the weekend. I'm going to see Evita tomorrow.
Oh, are you?
I am looking
Where's
forward
that?
to it. Somewhere in London.
Central. Enjoying the city.
Well, I think she sings out of a window somewhere in this new production. Yeah, it's coming towards an end.
Must be Soho or somewhere. That might be out tomorrow
Somewhere
night.
in the West End.
I'll come and say hello.
That's all right. I think it's sold out. It goes Bosch again, Bowles, and that's pushed away down to backward point. And there's no run. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to that.
What a shame. Well, now I know you're hanging around.
Light out in the smoke.
Drinks on you.
That's all right. I'm afraid of otherwise engaged.
Busy.
145 for 3. 24 overs gone. Lovely sunset. It's that orange tinge now. The gold has sort of left us really, and it's now an orangey gold, if you can call that. But it's lit under, sort of uplighting there, the cloud. It's beautiful. Best part of day-night cricket for me are the sunsets. You get lovely ones. Usually wherever you play, Sydney, you get lovely sunsets there. Adelaide, Grace Road. Where's your favourite, Tamal?
Hove.
Don't say Hove.
Yeah.
Oh, that's obvious.
It's not Grace Road, I'll give you that.
I tell you what, you get a beautiful sunset there over the meet.
Sorry, my favourite sunset?
A cricket ground.
Oh, cricket ground, sorry.
sunset.
Ooh.
There's some nice ones around the world.
Yeah, give me a second.
Yeah, have a look at some of the Caribbean ones, of course. Right, we've got Maharaj bowling, and there's a reverse sweep. Finds short third man. I mean, Sydney, I suppose, is the kind of the iconic one, isn't it?
I don't like
down
this.
over the pavilion.
I don't like the SCG.
And yeah,
I think it's too mismatched in terms of the old and
stands.
new. Yeah.
This is pushed away out towards cover by Root, but they're heavily listed. Those two.
Oh yeah, of course. I'm not implying they should be knocked out.
I'm not taking a wrecking ball to the Sydney pavilion. That's darted through, and he's got it in the air, but down towards fine leg. Root runs the first one quickly. They won't get the second though. The throw already darting in.
India's got some brilliant grounds, of course. I played an IPL game. Have you been to Indore?
Yes.
It's a horrible place to bowl at in a T20 game because it's tiny.
Tiny ground.
The stands are really close to the outfield, and they go vertical, so they are right on top of you. So Indoors a really cool ground.
I think we saw Yuvraj Singh score a ridiculous 100 there. Simon might have been there. Oh, it was Rajkot, was it? Oh, okay. Here's Maharaj bowling. That's tucked away into the leg side for Singh. We've had a test match at Indore, haven't we?
Actually, I reckon one of the coolest grounds is in New Zealand, Pukekohe Park.
Beautiful.
You've been there?
I've been there for years.
Yeah, so I went and played for the Auckland Aces one year.
It's a lovely ground. Root. He's stumped. Coming down the pitch, he got nowhere near it. His head was up. It wasn't a good shot, that. And that's 2 blows struck here in quick succession. England 147 for 4. Both batsmen who were set have now been dismissed. I don't think Root will like looking at that shot again. Maharaj Just dangling it, again down the pitch. It just wasn't there. The balance wasn't there, and comfortably stumped.
Yeah, he won't like watching the replay back of that one, Joe Root, for a player so known for his elegance and his technical correctness. That certainly was neither. Falls for 61, so it was a good innings, but a good double breakthrough for South Africa. Maharaj coming back into the attack after getting some tap from Jacob Bethel and taking the wicket, big wicket of Joe Root. Brian Rickerton, simple bit of work behind the stumps. Slow walk off from Joe Root. That is, he won't like to get out in that fashion, especially being well set on 61. But that brings Joss Buttler to the crease.
Well, it does, and this is important now. I mean, Buttler had an opportunity at Headingley, lots of overs to bat. He's looking determined as he walks out now. A twiddle of the bat, 147 for 4. Target 331. It's a big target, big target. But certainly there's enough batting with Brook and Buttler, but they have only just come in. Brook's only faced a couple of balls. And Buttler marching out. Yes, Pukakura Park is beautiful. It's sort of carved. There's terrace seating, isn't it, on the grass, carved into the banks.
I'd recommend people, if you are listening at home and on your phone or your laptop handy, just give it a Google. It's a really unique place. They filmed. It's a Tom Cruise film, The Last Samurai, maybe.
They
filmed part of it at the cricket ground. Yeah. So
was Cruise right arm over, or what was he doing?
Coming in round. Up the hill.
Yeah.
It's a tiny ground as well. It's, you won't be allowed to play international cricket there.
Not have floodlights though, is it?
No,
I hope not.
No. It's a beautiful ground.
It is. 147 for 4. Butler's first ball, and he flicks it out to mid-wicket. No real power in the shot. And there is no run. So halfway through then. 4 wickets down. 147 for 4. Butler yet to score.
Yeah, it was The Last Samurai. Tom Cruise film. 2003.
Wonder why they filmed it on the cricket ground then? Well, it's just a park normally, I guess, is it? And they just, it's a stunning place. There's been a lot of films shot in New Zealand, haven't there? I thought the Hobbit stuff, that was filmed there, wasn't it? There's a lot going on. The Last Samurai, haven't seen that one.
Yeah, I think the cricket pitch wasn't marked out. I think it's more they used it for the grass and the banking than the seats that are kind of built into. Yeah, there wasn't a 30-yard circle and some sight screens up in the background.
No. The year we went there was 1991.
Okay, year before I was born.
Thank you. Right. New bowler, Mathsami is bowling now. Okay, well thanks for that. And they actually put my broadcast position, it was my first tour as BBC cricket correspondent. Mathsami bowls, short, pulled away out to the square leg boundary by Brook. Wasn't a good ball, he's dragged it away for 4. They actually set up my line, had a physical line, in the ladies' toilets.
Oh, nice.
Which was not necessarily convenient. If you, I wasn't necessarily meaning a pun there, but yes, bit of a stir at the start of play. We tracked it down. It had to be removed and relocated. 151 for 4. Mathsami again, left arm spin. Pushed away back up the pitch.
I'm not sure Tom Cruise would have put up with that, I guess.
No, I don't think he would. But, I took it fairly calmly. But I said, well, I can't go broadcast in there. Mathsami bowls, flicked away into the leg side. Terrific piece of fielding there at mid-wicket. And he gets a little tap on the fingers there. Does Markram for that. 151 for 4. Buttler 0, Brook 6. And England need to rebuild. They can't lose another wicket. Mathsami again bowls. And that's played off the back foot down the ground by Brook for his 7th run.
I must say, I think that stint I went and played for the Auckland Aces. I've played a lot of franchise cricket around the world, but that 4 or 5 weeks I spent in New Zealand playing in the Super Smash, as it was the McDonald's Super Smash back then. I'm not sure exactly what it is now, but
short boundaries there though.
There were some small grounds.
That wouldn't be a place to bowl.
I played for Auckland, so we played at the Eden Park outer oval, so we didn't play in the main ground. So
yes,
we played all of our games on the outer oval, which is small.
Yes. Muthusami, left arm round, bowls, and Butler's off the mark. Punching it down to long off. Why do they play on that one? The rugby going
crossover
on.
rugby. Yeah, there was rugby going on. So I think at that point they're already playing international games in the main stadium. So yeah, I spent 4 or 5 weeks. I was 24, I think. I went over there and played, and I had the best time. New Zealand.
Yeah. Wanganui, did you play there?
Yeah, we played at Mount Wanganui, Hamilton, Christchurch, Otago, New Plymouth, and Wellington, I think. So got a decent trip around New Zealand as a youngster, which was really, really fun.
Beautiful country.
Yeah, I think it's a shame there's just no money for overseas players anymore.
Yeah. So Maharaj to start a new over at the far end. That goes creeping down the slope, actually. Almost gets through Butler's defence. He's on 153 for 4. We're in the 27th over now. Simon Mann's back.
Yeah, I didn't make any money on that trip either, but they'd pay your flights and expenses, and you go out and you play some cricket, and the standard was good.
Here is Maharaj bowling reverse sweep 4 from Butler. Really well struck. Got hold of that one. No chance for the backward point stroke short third fielder, and no chance for the boundary rider as well on the deep cover boundary. Expertly played by Butler. He's on to 5. England 157 for 4. Tall order, but they've got 2 players here who are perfectly capable of taking it close. But they're just starting out, Butler and Brook. That one spins. Oh, really well bowled from Maharaj, past the outside edge of Butler's bat. And keeper Rickleton whips off the bails.
I was just about to say, there's no real demons in the pitch. You think he's playing really nicely, but that ball definitely did spin as much as we've seen anything turn off the straight today. Encouraging signs for South Africa. 2 left-arm spinners bowling in tandem now, albeit Muthusami isn't really looking to spin it big.
Maharaj bowls, and Butler drives straight back to the bowler. He bends down and picks up. No run there. We're in the 27th over then. 3:31 to win. England ahead of West Africa were at the halfway stage of their innings. Maharaj to Butler, who digs it out up towards long off for a single. One run, I should say. 158 for 4. Coming to the end of the 27th over. England lost 1 more wicket. They 120 for 3 versus 147 for 4 halfway stage. So possibilities for England. They've got Jacks to come as well, but I feel a lot's got to be done by these 2, Butler and Brook. There's Maharaj bowling, and Brook clipping that into the onside up towards long on. They're looking for 2. I don't think they're going to get it. They do not. Fielder at long on, just a bit too close for him to come back for the second. So Gidi with the fielding there. It's the single. Brook 8, Butler 6. England 159 for 4. So with the challenge here is to still be in the game with 8-10 overs left, something like that. Can you strike from that distance where you're going to be with 8-10 overs left?
I guess you'd want to keep it within 12 and over between. Then if you have 2 set batters at the crease, and obviously if you have Brook and Butler in and well set with 10 to go, then anything is possible.
All right, here's Muthusami bowling, and forward goes Brook in defence. Plays it to the left of the bowler, skips across to pick up, and there is no run. Brook, who ran himself out the other day. I mean, it's a catalogue really of errors from England. That was one of them. Muthusami bowls, and Brook guides it into a gap on the offside for a single down the slope. 160 for 4. Mixed up with Jamie Smith at Headingley, and Smith was out as well. It was pretty good stroke, but brilliant catch on the boundary. England never really recovering from there. Muthusami bowls to Butler. Butler plays it back to the bowler. Not much timing or venom. No run. It's a lovely skyline now at Lords. Here's Muthusami bowling a Yorker length delivery. It's dug out by Butler. Goes out towards extra cover, and there's no run again. It's a clear evening now in London. The sun reflecting off one spear-like cloud
It's beautiful now, isn't it?
There's the little pink of on the cloud. The sun dipping in the west. Floodlights taking over. Mutasami rolls to Butler, goes back and guides it down the slope again towards deep cover. Picked up by Berger.
Forecast is supposed to pick up again for the next week or so. Got the county championship returning next week. I'll be down at Hove watching my boys. We've got a big game against Hampshire starting on Monday.
It's relentless, isn't it? The schedule keeps spinning round. One competition to the next. Mutasami bowls, clipped away by Brook on the drive for his 10th run up towards long on.
It's tricky though, because for some teams the schedule is relenting if you're doing well, but if you're not doing well, you actually get quite a big break. So I know Sussex, for example, didn't qualify out of the Metrobank 50 competition, so they obviously played their group games and finished, and then they haven't played for a little while now. Obviously there's no T20 quarter-final, that's this week. Now the championship starting next week, so there is actually a break. The 50 over competition schedule is pretty tough. They were playing day on day off for the most part, but then they've actually had about 2.5 weeks with no cricket at all, whilst the knockout stages of the two competitions have gone ahead. So but for some counties who have made the quarterfinals and semi-finals.
Maharaj begins a new over, played quietly back by Brook, the first ball. Bowler picks up, no run.
As well as the 100 obviously going on as well. It becomes very truncated.
Yeah, it's interesting insight, isn't it? Here's a quicker delivery from Maharaj, batted away by Brook towards deep cover. I think I suppose more for the general cricket fan. We just roll from one competition into the next.
Yeah, there's cricket on
the whole time.
International cricket, sprinkled in as well.
Yeah. Tomorrow's later in the week. Tomorrow it's for the last quarter-finals and the weekend as well. Maharaj to Butler, who drives it firmly up towards long on for one more.
Before you know it, it'll be an island for some more T20.
More T20s, South African T20s. The South African one day on Sunday at Southampton. 3 T20s against South Africa, 3 T20s in Ireland. And off to New Zealand for a one-day series and T20 series before the Ashes. That starts in mid-October. Forward goes Brook, thickish outside edge, played defensively towards cover. And there's no run. 164 for 4, so it's 167 to win from 128 balls. England just about halfway. Maharaj bowls, a dab stroke from Brook into the offside, the right of short third. Another run. Maharaj into his 8th over, so not much left from him. 165 for 4. There is Maharaj bowling. It's driven by Butler towards long off. Another run. Where are we in terms of all the overs for the bowlers? So actually the two opening bowlers, Ngidi and Berger, they've got 4 left. Yeah. They've got 4 left. End of the over, 166 for 4. So we have had now 29 overs.
Yeah, the South African 5th bowler, if you will, has got to find 6 more overs.
Mutasami is capable of doing a job. They had a couple of overs of Markram when Bethel came in, so off-break bowler to the left-hander. That didn't work because Bethel just took him down. 2 overs to 27. Bosch's got 5 overs. He's got 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 9, Corbin Bosch. So he's got 5 left. So plenty of options for South Africa. Here is Mutasami. Slow left armour, and first ball is drilled up towards long off by Butler for a single. His 10th run. So both these batters getting themselves in, both in double figures now. Butler 10 from 13, Brook 12 from 16. And 67 for 4. This is the 30th over. Mutasami bowls. Back goes Brook. Chops it away. Straight to the skipper. Fielding an extra cover. Tembo Bavuma. And there is no run. 3 saving, 1 on the offside inside the circle. 2 on the on. Long on, long off. Deep cover. Deep square leg to field. Forward goes Brook. Lays it up to long on. 4-1. Just milking, just getting themselves in, these two. And we know how devastating they can be once they are both in. But it's going to be close to perfect chase from here. 63 more required from just over 20 overs with 6 wickets left. Mutasami bowls, dug out on the drive by Butler, advancing. Picked up by Bavuma at extra cover. There's no run. It's not the warmest of evenings, just a breeze across the ground. Sun's gone now. South Africa looking to win the series. Mutasami bowls, taken off the stumps by Butler. It was a cut shot. Forcing stroke at the end, straight at Bavuma. Extra cover. No run there.
That was a quick over, doesn't he?
Well, it builds pressure as well, doesn't it, that sort of thing? You just whip through. Just rattle through a few overs. So the balls are ebbing away, and Butler decides to go a big down the ground, and he's got hold of it. Certainly has. Well over the rope and long on. Well, the best of Butler. Magnificent blow. Well, he's got the power. South Africa know that. And while he is there, while Brook is there, England's still alive in the game. 174 for 4.
Yeah, that's a brutal shot. The best of Josh Butler, as you mentioned. Mutasami just looking to race through and over, try and build a little bit of pressure onto the England batters, but just gave that one a little bit too much flight. Butler with a vintage club down the ground, knew as soon as he'd hit it that that had gone many rows back.
Yeah, it's well over the rope, isn't it? The rope's in. It would have been 6 with old money as well, because it was into the stand. First ball in the UO from Maharaj is guided up towards long on. Normal service resumed. These two just trying to hit long on, long off as singles. Well, that's one method they're employing anyway to keep the ball ticking at the moment. Obviously, they want boundaries as well, but when they aren't there, looking to keep flicking the board over. Maharaj bowls, back cut by Butler towards deep cover. One more. And 76 for 4.
Yeah, Maharaj only 1 over left after this one, so burning him out pretty quickly. You'd imagine he'll bowl his 10th if he bowls the 9th. Not much point in holding him back for just 1. We'll get back to the pace bowling soon.
He's into bowl to Brook. Sweep shot from Brook. Good contact 4. Deep backwards square leg. No chance of the fielders. Very well struck by Harry Brook. An efficient stroke. Right out of the middle of the bat on the sweep. 180 for 4. That would be good, even if England weren't able to win this game, to have a really tight finish to the match. So a pulsating game, a bit like those people who went to the Oval last night witnessed in that game between Northants and Surrey in the T20 Blast quarterfinals. Maharaj in, Brook guides it up towards Longhoff on the drive for another single.
Yeah, absolutely. And the way that Brook and Butler have started both their respective innings is, they said they've looked pretty comfortable, and they've been able to put their foot down on the accelerator whenever they see fit. They're both in and around a run of ball.
Maharaj to Butler. Butler has to defend that. Maharaj picks up. No run.
Butler had a very good 100 just now.
Yeah.
Different format, but used to scoring runs, in the rhythm of scoring runs, seeing it well.
He drives that one up towards long off for a single. Most of the time, they're not hitting 4s or 6s. They are able to get the single. That pushes the board forward. And it looks a completely different game if these two are still batting in 40 minutes. Brook 19, Butler 18. 182 for 4, so it's 149 to win from 19 overs. South Africa in their last 25 overs, what did they score? 210? 210 in their last 25 overs. So we thought at one stage they were 123 at the halfway stage. We thought, well, they get 270, it'd be quite a good score, but they just powered away. Got after England's 5th bowler, and 5th and 6th bowlers. Got themselves up to a punishing 330. Now Corbin Bosch is back. Excellent figure so far. 5 overs, 1 for 9. Wasting no time. Coming in to bowl to Butler. Butler's beaten first up. All going down the slope a fraction. He was looking to guide it away. 83 miles an hour. He's bowled quicker than that, but you probably wouldn't expect him necessarily to bowl his first ball of a new spell at 88 miles an hour.
Yeah, I noticed when I was on with Aggers earlier during his first bowl, his pace variance was quite high, but without bowling pace off deliveries, if that makes sense. So he was bowling some balls at 87, 88, but then there were some seam on deliveries that were 80, 81. So I think maybe the England batter struggled to pick him up. So that says to me that someone might just lose his wrist, or something might have an action that's not the most repeatable.
And balls there to Butler. Butler defends. Good straight, quick ball. 85 miles an hour. That one, a bit quicker than the ball before. Played away into the offside. So Phil, just on the fifth bowler check. How many overs the fifth bowler again?
5 to come.
5 to come. Yeah, they've bowled 5 between them.
Worth keeping an eye on. Butler 18, Brook 19. Lord's hum. Watching intently. Coats and jumpers on now. Is that sort of evening? Bosch bowls. That's smacked down the ground by Butler. Is coming up towards the straight long off boundary. No chance the field is there. I don't think he got that perfectly. But Butler's a strong player. Muscled it down the ground, and once it had beaten the bowler, there was only one place it was going, that was to the rope. Butler to 22, heading into 186 for 4.
Yeah, just advancing at Bosch, knowing that he's just trying to hit that heavy length, coming in, banging at the top of the stump. So Butler trying to look to hit him off of that by advancing down the pitch and getting good enough contact. Not the sweetest ball he's ever hit.
Bosch tries again past the umpire to skip out of the way there, nudged away by Butler's going down fine. And often that would go for 4, but South Africa actually have their fielder very fine on the boundary down there. Saw one earlier that scuttled away very quickly for 4 with the fielder much wider. Actually, he's gone wider now for Harry Brook. It's noticeable, he's much wider for Brook than he was for Butler. So Butler only got a single. 187 for 4, 32nd over, 3:31 to win. Corbin Bosch, right arm bowls. Oh, and Brook comes to meet him there and checks the shot, goes past the edge, past the leg stump as well, and through to the keeper low down. Brook giving himself some room on the leg side. Nearly an inside edge, not far away from being bowled, but surviving.
Just kept a little bit low, didn't carry through to Ryan Wilkinson behind the stumps. But yeah, you're right, that wasn't far away from leg stump.
Brook waits, bat raised, Bosch bowls to him, outside the off stump, driven away. Nice looking shot from Brook, but it's only a single. Picked up by Berger and Fuller there. And Brook hit that sweetly. 188 for 4. And that is the end of the over, so 18 overs to go. The game actually at the moment is nicely poised. 143 to win from 18 overs. I think you'd still rather be in South Africa's shoes, but these two are very capable, as we all know. Butler 23, Brook 20, and drinks are coming onto the field.
Yeah, there'll be some interesting huddles and chats going on in both camps here between, from an England point of view, Brook and Butler, how they see things, what they plan. Is there a bowler that they're going to look to target? From South Africa, how they're going to shuffle their deck and what plans are going to be. Always find it interesting in ODIs. I'm so used to, with my T20 brain on, you have the coaches marching out now as well for the timeout. When you're having a chat, you've got the bowling coach, the head coach, the fielding coach. Everybody wants to come out and have their 2 cents worth.
What do they say? Do they say much of any value?
It depends how you're doing. Obviously, if you're bowling well and you're going well, it's just pats on the back, high fives, keep going, boys, finish it off. Yeah, sometimes I've been around when, let's say you're in the fielding side and you're going around the park, you're going at 10, 12 and over, and yeah, the head coach comes out with a stern word or two, and the bowling coach tries to play good cop and tries to pump up his bowlers, and so sometimes they can be a little bit fiery, but in ODI cricket, international cricket, it's left just to the players to, I reckon, a bit of natter amongst themselves really. Sometimes you don't even want to talk about cricket, they might use it for 2 minutes just to remove themselves for a second before getting back into it.
Does it really add significant value? Do you think actually if it didn't happen, the coaches didn't come out, it actually wouldn't make any bit of a difference?
I don't think so. I think, rarely do you probably come out of these timeouts with a nugget of knowledge that changes your life. But every so often you can just you can use it to regroup as a unit and to, okay, this is the plan as a team for this next period, from that point of view. But yeah, as I said, in the absence of a coach or any external factors that are coming in, I think you could hazard a pretty good guess for what the South African chat is out there. It's just pretty token cricket chat, and everyone's just taking use of the time to grab a drink.
OK, the players have broken away from their drinks huddle, are about to resume, and it looks like we've got a double change here in the box. Alistair Cook's coming in, so too is Alison Mitchell, but not before Phil Long has passed on a nugget.
OK, here's my nugget, yes. It's 18 overs to go. The run rate required 7.94. England 188 for 4. South Africa at the same point, 163 for 3. And don't forget, in 2 overs time, we'll have to choose one of the 2 balls.
A big moment, Sir Alistair. You weren't on to witness it in the first innings, were you? I was lucky enough to.
I like Phil has said, we get to choose the ball. Us 3. Pick which ball we want.
Right, 143 needed from 108 balls at Maharaja. In again, turned into the onside by Harry Brook, 20 from 23. Butler at the other end, 23 at a runner ball. Now, if anyone can, they can. Maharaja around the wicket tip. Butler plays it carefully out towards the covers. Little juggle in the field, no run. Brook facing up.
Maharaj going to get bowled out. It's quite early for the #1 bowler in the world, as he is, to finish his 10 by 17 to go.
Brook off the back foot, takes a single out towards deep cover. Brings the man in off the fence. Fires it in. Well, he took a lot of tap from Jacob Bethel. He was taken out of the attack for a while. Able to come back in after those wickets fell. He got the wicket of Joe Root. Stumping. Root making 61. Here is Butler setting off very quickly for a single, nudging it behind square along the ground. He set off quickly because he wanted 2, and he comes back for 2 as well. Really good running, which you need when you're facing such a run chase. 191 for 4 now. Another 140 needed from 104.
Very quick, Joss Butler. Let's just have a quick look at what the DL Duckworth Lewis score is. 207 at the end of this. I always think it's quite a good reflection to see how far behind they are.
It is. Maharaj in. Forward comes Butler. A little misfield. Well, a bit of a parry. The mid-wicket enables him to go through for 1. I did look up the DLS while we were at Headingley the other night in the run chase. And I think South Africa we're only about in the 10th over. South Africa got off like a train. Can't remember how many. They were probably like 30 or 40, 50 maybe, even at that point already. DLS said 8. Even though the rain never even had a chance of saving England then. In comes Maharaj. A whip of the wrists from Brook to work this to wide, long on. Picked up in front of the tavern stand. Through he goes for the single. That is the end then of Maharaj's spell for today. 10 overs, 2 for 59 is his return after he was player of the match at Headingley. He picked up 4 for 22 there, so he's having a decent series, although, expensive when Bethel decided to take him down today.
Well, yeah, that over of 20-odd kind of ruined your figures, doesn't it? He could have, not just a normal over, he'd have gone 2 for 40-odd. Good day's work. You see he's kind of taking his hat from the umpire and chuntering to himself. He's a little bit disappointed, I would say, but still a steady day's work.
And England from here need just over 8 and over. It's Corbin Bosch running in from the... Oh, slapped over point. There was a fielder on the point boundary who put in a leap, but that ball was hit hard by Harry Brook. And it has sailed away over the rope. Not necessarily out of reach, but when it's coming at you that hard, good luck getting any kind of hand behind it. That was an Andre Berger on the boundary.
It just sounded different, the noise that's come off Brook's bat. Little crack, and it was another flat 6. Deep point, just enough over his head.
Harry Brook's 28 at a runner ball. Backing away towards leg, the bowler followed him, he swayed, let it go. Wonder whether he almost thought about that point of raising the bat and looking for a deflection.
Feels a bit of a charge is on, but those last two balls, Harry Brook giving himself a little bit of room, back to weight. Firstly to play the shot over point, and then this one last ball, giving himself a room again, and Bosch followed him with a quick bounce. He bowled quickly today.
Sounds at the end of his mark. Floodlights on at Lord's, still some orange in the sky behind the grandstand. Bosch is in. It's a low full toss as he again looked to follow him, trying to make some room towards the leg side. This one turned towards mid-wicket and couldn't get it past Markram. 199 for 4. 132 needed from 99. After this, Will Jacks is still padded up, waiting to come in. And then it's Cast, Archer, Rashid, Mahmood. So much injuries on this partnership. If England can pull off something extraordinary, it would be the highest ever successful run chase at Lord's. Set 331. Brook waits as Bosch moves in, his bat is held high, charges him, hits him hard, but can't get it past mid-off. Again, the aggression behind the shot. Bit of a stinger in the field, you'd imagine that one.
Another hit like an absolute rocket. This time, rather than giving himself room, he's charged as well. It's almost a return catch, but I think Bosch, probably common sense, thinking of a hand to that. And blind his left hand off.
Well, it bounced once before it reached Bavuma at mid-off. I think even he was shaking his hands out. In comes Bosch again. What will Brook look to do this time? It's another bouncer, and he just flexes his knees and look towards the square leg umpire, but deem that was okay for height. And he rehearses a sort of from high to low pull shot. There's no protection on that deep mid-wicket boundary. We've got deep cover out on the fence. Deep third and fine leg are both back. But after the 6, there's been a few dots, but that last one quick, 90 mile an hour bouncer. Crowd full of expectation here and just wondering where might Brook go? What will he try to do? Bosch moves in, low full toss, backed up to mid-on. One taken. Brook would have hoped to have had a little bit more profit from that final delivery maybe, but well, the 200 is up for England. For the loss of 4 wickets, still need another 131 from 96. It'd be a one-day run chase of epic proportion if they can do it.
Well, they give themselves a chance.
Well, what's going to happen with the ball here, Alistair? We've had 34 overs. Oh, see, they've foxed us now because one umpire has handed the balls to the other umpire. We now don't know which one is being given away.
We can't see as well.
No.
Umpire Burns has got his back to us.
It was simple before because Burns had one ball, and it was the ball held by Shafadullah at the nursery end. He tossed that one away to the pavilion, and we could easily see. But oh well, we're guessing now.
Yeah, and then Guidi chose it. So Bavuma nowhere to be seen. Senior bowler taking responsibility for it. But yeah, whose ball have we got? It's going to be a game, that one.
Well, it's Mutasami's got it in his hand now, so it's a little bit more spin for the moment. So he has bowled 3 so far for his 17 left arm spinner, 31 years of age, playing in his 5th one-day international. And just making sure he's got his field exactly how he wants it. Deep cover asking to come a little bit squarer, so he's got deep cover, deep mid-wicket, long off and long on. Back here for Harry Brook, who's 29 not out. So Mutasami into Brook, goes back, plays him carefully through the vacant mid-on region, brings the man off the boundary, comfortably able to take 1. Well, how do you play it from here against the spinner?
Well, I was thinking in the other room, I was with Stefan Shemin on the BBC, just chatting. So, what will they want to leave himself after the last 10 overs? Obviously, as least as possible, but reality as well. But we say anything 85, 90.
Mutasami into Butler, and he goes downtown, down over long on. This is clearing the rope for 6. Well, that's a big one as well. Has that gone between the pavilion and the Allen stand? It disappeared into the darkness, into the gap.
He might be using the other ball. We've lost it. Josh Butler, talking about gap hitting, he has absolutely dissected those 2 buildings and got it under the bridge. Now, try that again. But yeah, I was just saying, if they leave themselves 85, 90, they'll be with these two in the crease, you'll take that, wouldn't you? But this game is right in the balance, but it's going to take something very special for this England side to get there in terms of an innings. You always think South Africa, when you got the runs on the board, 2 wickets change it totally. As you said, you've listed off Jacks, but Cass is there, and you think, well, for them to score 8.5, 9 runs and over, it's tough. But for these two, can easily score 8.5 runs and over, but they are going to have to do the majority of the hard work.
The ball has been retrieved from out the back of the pavilion. Is that Harris Garden that's out there? Maybe that's where it ended up. It was perfectly placed, wasn't it? Or did it deflect off the side of the pavilion as it went through the gap?
I reckon it absolutely nailed it.
I don't think I've ever seen that before at Lord's. Anyway, ball's back in the hand of Mutasamy, who's bowling again, and Butler opens the face a little more and drives it out through extra cover this time. Comes back for the second, picked up in the deep, in front of the rope. And comes back for 2. So 209 for 4, 122 needed from 93.
Well, actually, if we're saying 85, 90, that's only a run a ball. So actually, they're going to score slightly quicker than a run a ball. So they might leave themselves 75, 80 off the last 10 overs.
This one squeezed past shortish extra cover again, out towards wide, long off. Another one taken. South Africa, remember, they are trying to defend this total to secure a series win with 1 to play. You have to go back to 1998, the last time they came to England and won a bilateral one-day series. And yes, they have beaten England convincingly in World Cup matches of late. Forward, Brooke defending. Left for the wicketkeeper to pick up, and there's no run. And that was a team that included Gary Kirsten, Jack Callis, Daryl Cullinan, Hansi Cronje, captain, of course, which there's a very good podcast out at the moment about the Hansi Cronje story. Flick of the wrists from Brooke to work us past short mid-wicket. Protection on that boundary, though, in front of the Allen stand, coming back for a second. Throw comes back in on the bounce to Rickleton. End of the over from Mutasamy. So a couple of big hits in there. 119 more needed from 90, 212 for 4.
Who was captain of the England team in that series? 98.
98. Adam Hollyoake was the captain. Yeah, Alex Stewart was the keeper. He was batting at 3 in that particular match. Darren Gough leading the bowling attack. And I think Sean Pollock's here today, isn't he? He was opening the bowling for South Africa. He's covering the series for the television.
Like before or after Sharjah? When did they win that tournament in Sharjah with Adam Hollyoake? Like, one of the first tournaments they won, wasn't it? Was that
97?
97, 96, 98?
Phil will look it up.
I'm looking for Phil.
Yeah, they played a 3-match series in 98. South Africa winning both at the Oval and at Old Trafford. And then they lost the last match in Leeds. A consolation victory for England. 119 needed from 90. Butler facing up here to Corbin Bosch. Turned off his legs past the square leg umpire. Out to Tristan Stubbs in front of the grandstand. Another one added. 213 for 4. Now, if you have a look on the BBC Sport website and app, I'm sure there are already some clips of some of the shots Jacob Bethel played on his way to, 58 off 40 doesn't quite do justice to the half century that he reached off 28 balls. That's the headline, really, from Jacob Bethel, because after that there was a bit of a go slow period. But he crashed some balls into the stands with venom. Bosch in now to Brooke, full ball, whips away towards deep square leg. Finds Stubbs again, only a single.
It's a bit like Bethel, just after his bowling, he went over 10s. He's kind of given a bit of like, well, it can't get much worse than this. So just go out and bat and just go out and take the game on and attack. And sometimes that freedom and that clarity in your mind, he played beautifully. I know he took down the spinners, and I think tactically maybe Bavuma going double spinner with Markram and Maharaj at Bethel early on, it wasn't the right option, but he still got to play him, and he dealt with Maharaj in particular.
Yeah, he capitalised. Butler gets the ball, he tries to pull, but top edges it. It's safe though. Thought for a moment it was ballooning back towards the wicketkeeper, towards fine leg, but it's dropped halfway between Butler and square leg. But he's been struck. He's taken his glove off. He's struck on the arm, right bicep, by the look of it. He's dropped his bat, taken off his gloves, taken off his helmet. Now, has that also then gone on to catch his helmet as well?
Yeah, so he's going to have to get checked over, but I think it's more the dead arm. I think it's given him a dead arm. You can see the bruise on his, I think it's right bicep already, but straight away it looked like it stung him, but I think he's going to be okay.
Yeah, out comes the doctor or physio to do the necessary checks. 2:14 for 4 then, 117 needed from another 87. Butler 36, Brook 33. Phil?
Yeah, December 1997 was that Sharjah final, Cookie. Do you want to hear that England team that won that in the final?
Oh, yes, I do want to hear. Hollyoake was definitely captain, wasn't he? They went this.
Hollyoake was captain.
Give us how many I can name.
There was a lot.
A lot of all-rounders.
Well, a lot of all-rounders.
Mark Elam, I think he played.
He was there.
Did Vince... Well,
no, Vince Wells.
Who else? Matthew Fleming went.
Yeah, that's right.
Very famous story about a swimming pool and Mark Elam. Yeah, after dinner story. I don't want to spoil it.
But your next after dinner event is.
Did Nick Knight?
Nick Knight was at 3. Yep.
There's one more all-rounder, isn't there? There's another. Probably 2 more, but gone. I've done. I just know it's Fleming.
Dougie Brown was the other all-rounder you probably think of. Yeah. So it's Ali Brown, Alex Stewart, Nick Knight, Graham Hick, Graham Thorpe, Adam Hollyoake, Mark Elam, Matthew Fleming, Dougie Brown, Robert Croft, and Dean Headley.
And who do they play in the final?
They played the West Indies.
Scores? I know they won it. I cannot remember. I just know it's the first time they won an ODI trophy.
Right, Jos Buttler's facing up again, and Bosch is running in once more. Bowls him full on his pads. Dribbles behind square on the leg side. A sliding stop, 1 leg by to add to England's total. We need a little bit more than this at the moment. 117 from 87.
Yeah, and just for Cookie, then it was on the 19th of December 1997. West Indies 235 for 7. England won 239 for 7 off 48.1. Player of the match, Graham Thorpe, who made 66 not out of 74 balls.
Finally went to that Sharjah ground last year for the Women's T20 World Cup. Sort of always this mythical ground, always heard about. It seemed to carry so much legend. And
Doesn't it hold the record for the most ODI games out of venue?
Corbin Bosch into Brook. He gets in behind this one defensively. It drops down by his toes. Then he rehearses a pull shot. He wasn't quite in position to play the pull. Instead defended it back up the pitch. He just wants one a little bit shorter that he can really get behind, but if he does pull, he needs to make sure it's well in front of square. He needs to have enough on it to evade Tristan Stubbs at deep square. 2:15 for 4. Vuma in conversation with his senior players and with his bowler. No changes to the field. Blonde-haired Bosch, ball in hand, running in. Brook 33 from 37, dances down, misses. Bounces a couple of times before it reaches the keeper. It's a little fox, but he was eyeing up that sort of flat battered shot back down the ground. It didn't work.
He's been bowled brilliantly, Bosch, today. And I think Jamal said it, the pace just comes out slightly differently every ball. It's really hard to set, not deliberate, obviously the odd slower ball, but changing paces from 85, 86, 87, not a couple at 90, not a deliberate thing, but just how it releases out of his hand. If he gets absolutely spot on, it flies through and doesn't quite get everything totally right, comes out a little bit different. Actually, that's quite hard to bat against because you are always, you're really like not guessing the pace, but you've got to be really reactive, right? Someone like Stuart Broad, James Anderson, they're going to hit that kind of same pace. You get used to that rhythm of it.
Well, what can they do to Mutasamy? It was Butler who deposited him for 6 in previous over. Mutasamy in, Butler bottom edges into the ground and back into the hands of the bowler. Needs a couple of clean strikes here. Run rate is creeping up above 8 and over.
We're getting closer to Duckworth Lewis now. That's 2-2-5 the end of this over. So that's at the end of the over.
Mutasamy in and on the drive here out to the deep cover boundary. Stubbs picks up. That's another one.
They were 20 odd behind it when we started this stint, and now they're only 10 behind, or less than 10. So you can see they are closing the gap. And I know Duckworth Lewis, if you don't lose wickets, it really helps you. Obviously, you lose a wicket and does a big jump.
Depends what the new batter in does, doesn't it? Jacks is still to come. Oh, Brooke has popped one up. This should be out in the covers. And it's a comfortable catch for Themba Bavuma. That could be the game for South Africa. England relying so much on this partnership, hoping that Brooke and Butler could really do something special. But Brooke's gone for 33 from 39. It's ballooning a catch up to 16 for 5 now.
Very, very good piece of bowling. I know it's stuck in the surface and it gripped. Harry Brooke was through the shot very, very early. It's a comfortable catch for Bavuma, but he's almost dropped that. It's almost popped out as it just looped very, very gently to him at extra cover, but that's 47 miles an hour. He's been darting him in, and it's a brave ball. Someone like Harry Brooke, who you know, such a destructive player of spin, hit him anywhere. Very brave, but good piece of bowling.
So 5 down brings out Will Jacks with 115 needed from 81 balls. And he's going to have to get his eye in almost instantly if England to have a chance from here.
And what we're talking about, Douglas Lewis and a wicket. Let's see the effect of that wicket once the scoreboard changes.
So 33 from 40, Harry Brooks' score there. Aggers is about to come in, Alistair, but yep, here comes Will Jacks. I'll let you watch the scoreboard, see what that DLS says. Now Aggers will be joining you.
This is England's strength and depth. Talked a bit about only having 4 bowlers, but this is the Harry Brooke likes the extra batter. This is where Will Jacks, who has been opening the batting so much in the 100, slightly familiar position of the finisher role.
Yeah.
This is the game you've got to try and finish. It's not an easy job having to go straight away at 8.5, 9 runs and over, but he's in the team.
Well, there's a buzz around Lords, certainly. But that's a blow. You're right, it's a beautiful piece of bowling there. Just held it back. He's quite a canny bowler. He's experienced, isn't he? He's 31, he's been bowling a long time. He just held that back slower. It just gripped, it spun slightly as well, and Brooke, always trying to get on with it and be positive, was just threw that shot too early. Nice piece of bowling. Not sure what's going on down there now.
Slight issue, I think, with Joss Butler's helmet.
Looks like it. We've got 2 attendants plus an umpire down there keeping an eye on what's going on. 216 for 5. It's 115 needed from 81 balls. Butler's still doing something with his helmet down there. He was struck on it a few moments ago, a glancing blow rather. Whether it's dislodged something, I don't know. But anyway, he's sorted out now. The attendants run off. And he pulls his helmet on. Will Jacks takes guard. He's going to face Muthusamy. There's Bavuma there. Very enthusiastic chewer of gum is Themba Bavuma. Proper masticating going on there.
Something to do, isn't it? Nerves, I reckon.
Yeah. 216 for 5 then. And Muthusamy on his way bowls to Jacks, is forward. Creeps away off a thickish outside edge to Maharaj at backward point. And there's no run. Lords looks great actually. The lights, the uplighting of the stands now, and the sponsors' boxes there all lit up as well. It's a wonderful sight. Muthusamy bowls, and that's driven by Jacks down the ground to long off. The ball to go. They would like Butler to get back up that end if they possibly can, I would think. But the uplighting of the Warner stand there, and these new lights as well as LED lights, very bright. Muthusamy bowls flatter. Oh, an ugly shot from Butler. Cross-batted swipe. Rickleton whips the bails off. It's the end of a successful over for South Africa, so the pressure's starting to build here on England. They're 217, they've lost 5 now. Overs starting to tick away. 114 runs needed from 78 balls. There's 5 wickets in hand. There's batting to come. Let's have a look. Got Cast next. Cast, Archer, Rashid and Saqib. So
They always put Archer above Rashid. I always think Rashid's a better batsman.
Well, I think Archer will probably think, Adil Rashid probably think he is too. Right, Berger's back. The nursery end. He got the early wicket. He got Jamie Smith out almost immediately at the start of this innings. After 37 overs, South Africa 210 for 3, England 217 for 5, but that doesn't take into account how South Africa batted in those final overs. 217 for 5, then the left armer Berger. He's going to bowl round the wicket, and he's bowling to Will Jacks. He runs in now. Jacks right-handed, steers the ball into the leg side. They'll just get a single. So the fielder comes off the boundary there in front of the grandstand, which is still pretty well packed out. There were 1 or 2 seats vacant now. People look to head for home. They are strange timings, these games. 1 o'clock starts. It's entirely for a television audience, really.
I mean, you get it though, don't you? You go home from school or work and it's on, isn't it?
Yes, well, exactly.
Well, the 100 was so good for the kids, isn't it? Like, you just having tea and you can put it on.
Berger bowls and has driven in the air over mid-off. Who is up on the edge of the circle, and Butler saw that, of course. Drove that very nicely straight over his head. And down to the boundary below us for 4. 222 for 5. That keeps the crowd interested. Perfectly played.
One of those when as soon as he hit it, head down, mark the guard, he knew it was 4.
Trouble with, you've got mid-on and mid-off up. That's a length that you really can't afford to bowl, isn't it? You're going to go over the top. He'll go again if he bowls it in that same place. Berger again runs in bowls, and that's a slightly slower ball, just held back a touch. Nice variation, and Butler defends that.
It's just that left arm angle. How important is it in the one-day game for that left arm? This just quite I'm not saying it's an easy ball to bowl, but just running your fingers over it from around the wicket to the right hand, they're just going away from just enough.
Yep.
For the shot of that angle in, hold a little bit.
Berger again runs in keenly, is there, bowls short this time, and a slow short one, which again is a brave ball to bowl, but it's a good one. 222 for 5, 109 needed from 74 now, so the rate required nearly 9. Berger walks thoughtfully back to his mark again. 4 very clear shadows at his feet. 222 for 5. And he goes rushing in, bowls short, and that's swatted away into the leg side by Butler. Picks up 1 out to the deep square leg fielder. You know, in football on the telly, when they show players moving and they have that sort of that dark shaded area around their feet, it's just like it is now, isn't it, in real life with these floodlights on.
Didn't know you watch football, I guess.
Well, I watch every now and then. I don't really understand football.
You have a team? You have a team?
No. This wasn't no, not at all. Then goes Berger again, bowls. Played by Jacks. Ball rolls up the pitch, and there is no run. My school never played football, and also in it, farming area, but like you, that just didn't really have any. Our nearest was Peterborough United, the posh.
It does sport then. We could do some more sports. Luton Town. So why don't you be an honorary Luton fan?
Oh yeah.
No, you.
Well, you could make me if you like. A mate of mine used to be manager actually of Luton Town.
Who's that?
David Pleat. He liked his cricket. He came to Leicester. 222 for 3, 108 from 72 balls. Butler 42, Jacks 2. And Muthusami's bowling from the pavilion end. He got away with that. It looked been almost a run out too at the far end, but that was an ugly shot from Butler. Again, that change of loop and pace from the left arm spinner. Completely do him there.
Lucky he's got his bottom edges. He was all in there, wasn't he?
Yeah,
he was all in before the ball. He said, "This has to go."
Yeah, it wasn't great. We saw Root get done by the change of flight. Muthusami again from the pavilion end bowls. He got the reverse sweep. He's hit that. Well, he's hit it for 6. We don't see that very often. That's an indication of the strength of Jos Butler. He's reverse swept the left arm spinner for 6.
Almost a reverse hit, wasn't it?
Yeah,
almost a hit.
You're right. I mean, a sweep is inaccurate, really. he's really hit that.
It's embarrassing. That would go further than my normal switch by a long way.
It's amazing, really. Wonderful shot. He's got up and underneath it and hit that away down through long leg, really. Wonderful stroke. So we have a conversation about the field there with his captain. I don't think much is changing. Butler might try and do him again here. 2:29 for 5, 102 needed. Something pauses for a moment. Comes in now, bowls to Butler, who waits, drives, finds Bavuma though, just inside the circle at extra cover, so there's no run. These lights really showing the terracotta colour of the pavilion down there, as well as Butler reverse sweeps again. That's a top edge and runs away to be fielded by Bosch, coming in at short fine leg. 2:29 for 5. It's a bit difficult as a spinner. You've got someone like Butler effectively playing left-handed, right-handed, left-handed, right-handed. This is for 6 for the left-handed reverse hit. I say you can't really call that a sweep. Amazing shot. And now Jacks. 2:30 for 5. Jacks on 2. Sami bowls to him. He's forward. Gets a thick inside edge there, looking to play the ball into the offside, but rolls out to mid-wicket. No run. Sami's quickly back to his mark again. Steadies himself. Scuttles in from around the wicket. Bowls. He holds that one back as well, but it's just tucked away into the leg side by Jacks. And that completes over number... Where are we? Let's say 2:31 for 5. 66 balls left, so 11 overs left. 100 needed. Tom Mills is back. Not a bad reverse shot, that was it. What do you want to call it? You can't really call it a sweep, I don't think.
Yeah, it's an excellent shot, and the reverse sweep, or whatever you want to call it, becomes even more valuable in this phase of the game when you can only have when you have to have 5 fielders inside the circle, so you have an extra fielder inside than what maybe you're used to during a T20 game, or what we're about to see in the last 10 when you can drop another one out. So this is the last over of the game where South Africa have to have those 5 inside the 30-yard circle before we get into the last 10 of the innings.
Yeah. Berger's on his way and bowls, and there's a bit of a slog there. Does Jacks, and he looks rather sorrowfully at the bottom of his bat. Just to heave that one away. 100 needed from 65 balls. It's such a good eye. He's a wonderful clean hitter when he gets going. There's still danger here for South Africa, but I feel at the moment he'd rather be in their position than England's. 100 needed from 65 balls. Berger on his way, bowls. Jacks wants a single, he gets it too. Up to mid-on. 2:31 for 5. Oh, there's an overthrow there. The throw coming in. They're going to get 2 overthrows. In fact, the ball hit the stumps.
Buzzers.
We like buzzers. Crowd like buzzers.
I
don't know why it is.
They kind of enjoyed that, haven't they?
They do. There were 2 bonus overthrows there as Bosch's throw hit the stumps.
I'd argue there's a bigger reception there than when Butler hit that 6 a couple of overs ago.
I don't know what it is. There's something, yes. But it was it's one of those again where as a fielder really shouldn't be throwing the ball towards the stumps, because that could happen. Heat of the moment stuff, really. Then goes Berger again, bowls short. That's asking for trouble. Pulled out towards deep mid-wicket. There's a fielder there, though. They'll stop it going for 4. Just 1 run. Butler's 50 and 44 balls. Enthusiastically received by his teammates up on the England balcony and by the crowd here. And while Butler remains, of course, well, England, you think England would win the game if he's still there. But it's still a long way to go. 2:35 for 5. Jacks waits. As Berger bowls to him, he paddles that away into the leg side. A despairing stop there, and a good save too it was by Maharaj at mid-wicket, diving to his right, which is not his strong side. He's got all sorts of things on his fingers there as well. He's strapping up.
Yeah, he's got pretty heavy. Not even just normally you see tape. It looks like something a bit more kind of permanent.
Definitely.
Something that can be taken on and off without disintegrating or folding up. So
it's horrible. If you do get an early bruise in a season, I always found it, you never get rid of it. Berger again bowls, and they pick up a single there, and they're away off the back foot to cover. Because if you get a bruise in the palm of your hand, up where your fingers are, you just keep getting hit there, don't you? The ball just keeps hitting you in that spot. So I guess that maybe is what happened there to Maharaj. Berger, left arm, round the wicket, in he goes again. Bowls, slow ball, run away to third man. Just glided off the face of the bat. So one more to England. Jacks keeps the strike again. 93 needed from 60 balls, 238 for 5. Butler 51, Jacks has 8. Looks as if they're going to have a break for drinks here.
Butler's getting a new bat. Called for a new one during the.
Is it likely to be a
last over?
A big thing, a big weapon,
or a lighter one?
Or yes, could be a lighter one.
He's going to be swinging. He's giving him a good look, isn't he? The 12th man's brought a couple out, and he's giving him a good examine. I'd go as far as say in my career, I've been a professional cricketer for 14 seasons now.
How many bats have you got through?
Oh, I've got through some bats, but I've never asked for a new one to be brought out. Yeah, I don't even know if I don't even think I would have ever changed a pair of gloves.
I did once.
Yeah,
I can still remember it.
Where were you?
New Road, Worcester.
How long had you batted for?
Well, I actually got 50, and it's one of those. I think it's one of those. I thought I'd better get some change of gloves, but of course I hadn't got another pair, so they had to bring out somebody else's. Yeah, it's a big moment.
I have had once. I've gone out there with 2 right-handed gloves on. Well, not on, but in my hand in a bit of a rush, and had to get somebody to bring me out a left-handed glove. I have had that.
Well, that's not good. 238 for 5. We've got Ngidi back in the attack, and his first ball sliced away to third man by Jacks. He runs the first one quickly. He won't get the second though. Bosch can throw it back in again. What about Bob Willis walking out to bat in a test match without a bat? That's not bad, is it?
It's a great effort.
I think it was at Edgbaston as well, wasn't it, Phil? Was it on his home ground? So he knew his dressing room pretty well. I think it was at Edgbaston. Dear old Bob walked out without a bat.
It's a great effort.
Yeah. I don't know how he managed that. 239 for 5. Butler on 51 now. He's on strike. And then Ngidi, an immense man, runs in from that far end. Bowls, slow ball, tucked away into the leg side. He'll take just the 1. 239 for 5.
What's the rate required? 9.4. So in a T20 game, if you got into the last 10 overs, 9.4, 5 wickets down, still 2 kind of established batters at the crease. Joss Butler well set. You'd back yourself, I think.
So what's the difference?
There's no difference. There shouldn't be a difference.
Exactly. But it just feels that there is.
Yeah, it seems just obviously the game is just longer, isn't it? More elongated.
Ngidi moves in, bowls, and that thumps into the pad as Jacks tries to flick him through mid-wicket. Ngidi follows through and picks it up. Massive man. He really is huge. The sight of that running in at you.
Ali Mitchell described him as lumbering in. How do you feel about that?
Well,
how would he feel about it?
I'll be honest, I have used that of Ngidi before. He does rather lumber, but I think he lumbers because he's big, isn't he?
He's a big unit.
He's enormous. When Bavuma goes and stands beside him,
Bavuma is very small. I always forget. I've bowled at him a couple of times, but I haven't seen him for maybe a couple of years. And then just being out in the middle for the toss earlier, you do forget just how diminutive he is.
He really is. I was saying earlier, he's a great gum chewer. 240 for 5, 91 needed, 57 balls left. Ngidi again moves in, bowls. That's pitched up, sliced away by Jacks. And down goes Maharaj again. His ball seems to have followed him around today.
He didn't want to go down for that one. He tried to point to deep cover to say, okay, that's yours, and then realise, oh no, I probably should get that one. And he had to tumble. He didn't really want to. He looks like he's dragging himself around a little bit.
One of the senior pros out there. Someone else can run round. 241 for 5. Ngidi wheels round, pavilion behind him. What can Butler do? England need a boundary here, really. Ngidi comes in, bowls. Oh, that's asking for it. It's a slow full toss round about the leg stump, but he's only going to get 2. Down to long leg. That was possibly one that could have gone to the boundary. Slower ball again. But a full toss round about the boots. 88 from 55. Now I think they do need a boundary, definitely, this ball.
He's going to a slower ball a lot, Lungi Ngidi. He's got a really good off-cutter. He manages to get that overspin on it, so sometimes it dips just at the last minute, but if he bowls it into the pitch, he can get it to bounce a little bit as well.
Can this go for 4? Butler's on strike. He's hit it in the air. I think he has got it. No, he didn't time it. He's only going to get a couple again. It looks for a moment as if that was going to go skimming away down towards the Warner stand, but didn't quite get hold of it, and the damp outfield stopped it as well. So a good over from Ngidi. 86 needed from 54 balls. Butler 56, Jacks has 10. Timel, more from you, and then Simon Mann's coming in.
Yeah, we're finally poised and shaping up to be a really good finish to this game either way. Joss Buttler looks in good touch. Will Jacks, whilst batting out of position, in terms of he's used to coming out in the power play with a new ball, has a different role in this England ODI side, but is more than capable of scoring runs and scoring them at a very quick rate. So if you're an England fan, you're hoping these two stay at the crease. If you're a South African fan, you'll be holding on tight.
Yeah, we could be in for a really exciting finish. Quite a bit depends on Butler. Jacks has got his role to play, and of course the lower order as well. We'll need them later. I think I still favour being in South Africa's position, but it's not impossible, not by any means, for England from here. 245 for 5, 86 to win. Here's a new over, played in the air by Jacks into the onside towards mid-wicket. He's going to pick up 2. For a moment I thought I was going straight to mid-wicket. The angle favoured Jacks. He played that uppishly.
I think Will Jacks for a moment thought it was going straight to
Maharaj, yeah. Close to him. 247 for 5. 84 to win. 53 balls left. Just felt as though England were always slightly behind, but they can catch up in these last few overs. Jacks on 12. Here's Bosch bowling down the leg side. He tries to pull that away. Struck on the glove there. Goes down through backward square leg. Keepers after it. Rickleton sends in the return to Bavuma, who'd come to the stumps, and they get a single. Jacks moves to 13.
Have we got a win viz? Is there a metric anywhere that might?
No, what do you reckon? What's your vibe?
There's the.
It's over for the AI, the supercomputer.
Look with Lewis, 259 at the moment, so just behind on them.
Yeah, that feels about right, but I mean, it shows how close it is. A couple of hits and suddenly you're ahead. 248 for 5. Butler on strike on 56. Goes to the ramp. Oh, and gets it. He's trying to hit that down to the onside. He went down to the offside towards deep third, off the back of the bat. And he gets a single, rather fortuitous one. He was looking to ramp it over fine leg. One more to the total. Extraordinary how you can do that.
Yeah, he just go for the orthodox ramp and at the last second just change the angle. It's great. So it shows how hard he's watching the ball. That late last minute in that awkward body position, still managed to get the bat at the right angle to get contact.
249 for 5. Jackson strike on 13. There's a swat of that one, misses it through to the keeper. There's half an appeal from the bowler and the keeper. Speculative appeal. He had one earlier against Duckett, and they did go for it, and he had not hit it, so they lost the review. They've only got one left. They do not use it there. Dot ball.
I've got WinViz here actually in front of me. Go on, where's it at? Where would your money be?
WinViz. 68.32.
Spot on.
Was it?
South Africa 68 for just ticked over to 69.
Right, and I did not look, I promise you. Oh, there we go. Bosch bowls full, driven by Jacks up towards long on. I've watched too much of this.
Cricket.
I've watched too much of it. That's very sad, actually. You feel so half happy you got it right, but actually it feels a bit sad to have got it right. 250s on the board. 250 for 5. England fighting hard. South Africa, you can see a series victory in England for the first time since 1998. It's still got some work to do. England have actually done better today, I think, on the chase than I thought they would, to be honest. 3:31, Lord's factor. They're still in the game. Here's Bosch, into bowl to Butler. Butler drives powerfully. Picked up at mid-off. It's me, hit that hard and well. Butler.
Sound off the bats, wasn't it?
He almost hit it too well. It got to the fielder so quickly that they had to scamper a single in the end. It was stopped by Brevis. 2:51 for 5.
Yeah, it really cracked off the bat, didn't it?
They need a few of those to go just wide of fielders and suddenly get some real momentum in the innings. He's hit 2 or 3 cracking straight to fielders. Now these two have added a partnership so far, 35, 80 to win then from 48 balls. Guidi's going to bowl his 8th over, no wicket for 43. Butler 58 not out. 10 and over required then. Here's Ngidi bowling a very wide delivery to Butler. He's a wide. Butler went after it. Butler moved across. Ngidi stands in the middle of the pitch to say, come on, Umpy, move. How can he give that as a wide? I went wider because he moved wide, but Butler was reaching for it. We need the replay just to clear it up in our own minds, but it was very clear in umpire Burns' mind. Butler went outside the off stump and Ngidi went very wide. Yeah, it's almost on the return crease, that, isn't it? I think that's justifiable.
Yeah, and you can see umpire Mike Burns just saying just a bit too much. He gave him room, but gave him margin, but Ngidi just straying a little bit too far outside the off stump on that occasion.
Ngidi bowls to Butler, comes down the pitch and pulls it into the onside. It's going down towards the boundary. I don't think it will be 4. It's a diving save, knocks it back inside the rope. They should get 3. They're coming back to the 3rd now. Throws on its way to the non-striker's end. Hits the stumps. Who's that down there? It's Markram, I think.
Yeah.
It's a dive away to his left-hand side. It's so difficult to catch balls down there because it just keeps on going. You think you're going to get it, and then suddenly it's getting away from you. But full dive and a strong arm as well. That was the key. Sometimes you can get there and then knock it into the rope. Momentum of the ball rolling. But 3 to Butler takes him to 61. 2:55 for 5. 76 more required. 47 balls available. Jack's on 14. Waits for Ngidi. Bowling from the pavilion end. He's with him now. Jack gets a full ball, which he digs out into the offside. Maharaj can't prevent a single. He's on the edge of the circle at backward point. So 1 more. 75 to win. 256 for 5. Bethel making 58 from 40 balls. Root making 61. Brook 33. Butler 61 not out. And he is on strike and waiting for Ngidi, who bowls to him now. He comes down to meet him. Oh, he's bowled him. Fine piece of bowling from Ngidi. I think it was a slower ball, just took some pace off it. And Butler has been bowled, and you feel with the dismissal of Josh Butler that might well be the game for South Africa. It was 69 miles an hour from Ngidi. It's gripped in the surface. We saw the bails light up, and South Africa are closing in now. Butler deceived and overbalancing as well. It's a fine piece of bowling, and Ngidi delighted with himself. And Butler is on his way, and that is such a big strike from Ngidi. 256 for 6, 75 more required, but only 4 wickets left, and England's key man is gone. 61 from 51 balls. Tamawa's gone, Ebony is back.
Ngidi has been quite chuffed all day with his slower balls. He's enjoyed that sort of art as England had tried to sort of attack with the slow balls. He was going at Bethel earlier with them. And he's got a good few variations, and there again he's got the huge wicket of Butler. You look at this scoreline and think if Butler is still there towards the end of the game, in the next 5 overs they win, but that is a big win. There's no doubt he's delighted. He's just shifted it back into that favour really of South Africa. They've put on a really good performance so far today. The question is, can they close it out efficiently?
Well, I think he's back to do it now. He's going to need some serious hitting from Jackson, Brydencast and the tail. I just wonder whether this is a bit too much to do. 75 to win from 45 balls.
Yeah, and surface-wise, it's coming on, but it's not. It's not easy to just come straight in and get going from ball one. So I feel South Africa now have dragged it back.
Ngidi now to bowl to Bryden Carse, his first ball. Ngidi bowls, Carse is off the mark, slicing a drive down towards deep third for a single, full delivery from Ngidi. Crowd's thinned out a little bit. I saw the last drinks break. I was just downstairs and where you can see out the back, the nursery end. Actually, quite a few people leaving around about 8 o'clock. Yeah. I don't know whether it's we did have a delayed start today, 1:15, and they tend to be quite slow through their overs. Whether people got trains booked or something like that to get back. And the scheduled close, I think, was 8:30. What time is it now?
It's coming up
10 to 9. Yeah. Here's Ngidi bowling a full slower ball that's turned away by Jacks down towards fine leg. Can only get a single. Difficult return to Rickleton from the half volley at the base of the stumps. He does it well. One more. 258 for 6. It wasn't, hundreds and hundreds of people. It's quite a lot. It's quite a lot who are leaving.
Maybe sometimes you get this feeling that the game's done. I've done that a few times. I've got it wrong a few times as well.
But Butler and Brooke were still in. That was the strange thing. Anyway, people have their reasons, don't they, for not staying at the ground. It might be quite cold out there as well.
Long days as well.
Ngidi bowls a slower full delivery, turned away by Carse for a single through square leg. Carse trots the non-strikers. 259 for 6. 72 to win from 42 balls. 4 wickets left. Not impossible, but difficult against this canny South African team.
Will Jacks hasn't quite got going yet. He's not above a run of ball. Just, when you had Butler at the crease and he was pressing the button, it's one thing, but now you've got to get Jacks into flow and Carse to kind of get stuck in straight away. It's a big ask.
Carse is in a bit too early, isn't he, really, you feel? I mean, sort of 45 to win, something like that, but it's 75 to win. Not easy. I mean, he does strike a long ball. I've seen him in Test cricket play some devastating cameos. Right, Corbin Bosch, new over from him. Into bowl to Carse, short board, ducks underneath it. Carse looks at the square leg umpire to say, well, was that a bit high? Square leg umpire Mike Burns says, no, it was not, it was fine.
Yeah, good surprise bouncer there.
Bosch's figures as well. 1 for 30s in his 10th over.
Yeah, got that up quite a lot actually. It was very short.
There's a bit of disquiet in the crowd there about the fact that it wasn't called wide. Seeing it on the replay. Difficult to judge for the umpire because he's gone duck low, Carse. Quite a hard one to judge whether it would have gone over his head in his natural stance. That's full. It's driven for 4. That's a fine stroke. Pitched up. Gave himself some room. Clattered it through the offside. Excellent blow from Carse. That's the best of Bryden Carse. Strong shots he can play. 263 for 6.
Yeah, so impressive there. I love the way he just shuffled to open up that gap, and he knew exactly where he was trying to hit it, and then got that full ball which he could work into the offside. Yeah, good move.
His last over, Corbin Bosch. Starts by a pile of sawdust. Sets off to bowl to Bryden Carse. 68 to win from 40 balls. Carse tries a drive and sets off initially for a single, but the fielder coming across puts him off. It forces them to go back, probably just as well. Brevis picked it up at mid-off. As the fielder coming across, it was Bretsky. He just put them off for a moment, just made them think, well, if he stopped it, it could be a run out. 263 for 6. 39 balls only left. 68 required. Not quite toable yet. Here's Bosch bowling a full delivery, almost Yorker length, dug out into the onside by Carse up towards long on. Markram is there, hurls the ball to the far end to Rickleton, the wicket-keeper. Another run.
Effective over here. Obviously got the 4, but he's got the bouncer, he's got the Yorker, just trying not to let them settle into any specific delivery.
Strong leg side field. So 4 fielders on the leg side boundary and 4 inside the circle on the offside, and then a sweeper. Slower deliveries, carved away down the slope, down towards Berger, who dives, stops it, and they come back for 2. Good piece of fielding from Nandra Berger, your opening bowler, fully committed on that boundary rope. A bit slippy down there as well. The expectation there when that flew off the bat would have been 4, but it was a good piece of fielding from Berger, sprawling to his left-hand side.
You're starting to see dew now, do you think?
I don't know.
Feels like that sort of time of year towards the later part of the season.
The key is if you see them start drying the ball. I haven't seen that yet. 266 for 6. Jack's on 18 on strike, 65 to win. 6 overs left after this ball. Jack pushes it away into the offside, down the slope for a single. So the last 6 overs, 64 to win. So it's getting above 10 and over now. 10.4 from the last 6.
Now, what bowlers could they possibly take down? So Berger's got 2. Geedy's still got a couple left. Needham Markham unlikely to bowl a few too many. So, sorry, Phil.
No. Corbin Bosch, though, has bowled out. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 38.
So what have they got? They've got 6 to bowl. 4 available from Berger and Ngidi. So there might be a couple of spin overs they can get into, potentially, depending on how he navigates.
Yeah, they're going to have to bowl 2 more of spin, aren't they? Here's Ngidi outside the off stump. It's lifted down the ground out towards long on. Manufactured shot from Will Jacks, and he brings him a single though. You're right, Jacks not quite been able to get into his work, has he?
I don't think it's an easy wicket to come in straight away and go bang, and then it takes a little bit of time sometimes to get that rhythm on these sort of surfaces.
It's a strange thing to say though, because what we're talking about here is a potential record chase at Lords in one day international, and yet the pitch is not that easy. Oh, it's weird, isn't it? Ngidi bowls. Oh, it's an excellent delivery. Yorker length. It's not taken cleanly by the keeper, and they're going to pinch a bye. That was a fine delivery from Ngidi. I'm not sure how it missed off stump. It was very close to it. Didn't get the bat down in time on it, but nor could Rickleton take it cleanly as well.
Clever white ball bowler, isn't he? We've seen all the slower balls, and then we've seen this one was actually still rolled his wrist around it, but got it at that base of the stump. Very smart.
Yeah, both teams very consistent in the last 7 overs. Each over has gone for either 6, 7 or 8, so nothing tight and nothing that let England get back into this.
269 for 6. Jack's on 20, needing a boundary. Wide of off stump. Just didn't get his foot out to that one. Misses it. It was inside the wide line. It's a dot ball. So it's good from Ngidi. 62 to win from 33 balls. It's nearly getting to 2 a ball now. Ngidi walking up very slowly back towards that pavilion at the far end of the ground, which has thinned out as well. So the members have either gone inside to keep warm or taken a view. Not everyone has stayed to the end of this match.
Yeah, the temperature's definitely changing now.
Ngidi to Jacks. Jacks hits it for 6. It's a massive blow. Huge blow into the top tier of the tavern. Well, he got hold of that one all right. Lifting it away into the leg side over Cow Corner. I think that's the biggest blow of the day. Butler hit one out towards the dressing room, the England dressing room, but that was bigger from Jacks. Really carted that one.
Yeah, he created the length on that as well. He got deep in the crease to allow him to free his hands, and we haven't seen him quite get away with it. He knows there's plenty of slower balls coming, and he just waited, sat deep, and then absolutely monstered it into the stands.
275 for 6. Jack to 26. 56 to win. 32 balls left. Tantalising, isn't it, for England here? They're just a bit behind, but it's not impossible. Has to be close to perfect from here, though, to win the game. Only 4 wickets left. Ngidi tries again. Bowls to Jack's wide of off stump. He powers it into the offside. He can't beat the dive at mid-off. Ultimately, it wasn't perfectly timed by Jacks. He was looking to give it maximum force. More body strength in that, not so much timing.
If you think back to that Bethel over where he took down, 20? Was it 20 in one go? You just think all it takes is for one of these players just to have, a little run, 4 boundaries in a row, or get really stuck into an over, and the game could flip.
Mutasami's got 2 overs to bowl as well. Spinner. When's he going to bowl him? 5 overs left after this one. Ngidi bowls. It's guided away towards a backward point, straight to the fielder by Cast. There is no run. Picked up by Maharaj. That's the end of Ngidi's over, so he's got 1 left. England got 5 overs left. Score 55. It's 276 for 6. Cast has 7. Jacks has 27.
There's a lot of movement. I think there are people move. Are we changing? Cookie, are you coming in? Where do you see it, Cookie?
Start working, yes. Well, South Africa are heavy favourites from here, but as you quite rightly said, Ebbs, the game can flip very quickly with 1 very good over. And here comes the 6th bowler, Simon. I wonder when he was going to bowl. Sammy is on now, 6 overs, 1 for 39. There's a big meeting going on with Maharaj as well as Bavuma, discussing what they're going to do.
He's been canny, Mutasami, though, hasn't he, at times? But I mean, it's an interesting battle now. He's got 2 overs left. And I was about to hand over to Alison. She didn't seem to want it, but the rota says it dictates it's time for Alison Mitchell.
I'm happy, I want it. I'm misreading the rota. I'm in. Here we go. 276 for 6 then. Mutasami. From the nursery end to Jacks, who switches round and hoiks this over the top of what was short third with the reverse sliding stop down in front of the big screen, the Allen stand. And the result is that 3? 2, just the 2. Yeah, Jacks back on strike, 278 for 6. He played that well. Decided nice and early what he was going to do. A sliding stop as well from Maharaj was a clean pick up and throw, all in one motion. Jacks 29 from 26, struck on the body, looking to heave it over square leg. 2 fielders are back on the boundary in front of the grandstand, protecting the deep mid-wicket rope. Now he's got to go big here, he knows he's got to go big. 53 needed from 28. Jacks steadies himself. In comes Mutasami, drops that one a little bit shorter, and he's reaching for it, can't get hold of it, dribbles back up the pitch for the bowler to pick up.
Yeah, cunning bowling, varying his pace, varying his length. Unpredictable, but it only takes 1 gamble right from Jacks, hits it for 6, and there's a good over, is what they need.
3 more balls to come from Mutasami. Jacks awaits, goes leg side, behind square, this would be 4 of them. Couple of bounces and down to the Warner stand. And the crowd are cheering and encouragement here. And this Jacks Cast partnership do something special. 49 needed from 26.
It's so hard to bowl spin at the latter overs, because he bowled 2 really good balls, foxing Jacks. And suddenly, he makes 1 mistake wrong. That's 4, so they got 6 off 4 balls. Obviously another boundary here. That's the 10 they need of the over.
Another one-day run chase, a record chase needed here. Out through the offside, but can't get it past the infield and finds cover. Top ball.
You'll be annoyed. There's 3 fielders in that kind of point, just in front of point, behind point, and kind of even more behind point. And thought, how can he find the gap? Does he just take the single, get down the strike? Is he going? I think he's got to go for a boundary. Last
ball of the over, Mutasami, and he goes reverse again, and he's gone for 6 this time. The reverse sweep. Brilliantly executed. 288 for 6. Mutasami's looking a little downcast as he grabs his hat from the umpire. 43 needed from 24.
That's the 10. There's 12 off the over. Exactly what England require and have done, and it's just such clean hitting. It from the modern player. I know I keep going on about it, but the ability to hit clean striking of 6s is just the norm. That is just a normal shot now. I cannot tell you how hard that shot is to play. And consistently hit it. It's not an easy job to be a bowler.
Reverse slog sweep 6. Just nailed. I feel like we could be watching him in the 100 again. 288 for 6, 43 needed from 24. So now Temba Bavuma is suddenly just looking a little bit more perturbed.
He's got another over a spin. He knows he's going to have to bowl. He's not going to bowl. I mean, he could bowl Markram. It's the only other option, it seems. He's used his 6 bowlers, so one more over from the 5th bowler, which we've spoken a lot about in England's case.
Well, it's Berger with 43 needed from 24. It's Cars on strike here. Left arm around, and Cars goes big, high, down the ground. There's a fielder underneath it, though, steadying himself at long on, and Markram takes the catch. Oh, it was a steepler. It was hanging in the air. It was hit higher than it was long. Didn't have the length to get into those lower reaches of the pavilion. 288 for 7. Jax is still there, but Cars was to be his foil, and he's gone.
Yeah, and more importantly, a dot ball. I think he actually hit it really well, just got the elevation wrong. Too high. Decent catch from Markram, safe pair of hands. That's the right option for Cars. If it was, just get Jax back on strike, and then if he goes, then you're the man to do the hitting. This is easy in hindsight. If that had gone for 6, you just
Brilliant shot.
Brilliant shot. You live by and die by the sword.
He's gone for 7 from the 9 balls that he faced. Will Jax is entertained. He's struck big, and that the key now will just be to get him on strike as much as possible.
Yeah, I was wondering whether they were going to bring out Rashid as a guy just to get Jax back onto strike. They've gone for Archer.
Well, it was Archer who's slated to come in next. Out he comes. It was a first ball duck at Headingley. It's a very slow walkout, doesn't he? It's very sort of small steps for a fast bowler, almost sort of walking out pigeon steps, isn't it? He finally meets Jax in the middle to thump gloves. Phil?
There's been 618 runs in this ODI today. It's only the second time there's been 600 runs scored in an ODI here at Lord's. The only other time was when India beat England in what's now Agaz's match. It turns out he was one of Nasser Hussain's fingers.
So to speak. Right, here is Archer, and he's on strike to face up to Andre Berger. 288 for 7, 43 needed from the last 22 balls. Archer's looking to drive, doesn't get hold of it. Only as far as Temba Bavuma, who's applauding his bowler for another dot ball. And this is a South African knee. They won't mind if it's not wicket-taking deliveries, but dots are fine at this point.
Yeah, good 2 balls. The wicket of Cars. He was in the slot to hit, to be fair. So he just got his elevation wrong, and then a dot ball to cut to Archer. Good captaincy from Bavuma. He's got 3 out of his 4 men who are in the ring right close. Saving that one.
Archer faces up again, so the left arm round, chipped back down the pitch past Jax at the non-striker's end, goes through for 1, so that's got Jax on strike, which is what England need. 42 from 21, and Jax is 39 off 31. He's had some really powerful reverse hits into the stands, and so the field now for Jax. Temba Bavuma is marshalling his field. 2 go back onto the deep wicket boundary. And deep third comes up inside the circle. Fine leg is back as well, and there's protection on the cover boundary. Long on is back, so everyone on the leg side is back on the fence. Berger in, it's a bouncer. Doesn't offer a shot. He's looking towards the square leg umpire. The crowd don't like that. They think that should have been called a wide. For height. 289 for 7, the score remains. 42 needed from 20 now with another dot.
Good deception, the slow ball bouncer. Absolute perfect length. Must be very hard to judge exactly what length to bowl. Good decision by the umpires because it wasn't over Jax's head. He tried to then just kind of flat bat it as he got confused.
Yeah. Here is Berger in again, makes some room to the leg side, and he pushes it offside, but too far off. And it's called wide by the umpire. So that's 1 extra for the England total, and the ball has to be bowled again. Bit of a wry smile from Berger. He's just trying to push it out of the reach of Jacks after he'd backed away to leg.
Yeah, it made it look worse as well that he had backed away, but it was the other side of the blue line, the wide line. It's only an indication, isn't it? That's not.
I think
just to
it's
help
pretty
the umpires.
strictly interpreted in the one-day game. Around the wicket, Berger again, full, skews away, should be caught backward point, and it is. Oh, there's Jacks gone, Maharaj with the catch, caught on this circle. And South Africa, they can almost start to celebrate now. Jacks out, England 290 for 8. A gallant effort, 39 from 32 balls. South Africa are high-fiving, they're very happy.
I feel that was England's last hope. Jackson, again, he'll be annoyed because it was a full toss. On pace delivery. They're absolutely right to hit. Right for hitting, especially with all the men up on the offside. One of Jackson's shot is to go over extra cover. And has just clothed it to Maharaj at point. And that's kind of a bit like the old football game when someone scores a goal towards the end, all the fans start leaving. Lord starts to exit.
Yeah, there's a bit of a snake forming in the stands as people are getting up and making their way across the line of their seating. Lots of empty seats all of a sudden. As Adil Rashid comes down the steps and now out to join Jofra Archer. It's good night and goodbye from many of the spectators. And South Africa are on the brink of a series victory with 1 to play.
I always love it when Adil comes out to bat, comes in a 10. I was listening to the commentating of the last game. It's not what a number 10 he's got. He can bat, this guy can bat, and he can. And I'm saying exactly the same line.
Can he help England get 41 off 19 though, with Archer at the other end?
Well, he can.
See how close he can take England. It's not over till it's over. England only have 2 wickets in hand. Berger pushes off from the pavilion end. Here's Rashid to face his first ball. Around the wicket he goes, gets almost Yorker-length delivery, dug out by Rashid, clips it towards mid-wicket. Shy at the stumps, misses, but it's backed up. And it's just a single. 291 for 8. 40 would be needed from 18. The end of that over from Berger, so he has still got 1 to bowl. 3 for 52 for him so far tonight. That wicket of Jamie Smith, first ball of the innings. And then he's got Cass and Jack, so 2 important wickets at the end to a partnership which really could have taken England to the brink.
I like his captaincy from Bavuma, bringing back the seamer. Rashid would have been hoping he had another. He's still got to bowl 1 over of the spinner. Absolutely the right decision. Bring back one of your quicks against these 2.
Yeah, it's Bosch and Maharaj who are both bowled out. So 40 needed from 18. Lungi Ngidi. Now Rashid faces up. Ngidi moves in now. Some width outside the off stump, takes pace off. And through to Rickleton it goes on the bobble. So again, good bowling from Ngidi, who has mixed things up a lot tonight as well.
Yeah, this slow ball, he's bowled a lot. He's worked on it a lot recently because it's really, these England batters are picking it particularly well. Really seen a slow-mo exactly how he does it. I think he just runs his fingers down the back of the ball.
And he goes up past the umpire. Rashid awaits and Ngidi's there, bowls full. Rashid tries to whip him away, doesn't get hold of it properly, dribbles into the leg side and he scampers through for 1. And South Africa inching closer and closer. 1998, remember the last time they've won a bilateral ODI series in England, but they've proved themselves to be a fine one-day side in recent years. Losing out to India in the final of the T20 World Cup in the 50-over comp, getting to the semi-finals of the Champions Trophy, the 2023 World Cup. And Ngidi moves into Archer, who swings but inside edge onto pad and the ball drops by his feet, and Ngidi moves forward to pick up in his follow-through. And now it's 39 from 15.
And without Rabada as well. You know, you'd say that their number 1 seam bowler, their strike bowler, he's on his way back from injury. Let's add him in again. He definitely strengthens their bowling. I've been really impressed with Bosch today with his bowling.
They've also done it without David Miller in the side in terms of the batting, but they've got some real talent with bat in hand, that's for sure as well. In goes Ngidi. Archer awaits. Ngidi's there some width, and this is heaved into the leg side. Markram is there. Can't stop it, it's a 6. Oh, and Ngidi has his hands on his head as if that's come out of nowhere by Jofra Archer. Is there still life in this run chase? 33 needed from 14. Archer clearing the ropes, down the ground.
Well, he's picked it. He's picked the slower ball. Actually, I saw that one. That was his more of the off-cutter type of slower ball. The only danger if you do get bowling to a right-hander and they pick it, when he bowls that slow ball, it's turning into the batsman, into the slot rather than going away. You tend to try and take the ball away from the batter if you can.
33, needed off 14. It's fired and down the leg side, and it's going to be wide, it's down to the fence. 5 wide, it's beaten the keeper. It's flown away. Oh, loose from Ngidi. Rickleton can't believe it, the keeper. He's about a pitch and a half width away from, well, almost 2 pitch widths away from where he'd normally be standing behind the stumps. Had to move so far across to his left.
Well, this one ball, that one ball he's bowled has basically cost 11, isn't it? The last one's gone for 6. This one's gone for 5. The 5 wides. Still 2 to go. England a little bit of hope. See the fans coming back.
Those are at the tube station. Tune into the radio. 28 needed off 14. Ngidi in. Yorker bunted down the ground towards Markram. Along the ground, they'll just get the one though. Markram runs in off the fence, and the crowd are disappointed that they weren't able to come back for 2 and have Archer on strike again. 27 off 13. You need your disciplines, don't you, here as a fielding team, particularly when one batter just has that moment against you. 300 has come up for England, what with those 5 wides as well.
5 wides, so such a bad ball, isn't it?
At this stage.
At that stage, 30. It would be 32 off 13 without it.
Well, it's Rashid facing up. Ngidi moves in, pace off again, but driven only as far as backward points. And it's a dot ball, valuable dot ball after a bit of chaos during that over. Ngidi's 10 that he's bowled. He has taken the 1 wicket. He's now conceded 72 runs from those 10 overs, so that punishes his figures somewhat as well. A single, the 6, and then 5 wides. So they're left with 27 needed from 12. England would just think, oh, for Jackson Cast to be in the middle still at this stage, but never say never.
Yeah, it's still it's a big outside shot, isn't it, from here? But another 5 wides and a 6, and down into the nitty-gritty of it, and you never know. I just feel South Africa just always been ahead, haven't they?
Well, we said it'd be, one heck of a game if England went close and get where they've got to at the moment. 300 runs on the board, as Phil was saying, the highest scoring ODI at Lords. Round the wicket here, smeared by Archer, square behind square. He's trying to find the gap between 2 fielders. Will they make a mess of it? No, I think they've saved the boundary, have they? Oh, we'll have to have another look at this, but run 2 in the meantime. Or has there been a bit of an injury down there?
I think he saved the boundary, but as we've seen all game, knees digging into the soft outfield.
2 fielders converging, and in the end it's a sort of slow get up from Ngidi, who's down on the ground, and sliding towards him was Mutusami. It was Ngidi who made the save, and Mutusami then had to sort of step over him to gather the ball as he was lying adjacent to the rope.
Good commitment.
Yeah.
Really made sure he got his 2 hands on the ball. It wasn't elegant. He was a big man.
25 needed from 11. Archer is facing up and he's heaving this into the leg side. This could be another 6, and it is! Oh, Jofra Archer! Now the crowd are coming to life yet again.
Another ball picked. Another slower ball, 75 miles an hour. And he was absolutely in the slot. Slower ball right on that perfect hitting length. And Jofra Archer has said thank you very much. And absolutely nailed it over mid-wicket. Will Berger hold his nerve? Just again, England still behind, but another blow now. And all the pressure starts going back onto the South African bowlers.
19 needed from 10. Berger is in, and Archer will push hard here. It's along the ground into the mid-wicket region. They're coming back for 2. The throw needs to be a good one, and it could run out. Adil Rashid here. He's put in the dive. The Berger was right over the stumps, and the umpires will send this upstairs to check on the TV.
We have an umpire review for run out at the bowler's end. Side on replay, please.
Well, difficult to tell from the reactions at the moment. Throw came in on the bounce. Berger was there. Yeah, he's comfortably out. In fact, he put in the full-length dive.
My decision for the big screen.
Well, they were doing what they needed to do. They wanted to get Archer back on strike. They were pushing hard. Couldn't push hard enough. So 9 down with 19 still needed if England are to pull off a record run chase here.
Good clinical fielding from South Africa.
They did keep their cool.
Absolutely. A good throw. It was from
Stubbs, was it, who was in the deep?
I think it was Bretsky.
Right arm throw.
I think it's from Bretsky out there, and just a safe play. One of those plays you always do in practice. Make sure the throw is there or thereabouts on the right length of the bounce throw. It's absolutely spot on. And again, you feel as if he had to go back for 2. For Archer is the guy who's going to do better clear the ropes, and Mahmood comes to the crease.
Well, I think it's probably the 3rd time where we felt that the fall of a wicket has possibly sealed the match. I mean, first of all, when I think when Root and Bethel were out, and most importantly when both Brooke and Butler were gone, felt, well, was it too steep a task from there? But Jack's hit some big balls, and now Jofra Archer has come out and been clearing the ropes as well. He's done it twice. 18 needed from 9. Saqib Mahmood is the new batter. Saqib is at the non-striker's end, importantly. Archer being able to make it back for 2. So Ngidi here is going off the field, interestingly. So substitute fielder is now on and fielding down at fine leg. Right, 18 needed off 9. Archer on strike as Berger is in, and he's trying to cream him away, but only gets it as far as mid-off, and it's fielded securely. So the single leaves it 17 needed from 8.
So he's probably a slightly better fielder than Ngidi. Am I reading too much into that? Just slightly sore knee. It's like a good tactical from the coach. He didn't actually see that bother to come off, but the coach, he sent
him all the way around from the pavilion.
He's ran straight across the pitch, handing the bib, saying, "You look like your knee is sore," from 150 metres away.
17 from 8. Here's Saqib Mahmood's first ball. Berger is in. Oh, it's full. It's past the stumps, past that off stump through to the keeper. Could not have been far away from off stump. But importantly for South Africa, it is a dot. 17 needed from 7.
And Mahmood's just got to try and keep this one out. Take it down to the last over. It's going to be bowled by the spinner to Archer.
It's been a cracking run chase, really. Last ball of the over from Berger. England was set 331. They need 17 from 7, and Saki gets a low full toss. It's smeared out towards the point boundary. They run 1. Oh, and it's the end of the over, and they've run 1, which means Mahmood is on strike for the start of the last over. Well, do you go for the run, or do you try and play the tactical game?
I wonder when he hit that, I thought he probably...
Was he calling 2?
No, he couldn't get a 2, but I reckon he thought it might have gone in the gap. Tactically, they probably should have just left Archer on strike. But Mahmood gets off strike first ball. Give Archer 5 to try and hit 3 sixes.
Why not? Why not? So 3:15 for 9. South Africa need 1 wicket to win, and they've got to get through these last 6 balls without conceding 16. Oh, if it's a tie, super over.
Wow, and they've got to bring another fielder in.
Cut-off time has been breached. Well, this makes it a little interesting.
I mean, it would be interesting if you had like a number, Harry Brook or a Joss Butler in. It affects Mahmood too much. He's just got to get off strike, isn't it?
Long off, long on, a back, deep cover. And deep mid-wicket's well in front of square. Around the wicket, it's Mutasami to bowl the last over. He's taken a deflection on the hand on the way through as it was drilled hard by Mahmood. He has got the single that he wanted. It's Archer on strike. Listen to the crowd with 15 needed from the last 5 balls. Jofra Archer, who was a World Cup hero here in 2019, very different circumstances.
But like he hit 1-6 now, wouldn't it? That I heard the noise then.
It's the spinner. 15 needed from 5. Archer waits. Mutasami is in. Oh, and he's missed it. He's missed. It's into the gloves of the keeper who flicked off the bails. Zings lit up. A dot ball for South Africa. 15 off 4. Archer threw everything at it. He almost swung himself off his feet.
If he connects all that, that's going over the media stand, how hard he swung at that.
4 6 is not mathematically impossible. Goes for the reverse this time. Oh, he's got hold of it. He's got hold of it. 4-4. He's got hold of it for 4. Well, what a gallant effort that was. And he did nail the shots. In terms of finding the boundary, he just didn't quite clear the ropes. 11 off 3 is what would be required.
He's just turned into a left-hander. I don't know how many he's hit it. He's actually picked it as well. Reacted to how slowly he bowled the ball. He's just hammered it as a left-hander over deep mid-wicket, and it's only just landed inside the boundary sponge.
Well, he's kept England in it. 11 needed from 3. Can Archer pull off the seemingly impossible? Now, this has called for a meeting between Mutasami, the spinner, who's bowling, and the captain, Bavuma. Crowd are getting involved. Mutasami ready to bowl again. 11 needed, 3 balls left. Archer is 22 off 11. Mutasami is into near silence, cracked away through the offside, but there's protection on the cover boundary, and Archer waves one hand in the air. Can't believe it. He feels he's missed an opportunity. Couldn't find the gap. Couldn't get it wide enough of the man. Well, 11 off 2. And spinner, you're not going to be holding a no ball, are you?
Even I can do the maths here. This needs to go out the park.
Can Archer pull off a spectacular 6? 11 needed from 2. Mutasami is in. He's gone for the reverse again. He's got it over the head of short fine leg for 4, or short third, I should say.
6 ties it.
Yep.
7 from 1 required to win. 6 will tie it.
Well,
which keeps the series alive.
Would we have a super over? I believe we would have a super over.
Do we? I thought it would just be a bilateral thing. Just be a tie. Go to the next day.
I think we should get confirmation of this. We're seeking. We did ask a question earlier, and the reply came back. We think so. So imagine that for this crowd who have stayed. Well, it'd be pretty special if Archer 26 from 13. Can he hit a 6 to take us to a super over in this one-day international where South Africa are seeking to win the series here? Last ball around the wicket. Mutasami dancing down. Oh, he's inside edged it. And it goes away towards short fine leg. And South Africa win the match. They win the series. But what an effort from England with the bat. After the calamity of Headingley, they almost pulled off something unbelievable. Set 331 by South Africa. They have ultimately been the better team, walloped England in Leeds, and now they have got themselves home to a 2-0 series scoreline with 1 to play. They win by a mere 5 runs, having set England a record run chase of 331. It would have been the highest ever successful run chase at Lord's. South Africa ultimately now celebrating. What an effort though, Alistair, with the bat from England.
Well, a really good game of cricket. We always felt South Africa kind of had under control pretty much from the first ball getting Jamie Smith out. But then England kept getting partnerships, Root and Duckett 60 odd, and then when Brooke and Butler were going after Bethel's 50 as well, they were in the game, but you felt as if one of those top 5 or 6 had to do something special to be there at the end for them to win. And it kind of proved right, even though England got close. It just shows, doesn't it, how long a 50-over game is and how much time you have to bat. Because with the lower order, I know Will Jacks is not a number 7. He preferred to bat up the top of the order, I would say. You know, he almost got them over the line, and then only takes a little cameo from an 8, 9, 10. But to really win those games, you do need a top order player to do it. England did brilliantly well to get as close as they did, but full credit to South Africa in these 2 games. Come over here without much practice in these conditions and have won the series, and that's the name of the game, winning games of cricket.
So South Africa win this second one-day international by 5 runs at Lords. It means they have secured the series 2-0 with a game to come in Southampton, having had that hefty 7-wicket win at Leeds. So I don't know whether we start at the toss. We've got Sir Alistair Cook alongside me, and Ebony Rainford-Brent as well has joined us. Alistair, we always knew, and Simon Mann was very intent on ramming home that point about the stats, saying that when you come to Lords, the team that wins, the team that bats first had won 9 out of the last 10 one-day internationals, and so it proved to be. Do we go back to the toss for this, or given that England got so close, does that sort of become a bit immaterial?
Well, I think it just adds another one onto the Simon stat, man. The next time it'll be 10 out of 11 or whatever it is. I think on this one, on these conditions, I think those stats that you have to put, when you put next to it, you have to say why they bowl first. And they bowl first because they'd had a lot of rain yesterday, heavy rain this morning, heavy showers this morning, and there was the moisture. And there was, guess what? There was movement there today. There was movement that first 10 overs, and I think England bowled okay. I think they probably bowled, if it would be like ultra critical, probably half a yard too short. You know, on an absolute belting wicket, they bowled perfectly. You know, bowled that back and it hard to hit. But when it was moving, they could have bowled a little bit more aggressive, bowled a little bit fuller. Credit to South Africa for getting through that first 10 overs, because it did move, and England, if they got 3 wickets, 4 wickets, they take a massive step forward in the game. And also you do have to put in on this stat thing, just for Simon, actually England got bowled out for 130 batting first in only 2 days ago. So you can see why, with all those things, that Harry Brook decided to bowl first. So I think probably a 50-50 call. So I'm not going back to saying that the toss was the reason, how much as Simon would love us to be believing it was the reason England lost this game.
Well, I'll give you the nuts and bolts of the match before we bring Ebony in as well. So after South Africa were put into bat, well, the big partnership for them was 147 off 126 balls between Matthew Bretsky and Tristan Stubbs. Bretsky with 85 and Stubbs with 58 off 62 balls. That's after Markram. It didn't get off to quite the same flyer that they had, of course, that was chasing Headingley, but Markram's 49 off 64 and Rickleton's 35 from 33. They set a platform with 73 for the first wicket. But even lower down the order, South Africa built on the platform they had to pile up 330 for 8. So Archer finished with 4 for 62, but it was a big total, the highest total that England had conceded in a one-day international at Lords. So therefore, chasing 331, they were looking at a record run chase at Lords. Certainly would be the highest successful chase ever against South Africa if they were to do it. Duckett, a very sort of un-Duckett-esque innings from him, 14 from 33, but that was after Jamie Smith was out first ball of the innings. So England's run chase got off to the worst possible start when he inside-edged Berger through to Ryan Rickleton. Duckett then followed. He was bowled by Maharaj, looking to sweep. Joe Root batted really nicely for 61 off 72. And Harry Brook, Jos Buttler, Jacob Bethel was a standout innings for him. We'll talk more about him in a moment. His half-century coming off 28 balls, some really big, lusty blows, 58 off 40 for him. There are a couple of moments where, yes, you thought actually the game is going to be done. Particularly when Brook and the Buttler partnership came to an end. But Jofra Archer kept it entertaining right to the end and made all those fans who had left thinking it would be game over at the fall of Will Jacks's wicket and then Bryden Cass's wicket. 2 4s and 2 6s to get England to within 5 runs when they finished on 325 for 9. So a 5-run victory for South Africa. And Ebony, what sort of really stood out for you then in this match?
I think 2 things. I think when you win the toss and there is a little bit of movement, they would have been hoping for those wickets in that power play early on, and without that breakthrough, it meant that South Africa were on the move. But I think the defining thing for me actually is that partnership between Brechtski and Tristan Stubbs. I felt it just took the game away. You know, you knew that they were on to setting a big total.
Ebbs will come back to you in a moment because England captain Harry Brook is with Simon Mann.
Yeah, thanks very much, Alison. Well, Harry, what did you make of that?
Yeah, disappointing obviously, but I think it was a very good. What's the word? Good effort to chase that amount of runs. To get within one blow of their score was it was an awesome effort.
What did you think of a chase of 331?
Yeah, me and Baz spoke at halfway. We reckon they were about 10-15 over par. But yeah, with our batting lineup, this is what we set up for. We want to try and chase them big scores, and yeah, unfortunately tonight wasn't the night, and I still think it was a very good game to watch.
Yeah, it was a brilliant game to watch. What was one of the keys? Perhaps the inability to get some early wickets with the new ball?
Yeah, it wasn't the inability. I think we were quite unlucky at the top. We had a lot of player misses. I can't tell you the stats on that, but yeah, we were a little bit unlucky with the new ball to not get a nick or an LBW or whatever. But yeah, the lads stuck in there really well in the power play. I thought we had a great power play without taking any wickets. Yeah, it just didn't go our way tonight.
What was it like there at the end? It was kind of nearly, it might happen, it's not going to happen. What was it, that feeling like in the dressing room?
I think until the last 6 to 8 overs, last 10 overs, we were like, if we have one big over here, we're well back in it, and that was almost the case the whole way through. But like I said, that's why we set the team up as it is to get within one blow of that score today was a very good effort.
Jacob Bethel's situation in at number 4 today, was that just to keep the left-hand, right-hand combination going, or was that a plan at the start of the innings?
No, it was just to keep left-hand, right-hand going. Obviously, they had 2 left-arm spinners, so it was just to try and unsettle them, really, and he batted beautifully and brought us straight back into the game.
Yeah, because he's been a bit of focus on him, isn't he? But he plays so well.
Yeah, he batted beautifully. I don't know what focus is on him, but he played awesome, and alongside Ruti, Joss as well, it's good signs.
Okay, one game to go. Southampton, what do you do Sunday? Do you do same team? Do you make some changes because the series has gone?
No, just continuity. I think that's what breeds the best teams. We haven't had a discussion about it, and I'm probably sure I'll talk to Baz about it in a day or two, and we'll come up with a team, but it will be very similar.
Thanks very much, Harry. Bad luck today.
Thank you.
There we go. This is Harry Brook, and Temba Bavuma is joining me as well. Well, it got quite tight there at the end. Temba, how did you see that end, and how did you react to your team's victory?
Yeah, I think it got quite exciting for everyone watching. Yeah, I think they just kept coming, right? Obviously, with the short boundary, it was always going to be tricky. And obviously guys like Josh Butler, Jacks, they're coming at the end, they're always well within the game. So I felt we held our nerve quite well. Probably let them into the game more than we should have at the end. But look, we'll take the victory.
Did you think it was going to start at the end?
No. I think, I think something special was always required from one of their batters. Like I said, with the guys that they still had, that was still a possibility. But I think they just had to keep going. So I think quietly confident, yeah.
What did you think of your team's score, 330? Do you think, that's a rock-solid winning score?
Yeah, look, I mean, if I look at the time when young Brevis came in, I was speaking to Aiden and I thought maybe 270, 280 might be a good score. And obviously they kept going, Matthew Bretzka, again, well within the runs. Stubble, back in the score as well. So when we got to 330, I thought, that's more than I would have taken, looking at where we were earlier. But obviously the wicket got better. Pace wasn't as quick off the wicket. And I think their batters also showed that.
What did you think sort of overall was the key to your victory today? What did you feel you did really well, and was the sort of defining moments of the game, really, or the way you played?
Defining moments in the game. Look, I think if you look at with the bat, I mean, there was a solid partnership up front between Aiden and Rickleton. Aiden carried it through. Yes, you would have liked him to go on to get a big score, and then a guy like Matthew Breska in the middle as well, taking charge with young Stubbsy, and then Brevis as well coming in and doing what he did. That got us to a more than competitive score. And I think with the ball, look, we probably weren't at our best. I think at our own admission as the bowlers. But we always stayed in there. Kesh again came in, he showed why he's number one bowler. I think the fielding was also up there as well. That's something that we want to pride ourselves again in. And I think that's also helped in terms of keeping us within the game.
And one final point, because I know you've got to go off into your TV interview, but what does it mean to come here and win the series? It's the first time you've won a series here since 1998.
Okay, wasn't aware of that fact. I think again, it's just part of building that confidence for us as a team. While we're on this journey of what we want to achieve, all these landmarks are important. I think they're just positive indicators that we're going in the right way.
Very well played. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks to Simon Mann down there picking up the interviews, and I'm sure that the South Africa all formats coach Shukri Conrad will be very proud as well, because he's now taken over the white ball team as well, and to get that first series win in England since 1998 is a huge achievement for this South Africa team, who obviously love Lords, have come back to the scene of their World Test Championship final as well. Ebony, Rainford, Brent, you were talking about the South Africa side, but let's just briefly pick up about Jacob Bethel, because yes, there has been a bit of focus on him, as Simon Mann mentioned there. He was promoted to 3, and boy, he showed, I guess, why there has been hype about him.
Yeah, I think Harry Brooks' comment about there not being much focus kind of sums up actually why Bethel was able to have that freedom to play today. He's backed by that dressing room. The whole sort of everything from Rob Key, Brendan McCullum, Harry Brook, they see him as a player that they want him to learn on the international stage. And let's face it, he's been under a lot of scrutiny because he hasn't played a huge amount. He's been given the honour of captaining soon and maybe hadn't quite fired in the way that we'd expected to see him come out and do what he did. I mean, that over where he took down 20, it kind of, you look at it and you think, you see exactly what they see in him. He's a real talent. And actually, I think it shows a bit of guts. Let's face it, even though they're saying there was no focus, he would have felt the heat. He would have heard a few of the noises and the criticisms or just why he's maybe getting so much airtime at the moment at such a young age. And I think he's kind of responded in a way. He would have loved to have gone on today, and I think he will look back at that and think, I could have maybe just kicked on a little bit more. But equally, he reminded us all exactly why that dressing room were backing him.
His dismissal was a bit unfortunate, wasn't he? He got a wide ball that was there to hit and we caught it backward point.
Yeah, he batted beautifully today. He took down the spinners. Probably tactically, I think South Africa got that decision wrong. When he came in, they bowled both spinners at both ends, so had Maharaj, and then he took down Adu Marco. Obviously, they went for the match of the off spinner bowling to left hand, and Bethel saw that as his opportunity. So to a guy who's pretty out of touch, and he hasn't played much cricket, hasn't scored any runs, it was kind of right. This is going to get me going, and he got, I don't know, was it 20 odd balls, 23 balls for 50?
Yeah, 50 off 28.
It was showcasing his talent. It was a good tactical move for him to go up the order to 4. A bit of extra pressure, more pressure, but he responded, and I think it's little indication that he can handle the big arena, which is why I think everyone who you talk to him about behind the scenes, that this is the reason why they rate him so highly in the camp, that he can go out there and play how he wants to play in a big occasion. And also you had to remember, he also didn't bowl particularly well. He went for over 10 runs and over, so he was kind of felt like he owed the team something back, and he went out and delivered, so that was great. He'll be disappointed because this was the opportunity to go on, and what we're going to say about his first professional 100. It was that he played the right shot to the right ball, he just didn't quite execute it right. But a positive day for Jacob Bethel, and obviously Harry Brook trying to take every bit of pressure off and saying what's the story? Well, the story is he's captain, and we're not people sure whether he should be captain, but he is. But yeah, he played nicely for his 50, and clearly, if England to chase this, they needed one of their top 4 or 5 to go and get 100.
Yeah, because there was Root with his 61, Bethel with that 58, Brook 33 from 40, sort of bright innings which didn't quite kick on, but Butler 61 from 51, and Jack's shone. I mean, it was a thrilling match to watch, wasn't it? And exciting, because I think we were teased, weren't we? There were these partnerships and these sixes were hit, but then a wicket would fall and you think, oh, that's the game. And actually England came again, but then a wicket fall. Oh, that's the game now. And spectators were leaving, and yet still Archer came at them at the end. So from an entertainment point of view, it's been a fabulous match to watch.
Yeah, and I think in contrast to the game where they got bowled out or skittled, to bounce back, I sometimes think how you lose is sometimes more important. They could have easily come and not quite clicked or not fired, and they really put in a good effort to show that they were trying to take it right to the wire. Entertaining cricket all around, so that just shows that they've, they haven't taken the loss in that first game lightly. They've really tried to come back. Look, unfortunate, it's a quick series, so they're out of it. But when you see a team apply themselves and improve, it kind of makes you realise that they're on the right trajectory. So good to see that.
Yeah, Phil Long, give us some of the numbers and records and statistical and things of this match.
Yeah, well, Evan, you mentioned there about taking the positives, that people like to say that, don't they? England in the end lost by 5 runs, but it was the highest score they've made batting second against South Africa, the highest score they've made batting second at Lords. In fact, only second in all time after the 326 for 8 that India made back in 2002, and the fans today here have had a great old day. 655 runs in aggregate. That's the most ever in an ODI at Lords.